Star Odyssey chapter 1258 to chapter 1307. The youth pressed down on his hat and looked up at Lu Yin's statue in the distance. This folded space is really big. The flow of time is different, and the area is boundless. I should find some time to play around. At that moment, a giant screen appeared next to Lu Yin's statue, attracting everyone's attention. It wasn't just there, screens appeared in many other places on Earth as well. Within the screens was a majestic mountain that towered in space like a god. A loud voice echoed across Earth, "Astral Sovereign Tournament, begin." At the same time, in the outerverse Xianxia star, a giant screen appeared on the busiest street of the outerverse, right next to the auction house. It wasn't just there, screens also appeared next to King Zishan's palace, the Imperial Palace, and every corner of Xianxia star. On the first ring of land outside of Xianxia star, Yu Academy's 5 main halls were competing. Hua Shaoling, Zherbak, Locke, Huazhong, and Rucky Mathers were all present, including Schutz. They were all watching the intense battle between Fu Xiaoxue and Xianxia. Although the two had only cultivated for a short time, their innate gifts made them comparable to the hall masters. Everyone in Yu Academy was cheering. A giant screen appeared in the sky. Astral Sovereign Tournament, begin. Schutz and the rest immediately stopped the competition and eagerly watched the screen. The Astral Sovereign Tournament was about to begin, and the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, Lu Yin, was one of the 5 past lords. Across the outerverse, countless planets, and various powers were all watching the tournament and Mount Supreme. It was the same in the innerverse. The Sword Sect, the Wen family, the Lingling clan, and even the Astral River Arc all had screens. In the Cosmic Sea and Neoverse, screens were everywhere. West of Chaos Flow Zone, in the higher realm, all of the 6th mainland's cultivators who had been moved there were also looking up at the screens. The Astral Sovereign Tournament was finally about to begin, and the 3 progenitors' words still echoed in their ears. They were certain that the Daosaur's 3 skies were the strongest in this tournament, as they were the future rulers of the 6th mainland. Further west, in the depths of the technocracy, a screen appeared in a majestic city. The city was filled with technology, as if it were a futuristic world. Hui Kong sat in the city's plaza and stared at the screen. The Astral Sovereign Tournament? Even the 6th mainland is participating. This is the biggest event in history. I wonder which brats will appear. In the Astral Beast domain, the Celestial Beast Empire also raised a huge light screen. Countless beasts looked at Mount Supreme with anticipation. Their prince, Yao Xian, was definitely the strongest. The celestial demons were invincible. This was common knowledge that was branded into the hearts of countless beasts in the Astral Beast domain. The 5th continent, the 6th continent, and all the other planets that had been in contact with the star civilization were all watching as the screens opened. The Star Wars Paragon tournament had begun. How many young and promising cultivators were there in the starry skies? No one knew, and not even the Hall of Honor was able to calculate this number. Even in any random region of the outerverse, there were more than 100 million young cultivators. There weren't many young cultivators who could participate in the Starry Sky Supreme Tournament and successfully reach Mount Supreme. This was the innerverse, and its geographical location blocked many people from entering. Even so, under the guidance of their elders, there were still millions of young cultivators who came to Mount Supreme to participate in the tournament. Not every young cultivator had the courage to take part in the competition. This was because, apart from the fact that no external objects were allowed, all other methods were allowed, and life and death were not a concern. Young cultivators who had yet to reach the Lameta realm did not even have the courage to participate. Only space-exploring powerhouses could truly stand out from the crowd. Even so, there were still millions of young cultivators participating in the tournament. It was clear that this tournament's influence was unprecedented. This was only the number of people who had successfully reached Mount Supreme. If everyone who had signed up for the tournament had arrived, there would be more than 10 billion people. Most of them just wanted to leave their names on Mount Supreme for a period of time, and many of them were still Melders or Sentinels. However, their names would only remain for a short period of time. Those who could not pass the 5 past lords would be eliminated. Only those who could pass the 5 past lords would qualify for the next round of the tournament. That would be the true tournament. The number of older cultivators surrounding Mount Supreme to protect their juniors was no less than the number of juniors participating in the tournament. Some were nervous, some were excited, and some were anxious. Air currents whistled down from the cliffs on all sides of Mount Supreme. This air current was so powerful that even Lemeters would be killed if they were not careful. At this moment, there were millions of cultivators gathered at the bottom of Mount Supreme. They were split into 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. There were 4 passes at about a third of the mountain's height. Only by passing these passes could one continue to climb. There was also a huge vertical pass at about 2/3 of the mountain's height. Only by passing that pass could one continue to participate in the tournament. That was the true threshold to participate in the tournament. Countless gazes gathered as countless people filmed every corner of Mount Supreme, broadcasting it to the entire universe. The ones who filmed the most were naturally the 5 pass lords. At the northern pass, a devilishly handsome man leaned against the wall with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was asleep. He was wearing exquisite clothes and exuded a noble aura. He was the crown prince of the Astral Beast Domain's Celestial Beast Empire, Xianxia. At first glance, Xianxia looked no different from an ordinary person. Aside from his devilishly handsome appearance, it was as if he was carved by a master. However, many people looked at Xianxia carefully and found that they could not see him clearly. Their impression of him was also decreasing. The longer they looked at him, the more they felt that this person was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it impossible to distinguish him. At the western pass, Ziyi wore a solemn expression. She wore a plain white robe, and her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She looked ordinary, but because she cultivated Genesis Chi all year round, she gave off an indescribable aura. She looked down at the foot of the mountain, where millions of young cultivators had gathered. They all wanted to pass this pass. Ziyi's eyes flashed. Most of these people were trash and did not have the qualifications to fight with her. However, there were top-notch experts among them, especially that woman called Xiaoshi. She had been there the entire time during the Cosmic Sea battle, but she had not used her true strength. The Daosource 3 skies were publicly acknowledged as the future heavens of the 6th mainland. After this tournament, they would also become the future heavens of the 5th mainland. Compared to Ziyi, Bukong's thoughts were much simpler. He just wanted to teach the 5th mainland a lesson, but not here. Instead, he wanted to do it in the real tournament. He had absolute confidence that he would become the sole sovereign, and since that was the case, he might as well give these people a chance. Bukong's thoughts were not as mature as Ziyi's, and he was much more impulsive. However, compared to Bukong, more people would rather face Ziyi. This was because Bukong was a boundless advanced lockbreaker who had mastered sourcebox arrays. He looked young, but since he had been able to become one of the Daosource 3 skies, the younger he was, the more outstanding his talent was. Bukong was guarding the southern pass, and he looked down with a playful smile. A bunch of ants. Whether or not they can pass will depend on my mood. At the eastern pass, Luin leaned against a wall like Xianxia and quietly looked down. It was not easy to reach this position. More than 1 million cultivators were competing, but less than half of them could actually break through. This was not only because of the difficulty of Mount Supreme itself, but also because of the competition between the other cultivators and the difficulty of the pass master. As the pass master, he could act as he pleased from above. If he wanted to, he could even attack the 1 million cultivators below. More than 1 million cultivators was a huge scale, but unfortunately, quantity could not make up for quality. Luin had never imagined that he would one day be able to watch top experts compete, including levitating Mavis and Lu Tianmu. He still remembered the unreachable expectations he had felt when he had first heard of the 10 arbiters, but now, the 10 arbiters had to look up at him. There was no such thing as an eternal trough in life, and it all depended on one's own destiny. Luin dared to say that none of the other 10 arbiters or the top geniuses of the Neoverse had experienced as many life and death situations as he had. There were a few times when he had truly died in exchange for what he had achieved today. However, he was not recognized by everyone as standing at the peak. As he thought about it, he looked up at the giant vertical pass. Shangqing was standing there quietly like a statue, surrounded by 3 streams of energy. He looked like a deity, but more importantly, he was still floating in the air. Luin pursed his lips. No one looked more like a god than this guy. He really knew how to act. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, Xianxia was recognized by everyone as the strongest on the surface since he could summon progenitors from the same generation as him. No one dared to say that they could defeat a progenitor from the same generation, let alone 3. In particular, no one knew who the last progenitor was, which caused countless people to speculate. Only those who had participated in the Battle of the Mountain and Sea Realm could understand how helpless Xianxia was. The 3 sons' ancestral Qi's reputation of being invincible was not just for show. Yao Xian, Not Kong, Zi, and even the people below them all wanted to fight for the Soul Prime, and the biggest obstacle was Xianxia. Luin exhaled. Even with his current strength, he was still somewhat fearful when facing the Prime Clear. Humans were always filled with apprehension towards the unknown. Exactly which progenitor could the final stream of Prime Clear transform into? This truly made one feel uneasy. The heavens trembled as huge ripples spread out from Mount Supreme. No one knew who had made the decision or who had let out the first roar, but millions of cultivators charged towards Mount Supreme at the same time. Even though there were millions of cultivators climbing up, Mount Supreme was just too big, and it didn't feel crowded at all. There were many times when people were separated by quite a bit of distance. At the foot of the eastern peak, Ascension Mavis was the first to charge out. She wasn't too fast, but she was too strong. Grass had already been prepared under her feet, and with the start of the Sovereign Tournament, the grass transformed into a giant palm and threw her out. Luin was startled. It looked like it was coming straight for him. If this was a normal place, even in the heavens, Ascension Mavis would have been thrown far away, far enough to reach the top of the mountain. However, Mount Supreme was different. Since it had become the stage for the entire universe's younger generation to compete, it definitely wasn't a normal place. Thank you for your support, brothers. The Sovereign Tournament begins. I will continue to update tomorrow. Follow the wind, continue to write. Thank you for your support, brothers. Yuhua Mavis was thrown 1,000 meters into the air before she encountered resistance. An invisible force pressed her down. At the same time, the airflow was like a wave crashing down from above, hitting Feather Transformation Mavis first. However, the shockwave posed no threat to Yuhua, but she was still pressed against the mountain by the invisible force and could not fly. Aside from Yuhua Mavis, many others tried to fly, but they all met the same fate. A few Lameters were unlucky enough to be heavily injured. Luin raised his eyebrows and squinted. His pupils transformed into runes as he scanned the entire Mount Supreme, only to see a boundless amount of rune lines. This amount of rune lines far surpassed the Ice Empress and Mistress Red's rune lines that he had seen before. The power of an emissary surrounded Mount Supreme, ensuring that it wouldn't be damaged by the cultivators' attacks. A single Lameter could destroy an entire planet, let alone an enlighter. The reason why Mount Supreme could become a stage for so many powerhouses to compete was because both the space and the mountain itself were sturdy enough. Another point was that cosmic rings could not be used. Entering Mount Supreme was like entering the mountain and sea realm, and all external items would be isolated to ensure the fairness of the competition. However, some external items were not isolated, such as Fatessan or one's own sword. As long as they were not power vessels, everything would be fine. At the foot of the mountain, although Yuhua Mavis had been suppressed, she was still the closest person to Luin on the eastern peak. The first attack had been too ruthless. Yuhua Mavis looked up at the peak and met Lu Yin's gaze. Her eyes flashed, and she bent her legs to charge forward. Suddenly, a strange sound came from beside her, and she turned around to see strange lines forming all sorts of things. There were birds, insects, beasts, and even plants. Following that, these strange lines all exploded, and a strange sound spread out along with the bell's chime. Yuhua Mavis' mind went blank, and she immediately stopped charging forward. It wasn't just Yuhua Mavis, more than 10,000 people on the eastern peak were affected by the explosion, and they all coughed up blood and fell to the ground with lifeless eyes. This was Bai Ling's attack, the 6th Mainland's Grand Martial Realm's Realmling. Once her martial seal appeared, birds would fly away and people would be wiped out. Her name had spread throughout the Starfall Sea. This was the first time Ascension Mavis had encountered such an attack. Fortunately, she was strong enough that Bai Ling's attack didn't cause her any harm. She looked into the distance, and Bai Ling looked at her at the same time. Bai Ling raised her hand, and Metamorphosis Mavis felt all the sounds around her suddenly disappear. Then, they turned into strange lines that formed all kinds of shapes such as birds, bees, and so on. Go down, Bai Ling said indifferently. Clenching her fist, the lines around the Ascension Mavis exploded once more. Suddenly, Bai Ling's figure flashed and dodged the attack. The huge grass fist rushed towards the sky. The terrifying power caused ripples in the void and almost hit Bai Ling. Although Bai Ling dodged, she was still hit by the power and was forced to retreat again and again. Ascension Mavis narrowed her eyes. Don't look for trouble. Bai Ling's eyes were sharp. She raised her index finger, and an invisible force spread out. 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, tens of thousands of meters. She wanted to use her voice to deal with all the contestants. As long as there was sound, it could become the power of Bai Ling. At that moment, a majestic domain spread out and enveloped the eastern peak as well. Bai Ling was stunned and looked in another direction. There, she looked up without any light. This is the fifth mainland. The force field above her head took on a human form and slammed towards Bai Ling. Bai Ling's eyes flashed coldly, and countless lines fused together to form a huge beast that roared and collided with the force field. There was a loud boom. The eastern peak shook, and over 1 million cultivators at the foot of the mountain were affected. Most of them were unable to withstand the force, and they either fainted or were sent flying. The power of the two was too strong, and it attracted the attention of countless people outside of Mount Supreme. Countless cultivators were cheering in front of their screens. Everyone had guessed that the Supreme Tournament would be intense, but they had not expected it to be so intense right from the start. The 6th Mainland's Rumling and the 5th Mainland's 10 Arbiters were both top-notch cultivators. At the entrance to the eastern peak of Mount Supreme, Luin watched the two fight. It seemed intense, but both of them were holding back. The real competition was yet to begin. They were not stupid, and their goal was to reach the top 10. If they fought to the death now, it would only benefit others. However, although this was just a probing battle, it was still not something that the other participants could approach. The difference in their levels was too great. Emergence Mavis did not fight Bai Ling and instead charged towards the mountain peak. She only had eyes for Luin. She had not forgotten what Luin had said to her. The Mavis family members all had fiery tempers, and Emergence Mavis looked the most gentle and quiet. She often liked to lie on the grass and read books, but that was only because no one dared to provoke her. Luin had successfully provoked her. She wanted to see what gave him the right to say such things and what gave him the right to become the past master. At the same time, at the eastern peak, thousands of kilometers away from the battle between Bai Ling and Invisible, Gu Shower excitedly looked at the celestial ice phoenix flying over his head. It was just too beautiful. Gu Shower had always dreamed of capturing a beautiful and flashy beast as a mount. Wasn't this a ready-made mount? The one flying over Gu Shower's head was Feng 6. She had joined the Skymender list in place of the deceased member. She was the strongest member of this generation of the celestial ice phoenixes, and she far surpassed Feng Jiao, who had participated in the tournament of the strongest. Most of the participants in the Sovereign Tournament were from the 5th Mainland's human domain. The human domain and the astral beast domain were enemies, and when they saw a participant from the astral beast domain, many people spontaneously surrounded and attacked. However, since Feng 6 dared to represent the astral beast domain, she was not someone that these people could deal with. Her ice froze hundreds and thousands of participants, and even some from the 6th Mainland were affected. The celestial ice phoenixes possessed ultimate Arctic frost and a tricolored light that could melt everything. The stronger one was, the stronger their tricolored light would be. As the tricolored light swept out, Gu Shower cried out and hurriedly dodged. He had almost been killed. "You're my mount. Don't run!" Gu Shower shouted, leaping towards Feng 6 again. Feng 6's large and beautiful eyes were icy cold, and a blue color appeared on her body that spread out and froze the void. Gu Shower blew with all his might, and a strange smoke appeared. It seemed weak, but it actually blocked out the cold. Gu Shower followed the smoke and jumped onto Feng 6's back. "Ha ha ha ha, I have a mount now. Luin was speechless, as this guy was really asking for a beating. He suddenly thought of the ghost monkey, who had always said that the celestial ice phoenixes were his harem. If the monkey saw Gu Xiaoer riding Feng 6, he would definitely be furious. What Luin didn't know was that the monkey had seen it, and he was very angry. When he saw Gu Xiaoer riding Feng 6 on one of the screens, the monkey roared, "Brat, I've got my eyes on you. Don't let me see you, or I'll skin you alive. How dare you touch my harem? You're courting death." The monkey felt as if he had been cuckolded, while Phoenix 6 felt humiliated. "Bastard human, you're courting death." As she spoke, her body transformed into her human form. She was a beautiful, long-haired beauty in blue clothes. Before Gu Xiaoer could react, the blue-cloaked Feng 6 raised a hand and pointed out. An extreme chill froze the void as it swept towards Gu Xiaoer. The chill bombarded the smoke in front of Gu Xiaoer, but it did not freeze. Feng 6 was shocked. What kind of smoke could be so powerful that even her chill was ineffective against it? Although the chill could not freeze the smoke, Gu Xiaoer still felt cold. At this moment, he realized that the ice phoenix in front of him was not to be trifled with. "Hey, I won't play with you for now. Remember my name, Gu Xiaoer." He then wrapped himself in white smoke and prepared to flee. Suddenly, a giant shadow descended and covered Gu Xiaoer. He slowly looked up and opened his mouth. What a huge lion! In the sky, the giant blue lion lowered its head. Its left eye was wind, and its right eye was fire. It exuded a terrifying aura as it descended and swiped at Gu Xiaoer with its claws. Gu Xiaoer was slapped to the ground. The one who had attacked was Cursewind, an expert from Skymender's list. He had broken through to the Enlighter realm and had become one of the strongest experts in this sovereign tournament. Feng 6 was unhappy. "Cursewind, you don't have to do anything." Cursewind's tone was cold. "Your methods are too gentle. Die, you from the astral beast domain." A wave of attacks surged towards Cursewind and Feng 6. Cursewind snorted. He did not seem to move, but a storm that could be seen with the naked eye descended and swept across the land. The storm was not powerful, and it could not even cause the void to tremble. However, the cultivators who had attacked Cursewind held when they came into contact with the storm. Bone-corroding wind and soul-burning flames. This was Cursewind, an expert on Skymender's list who was on par with Yao Gu and the others. He was an existence that could compete with the 10 arbiters. At the pass, Luin watched the chaotic battle at the foot of the mountain, and his attention was drawn to Cursewind. This blue lion had left a deep impression on him, as it was the first expert of his generation who had fought against him. He slowly raised a finger and flicked it out. Luin was always the center of attention. There was not just one scene on the giant screens in the universe, but many. Many corners of Mount Supreme could be seen, and the more eye-catching an expert was, the more attention they would receive. The 5 passmasters were constantly being watched, and even if they did not move, there would still be screens that were specifically focused on them. The moment Luin raised his hand, countless people's attention was drawn to him. A finger wind traversed the void and descended to the foot of the mountain, causing ripples in the void as it viciously slammed into Cursewind. Cursewind sensed something and turned around to see the finger wind descending. He followed the finger wind and saw Lu Yin's arrogant gaze. Arrogant. Bone-corroding wind formed an explosive might that swept across the mountain and met the finger wind head-on. Countless people watched as the finger wind and the bone-corroding wind collided. In just a few moments, the bone-corroding wind was torn apart by the finger wind, which swept past Cursewind's enormous body and pierced through the mountain. Cursewind stared at Luin in disbelief. How was this possible? It hadn't even been 10 years since they had last fought, but the difference between them was so great. Even if humans far surpassed astral beasts in terms of comprehension, it was impossible for there to be such a huge gap. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he no longer looked at Cursewind. Instead, he looked towards another direction on the eastern mountain where a shocking sword technique had appeared. 13 swords. Lu Tianmu had made her move, and her opponent was Xianxia Nu. The bone-corroding wind slowly dissipated in the sky, but a portion of it still descended, causing quite a few competitors to suffer. Luin had used only a single finger wind to tear through the bone-corroding wind. Neither Cursewind nor Feng Lu could understand this, as Cursewind had broken through to the Enlighter realm. Although the bone-corroding wind's advantage was not in terms of power, but rather its destructive power, it should not have been pierced through by a single finger wind. It could only be said that Lu Yin's strength was unimaginable, and he had already surpassed his peers. This is pure strength. Only Star Devourer can compare to him, Feng Lu said with a solemn expression. She looked at Lu Yin fearfully as she recalled Feng Jiu's expression when she had been defeated in the tournament of the strongest. Feng Jiu had been very unwilling to accept her defeat. Fortunately, Feng Jiu had not come this time. Otherwise, if she had rashly provoked Lu Yin, it would not have been a simple defeat. This person had improved so much, and if he truly had the strength to become a Pass Lord, then it would be very difficult to complete the Imperial Tutor's mission. Kurswin's enormous body towered high in the sky. He could not go any higher, or else he would be crushed like winged Mavis. Kurswind, don't make a move. The bigger picture is more important. Don't forget the Imperial Tutor's instructions, Feng Lu shouted. Kurswind was unwilling to accept this, but he did not provoke Lu Yin any further. His body landed on the mountain, causing it to shake. In the distance, Gu Shower snuck a peek. Two mere beasts dared to provoke Lu Yin? Only perverts would dare to do so. More than 1 million people had climbed the eastern mountain, but not many had reached the space-exploring realm. There were even fewer people in the Fifth Mainland's innerverse and outerverse, and most of them were Limeters. As Lu Tianmu and Xianxia battled, an endless amount of sharpness spread out in all directions, forcing many competitors to retreat. Those were the lucky ones, but the unlucky ones were killed. Even Lu Yin, who had been a Limeter, would not have been able to withstand the shockwaves from Lu Tianmu's battle. Lu Tianmu represented the Fifth Mainland's innerverse 10 arbiters, while Xianxia represented the Sixth Mainland. Most of the competitors were from the Fifth Mainland, so they naturally hoped that Lu Tianmu would win. However, Lu Yin hoped that Xianxia would win. Xianxia had helped him a lot, and every time he met her, he felt very close to her. Regardless of their positions, he cared more about who treated him. Lu Tianmu did not have much interaction with him, and the sword sect itself could even be considered as his hidden enemy. At a corner of the eastern mountain peak, Lu Tianmu and Xianxia stood facing each other. Xianxia frowned and felt that Lu Tianmu was difficult to deal with. This woman had fought with Ji with a sword, and even Ji could not take her down in a short time. Lu Tianmu was rather wary of maiden Xianxia, as this woman had actually been able to dissolve his sword qi. She was definitely a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Before the competition, no one knew that aside from Bukong, Qiushi, Wu Dan, and Lu Yin, there was a fifth boundless advanced lockbreaker. Anyone who had reached the level of a boundless advanced lockbreaker was feared by others. Not to mention their methods, just their control over the heavens was enough to make their opponents feel uncomfortable. Lu Tianmu's sword qi was unparalleled, but even he could feel the stifling feeling of having his star energy suppressed. With that thought in mind, he released his domain. Then, it suddenly condensed and stabbed out with the fifth sword of the 13 swords, man, sword, and domain as one. The maiden's expression changed slightly. She felt that the incoming sword was unavoidable. Everything about her was under the control of the other party's domain. She was about to be stabbed by the sword. At the pass, Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he subconsciously wanted to intervene. Xianxia raised her hand and struck the fifth sword with her palm, causing it to deviate. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. She reached out with her left hand and slapped at Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu felt a sense of crisis and immediately dodged while using the sixth sword, defensive sword force. Xianxia's palm missed, and the wind from her palm swept across the distance and struck an unlucky person. The sword qi from Lu Tianmu's fifth sword also swept across the distance and affected a large group of people. The two women passed by each other without being injured, but the people who were affected by their attacks were unlucky, such as Sun Jiong. With the start of the Supreme Tournament, all the participants were randomly assigned to one of the 4 cardinal directions, and Sun Jiong had been assigned to the east. When Sun Jiong saw that Lu Yin was the pass master, he could not help but feel despair. Of course, he still had a sliver of hope, which was to follow the majority of the people and try to break through. Perhaps Lu Yin would not notice him, and he just needed to pass through the pass. With his strength and status in the Sun family, if he could not even pass through the pass, then the family would not let him off easily. He had always kept a low profile and pretended to be a coward. When others provoked him, he did not retort and simply followed the majority of the group. But who knew that a sword chi would suddenly appear from the side and engulf the entire group? Sun Jiong was not weak as he was an explorer, but when faced with Lu Tianmu's fifth sword chi, even a cruiser or a normal hunter would not be able to withstand it, let alone an explorer like him. In the end, his left arm was chopped off, and he had no chance of participating in the tournament. He was not the only unlucky one. Over 100 people in the same direction as him were also affected by the sword, and they all ended their lives. They had all been affected by Lu Tianmu's sword chi, and Xianxia's palm had crossed the distance and struck Heart Phoenix. This person had competed with Lu Yin in the Astral Combat Academy and was the younger brother of one of the 10 arbiters, Sela Emperor Phoenix. After becoming an explorer, he had always wanted to become famous throughout the universe. Although he could not compare to Lu Yin and the other 10 arbiters, he was still strong enough to enter the top of the top 100 rankings. But who would have thought that a palm wind would appear out of nowhere and knock him out? So what if he was an undying bird? The palm wind's power had exceeded his limit, and he was unlucky enough to not participate in the tournament. Regardless of whether it was Sun Jiong or Heart Phoenix, they both had the strength to enter the real tournament. This did not mean that they would definitely be able to pass, but with their strength, the stage master would normally not target them. However, both of them were unlucky. Similarly unlucky was young Master Ji. No one knew who he was, but once his identity was revealed, it was enough to shock many people. He was the young master of the Aurora Spacecraft Company and had participated in the Mountain and Sea Realms Battle of the 5 Astral Scions. Although he did not have much of a presence, he still had the qualifications to participate. He had been eliminated by the Junior Arrow Saint, who had eliminated over 1,000 people with a single arrow rain. If not for the fact that he had to chase after Yuhua Mavis, he would have continued to attack. Yuhua Mavis was the fastest to reach the eastern peak. Those from the 6th mainland did not wish for a cultivator from the 5th mainland to be the first to break through. The stage master was Lu Yin, and the Junior Arrow Saint believed that Lu Yin would not make things difficult for Yuhua Mavis. Thus, he attacked Yuhua Mavis instead. At the summit of Mount Supreme, an even greater wave of energy poured down like a tidal wave. Countless wails rang out as a single wave eliminated hundreds of thousands of people from the 4 peaks. Even Coco and Zora had been eliminated. Their strength was not bad, but since they had to face the 6th mainland sneak attacks, they had no choice but to retreat in defeat. Normally, those who gave up and allowed themselves to fall down the mountain would not continue to attack. Nothing was more important than the competition. Coco and Zora's elimination attracted Lu Yin's attention. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He had been watching the battle between Lu Tianmu and Xianxia, but he had not expected Coco and Zora to be eliminated just like that. He frowned when he saw the excited expressions of the 6th mainland's cultivators who had eliminated them. He raised a hand and flicked his finger. Streaks of wind descended, directly crippling the 6th mainland's cultivators who had eliminated Coco and Zora. Not far away, Hongying raised her head and looked at Lu Yin. She then looked at the 6th mainland's cultivators who had been targeted by Lu Yin. She ignored them and even distanced herself from them. However, Lu Yin had not forgotten about her. These 6th mainland's cultivators were just passers-by in his eyes. The ones who were truly valuable and needed to be eliminated were people like Hongying. Lu Yin looked at Hongying, and 9-lined battle force appeared at his fingertips, causing countless people to cry out in alarm. There were not many in the younger generation who had cultivated 9-lined battle force. That combined with Lu Yin's strength was enough to eliminate more than half of the competitors. Even though Lu Yin was ranked behind the predicted top 10, no one could deny his strength. The main reason was that the people in front of him were just too abnormal. When Lu Yin's 9-lined battle force appeared, Hongying sensed something, and she looked up in shock. Coincidentally, her eyes met Lu Yin's, and she saw him bend his finger. Her pupils shrank, and she quickly dashed off in another direction. She would rather cross the great distance to reach another mountain than face Lu Yin. She had not been this person's opponent back in the Starfall Sea. Now, he had improved so much that her scalp went numb. Unfortunately, it was not that easy for her to retreat. Luyin flicked his finger, causing a finger wind to tear through the void and form a spatial crack that descended in front of Hong Ying. Luyin did not hold back. Hong Ying had not held back when she had killed many of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators in the Starfall Sea, including Lan Si's younger brother, Lan Yu. Hong Ying was aghast as danger descended upon her. She activated her imprint and stabbed out with her spear, causing her martial seal to appear. All of her strength erupted in an instant, all for that finger wind. There was a crack, and her spear shattered. The finger wind pierced through the tip of her spear and shattered her martial seal before landing heavily on Hong Ying's body. It then pierced through her shoulder and into the ground. Hong Ying spat out a mouthful of blood, and her imprint dissipated. She was sent flying by the enormous force and fell off Mount Supreme. At this moment, in the higher realm to the west of Chaos Flow Zone, countless people from the Sixth Mainland were dumbfounded. That was Hong Ying, the top disciple of the Grand Martial Realm's Galloping Horse Manor. In terms of status, she was second only to the Grand Martial Realm's Realmling, Bai Ling. She had recently broken through to the Hunter Realm, and her strength was not much weaker than Bai Ling's. Yet, she had been beaten so badly by a single finger wind. Many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators who had fought with Luyin before had not paid much attention. They had heard of Lu Yin's background and thought that he was just fishing for fame. Although he was strong, he definitely did not have the qualifications to become the Pass Master. Even when his finger wind had suppressed Curse Wind, they did not think that he was that strong. At this moment, these people all shut their mouths. Could a realmling defeat Hong Ying with a single finger wind? Throughout the universe, countless people stared at Luyin, who was standing tall at the pass, and fell into a state of shock. This person's strength might be even more terrifying than they had imagined. In the distance, Bai Ling also saw this, and she glanced at Luyin with apprehension. Her voice split into thousands. Everyone, hide yourselves and don't expose yourselves. Try your best to break through. She was also apprehensive, as she understood Hong Ying's strength. Although she was far from being on par with her, she was still not someone who could be defeated by a casual finger wind. If Luyin could do this, then his strength was unfathomable. Bai Ling did not wish for all of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators to suffer from such a finger wind attack. Thank you for your support, brothers. I will continue to update in the afternoon. Thank you for your support. End of chapter. Lu Yin's finger wind was a very casual attack, and it was truly a casual attack. It was just a flick of his finger, which made it even more frightening. All of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators on the eastern peak fell silent and continued to climb. They did not take the initiative to attack the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. As for the Innerverse cultivators who were hostile to the Great Eastern Alliance, they did not dare to show their faces. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators did not take the initiative to attack, but Luyin did not plan on letting them go. His next target was Bai Ling. It would be very interesting if a dignified realmling was eliminated by a single finger wind. As he thought about it, he raised his finger once more. At this moment, countless gazes gathered on Lu Yin's finger. Who was his target? At this moment, many people on the eastern peak were frightened, and many of them stopped moving as they stared at Luyin. Bai Ling felt a chill run down her spine, and she looked up at Luyin. She saw his cold gaze, and all of her hair stood on end. His target was her. Bai Ling's pupils shrank as countless strange lines rose up from the entire eastern peak, causing it to fall silent. Not even the sounds of battle could be heard. Bai Ling was using her innate gift to the extreme. Luyin raised his brows, as this line encompassed the entire eastern peak. As expected of a realmling who had reached the Enlighter realm, her strength was not to be underestimated. If he insisted on attacking Bai Ling, then the entire eastern peak would be affected, and most of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators would be affected as well. Luyin thought about it and then lowered his hand. He had his own concerns, as the Great Eastern Alliance had already attracted the hostility of the Innerverse's various great powers. If he caused these cultivators to suffer as well, then he would truly become an enemy of the Innerverse, which included the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse. Sometimes, when one reached a certain status, there were many decisions that could not be made lightly. Below, Bai Ling was puzzled, as she did not understand why Luyin had stopped attacking her. At this moment, a huge shadow loomed over her from behind. Bai Ling turned around and saw a strange humanoid figure hurling a punch at her. Zai Lin was ranked 67th on the top 100 rankings, and he could fuse with his tamed beast. His tamed beast was an oolong horse. Zai Lin sneakily attacked Bai Ling with a punch. Back then, he had been able to compete with Lu Yin in terms of strength, even though Lu Yin had only been a lemeter at the time. Now, Zai Lin had broken through to the cruiser realm, and his strength had increased yet again. However, he did not know who he was up against. Bai Ling's gaze was icy, and she had just condensed. Then, she did something. In short, there was silence. Zai Lin fell to the ground, completely dead. At the entrance, Lu Yin shook his head. This Zai Lin was completely unaware of his own strength. It was a pity that the Beast Tamer's flow zone had lost an elite. In the Innerverse, in the Beast Tamer's flow zone, the master of the Divine Great Hall, the Mountain God, angrily roared. Zai Lin was considered one of the Divine Great Hall's elite talents, and he was second only to the Little Mountain God. However, the Little Mountain God was not from this generation. Zai Lin's death meant that the Divine Great Hall had lost a future master, which made the Mountain God extremely sad. However, the Sovereign Tournament did not forbid death. Zai Lin could only blame himself for his sneak attack on Bai Ling and being killed instead. Idiot, idiot. This woman dares to face Lu Yin directly. She's not someone you can deal with. Idiot. The Mountain God's roar shook the heavens. Zai Lin was not the first participant to die in the Supreme Tournament, but the impact of his death was still relatively large. At the very least, the participating cultivators from the Beast Tamer's flow zone were filled with grief and indignation, and quite a few cultivators from the Innerverse were terrified. Although not much time had passed since the start of the competition on the Eastern Mountain Peak, the number of deaths had already increased. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. More than 10,000 people died mainly from the shockwaves. This discovery caused quite a few participants to stop in their tracks. They wanted to wait for the top experts to charge through before making any further moves. Otherwise, no matter how many lives they had, it would not be enough to compensate for their losses. Lu Tianmu and Xianxia also stopped fighting. Although Emergence Mavis had been disturbed by the Junior Arrow Saint, she was still very close to Lu Yin. Although Mount Supreme was high, with the speed of an enlighter, it would take at most half a day to reach the mountain pass if no one interfered with them. Lu Yin could almost hear Emergence Mavis panting. He was looking forward to what Emergence Mavis was going to do. This woman seemed gentle and quiet, but she had a fiery temper just like Lulu and could not take provocation. She couldn't be planning on fighting him, right? It was not impossible. Metamorphosis Mavis was completely focused on rushing upwards. The little Arrow Saint's repeated attempts to interfere had been fruitless, and he was furious. He felt like he was being ignored, so he raised his arrow once more. His 9-lined battle force soared into the sky and imprinted itself onto the arrow. At the same time, an enormous figure that was at least 10 meters tall appeared behind him. The Junior Arrow Saint's actions attracted the attention of countless people, and Lu Yin also looked over. He was no stranger to the Junior Arrow Saint. This person had chased after him for several days, but he had never seen the Junior Arrow Saint use his imprint. Back when the Fifth Mainland had been enveloped by the Symbol Ancestors' methods, everyone's power levels had been suppressed to below 200,000. Regardless of whether or not he had an imprint, his power level had been suppressed, which was why he had never used his imprint. In the Daosor Sect's ruins, Lu Yin had fought with the Junior Arrow Saint. At that time, his imprint had been that of a 3-inch-old man, which was the same as the sword in the stone's imprint. But now, his imprint had changed. It was a 10-meter-tall man dressed in animal fur. He looked like a barbarian, and his muscles were solid. His face was sinister, and he carried a longbow on his back. This was the Eastern region's heavenly imprint powerhouse that the Junior Arrow Saint was currently in, a newly advanced heavenly imprint. When the Junior Arrow Saint's imprint appeared, Emergence Mavis suddenly stopped and looked over with a serious expression. The Junior Arrow Saint sneered and shot out an arrow that was infused with 9-lined battle force and the power of his imprint. This arrow's power level exceeded 300,000, and it was one of the strongest attacks that the Eastern Mountain had ever sent out. It even surpassed Lu Tianmu's 5th sword. Emergence Mavis frowned. Grass spread out from the ground and transformed into a giant fist that punched out. The Mavis family did not have much, but they had money and strength. The grass-formed fist collided with the arrow, causing the void to explode as a violent shockwave pressed down. Many participants cursed in anger, but they were still unable to avoid the attack and were sent flying by the terrifying pressure. A crack appeared on the mountain's ground. A power level that exceeded 300,000 was terrifying. The junior arrow saint stared at Emergence Mavis. Emergence Mavis picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it at the junior arrow saint. It was just a normal rock, and the junior arrow saint should not have cared about it. However, at this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Although the rock looked normal, it contained a huge amount of power, and it was not just a small amount. The junior arrow saint narrowly avoided the rock as it smashed into the mountain peak, unable to withstand the force and shattering. The shattered rock fragments shot out in all directions, and a few participants who had been in the air were knocked back down. The fragments were powerful enough to tear through the void, and one of them even scratched the junior arrow saint's cheek. The junior arrow saint stared at Emergence Mavis in shock. This woman was actually so strong. He stared blankly at Emergence Mavis. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Mavis continued to charge up the mountain, and the junior arrow saint did not try to stop her as he had been intimidated. At the mountain pass, Luin pursed his lips. Emergence Mavis was the strongest person in the entire human race, not including himself. Luin clenched his fists as he watched Emergence Mavis charge at him. Let's see how many punches you can take. The battle between the most powerful individuals attracted the most attention, but most people were more concerned about the people who were related to them. In the Outerverse Southern Weave, Astral 9, many students were watching a screen with worry. 3 people were fighting on the screen, and 2 of them were from Astral 9. They were Astral 9's former leader, Luin, and Xiaoji, who had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament and had been frozen for 30 years. At this moment, the 2 were working together against an enemy, who was Kaze, who had been guarding King Zishan's palace for Luin. Kaze had also arrived. As an expert who had once been in the top 80 of the top 100 rankings, he had been captured by Luin to guard King Zishan's palace. Even though the Innerverse and Outerverse had been reconnected, Kaze had not returned to the Dire Barbarian clan. This was not because he was loyal, but rather because he found Luin inconceivable. If there was anyone who understood Lu Yin's progress the most, it would be Kaze, who was the closest to Luin. He had seen Luin countless times over the years, and his innate gift was hearing, which allowed him to hear the vibrations in his opponent's body. Every time Luin returned to King Zishan's palace, Kaze would listen attentively, and what he heard was different each time. After a long period of time, Kaze had developed a new understanding of his physical body's strength and his battle techniques, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Now that he had broken through to the cruiser realm, he had far surpassed his original strength. He believed that he could rival the top 50 of the top 100 rankings, which was why he had dared to participate in the Sovereign Tournament. When the registration for the Sovereign Tournament began, Kaze reported it to Luin, and with Lu Yin's approval, he was allowed to participate. He wanted to make a name for himself in the Sovereign Tournament. He did not want to become as famous as Luin and the others, but he wanted to at least be recognized as part of the top 100 rankings. Luin and Xiaoji were not weak, as they both had the power level of an explorer. If they had faced Kaze in the past, they would have been able to defeat him if they worked together. However, they were facing Kaze, who had followed Luin for many years, and the current Kaze was not someone they could deal with. Luin was the first to be defeated, as his voice was not even on the same level as Bai Ling's. He was unable to cause any direct damage to Kaze, and he was defeated by Kaze's pure physical strength. Xiaoji was proficient in battle force, and she also had the monsoon battle technique, which used the winds of the 4 seasons to corrode a person's body. It was a very powerful battle technique, but no matter how powerful a battle technique was, it still needed to be complemented by powerful strength. Compared to Kaze, Xiaoji was still slightly weaker, and she was swept aside by him. The students of Astral 9 were helpless, as there was nothing to regret about being defeated by an expert from the top 100 rankings. There were countless cultivators of the same generation in the Innerverse and Outerverse, but only 100 people could enter the rankings, and Kaze was clearly not ranked at the bottom. After defeating Lu Yin and Chao Ji, Kaze was exhausted. These two were not weak, and if they were in the same realm, he might not have been able to win. As he thought about it, he looked up at the pass and at Lu Yin. He had once been a genius of the dire barbarian clan, but his fate had changed because of this person. Even if the innerverse and outerverse had been connected and the dire barbarian clan had summoned him, he had not returned. He was very smart, and following this person was much better than staying in the dire barbarian clan. The clan's resources would only be given to Avery, not to him. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. End of chapter. Suddenly, Kay's scalp went numb as an intense sense of danger enveloped him. He dodged without a second thought, but a thin needle pierced through the ground. He looked into the distance and saw that one participant after another had fallen to the ground. Their bodies had been pierced by the needle, and their blood had dyed the ground red. The attacker was a woman with a gloomy expression. There were ugly spots on her face, but she was dressed in beautiful clothes. Kaze dodged the attack, and the woman looked over and stared at him. She raised her hand, causing a needle to appear and shoot it out. Kaze's expression changed. Not good, a hunter. He quickly dodged again, but since the woman was targeting him, it would not be easy to dodge. Kaze saw a needle aimed at his forehead, but a gust of wind swept past him and broke the needle in two. The woman narrowed her eyes and looked up. That gust of wind had come from Lu Yin. Kaze panted heavily and looked at Lu Yin with gratitude in his eyes. Lu Yin stood at the pass and watched the woman attack Kaze. Kaze was one of his people, and he could not allow anyone else to kill him. Although Lu Yin's impression of the dire barbarian clan had been poor at first, Kaze had done his best to protect King Zishan's palace over the past few years, and Lu Yin had already acknowledged him as a subordinate. The woman was afraid of Lu Yin, so she did not attack Kaze again. Instead, she lowered her head and quickly climbed up the mountain. Kaze did not dare to stop her, as this woman was not someone he could deal with. What an unfamiliar woman, and there was definitely no such person in the top 100 rankings. She was a hunter, which meant that she had touched upon the level of the 10 arbiters. Could she have come from the cosmic sea or the Neoverse? The universe was vast, and it was not something that the top 100 rankings could encompass. There were many frozen powerhouses, as well as countless powerhouses from mystical regions. Although they might not be at the top, it was easy for powerhouses to emerge. This woman was clearly one of those people. Lu Yin did not attack her again, and instead, he looked in another direction. More than 1 million participants were competing on the eastern mountain peak, and Lu Yin was familiar with quite a few of them. For example, the woman who had just been defeated was Zi Jun. She had participated in the tournament of the strongest and had been defeated by Star Sibyl. She seemed to be from the Cosmic Sea's Longevity Squadron, and the person who had defeated Zi Jun stunned Lu Yin, Nong Zitian. If there was anyone in the 6th mainland that Lu Yin felt sorry for, then Nong Zitian was ranked first. Back when Lu Yin had been chased down by Blood Looney, he had only been able to escape because he had used a secret technique to steal Nong Zitian's hoe. After that, it had been because of Nong Zitian that Lu Yin had entered the furnace. Finally, he had discovered a method to quickly absorb star energy during the battle between Night King Jinwu and Wu Taibai. If not for Nong Zitian, Lu Yin definitely would not have his current strength. It could be said that Nong Zitian was not only his savior, but also his lucky star. Every time he met Nong Zitian, something good would happen. It had been a long time since he had met Nong Zitian in the fire furnace, and Lu Yin had almost forgotten about his lucky star. Who would have thought that they would meet again today? Things had remained the same, but people had changed. Every time he ran into Nong Zitian, he would be bullied in all sorts of ways. Actually, Nong Zitian was not weak, and he was very close to becoming a hunter. Even if he did not rely on any life-saving treasures, he could still easily defeat Zi Jun. Nong Zitian raised his head and met Lu Yin's gaze. Perhaps it was because he sensed something, or perhaps it was because he was meeting an enemy. Lu Yin was taken aback, and then he smiled. Nong Zitian gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to say 2 words. His voice did not reach Lu Yin's ears, but Lu Yin knew that he had said, "Ho." Lu Yin felt awkward, and he averted his gaze. This guy still remembered it. It had been so long, and he was so petty. Nong Zitian snorted, and then he carefully continued climbing. He did not dare to offend Luin too much. Luin had once been just like him, being chased around and beaten up miserably. But now, Luin was standing at the peak and beating up others. If Nong Zitian was unhappy, Luin could point a finger at him, and Nong Zitian's life would be over. Even further away, the little stutterer was frantically fleeing with Tong Zhan right behind him. Tong Zhan had been crippled by Luin in the past, and he had finally recovered after much difficulty. However, he could not advance any further and had been abandoned by the Tong family. Tong Zhan's main goal in participating in the sovereign tournament was to fight Luin again. Even if he died, he wanted to die on the battlefield instead of being sullenly annihilated. The little stutterer was unlucky, as he had accidentally bumped into Tong Zhan while dodging the shockwaves from the battle between Lu Tianmu and the maiden. He had almost knocked Tong Zhan off the mountain. Tong Zhan had not planned on attacking the little stutterer, but the little stutterer had excitedly shouted about some meat the moment he saw Luin. Tong Zhan had thought that the little stutterer was Lu Yin's friend, and he had immediately chased after him. Although Tong Zhan could not advance any further, he was still a top descendant of the Tong family. Coupled with the Tong family's battle techniques, martial seals, and imprints, he could easily suppress the little stutterer. However, the little stutterer was not weak either. His realm was even higher than Tong Zhan's, and he was a peak cruiser. His innate gift was speed, so Tong Zhan would have a hard time catching up to him. Luin saw Tong Zhan, but he did not care. This person was no longer worthy of his attention, and there were only a few powerhouses in the entire Sixth Mainland who were worthy of his attention. Meat, meat, meat. The little stutterer was still shouting. His master's words kept echoing in his mind, that there would be meat to eat if he followed Luin. He might seem easy to bully, but he was actually very stubborn. He firmly believed that Luin was meat, and he kept shouting as he ran. And chased after him. Meat? What meat? Fish? How dare you insult Lord Fish? A thin figure was climbing with great difficulty, resisting the tides of Mount Supreme. She was Xianxia, and there was a fish on her head. Xianxia felt wronged. No one said fish. You heard wrong. The fish continuously flapped its fins. Lord Fish has never heard wrong in his entire life. It must be fish. Hurry up and find out who that bastard is. Lord Fish wants to use him as a mount. Xianxia panted heavily. She was already very tired from climbing, and she did not want to argue with the fish. Luin saw Xianxia, and he also saw that fish, the despicable fish. The fish continuously flapped its fins. That two-legged beast is looking at Lord Fish. Hurry up and get him to come down and greet us. Xianxia was helpless, and she looked up at Luin. He's so far away. There were battles everywhere on the eastern mountain peak, and Lu Yin's acquaintances were everywhere. Although he had only wandered the universe for a little more than 13 years, he knew too many people, and there seemed to be some sort of attraction to him that unconsciously drew people closer to him. And this was only the eastern mountain peak, there were also many familiar faces on the southern mountain peak. At this moment, the unluckiest person on the southern mountain peak was Kulei. He had wanted to be the first to charge through the mountain pass with his thunderbolt and test out the Sixth Mainland's so-called Daosor's three skies. But just as he took a step forward, he crashed into the back of an incomparably large beast. This beast was the Star Devourer, and in his true form, he could devour planets. Even though he had not fully transformed into his true form, his body still occupied a small portion of the southern mountain peak. Many participants were pushed away, and many of them were even pushed back to the starting point. Quite a few participants were crushed to death. The Star Devourer looked like a mix of wolf and tiger, but his 4 limbs had 6 eyes. He looked sinister and terrifying, but at the same time, he was filled with power. Strangely, all 6 of his eyes were tightly shut, which made him look even more terrifying. Kulei crashed into the Star Devourer's back and instinctively unleashed a thunderbolt. Scram! The Star Devourer raised a claw and slapped out. Not only did it disperse the thunderbolt, but it also sent Kulei flying back to the starting point. Kulei was stunned. When had his thunderbolt become so weak? The Star Devourer's attack had sent Kulei flying, shaking the southern mountain peak and even those outside Mount Supreme. The experts from the Astral Beast domain were not surprised. This was the Star Devourer, a terrifying beast that could digest planets. Even in the astral beast domain, it was one of the top races. If not for the fact that there were so few of them, with only one being born every countless years, the Star Devourer would definitely have a place on the celestial beast list. The astral beast domain was satisfied, but the others were apprehensive. Kulei was the heir of the 7 Quartz Ku family, but he had been sent flying by a single claw. On the southern mountain peak, when Xianxia looked at the Star Devourer solemnly. What terrifying strength! Even further away, Kokohi's eyes narrowed as she looked at the Star Devourer's claw. Those rune lines were not just a sign of strength, but also something else. This beast was not simple. At that moment, thunder exploded in the distance and tore through the void. Kulei rushed back, his boundless thunderbolt transforming into a spear that pierced towards the Star Devourer. A dignified heir of the Ku family had actually been sent flying by a wild beast. This was a live broadcast to the entire universe, and even the Ku family could see it. This was too embarrassing, and the beast had to be slaughtered. At the same time, Luin, who was at the entrance of the eastern mountain peak, looked at the giant screen in the distance. Although he could not see the southern mountain peak, he could see the screen, and he saw Kulei and the Star Devourer. Luin had a deep impression of the Star Devourer. Back when he had rolled enhance, he had possessed the Star Devourer's protector, and he had personally witnessed the Star Devourer devouring a planet. It would have been great if this beast was only strong, but it was definitely not that simple. It could even digest a planet. Countless people looked at the southern mountain peak and saw the battle between the Thunderbolts and the Star Devourer. The Star Devourer's 6 eyes were completely closed, and when the Thunderbolts came crashing down, one of them opened. It swung its tail, stirring up layers of ripples that distorted the Thunderbolts and repelled them. Kulei's pupils shrank, but before he could react, the Star Devourer's tail lashed out and sent Kulei flying again. This time, Kulei was not as lucky, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was injured. Countless people fell silent as they stared at the Star Devourer in shock. Kulei was unable to retaliate. Just as Kulei was sent flying, a ray of light descended from the sky, transforming into countless sharp blades that slashed towards the Star Devourer. The Son of Light had made his move, feeling threatened. At the same time, Imperial Tutor's pupils turned into runes that weakened the Star Devourer's rune lines. When Xianxia used the literary prison to trap the Star Devourer's tail, and everyone else attacked the beast together. The Star Devourer roared, and its enormous strength shattered the literary prison. It roared towards the light, its voice causing ripples that destroyed the light like the thunderbolts that had just destroyed it. The Son of Light's expression changed, as he was unable to resist. What a powerful beast! Imperial Tutor frowned, this beast was difficult to deal with. The Star Devourer's tail lashed out at Xianxia. A barrier appeared in front of Xianxia, and the Star Devourer's tail collided with the barrier, but it was useless. The Star Devourer's open eye turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia also stared back. Due to the Star Devourer's appearance on the southern mountain peak, everyone had joined forces. Even Xianxia, who was predicted to be one of the top 10, had to join forces to resist the beast. Many people enjoyed the show, even if they did not understand what was going on. Thank you, brothers, thank you. There was an uproar outside Mount Supreme. How can this beast be so powerful? Even 2 of the 10 arbiters working together couldn't do anything. What's even more terrifying is that it has 6 eyes. Now that only one of them is open, will its power double with every eye it opens? Nonsense, everyone can see that the top 10 rankings are about to be revised. This beast is definitely in the top 10. It's too terrifying. The astral beast domain has all kinds of monsters. In the depths of space, Mu'en walked out with a solemn expression. The Star Devourer has appeared several times, and every time it does, it causes us great losses. Very few people are able to face it head-on. Sheen Mavis, a powerhouse from the Mavis family, spoke up. The most troublesome thing about the Star Devourer isn't just its strength, but also its innate ability to suppress star energy attacks. It's just like how the 6th mainland naturally suppresses the cultivators of the 5th mainland. Its attacks can destroy star energy, and with its boundless strength, it's very difficult to deal with. Historically, your Mavis family has faced the Star Devourer head-on, but unfortunately, you failed. Mu'en sighed. Qin Mavis's expression sank. It's never won. In terms of strength, it's number one in the entire universe. Not far away, Xiaoyi walked out. Wrong. The number one bloodline belongs to one of progenitor Chen's 9 clones, the giant bloodline. Qin Mavis was stunned, but after thinking about it, she nodded. Progenitor Chen is unrivaled. Although it's powerful, it's not impossible to defeat it without competing with it, Mu'en said. Elsewhere, there were also experts from the 6th mainland watching from outside Mount Supreme, such as Elder Nong. As he watched the Star Devourer fight Wen Sansi and the others, Elder Nong sighed. The 5th mainland doesn't have it easy either. This beast has never appeared in the 6th mainland. Not far away, Elder Autumn Frost appeared. This beast isn't from the 5th mainland. Elder Nong looked over in surprise. Elder Autumn Frost said, have you forgotten the first 4 mainlands? Some creatures from the astral beast domain, as well as some clans from the human domain, came from the first 4 continents. Madame Red appeared and stared coldly at the eastern mountain peak before looking at Luin. She should have killed this brat. Back then, he had actually managed to heavily injure Hong Ying with a single finger wind and had almost killed her. His improvement was too fast, and she did not know how Hong Ying was doing. Had she really died? As she looked at him, she suddenly thought of someone and her lips curled up. Because of the star-devouring beast, the southern peak of Mount Supreme caused a huge commotion. Even though the star-devouring beast exposed its huge body and became everyone's public enemy, it still managed to survive. On the western peak, there was also a huge beast that exposed its huge body, but it was very unlucky. It was the amethyst beast, named Zitong. It had a very arrogant name, and its actions were even more arrogant. It exposed its body earlier than the star-devouring beast. However, he did not have the strength of Devourer and was eliminated by the Spirit Palace and Yochi. The amethyst beast was very strong, but it had not expected to meet an even stronger opponent. Yochi was the type of person who could kill you even if you could not hit him. Zitong was completely countered by such a person, and with the suppression of the Spirit Palace's Sky Palace, he was instantly killed without even having a chance to survive. The Astral Beast Domain's experts, who had been satisfied with the star-devouring beast's strength, fell silent after Zitongtian's death. Humans were not that easy to deal with. Shuodai Knight and Night Queen Yanqing were both on the western peak, so it was only natural that Night Queen Yanqing would attack Shuodai Knight. The Day-Night clan's internal strife had attracted quite a bit of attention, and Lu Yin's attention had also shifted over. Night Queen Yanqing's strength had undergone a transformation. He did not know the specifics, but he believed that Shuodai Knight would not lose to her. 50 kilometers away from the battle between Night Queen Yanqing and Shuodai Knight, 2 figures, one fat and one skinny, were excitedly whispering to each other. Fat bro, look. A rock. A rock can fly. Skinny bro, that must be a beast from the 5th mainland's astral beast domain. Isn't that a rock? How can a rock fly? It must be a beast. Fat bro, I like it. Skinny bro, I like it too. Attack. Little Mountain God was very leisurely as he watched the Day-Night clan's internal strife on the left and then looked at the 6th mainland's battle between Jian Ru and the Hall of Honor's Fatsi Shujing on the right. It had nothing to do with him, as he was just a rock that no one paid any attention to. Suddenly, Little Mountain God's warning signs appeared, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. 2 figures, one fat and one skinny, crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Little Mountain God swayed a bit further away, as he did not know which unlucky person had been affected. Judging from their physique, they were just passers-by, so there was no point in asking them. He glanced behind him. Eh? Aren't those people from the Great Eastern Alliance? Alright, there are too many people outside, so they can't touch you. Now, it's time to teach you a lesson. A mere outerverse dares to join forces against the innerverse? What a joke. Suddenly, another warning sign appeared, and Little Mountain God hurriedly dodged. There was a loud boom as the ground shook. Little Mountain God looked over. Eh? They look familiar. Aren't they the fat and skinny passers-by A and B? They can still move? No, those 2 bastards are attacking me. The blue hero stood up, and their eyes lit up as they looked at little mountain god. Good stuff. He reacted so quickly. Fatty bro, I'll definitely catch him and give him to you. Skinny bro, I'm the one who's going to catch him and give him to you. Fatty bro, we'll be brothers forever. Skinny bro, good luck. Work hard. Little mountain god was stunned. What the hell? Catch him. The blue heroes charged at little mountain god, but he subconsciously dodged. He was not afraid, but rather disgusted. These two bastards looked like lunatics. Neither little mountain god nor the blue heroes noticed that there was a fingernail-sized bug lying on little mountain god's head. It looked similar to a beetle, and it did not move at all. It was as if it was fixed to a rock, and it was completely inconspicuous. On the northern mountain peak, Mount Supreme's tidal wave came one after another. At the pass, the celestial beast empire's crown prince Xianxia looked down from above. His body emitted a hazy halo as he descended along with the waves. Although Mount Supreme's tidal wave could eliminate a portion of the participants, it did not affect explorers. At most, 200,000 to 300,000 people would be eliminated by Mount Supreme's tidal wave. However, more than 500,000 people had already been eliminated by Mount Supreme's tidal wave, all because of Xianxia. He had infused his own strength into the tidal wave and was constantly eliminating participants. Once touched by the tidal wave, even explorers and cruisers would fall to the foot of the mountain. Most people would not be able to detect this force, and only a small number of people could. Those who could ignore it were even fewer. The sword sex Lu Ling panted heavily as she looked at the incoming tidal wave in fear. She hurriedly dodged. Not only did this tidal wave contain a powerful impact force, but it also contained a hidden spiritual force. It was this force that had caused a large number of participants to faint. As far as the eye could see, there were participants who had fainted everywhere. Some were even dead. Was the Supreme Tournament this difficult? Just this tidal wave alone could eliminate half of the participants. She did not know that it was Xianxia who had eliminated half of the participants. In the distance, Lily Rose, Sharon, Dai Ao, and the rest all avoided the tidal wave. Even they could not ignore the tidal wave's power. At a corner of the mountain peak, Bai Qian calmly looked at the man in front of her. Why are you stopping me? The man was called Calcifer, and he was an assassin who had been frozen for 100 years. He had once assassinated Starsabil, and after being unfrozen, he had participated in the astral combat tournament. However, he had ultimately been defeated by Chao Ji. I've seen you before. You were with this generation's Starsabil in the Astral Combat Academy, Calcifer said in a low voice. Bai Qian was indifferent. So what? Calcifer's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. If you can't kill Starsabil, then you can treat it as interest. He then lightly tapped his feet, and his body flickered as he charged towards Bai Qian. He had a battle technique, 10 steps 1 kill, and his innate gift, indestructible. The fact that he had made it to the 4th round of the Astral Combat Tournament was proof of his strength, and as an assassin, he was even better at hiding his aura. His assassination techniques were enough to raise his threat level by several levels. Calcifer instantly appeared behind Bai Qian and slashed out with a single palm. Success! He had an innate gift of indestructible, and even if this woman had a weapon, it would be useless against him. His palm was enough to split her in two. Suddenly, a white mist flashed in front of him, and then everything changed. The world around him became ice cold. Had the entire world been frozen? No, it wasn't the world that had been frozen, but rather him. With a thump, Calcifer collapsed to the ground, his entire body frozen into a block of ice. His face was still filled with a cruel killing intent. Bai Qian lifted her foot and walked past Calcifer. She did not ask anything, as she did not care about the grudge between this person and Starsabil. Regardless of which mountain peak it was, there were still top powerhouses fighting against each other. The northern mountain peak had Xiao Jiuyo, Wu Taibai, Jiu Hao, and Starsabil. One of these people had attracted quite a bit of attention. He was Wang Yi, the only competitor from the technocracy. Just his name alone was enough to attract the attention of countless people. Wang was a primeval surname that represented a type of inheritance and a heroic spirit. Wang Yi was very mysterious, and very few people had seen him before the start of the competition. After the competition began, he had not made a single move. Even so, there were still quite a few people watching him. The reason why no one from the technocracy had participated was because the androids themselves were considered external objects. Wang Yi was a normal person and did not show any signs of being modified. Ever since Wang Yi had appeared as the representative of the technocracy, the Hui family of the Seven Courts had been investigating him, hoping to learn more about Hui Kong from him. With a whoosh, a giant void thunder beast swept past. On the northern mountain peak, Yao Gu had made his move. His target was Wang Yi, as he wanted to test this person's strength. The technocracy was not only mysterious to the human domain, but also to the astral beast domain. As Yao Gu made his move, even more people looked over. Throughout the universe, countless screens were focused on the northern mountain peak. This level of attention even temporarily overshadowed the scene of the southern mountain peak's participants attacking Planet Devourer. Wang Yi's appearance was ordinary, and his clothes were also very ordinary. His face was sallow, and he looked a little malnourished. Everyone else was rushing towards the mountain peak, but he walked step by step, lagging behind many others. Yao Gu's attack came from above. A huge wind pressure enveloped the mountain peak, and the competitors around Wang Yi immediately fled in fear when they saw Yao Gu attack. Some of the slower ones even jumped off the mountain, as they would rather withdraw than die. Wang Yi raised his head and calmly looked at the huge void thunder beast descending. His right foot paused for a moment, and then his figure flashed. There was no change in the void, and he appeared 1,000 meters away. The huge void thunder beast smashed into the mountain peak like a meteorite. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the huge bloody mouth spurted out blood, forming a scarlet river that dripped down the mountain. Yao Gu's eyes were slack as he stared blankly at his abdomen. There was a huge wound that ran through his body, and he did not know how it had appeared. He had not seen it, and he had not been able to stop it. He was a void thunder beast and possessed his own innate thunderbolt. He could break through the void and escape, and he could even escape from an expert who surpassed him. However, he had been defeated in an instant. There was no suspense, and he had not been able to resist at all. He had not even been able to react. In the southern region of Zhidong, a giant void thunder beast tore through the void and appeared atop a white skeleton. It stared at the screen in shock. Impossible. How could Yao Gu be so easily injured? Not far away, one beast after another appeared and stared at the screen in shock, unable to speak for a long time. This was Yao Gu, a genius of the void thunder beast race who had been bestowed the surname Yao by the Empire. He was an expert on Skymender's list, but he had been instantly defeated without even seeing how he had been defeated. This scene not only shocked the astral beast domain's experts, but also everyone else. The entire northern mountain peak fell silent, and even Yao Xian at the pass stared at Wang Yi in shock. This person was extremely terrifying. Yao Gu slowly turned around and stared at Wang Yi in horror. He was an expert on Skymender's list and one of the strongest of the astral beast domain's younger generation. He could look down on countless living beings, but he had been defeated just like that. Wang Yi continued walking towards the mountain peak step by step, just like before. He was neither fast nor slow, and he walked expressionlessly as if defeating Yao Gu was just a small matter. At the same northern mountain peak, Star Sibyl stared at Wang Yi from afar. Her eyes flickered, and the star energy around her body became unstable. I can't calculate, I can't calculate, I can't calculate. This person is the same as Luin, so why can't I calculate? Star Sibyl looked at Wang Yi with apprehension. Wang was a primeval surname, and any primeval surname could not be underestimated. Where did this person come from? Was he really from the technocracy? What was his relationship with Iron Blood Weave's Wang Wen? They knew too little about the technocracy. Frostwave Weave, Earth. Not far from Lu Yin's statue, a young man lifted his hat and looked at the screen in shock. Not bad at all. On the eastern mountain peak, Lu Yin raised his head to look at the screen. He had also seen the scene of Wang Yi defeating Yao Gu, and honestly, he was shocked. The screen of light could not capture any trace of Wang Yi, so he could not see anything from the screen of light. However, there was one thing that he was certain of: Wang Yi was very fast, so fast that it was inconceivable. Even Yao Gu could not react in time. Wang Yi's speed was comparable to the power that tore apart Yao Gu's flesh. This person was definitely one of the greatest opponents in the sovereign tournament. You still have the energy to look elsewhere? Take my fist. With a shout, Ascension Mavis charged over. Luyin lowered his head and smiled. You're really impatient. Ascension Mavis coldly replied, let's see how much your strength has improved before you dare to speak such arrogant words. As soon as she finished speaking, she soared into the air and punched out. In an instant, a huge shockwave spread from her wrist to her arm. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Following that, there was a loud explosion that shook Mount Supreme as a fist flew towards Luyin. Ascension Mavis had always used grass as a fist to attack, and she rarely used a real fist. Even though she was very strong, or perhaps it was precisely because of her strength that a single punch from her would result in either death or injury. But at this moment, she punched Luyin with a real punch, one that contained the strength of the Mavis family's Treeheart's successor. At that moment, the entire universe's screen shifted from Wang Yi's body to Luyin. Outside Mount Supreme, Qin Mavis straightened her back and stared at the screen intently. The human domain's other past master had always been between Feather Mavis and Xianxia. This had been decided when the Supreme Tournament was being held, and the two of them could choose one. However, after Luyin had returned from progenitor Chen's tomb, the Elysian Master of Everlasting Island had strongly recommended him, and even Elder Chan had approved of him. That was why Ascension Mavis and Xianxia had not been chosen. Even though Ascension Mavis didn't care about the past master, she was still unwilling to be eliminated by Luyin. Furthermore, the words that Luyin had said before the tournament had given her the motivation to be the first to rush to the pass. She wanted to see how this person, who had only been able to withstand 7 of her punches, was able to eliminate her, and what right did he have to say those words? Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he watched Ascension Mavis' fist descend, and he saw runes that filled the sky as they converged on the fist. The power of this punch far surpassed the 7th punch that had knocked him off the golden stage. It could be said that Ascension Mavis hadn't held back in this punch, and if Luyin couldn't withstand it, he would either die or be crippled. At this moment, Ascension Mavis had descended with the power of the Mavis family. Even the 6th mainland viewed the Mavis family with great importance, they were a colossus. When Ascension Mavis unleashed her punch, everyone turned their attention to it. Everyone knew that whether or not Luyin could defend this stage would depend on whether or not he could block Ascension Mavis. It wasn't just Lu Yin's friends who were nervous, everyone was. This punch seemed to represent the outcome of the sovereign battle. With a whoosh, Ascension Mavis' fist descended, flattening the void as if a ferocious beast had stepped through the air from ancient times to crush Luyin. Luyin raised his head, clenched his right fist, and looked up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ever since he had broken through to the Melder realm, his strength had inexplicably skyrocketed, and he had believed that there was no one in his generation who could surpass him in strength. However, the battle in the mountain and sea realm had shown him what the Mavis family truly were, and what they represented: the strength of the human domain. 7 punches. He could only withstand 7 punches, and the 7th punch wasn't even Ascension Mavis' true strength. Her strength was said to be infinite, and it was the pinnacle of human strength. When he had been thrown off the golden stage, Luyin hadn't been as calm as he had appeared on the surface. He had been crushed in his strongest domain, and even though he had been 2 realms lower than Ascension Mavis, a loss was a loss. After breaking through to the Hunter realm, what he had wanted to do the most was to find Ascension Mavis and compete with her once more. That day had finally arrived. This was the power of the Mavis family. She didn't restrict Lu Yin's movements, and if he didn't dare to accept her punch, it would be tantamount to admitting that he had lost to the Mavis family in terms of strength. In the air, Ascension Mavis drew closer and closer to Luyin, her eyes filled with battle intent. Lu Yin's tightly clenched right fist suddenly opened, and he raised it to grab Ascension Mavis' right fist. Boom! There was a loud collision, and the ground at the entrance shattered. A strong gale pushed the space in all directions, forming a momentary darkness that rapidly spread out. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The mountain peak split open, and everyone stared blankly at the eastern entrance of Mount Supreme. Shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in an arc, as if a gap had been opened in the sky. It also seemed as if the sky had transformed into an incomparably large screen of light. The competitors who had been climbing up the eastern peak, as well as those who had been fighting and scheming against each other, all felt the pressure, and they almost fainted from the stifling pressure. Lu Tianmu, Obscurer, Bai Ling, Maiden Adept, Cursewind, and the others all looked up at the sky. This kind of pressure was the most fundamental, but also the most inexplicable. How could a person's strength be so great? Feng Lu was shocked. This strength was almost on par with the cosmic devourers. Lu Ying didn't fight with Ascension Mavis, and instead caught her punch with one hand. He then swung his arm in an arc and threw Ascension Mavis behind the entrance. Now is not the time for us to fight. Ascension Mavis was still immersed in her shock. If Lu Ying had exchanged blows with her, she wouldn't have been too surprised even if he had managed to catch her punch. However, Lu Ying had caught her punch with his palm, and he hadn't even pushed her back, he had just caught it. This kind of strength surpassed her own punch. Even after being thrown by Lu Ying, Ascension Mavis didn't react. When she heard Lu Yin's voice, she forcefully broke free from the inertia and landed steadily on the ground. She then looked at his back with a complicated expression. At this moment, outside of Mount Supreme, Qing Mavis was no less shocked than Winged Mavis. Only the Mavis family members knew how powerful Treeheart's successor was. His boundless power wasn't just for show. In theory, no human could withstand that punch. The only ones who could truly compete with Mavis were some unique astral beasts in the astral beast domain. She hadn't expected a human to be able to catch her punch and even throw her away. It was unbelievable. Lulu was stunned and looked at Lu Ying in a daze. How could this guy be so strong? It was already unbelievable that he had surpassed her in strength, but now he had surpassed Ascension Mavis. How did he train? Was he an astral beast in disguise? It wasn't just the eastern peak, the competitors on the other 3 peaks were also shocked. When Xianxia's expression turned solemn, although he was confident in his innate gifts barrier, there were no absolutes in the universe. His barrier had been broken by the corpse devil, and its strength had been unparalleled. If Lu Yin's strength reached the same level, he might be able to break through it as well. No, he shouldn't be that strong. The Star Devourer kept one eye open and allowed the others to attack it. It did not even care as it stared at Lu Ying on the screen. Its eyes were no longer emotionless, instead, they were filled with intense interest. Humans, do you really understand power? Ziyi narrowed her eyes. She could feel that this power had reached her. She could feel its terrifying intensity. This fellow had actually become so unfathomable. This kind of power was so strong that even she did not want to bear it. No wonder he could become the Pass Lord. However, no matter how strong he was, it was just a single technique, and there would always be a way to deal with it. Little Qing blinked at the screen in the sky. When had this guy become so powerful? He was like heaven and earth compared to when he had been in the Daosaur Sect's ruins. Did the people of the 5th mainland improve so quickly? Old 16 gulped. He felt lucky that he hadn't offended this guy back in the cosmic sea, he was a monster. Wu Taibai looked at Lu Ying on the screen with interest. This was getting interesting. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. End of chapter. Wang Yi's gaze was calm. Whether it was climbing Mount Supreme or facing Yao Gu's attack, he had remained expressionless. However, at this moment, his fingers twitched, and a trace of interest appeared in the depths of his eyes. This was the only person worth defeating. Above the north, south, east, and west passes was the central pass, where Shangqing stood. She looked up at the screen as well. You're much more useful than Lei Nu and Xu Jing. Do your best to climb. The Hall of Honor must be the strongest, and I hope that you can become someone second only to me. At the eastern mountain pass, Lu Ying tossed Yuhua Mavis out and immediately faced the junior arrow saint. This was the 6th mainland's realmling who had chased after him for several days. If not for Xianxia and the others, Lu Ying would have been in danger. In the ruins of the Daosaur sect, Lu Ying had fought with the junior arrow saint and injured him, but Lu Ying himself had avoided the attack. The junior arrow saint had always remembered Lu Ying, and he was still brooding over the battle in the ruins of the Daosaur sect. Lu Yin's improvement was too fast, and he had already been on par with the junior arrow saint at that time. Now, Lu Ying was terrifyingly strong, and the clash of power just now had caused the junior arrow saint's heart to palpitate. The more he thought about it, the more apprehensive the junior arrow saint became. Anyone who could cultivate to his level was no fool. If the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor dared to let this person guard the pass, then they definitely had something to rely on. The junior arrow saint's gaze turned cold. No matter how strong or how fast Luin improved, it would not be easy to defeat him. He had never considered that he would not be able to break through the pass, and he had always been thinking about how to deal with Luin. When he saw Lu Yin's gaze sweep over, the junior arrow saint's 9-lined battle force surged into the sky and imprinted itself onto the arrow. An imprint appeared behind him, and it was the heavenly imprint powerhouse that was 10 meters tall and looked like a savage. Not only that, but the junior arrow saint's face also turned red, and his veins bulged. Scarlet blood turned into a mist that wrapped around his body, and he shouted, "Divine bestowal!" A terrifying aura swept out and gathered on the arrow. Divine bestowal was a secret technique created by the progenitor of mystery. It could burn one's own essence blood to communicate with the progenitor. Legends had it that some people could ask the progenitor to possess them, and they were incomparably powerful. The Changbai prince, whom Luin had met before, had used the secret subjugation technique, but that person's strength was far inferior to the little arrow saint's. The little arrow saint's secret subjugation technique caused everyone's hearts to tremble as an indescribably terrifying power spread out. Regardless of whether it was Luin or the many competitors on the eastern mountain, they all felt a sense of awe and fear that came from the depths of their hearts. That was the aura of secret progenitor. The little arrow saint had used his secret subjugation technique, and the aura of secret progenitor had been stirred up. This was a realmling, an existence that was second only to the Daosor's 3 skies in the 6th mainland. Maiden Xian, Sword in the Stone, and the other experts from the 6th mainland were astonished. The little arrow saint was going all out, and the subjugation secret technique was only used when one was going all out. Did he not care about the sovereign competition anymore? Outside of Mount Supreme, the 6th mainland's experts stared fixedly at the junior arrow saint. Using the secret subjugation technique to communicate with the secret progenitor was a huge price to pay. They had to defeat that Luin. Luin had just clashed with Yuanhua Mavis, and he immediately faced off against the junior arrow saint. At that moment, Luin could sense that the junior archer saint was going all out. That secret technique placed a huge burden on the body, but it had indeed increased the junior archer saint's strength by leaps and bounds. Even Luin felt a sense of danger from the arrow. It was secret progenitor's aura. The junior arrow saint's secret subjugation technique had greatly increased his strength. He had already broken through to the Enlighter realm for the sake of the sovereign tournament and was now on the same level as the 10 arbiters. Now that he had used the secret subjugation technique, his strength was at the peak of his realm. Luin, we've already fought twice. In the Cosmic Sea, in the ruins of the Daosor sect. This will be the third and final time, the junior arrow saint shouted. 9. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. His battle force twined and dyed the sky red, as well as the screens that everyone could see. Although most people could not understand what was going on, they knew that this arrow was quite powerful. Lu Yin's fingers twitched as he locked gazes with the junior arrow saint. The junior arrow saint released his fingers, and the arrow traversed the void and shot towards Luin. The junior arrow saint knew that Luin had a secret technique that allowed him to redirect attacks. After learning that Luin had become the pass master, the junior arrow saint had specifically asked around and found out that Luin had a secret technique that allowed him to teleport away. However, it was useless. That arrow was a chain arrow, and Luin could redirect the arrow and dodge it. However, there was a second arrow hidden beneath the first arrow, and there was no way for him to dodge. If Luin could not even dodge the first arrow and decided to take it head-on, then the junior arrow saint would have to face the explosive power of both arrows. The junior arrow saint seemed impulsive, but he had long since made preparations, and he was confident that this arrow would succeed. This arrow represented the junior arrow saint's strongest attack as a realmling. The junior arrow saint had guessed all of the possibilities, but there was one that he had not guessed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he struck out with 250 stacks, empty palm. Back in the Daosor sect's ruins, Luin had only used 100 stacks during his battle with the junior arrow saint. Now, the junior arrow saint had improved and even broken through to the Enlighter realm, and his strength had undergone a transformation. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had improved even more. The overlaying stacks path became increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed, and the empty palm was a culmination of the overlaying stacks path. Combined with Lu Yin's strength, which could even shake off a winged mavis, the arrow collapsed under his palm. Not only did the first arrow collapse, but the second arrow that was hidden beneath the first one also collapsed. The empty palm did not give the junior arrow saint any time to react, and it landed on his chest. The junior arrow saint did not even have time to react, and he only knew that he had fired the arrow before his body was sent flying backwards. Intense pain radiated from his body, and the incomparably oppressive strength caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood along with his organs. His body quickly flew up into the sky, but he was pushed back down by the pressure of Mount Supreme. The junior arrow saint's eyes bulged, and he did not know what had happened. He only knew that his entire body had gone numb, and his body was cracking apart uncontrollably. This was especially true for his chest, where a palm print had pierced through his skin. His instinctive sense of danger made him use his secret resurrection technique. Wah! The junior arrow saint spat out another mouthful of blood as his entire body crashed into the ground. He looked up and spat out another mouthful of blood. The sky and his surroundings blurred, and his body trembled uncontrollably as he activated his secret resurrection technique. His hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he finally coughed violently before fainting. Everyone who saw this scene from the eastern mountain was speechless. They had all felt the aura that the junior arrow saint had released, and the terror that came from the depths of their hearts caused them to feel fear. They did not even dare to look at that arrow. If the power of that arrow was converted into a numerical value, it could exceed 400,000. That was the power that the junior arrow saint had obtained by burning his essence blood and using his secret subjugation technique to communicate with the progenitor of secrets. Even the emissaries were shocked. However, such a terrifying attack had been easily dispelled by a single palm strike. It had only been a single palm strike. Everyone was silent as they stared in shock at the junior arrow saint's lifeless figure. They could not forget that kind of tragedy for the rest of their lives. Some might have guessed that the junior arrow saint would be defeated, but no one had ever imagined that he would lose so miserably. Countless people looked at Lu Yin in shock. This was the Pass Lord, one of the publicly acknowledged powerhouses of the 5 great powerhouses. He had shaken off Heaven's emergence mavis and defeated the junior arrow saint with a single palm strike. He had been guarding the pass. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Those who recognized him could pass, but those who did not would not be able to pass. This was the Pass Lord. In the west of Mount Supreme, the older generation of the 6th Mainland's experts were speechless. Madame Crimson was shocked. This brat was somewhat unfathomable. Since the start of the Sovereign Tournament, Lu Yin had attracted the attention of many. What he had done was what a Pass Lord should have done. He could release, he could defend, everything was under his control. Who could guarantee that they could defeat the junior arrow saint in his divine bestowment state? Lu Yin's palm strike did not seem to have consumed much of his strength. Perhaps he could unleash 8 or 10 palm strikes, and no one would be able to pass. Many people on the eastern mountain were frightened, and they looked at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. Lu Yin lowered his head and looked at the junior arrow saint. The overlaying stacks of 250 stacks had forced back Emperor Luo, and even the heavily injured Madame Crimson did not want to take it head-on. Madame Lan, whose power level was over 400,000, had been injured by a single palm strike. Although the junior arrow saint was powerful, he could not have withstood it. In the entire Sovereign Tournament, there were no more than 15 people who could have withstood that palm strike. This palm strike was the dividing line. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he watched the junior arrow saint's hair turn white. He had not died, which was beyond his expectations. Was this the secret ancestors' revival technique? Lu Yin had been disgusted more than once. The Sword in the Stone and the junior arrow saint had both used this technique to disgust him. Back then, Lu Yin had guessed that this technique could not be used without a price. Now, it seemed that the price was related to one's lifespan. Although the junior arrow saint had not died, he had aged considerably and did not look like a youth at all. He looked about the same age as undying Yushan. However, even if he had sacrificed his lifespan, it was already a miracle that he was still alive. Luin retracted his gaze and clasped his hands behind his back. He stood there quietly and looked down. Everyone who met his gaze panicked and did not dare to look him in the eye. After so many years, Luin had accumulated his power as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, as well as his invincible appearance. Even these elite geniuses who could participate in the sovereign tournament did not dare to look him in the eye. If Lu Yin's clash with Yuhua Mavis had shocked countless people, then defeating the junior arrow saint with a single palm strike was even more shocking. On the other 3 mountain peaks, many experts felt their scalps go numb. Bukong, Xianxia, Wu He, Zi, Qiushi, and the others all looked at Lu Yin with different expressions. Xianxia was certain that his barrier would not be able to hold on, and the possibility of this happening was very high. Shixing's eyes grew more and more excited, as he wanted to compete with this person in terms of strength. Wu Taibai's lips curled up. This level of strength was truly ruthless. Some people cared, while others did not. For example, Yao Xian had only glanced at Lu Yin. He might have been shocked at Lu Yin's strength at first, but no matter how strong he was, his attack methods were limited. Even if Lu Yin was 10 times stronger, he might not be able to withstand Yao Xian's attack. The Imperial Tutor's mission was to deal with this person. Interesting. The mission was difficult, but it was not impossible. Wang Yi's expression was calm. The more powerful, the better. Only then would there be value in defeating Lu Yin. On the eastern mountain peak, many people who were attempting to break through had stopped in their tracks, as they did not know how to proceed. The most obvious one was Nan Yanfei. He had kept a low profile and had not fought with anyone else. In fact, he could have broken through earlier than the little archer saint, but he was smart enough not to make a move. Then, he saw the little archer saint and panicked. He swallowed hard. Nan Yanfei did not consider himself to be a coward, but at this moment, he did not move. He would let others break through first. He would wait and see. End of chapter. There were many participants who had the same thoughts as Nan Yanfei, as no one wanted to end up in the same miserable state as the little arrow saint. Even if that guy didn't die, he would be crippled. Xiao Luo swept past the other participants and charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw Xiao Luo, but he did not move. Xiao Luo brushed past Lu Yin. See you later. Lu Yin smiled. I hope you can make it to the Supreme Clarity Tournament. Xiao Luo smiled and charged over as well. Ling Ke was right behind Xiao Luo. This guy had kept a low profile from start to finish, which was not in line with his personality. However, there was no helping it, as everyone who could participate in the sovereign tournament was a powerhouse. Since even the 10 arbiters were competing on the same stage, Ling Ke had no choice but to keep a low profile. Kei's mighty slash streaked past, and Ling Ke arrived in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him. Ling Ke's gaze tensed up, and he panicked. Bro, you don't plan on attacking me, right? I'll let you have the support group, okay? Support group? Lu Yin suddenly remembered, and he felt a chill run down his spine as he looked away. Ling Ke swept past and relaxed. Right, I overheard the clan head talking to Ling Gong. He asked if she had any thoughts of marrying you. Congratulations, haha. Then, Kei's mighty slash left. Lu Yin was stunned. Marrying me? Ling Gong? He recalled the scene he had seen in the ruins of the Daosource sect. That woman had looked like a knight, but she had a cute face and was stubborn and proud. She had ordered him around, but she had also helped him many times. Lu Yin pursed his lips and shook his head. Why was he thinking about this? When they saw Xiao Luo and Ling Ke pass by, the other participants' eyes lit up with hope. That guy can't block everyone. At most, he can block half of them. Let's charge in. Maybe he can, someone on a mountain peak whispered as he looked at the woman beside him. The woman was afraid. But he's so scary. Look at that archer. Not only was he injured, but he even showed his age. His attacks can't be related to time, right? I don't want to age. I'm not participating. You go. The man gulped. That can't be. He's just heavily injured, which makes him look older. The woman shook her head firmly. I'm not going. If you want to go, then go. In any case, we're just trying our luck. Do you really want to fight that kind of freak? The sovereign tournament doesn't forbid death. The man was conflicted. Should he participate? Should he participate? This was a problem. No matter what decision the man made, the woman went down the mountain. It was not just one woman. Many women from the eastern mountain had gone down the mountain. Women cared about appearances the most, and when they saw the little archer saint's aged appearance, they all assumed that it was Lu Yin's doing. Who would dare to attempt a breakthrough? Once one broke through, one's fate would be in the hands of others. Appearance was more important than one's life. Quite a number of people descended the mountain, frightened by Lu Yin's actions. The passing of Xiao Luo and the others also inspired some people. Nan Yanfei swallowed hard, and his gaze hardened. Who cares? I'll just charge forward. At worst, I'll just withdraw from the competition. I'm a realmling, and the 6th mainland is keeping an eye on me. If I don't charge forward now, then I'll definitely be seen as a coward, and that won't do. He, Nan Yanfei, could not afford to lose face like this. With that thought in mind, he gritted his teeth and rushed toward the pass. To the west of Mount Supreme, many of the 6th mainland's older powerhouses were watching this scene closely. They were most afraid that Lu Yin would target the 6th mainland, as that would be troublesome. Even the little archer saint had been crippled by a single palm strike, and no one from the 6th mainland in the entire eastern mountain could defeat this person. Whether or not the 6th mainland's competitors could pass would depend on Nan Yanfei's results. The Nong family's ancestor was the most nervous. Nan Yanfei was a Bloodhail Realm's realmling, and the Nong family was a part of the Bloodhail Realm. If Nan Yanfei succeeded, then Nong Zitian would be able to do the same, and perhaps Nan Yanfei would be able to take care of Nong Zitian during the competition. To the west of Chaos Flow Zone, in the higher realm, many of the 6th mainland's people were very nervous. The little archer saint's miserable fate made them both angry and afraid of Lu Yin. When they saw Nan Yanfei rush out, everyone clenched their fists, hoping that he would not end up like the little archer saint. At the eastern mountains pass, Lu Yin saw Nan Yanfei and raised a brow. Nan Yanfei's expression changed, and when he saw Lu Yin raise a brow, his heart clenched, and he subconsciously slowed down his steps. However, after thinking about it, he realized that there were so many people watching, and he could not retreat. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue rushing forward. Nan Yanfei's eyes met Lu Yin's, and they were filled with friendliness. He forced a smile to appear harmless. Lu Yin found this funny, as he did not plan on attacking Nan Yanfei. The outer verse had been gifted to the 6th mainland, and there were many things that he would have to reconsider. Nan Yanfei was not the little archer saint, and Lu Yin had a deep grudge with the little archer saint. As for Nan Yanfei, Lu Yin did not care. He would just lead this guy to the Prime Clarity sect. As he thought about this, Lu Yin shifted his gaze in another direction. Nan Yanfei was delighted, as Lu Yin's attitude was obvious. This guy was not going to attack. Nan Yanfei hurriedly sped up and rushed past Lu Yin. Thank you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as it was still too early to say thanks. He was thinking about the future. When they saw that Nan Yanfei had succeeded, the 6th mainland became excited. It was great that Lu Yin was not going to attack. Many people in the 5th mainland's innerverse could not understand why Lu Yin was not attacking. However, they could not criticize him, as it was entirely up to Lu Yin to act. They could not expect Lu Yin to help them sweep away the 6th mainland. People in different positions naturally had different considerations. If Lu Yin was just an ordinary wandering cultivator, then he could abhor evil and target the 6th mainland without hesitation. However, he was not. He was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, and his future goals were even grander. The Hall of Honor had allowed the 6th mainland to occupy the outerverse, not because they did not care about the outerverse, but because they had their own concerns. Lu Yin also had his own concerns. However, his concerns might be different from the Hall of Honors. His original goal had been the innerverse, but now, he felt that he should set a greater goal for his life. No matter what, the 6th mainland had invaded his territory, and he would not be a gentleman if he did not take revenge. Luyin had never admitted that he was a gentleman. Nan Yanfei's thanks came too early. Nan Yanfei had passed, and Xiao Luo and Ling Ke had all passed as well. This gave many people hope. Could it be that Luyin was not a ruthless person? Was he only so ruthless because he had a grudge against the little archer saint? As they thought about this, many people who had originally left the mountain climbed back up. They felt that they could still take a gamble and save their future in the competition. In climbing Mount Supreme, aside from the mountain's original obstacles and the strange phenomena that appeared from time to time, the biggest obstacle was actually the other competitors. More than 1 million people were climbing at the same time, and the distance between them was gradually shrinking. This was because the mountain pass was only so big. As the distance shrank, the chances of them fighting each other increased. Yu Hua, Mavis, and the others belonged to the first echelon, as they relied on their own strength. Lu Tianmu, Invisible Light, Bai Ling, Xian Nu, and the others were all the same. As long as there were no experts of the same level holding them back, they could quickly reach the mountain pass. Once the first echelon finished, it would be the remaining people's turn. Luyin had allowed Nan Yanfei to pass, which gave many people hope. Some people who had originally planned on withdrawing returned, wanting to take a gamble. However, even if they wanted to take a gamble, they would do so after the first echelon had finished. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to get caught up in the fighting. This was especially true for Lu Tianmu and Xian Nu. The two women's battle caused sword chi to fly everywhere, and the wind from their palms to wreak havoc. It had already caused many people to withdraw from the competition, and the surrounding people stayed far away from them. There was also the battle between Bai Ling and Invisible Light. Both of their attacks covered a large area, and each of their attacks could affect tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. Countless people withdrew from the competition. Most people were waiting for these people to pass and leave. At the mountain pass, Lu Yin's gaze shifted, and he looked ahead. Two figures, one black and one white, quickly flitted past and charged towards him. He smiled. The two girls had been hiding all this time, and they had finally shown themselves. Little Black and Xiaobai were very astute. When Bai Ling and Invisible Light had clashed at the start of the competition, they had hidden themselves. There were simply too many experts in the competition, and they were afraid of being targeted. Now that the battle had slowed down, they immediately charged towards Luyin and stopped in front of him. Luyin looked at them in amusement. "Why are you suddenly so obedient? Not messing around anymore?" Xiaobai panted heavily and rolled her eyes at him. "It's all because of Senior Shenwei. He said so many scary things, and it's so annoying." Little Black looked at Luyin and said, "If we get stopped at the mountain pass, you have to help us." "How can I help?" Luyin was puzzled. Xiaobai replied, "Idiot, if you can attack those below, can't you attack those above? Attack the mountain pass." Little Black laughed strangely. "You're not afraid, are you?" Luyin straightened his back. "Afraid? I'm just joking. Go ahead, I'm watching." Little Black and Xiaobai looked at each other slyly. "Let's go. Let's go." Luyin laughed as he watched the two girls leave. How could the Prime Clear target them? The 5 mountain passes only needed to stop half of the competitors. These two were not weak when they worked together, and they were enough to cause trouble for someone like Ku Lei. If they were eliminated by the Prime Clear, then it would prove that the Prime Clear was deliberately targeting Eternal Sky Island, which would lead to conflict. There was no need to worry about the Prime Clear's mountain pass. As he thought about it, he scanned the eastern mountain peak and finally fixed his gaze on Tong Zhan. When he saw Tong Zhan participate in the competition, Luyin was shocked. This person had been crippled by him, but he had still been able to recover. It was a pity that his strength had not improved at all. When Luyin looked at Tong Zhan paused and raised his head to stare at Luyin with a bone-deep killing intent. He believed that no one in the entire 6th mainland could surpass his hatred for Luyin. Even if he died, he would fight this person one more time. He had seen the little arrow saint's miserable state, and he knew that he was no match for this person. However, he was already a cripple with no hope of improving himself. The Tong family had already given up on him, so he only wanted to fight this person fair and square. Luin retracted his gaze and ignored Tong Zhan. He looked at the rune lines of all the competitors on the eastern mountain, and the one with the most numbers was Invisible Light. However, Invisible Light did not rush through the mountain pass and instead continued to stare at Bai Ling. He was restraining Bai Ling otherwise. With Bai Ling's innate battle technique, she might cause everyone on the eastern mountain to withdraw from the competition. Bai Ling did not continue to attack and instead charged towards the mountain pass. She stared at Luin with a serene gaze. Would this person stop her? Luin did not stop her and allowed her to pass. Many of the 6th Mainland's cultivators relaxed. I've been updating for 3 days straight, and I'm a little tired. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Invisible Light also rushed over, his eyes still closed. The moment he passed Luin, his voice rang out. Your domain is very strong. I'll wait for you. Lu Yin's expression did not change. His domain was indeed very strong. The trial master had given him the sourcebox array diagram to help him guard the pass, but there was no need for that at all. With just his domain, spiritual force, and battle techniques, he could hold back 10,000 enemies. Bai Ling and Invisible Light both succeeded, and Lu Tianmu and Maiden did not. Continue fighting. Lu Tianmu directly passed through the pass without saying a word, and Maiden followed closely behind him. The moment she passed Luin, she said, Congratulations, you've improved a lot. Luin nodded. Thank you. He was thanking her for her help in the past. This woman had helped him a lot. Maiden smiled and continued climbing higher. They still had one more pass to face, and it was the Prime Clear. The Prime Clear was recognized by countless as the #1 expert and the only paragon of the same generation. There was a whoosh, and a huge shadow enveloped them as Cursewind appeared. He was about to break through. Feng Lu also appeared with Cursewind, 2 experts from the Astral Beast domain Skyminder list. Luin looked up and frowned. You're so big. I can't say I didn't beat you up. When he heard Lu Yin's words, Cursewind's eyes that contained wind and fire flared up. Then, his body shrank until he was a young man who looked at Luin fearfully. Luin was speechless. Cursewind was terrified. If this had been at the start of the tournament, Cursewind would not have cared about Luin at all and would have even taken the initiative to throw Luin down. Now, however, he no longer had such thoughts. Although he had not directly faced the junior archer Saint's arrow, the sense of danger had made his hair stand on end. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to block that arrow. When the 6th Mainland had invaded the Astral Beast domain, Cursewind had also participated, and the people of the 6th Mainland naturally suppressed them. That arrow had been extremely powerful, and Cursewind was not confident in being able to deal with it. However, that terrifying arrow had been destroyed by a single palm strike. At that moment, Cursewind had decided not to fight with this person and to run if he could. This person seemed to be much stronger than him. Feng Lu had not expected Cursewind to be so straightforward, and she looked at him in surprise. Cursewind's expression was calm, as if this was a very ordinary matter. Luin felt embarrassed to attack him, as Cursewind's attitude was too proper. When Cursewind saw that Luin was no longer looking at him, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and quickly passed through the pass. Feng Lu stared at Luin for a long time before passing through as well. Suddenly, Luin appeared in front of her. Feng Lu's eyes narrowed, and she immediately transformed into a celestial ice phoenix. She froze the surroundings, and her tricolored light was ready to erupt at any moment. She thought that Luin was about to attack her. Cursewind turned around and transformed into a giant blue lion as well. He stared at Luin intently. If Luin made a move, they would definitely join forces. In the universe, countless gazes were focused on this place, and Luin was considered the most active of the 5 Pass Lords. Atop the Astral Beast domain's white skeleton, a powerful beast from the older generation roared as it glared at the screen. This brat didn't attack the 6th Mainland, but instead attacked the Astral Beast domain. Traitor, traitor! Could it be that this kid is leaning towards the 6th Mainland? At the Eastern Mountain Pass, Luin was amused when he saw that his actions had caused such a huge commotion. He looked up at the celestial ice phoenix. I wasn't planning on doing anything, but I'm tired of looking at your huge body. Phoenix 6's large and beautiful eyes blinked, and then she slowly shrank back into her human form. She stared at Luin warily, and at the same time, Cursewind also transformed into his human form and surrounded Luin. Luin tilted his head. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He barked at Cursewind, I'll give you one chance to scram. Otherwise, there's no need for you to compete. Cursewind was furious. He admitted that Luin was powerful and had the strength to kick him out of the competition, but he could not accept such humiliation. Cursewind, think of the bigger picture. Fenglu barked. Cursewind ground his teeth, his expression sinister. Luin looked up. What, you want to play? Cursewind snorted and looked at Fenglu. Be careful. He then climbed higher without looking back. Luin looked back at Fenglu. I want to know about progenitor Wushang. Fenglu was puzzled. Progenitor Wushang? That's our astral beast domain's ancestor. That's right. Your celestial ice phoenix clan is related to progenitor Wushang. Fenglu was confused. Related? Why don't I know about this? How do you know? Luin stared into her eyes. You don't know? Fenglu shook her head. Progenitor Wushang is an ancestor from long ago, and the entire astral beast domain knows about him. Many races have legends about him, but that doesn't include my celestial ice phoenix clan. We have nothing to do with progenitor Wushang. Luin retracted his gaze. With his domain, he could tell that Fenglu was not lying. The monkey had once said that the celestial ice phoenix clan was a harem that progenitor Wushang had assigned to it. This had been said during the tournament of the strongest, so it should be true. Since it had been assigned, it meant that progenitor Wushang was definitely related to the celestial ice phoenix clan. Whether it was being a ruler, a helmsman, or a slave, the celestial ice phoenix clan would definitely listen to progenitor Wushang. If Fenglu said that there was no connection, then that could only mean that she did not know. Have you heard of the monkey? Luin continued. Fenglu's expression changed, but it only lasted for a moment. Nope. Lu Yin's lips curled up. She had never heard of it? How could that be? He had rolled 6 pips and fused with the Star Devourer Protector's body, and he had obtained memories that these Astral Beast domain participants had been ordered by the Celestial Beast Empire's imperial tutor, Butian, to capture his ghost monkey whenever possible. This order had been personally issued by Butian. He stared at Fenglu's eyes and saw a trace of panic there, confirming that the memories he had obtained were correct. Fenglu definitely did not know what the monkey was used for, and neither did Cursewind, the Star Devourer, or the other experts from the Astral Beast domain. Even Crown Prince Xianxia might not know, but Butian definitely knew. Luin did not expose her, as he only wanted to confirm the memories. You can leave now, Luin said. Fenglu did not say anything and quickly flew past him, climbing higher up the mountain. Her thoughts were in a mess. Luin had actually mentioned the monkey's name. What did that mean? Wasn't the monkey obediently serving as a tamed beast on his body? Why was he asking her? Was there a problem with the monkey? Or did he know something? She recalled Butian's words from the imperial tutor, capture Lu Yin's tamed monkey as much as possible. What exactly was the monkey used for? Did Luin know about this order? That shouldn't be possible, as the imperial tutor had only given the order to a few of them, and not many people knew about it. Fenglu left with complicated thoughts in her head. Fenglu and Cursewind had just left when a cloud of smoke floated over. It was Gu Shower. He had finally shown himself. Bro, your brother is here. Gu Shower was very happy. When he had been assigned to the Eastern Mountain, he had known that he would be able to pass. The person guarding the mountain was one of his brothers, the kind who had experienced life and death situations together. Luin looked at Gu Shower. Can you give me some of this smoke? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Gu Shower's eyes widened. This is a supreme treasure of my smokescreen mountain range. Back then, I used it to exchange for the first stage of the serious sex serious art. Luin nodded, as he was just asking. It's a pity that some wretched bastard stole it and put it in his cosmic ring. It mysteriously disappeared, and Dad didn't believe him. I'm so angry, Gu Shower muttered as he passed by. Luin heard this, and his eyes twitched. He looked back at Gu Shower, his eyes full of sympathy. It turned out that the stolen serious art had been his. What an unlucky child. Suddenly, Gu Shower paused and turned back to look at Luin. Luin was stunned, and he grew nervous. Do you think that the Sirius sect tricked my smokescreen mountain range? Did the chip that recorded the first stage of the Sirius art disappear on its own? Gu Shower asked seriously. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. There's a chance. Gu Shower was indignant. That must be it. Those despicable people. He cursed as he ran off. Lu Yin sighed. Shower, 7th bro owes you a favor, and I'll repay it in the future. Lu Yin looked up at the screen and saw that some people had passed by him, and there were others on the other 3 peaks as well. At the southern peak, no one attacked the Star Devourer anymore. This beast's defenses were extremely strong, and it was able to withstand many attacks as it climbed higher. Every step it took covered a great distance, and in the end, it was the first to break through. It wasn't that the others were too slow, but rather that Lu Yin's victory over the Junior Arrow Saint had left a deep impression on them. Everyone was subconsciously afraid of the Passmaster, and they were afraid that the other Passmasters would act like Lu Yin. No one wanted to be the second Junior Arrow Saint. The Star Devourer didn't care, and its huge body rushed over as if it wanted to crush the Southern Peaks Passmaster Bukong. Bukong slowly looked up and calmly watched the beast charge over. The Star Devourer suddenly opened its second and third eyes and rushed to the front of the pass. It raised its claws and slammed down. It didn't underestimate Bukong, but as a strange life form in the universe, its arrogance and disdain for humans were deeply engraved in its bones. In its understanding, humans were inferior creatures that had been born as ants. Even if their comprehension abilities were strong, they were still limited by their natural lifespan. Humans didn't exist that could threaten the Star Devourer. The fact that it could open 3 eyes showed that it had a high opinion of Bukong, and this was only because Lu Yin had raised its recognition of the Passmaster's strength. Otherwise, even if it faced Bukong, opening 1 eye would have been enough. Countless gazes shifted from Lu Yin to Bukong. The Star Devourer's name had spread far and wide before the Sovereign Tournament. It had devoured planets and accumulated power, and this terrifying legend had made it one of the most unpredictable powerhouses in this tournament. Even if it hadn't been ranked in the top 10, that was because the people ranked in the top 10 had revealed their strength or had extremely terrifying backgrounds. Many still believed that the Star Devourer could enter the top 10. Facing the claw of the legendary Star Devourer, Bukong slowly raised his hand. The Great Reincarnation Technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the Star Devourer's claw slammed into Bukong's body. Its body suddenly shrank, and the violent and terrifying aura instantly vanished as if it had never appeared. The barbaric aura that had suppressed the entire southern peak had also disappeared. The violent winds and torrential rain suddenly turned into a blue sky and white clouds. Everyone felt this way. The most obvious change besides its body shrinking was that the 6 eyes on the Star Devourer's forehead had turned into 2. It had returned to its childhood. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Follow the Wind is working hard to write. End of chapter. The reincarnation technique was one of the secret techniques created by the 6th mainland's secret progenitor. Those who were struck by it would feel as if time had been reversed, and they would instantly return to several years, decades, or even centuries. Their strength would also return to their original state. The Great Reincarnation Technique was an even more terrifying secret technique based on the reincarnation technique. During the battle in the Cosmic Sea, no one had dared to be hit by Bukong's Great Reincarnation Technique. Once struck, it was equivalent to declaring defeat. Although the Great Reincarnation Technique was heaven-defying, its greatest disadvantage was that it was not that easy to hit someone. Once someone was on guard, it would not be easy to hit them. However, this disadvantage did not apply to the Star Devourer. It was a direct attack against Bukong, and Bukong did not care about it at all. The moment the Great Reincarnation Technique was unleashed, the Star Devourer returned to its childhood state. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. No matter how strong the Star Devourer was, even if it had unparalleled strength, it would be useless if it was beaten back to its childhood state. The Star Devourer was stunned. Its brain was not very good to begin with, and it did not understand what was happening. Idiot, Wukong said indifferently. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the Star Devourer's head. He raised a hand and said, "Disintegrate." Suddenly, a halo spread out from the distance and enveloped the entire area above Mount Supreme. In the blink of an eye, it swept past Kong and dissipated into the horizon. Wukong's eyes widened as he looked towards the north. This halo was Xianxia's spiritual force. The Celestial Beast Empire's crown prince Xianxia had attacked. Xianxia's attack did not only affect Wukong, but also Lu Yin and Ziyi. Both of them were affected by Xianxia's spiritual force. Because the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had to perform imprints, their spiritual force was not weak. Even so, Wukong was still shaken by Xianxia's spiritual force, and his movements were delayed for a second. In that second, the Star Devourer recovered and slammed its claws into the mountain, causing it to crack. Wukong's palm landed, and the Star Devourer opened its fourth eye. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions. Wukong's palm landed, but it did not touch the Star Devourer. Instead, it disintegrated the shockwave, and the Star Devourer took this opportunity to rush out and pass the pass. Wukong was furious that the Star Devourer had actually let it pass. According to the rules of the Supreme Tournament, once a participant passed, they were not allowed to continue attacking. Wukong was Xianxia, the crown prince of the Celestial Beast Emperor. If it wasn't for this person, the Star Devourer would have been finished. Thinking back to the Essence Energy attack just now, Wukong's expression turned grave. Even he was affected. He was one of the Dao Source Three Skies, the enigmatic imprinting progenitor. Although his essence, energy, and spirit were not his forte, he was definitely not weak. And yet, he was still affected. In the entire Sovereign Tournament, no one could compare to Xianxia in terms of essence, energy, and spirit. Not only did Wukong think so, but Ziyi also thought so. She had been affected just now, so she was the first person to succeed. Xianxia's spiritual energy was quite terrifying. No one could fight against him in this aspect. If they wanted to defeat him, they would have to think of other ways. Fortunately, their spiritual energy was not weak either. There was no one behind Ziyi, but there was indeed someone breaking through. It was Yu Qi. Very few people could see him, but those who could see Hidden Cry were all experts. "Consider yourself lucky," Ziyi said indifferently. Hidden Weep did not respond and continued to climb. On the eastern mountain peak, Lu Yin looked at the screen with a strange expression. On the screen, Xianxia was lazily leaning against the mountain wall. This was the person who had just used his spiritual force to help the Star Devourer succeed in its breakthrough. That spiritual energy was truly terrifying. Lu Yin wanted to try it out and see if Xianxia's spiritual energy was stronger or if Lu Yin's tribute to the Day-Night was stronger. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. On the northern peak, Xianxia was very lazy. Someone had successfully broken through here, but it was not Xia Jiuyo, Wu Taibai, or Wang Yi. It was a Void Wanderer. This Void Wanderer had a name and was rather afraid of death. Its name was Su Ling, and it was one of the Astral Beast Domain's experts participating in this tournament. It was a very cunning Void Wanderer. Second only to the Void Wanderer was the Heavenly Ho. Although the Heavenly Ho wasn't very strong and couldn't be compared to Xia Jiuyo's level, its characteristics were too strange. Very few people could injure it, and when it focused on climbing, no one could stop it. The one who had caused the greatest commotion on the northern peak was Wang Yi. He had severely injured Yao Gu with a single attack, and Yao Gu was still gasping for breath at the foot of the mountain. Everyone wanted to know if Xianxia would stop Wang Yi from breaking through. After all, Yao Gu had been heavily injured by Xianxia. There were many experts on the northern peak, and even Starsabil was there. There were also the 10 Arbiters Wine Tyrant, the Hall of Honor's second Fatsi, the Tear Lady, the 6th Mainland Xiao by Silkworm, Toll Wielder, and others. Many felt that it was a pity that the Northern Peak's past master was Lu Yin. Up until now, he had been the one who had fought the most. Actually, Lu Yin was also very tired. He was not tired from fighting, but rather from watching. More than 1 million people were trying to break through, and there were quite a few familiar faces among them. He would occasionally lend a hand, but it was quite tiring. Half a day had passed since the start of the Sovereign Tournament, and the person closest to Luyin was the 6th mainland's corpse collector. Luyin had an impression of this person, as anyone who carried around a bunch of corpses would leave a deep impression. Most importantly, this person was not as sinister and terrifying as everyone thought. Instead, he was more like a chatterbox. The corpse collector calmly walked past the pass, his lips constantly moving, but no one knew what he was saying. Luyin was too lazy to listen, and he watched with interest as the person quickly approached him. Mu Rong was one of the 4 strongest leaders, and Luyin had a deep impression of him. Mu Rong had once been considered the number 1 person below the explorer realm, but Lu Yin's appearance had shattered that legend. A shepherd's song, leisurely drifting through the green grass. This was Mu Rong. Now, Mu Rong had broken through to the explorer realm and was very close to becoming a cruiser. His strength had also undergone a transformation, and from Lu Yin's perspective, he was definitely no weaker than a typical hunter. Mu Rong still maintained his nearly invincible strength within the same realm. There were not many explorers who could fight against Mu Rong, and Luyin might even be able to gain the title of the strongest explorer. It was a pity that Luyin was no longer an explorer. I really want to fight with you again, but there's no chance. Mu Rong did not look at Luyin as he continued to climb up the peak. Luyin looked at Mu Rong's back. Fight? Indeed, there was no chance. Mu Rong could not even withstand a single palm strike from Luyin. Even in terms of domain, Mu Rong would only be crushed. Luyin remembered that Mu Rong revered Obscurus the most, and he had followed Obscurus in the 10 Arbiters' Council because of his domain. His domain had Obscurus, his spiritual force had Xianxia, and his strength had Heaven's Emergence Mavis and the Star Devourer. Life was not lonely. With a whoosh, a figure rushed over and smiled at Luyin in a friendly manner. It was Xianxia, and Luyin purposely looked at his legs. This person's footwork battle technique was very unique, and it was called the reverse step. Xianxia was flustered by Lu Yin's gaze, and he quickly ran off after passing the test. Aside from the little arrow saint, Luyin did not stop anyone else from passing the test. This made many people on the eastern peak even more excited, and they quickened their steps. There were experts among these people, and they were considered to be in the 2nd tier. However, Luyin was not as good as they had imagined. Only half of the people could pass each test. What was the sovereign tournament? Only the most outstanding youths of the younger generation had the qualifications to be called sovereigns, and how could anyone who could compete with them be mere mortals? He was only a leader with an ordinary cultivation base and battle techniques. He had relied on his unique innate gift to avoid the other experts and arrive before Luyin. In reality, he had been close to the test for a long time, even earlier than Mu Rong and the others, but he had not dared to try. Now that Luyin had not stopped anyone and allowed everyone to pass, the youth finally dared to step out. When he reached the test, the youth glanced at Luyin and raised his foot to pass. He looked at the taller peak in front of him. As long as he could pass this test, his name would remain on Mount Supreme. He looked up and saw the central test, where the publicly acknowledged strongest person of the younger generation was overseeing it. He did not expect to pass the test with his own strength, but it was impossible for such a powerhouse to be eliminated. He was confident that he could pass the test before the majority, as surpassing the majority represented his strength. The strongest person would usually not make things difficult for him, and even if he was eliminated, he would only eliminate the last participant. As he thought about this, the youth took a step forward, but his body suddenly flew out uncontrollably. Not good, Luyin had attacked. Luyin had seen this person a long time ago. He had clearly avoided the crowd and arrived near the test, but he had not attempted to pass the test. Instead, he had wanted others to test his limits. This youth was too clever and was not suitable for the sovereign tournament. The youth had not been knocked down by a powerful attack, but he had been suppressed by the strength. He could only watch helplessly as he fell off Mount Supreme. He wanted to move his body, but he could not, the force suppressing him was too strong. How could this be? Why had Luyin attacked? Did he have a grudge against him? If he did, he would not have attacked so lightly. Was he purely trying to eliminate him? This youth was the first person besides the junior arrow saint to be eliminated, but he would not be the last. On the eastern peak, many of the participants' expressions changed. Luin had attacked, and he would not allow everyone to pass. The group that had been very close to the test paused. Case passed by the crowd and rushed towards the test. He bowed in front of Luin, "Your Highness." Luin grunted, "Don't force yourself. Just treat it as training." "Yes," Case replied. He bowed again and passed Luin. Zhao Ilong, a former classmate of Astral 10, also arrived shortly after. He greeted Luin and passed. His former classmate was only an explorer now, and the myriad swords peak that Luin had looked up to was only a small power with a few powerhouses. They did not have any emissaries. And Xiaohua arrived after Zhao Ilong, but he had not arrived alone. There were quite a few people with him, and some of them were from the Great Eastern Alliance. There were also some who had been keeping an eye on Xiaohua since the beginning. They had also played some tricks and felt that following in Xiaohua would definitely allow them to pass. This was also a test. Unfortunately, Luin had attacked and Xiaohua passed. Only a few of the people who had followed Xiaohua had passed. The rest had all been eliminated, including those from the Great Eastern Alliance. Luin was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, and he would take care of them. However, he was not their nanny. If these people continued to participate, their lives would be in danger if they did not have enough strength, so it was better for them to withdraw. When they saw that even the people from the Great Eastern Alliance had been forced to withdraw from the competition, many of the participants on the Eastern Mountain were helpless. They understood that Luin was not only looking at people, but also strength. "Everyone, let's charge together. 100, 1,000, 10,000. I don't believe that he can stop all of us. Someone has to make it through," someone whispered, and many agreed. It wasn't just the Eastern Mountain, but the other 3 mountains as well. Those who had the courage to charge through alone were either very strong or had connections with the Passmaster. Whether or not they could pass depended on the Passmaster. If he wanted you to pass, you could. If he didn't want you to, you couldn't. This was unacceptable to most of the participants. They also knew that the 5 checkpoints would eliminate half of the participants. The only way was to win with numbers. If everyone charged together, they would at least be able to make it through. The participants closest to the checkpoints immediately stopped and waited for the people behind them to charge together. Mount Supreme was not static, and it didn't take long for darkness to envelop it. Everyone looked up and saw Sirius hanging in the sky. Every star was blooming with radiance, and they occasionally attacked Mount Supreme. Many of the participants cursed silently. They had already felt despair when facing Mount Supreme's tide and the Passmaster, and now, the constellations were growing stronger and stronger. As Sirius attacks grew stronger, some of the participants had no choice but to band together to resist. Luin looked up at the dark sky and thought back to Astral 10's entrance exam. The stars had been arranged one after another, and he didn't even know how the continents had been formed. He had been greatly shocked at that time, but he hadn't been able to comprehend it at all. Now, he understood that the stars in the sky weren't real stars. Instead, they were formed from star energy, and each star was formed from the star energy of a powerhouse. It wasn't difficult to achieve this, as the star energy had been forcefully condensed by some people, unlike his 9-yang cauldron transformation. The 9-yang cauldron transformation possessed an unfathomable might, even though it was a condensation of star energy. When he thought about the 9-yang cauldron transformation, Luin remembered that he hadn't been to the Daosor sect's ruins in a long time. After the sovereign competition, he would definitely go there to absorb the cauldron aura. He had many offensive techniques, including several secret techniques, sourcebox arrays, and so on. Even so, he still cared about the 9-yang cauldron transformation, as it might even be the battle technique with the most potential. He would never forget what he had seen when he had first comprehended the 9-yang cauldron transformation. It was as if he had traveled back in time, he had seen the Savage Era. The combination of the 9 cauldrons battle skill could make one invincible. No matter what, this battle skill could not be ignored. In front of him, star energy transformed into a beam of light that swept out as 2 figures rushed towards Luin. It was Lulu Mavis and Grandine Mavis. The 2 girls had competed against each other ever since they had been in the Astral Combat Academy, and they were still competing against each other. They did not see eye to eye with each other, but they had supported each other during the 6th Mainland's invasion. The two girls quickly brushed past him, not even bothering to look at him. Luine laughed. Be careful. Don't get hurt. Another figure rushed over from the front. This person was much faster than Lulu and Grandini, which surprised even Luine. At this speed, he should have broken through long ago. The newcomer was Little Stutterer, and he looked at Luine nervously. Yes, yes, yes. Luine was stunned, and a glint flashed across his eyes. How bold of him to want to fight with him. I can't stand properly, the Little Stutterer finally shouted and fell down with a thud. Luine quietly watched as the Little Stutterer collapsed in front of him. He hadn't done anything, so what was this guy trying to do? The Little Stutterer rubbed his head and looked up, blinking when he saw Luine. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Meat, meat, meat. You want to eat meat? Let's go home and eat. The Little Stutterer grew anxious. Grow, grow, grow. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was a person with a speech impediment, or simply a stutterer. Chongqing, Dijon, I. Little Stutterer pointed at himself. Luine looked at the Little Stutterer, and then suddenly remembered that he had seen this guy before, back in the Mountain and Sea Realm's Inner Steel Realm. Back then, this guy had mentioned something about meat. You are from the Longevity Corps? Luine asked. The Little Stutterer nodded, his face flushed red. Master said that if I follow you, I'll have meat to eat. I don't have any meat. Little Stutterer swallowed his saliva and didn't know what to say. You can go, Luine said. This person was from the Longevity Squadron, one of the Cosmic Sea's 4 great squadrons. He seemed to be from the same squadron as Zijun. The Cosmic Sea's 4 great squadrons were Leon's Armada, the Longevity Squadron, the Mastiff Squadron, and the Corps. These 4 squadrons basically divided the Cosmic Sea, and they were all very powerful. Any one of them had the ability to deal with the leading powers of the Universe's 8 great flow zones. Leon's Armada controlled all of the universe's pirates, and Hyzage Leon was the pirate king. He acted in an overbearing manner, and it was the strongest squadron. The Mastiff Squadron originated from the experts of the Home of the Gods. This was the information that Luine had obtained during the battle in the Mountain and Sea Realm. The Home of the Gods people were hunting down the Mastiff Squadron. The Longevity Squadron and the Corps were more mysterious, and he had never heard Big Sis and the others mention them. He was very curious about the Longevity Squadron, but it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of this Little Stutterer. Xianxia arrived, and she had climbed up with great difficulty. She had managed to avoid Mount Supreme's tide, the strange phenomenon, and the shockwaves from the clashes between powerhouses. When she arrived in front of Luine, she felt like she had turned over a new leaf. I'm so tired. Xianxia was exhausted. Oh, two-legged beast. Are you here to be Lord Fish's mount? Lord Fish taught you how to become an ancestor, and not just any ancestor. You're definitely an ancient ancestor. The fish on Xianxia's head was very lively, and it was very happy to see Luine. Luine pursed his lips. This cheap fish had also come. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I'm sorry. Xianxia hurriedly apologized, her face pale from fright. The Little Stutterer stared blankly at the fish on Xianxia's head. A fish could talk? This was too crazy. The fish looked at the Little Stutterer and gave him a look of disdain. Two-legged beast, what are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome fish before? The Little Stutterer swallowed his saliva and looked at Luine. Meat, meat. He was still thinking about meat. The Little Stutterer actually wanted Luine to help him, as his master had told him that there would be meat to eat if he followed Luine. However, the moment the word meat came out, the fish was enraged, as it was the only one present that seemed to be meat. Two-legged beast, how dare you mock Lord Fish? Mount girl, go and beat him up. It used its fin to hit Xianxia as it spoke. Xianxia felt wronged. Stop hitting me. My head hurts. You're making me stupid. You're the one who's stupid. Go beat him up. The fish grew anxious. Luine rolled his eyes and grabbed the Little Stutterer. Under the Little Stutterer's confused gaze, Luine flung him towards the mountain peak behind him. Take care of yourself. The Little Stutterer yelped and fell to the ground with a thump. He had passed, but he was not happy. Luin had not helped him, and he felt that he would be in trouble the next second. For some reason, he missed the Xianxia king. Although the Xianxia king had not helped him, he had still blocked off many disasters for him. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Two-legged beast, Lord Fish did not say anything. Who allowed you to let him go? Capture him and bring him back. Lord Fish will teach you true insight, and Lord Fish will teach you how to become an ancestor. The fish was furious, and it continued to hit its fin with increasing force. Xianxia looked depressed. Even Luin felt pain for her. Alright, let's go. There's still Xianxia up there, but since you're from the Lockbreaker Society, he shouldn't make things difficult for you, Luin said to Xianxia. Xianxia was grateful. Thank you, Brother Lu. Thank you. Two-legged beast, don't you want to become an ancestor? Lord Fish can teach you since you already have the aptitude to become an ancient ancestor. Lord Fish can give you some pointers, and although you're stupid, Lord Fish can guarantee that you'll become an ancestor. The fish's words drifted further and further away, and Xianxia quickly ran away, afraid that the fish's words would anger Luin. Mount girl, why are you running so fast? Lord Fish isn't done yet. The fish slapped its fin. Xianxia's head hurt. Stop slapping me. It hurts. What pain? Lord Fish is training your resistance to beatings. Let's go back and have Lord Fish chat with that familiar two-legged beast again. What's there to chat about? Brother Lu already let us go. Let us go? What a joke. If Lord Fish is willing, then you'll be a supreme. Yes, a supreme. I'm a supreme, Xianxia mumbled. It was so tiring to climb the peak. Above her head, the fish's eyes swayed. The power of the Grim Reaper. There's actually someone who can inherit the Grim Reaper's power in this era. Strange, too strange. Eh? Wait, what's the Grim Reaper? Why would Lord Fish talk about the Grim Reaper? Where did it come from? The Grim Reaper? That sounds familiar. Death, wait, what was that again? What did Lord Fish say? Xianxia was helpless. It was starting again. The fish would occasionally spout nonsense, and she could not even understand what it was saying. It was very mysterious, and she could not even remember what it was saying. Xianxia did not know how much longer she would have to live like this. Luin did not hear what the fish was saying, and he quietly watched as the competitors gathered below. They had stopped fighting amongst themselves and were preparing to work together to break through. There were already tens of thousands of people gathered, and they were still gathering. At this point, there were less than 300,000 competitors who had been eliminated, and there were still nearly 100,000 who had voluntarily withdrawn. Most of them were women, and the rest were still gathering. This gathering would probably take half a day or even longer. Luin was familiar with some of the remaining competitors, such as Xianxia and Xiyu. It wasn't that they didn't want to break through, but rather that they couldn't because the crowd was gathering at the front. They weren't weak, but they were just a little unlucky. However, compared to them, Coco, Zora, and the others were even more unlucky. They hadn't even broken through and had been eliminated by the shockwaves of the other competitors' battles. Luin quietly leaned against the wall. In the distance, a man finally managed to climb up with great difficulty and arrived in front of Luin. It was Xianxia, a man who seemed miserable, but Luin viewed him as his lucky star. Luin was a little embarrassed to face him, which was why he had taken action. Xianxia stared blankly at Luin's hand, and he hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? Give me back my hoe." Before he could finish his words, Luin had already tossed him to the back. "I'll send you through, and we're even now." Xianxia held in grief. Outside Mount Supreme, old Nong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. His heart had leapt to his throat, as he had thought that Luin was going to attack Xianxia. The screen could only transmit images and not sound. He had seen both Luin and Xianxia speak, but he couldn't make out what they had said. Since the two could converse, did they know each other? End of chapter. Old Man Nong was curious about the relationship between Luin and Xianxia. Madame Red's gaze was cold. "Senior Nong, your family has hidden itself quite well." Old Man Nong raised his brows. What do you mean? Madame Red sneered. That Lu Yan's friends all passed by themselves, but he actually sent your family's juniors in. Is there even a need to explain this relationship? The other experts from the Sixth Mainland all looked at Old Man Nong, but they did not question him. Old Man Nong was considered the most powerful person present, as he was a cosmic imprinter. Madame Red had dared to mock him because she herself was close to becoming a cosmic imprinter. Madame Red, look carefully. Zitian was thrown over, not sent in. That force was quite strong, Old Man Nong said. Madame Red's tone was cold. Senior, are you trying to tell us that your family's juniors have nothing to do with this Luin? Old Man Nong did not speak again. Even a fool could tell that the two knew each other, and their relationship was not shallow. Madame Red had only mocked him to vent her frustration over Hong Ying's injuries. She did not want to offend Old Man Nong either. The invasion of the monsters had caused the Sixth Mainland to suffer heavy losses. Even though the three patriarchs had acted in time and prevented too many experts from dying, there were still some who had died. For example, the D Patriarch, a cosmic imprinter, had died at the hands of the monsters. Four cosmic imprinters had also died. With fewer cosmic imprinters, the survivors were naturally more respected. Even though Madame Red did not fear Old Man Nong, she did not want to offend him openly. Many participants from the Eastern Mountain had gathered together, and the situation on the other three mountain peaks was similar. On the southern mountain, Bukong did not stop those from the Fifth Mainland from attempting to pass. When Xianxia, He, Wu Dan, and the others all successfully passed, including Mira, Quang Wang, Lu Xiaoyun, Li Zimo, and the others. Even Kulei passed. Bukong did not attack them at all, and he merely smiled as he watched them pass. Many from the Fifth Mainland did not understand, but those who understood Bukong knew that he did not have good intentions. There was no point in eliminating these people here. He wanted to defeat these people with absolute strength in front of everyone, just like during the battle on the Cosmic Sea's General Appointment platform, where he had single-handedly defeated many top experts. That scene would be remembered forever, and he wanted to create an even more glorious scene in the Supreme Tournament. Bukong was not the only one who had the same thoughts, Zi and Yao. The more confident he was in himself, the more he would let the experts he had set his eyes on go. This was only one of the reasons. No one knew whether these experts were hiding their strength or not. If they tried to stop them, even if they didn't lose, they would still be afraid no matter how confident they were in themselves. Who didn't have a hidden trump card? Rather than foolishly fighting everyone head-on, he might as well let them pass. Meanwhile, these people would all face the prime clear lineage. Ever since the 5 Pass Lords had been appointed, Xianxia had been appointed as the Central Pass Lord and the sole supreme candidate. Bukong, Zi, and the others had been suppressing their anger. They had always looked down on the Fifth Mainland, so for someone from the Fifth Mainland to be called the only supreme being on the surface, it was an insult to them. They had long wanted to drag the prime clear lineage down, but the Three Sons' ancestral chi was known to be invincible, and the Hall of Honor recognized the prime clear lineage as the strongest. They still wanted to see the strength of this person. Letting these experts pass was also to see if the Xianxia sect would stop them. Once they did, they would be able to more or less see the Xianxia sect's bottom line. No one was stupid, and Luin was no exception. He was very confident in himself, and if he went all out, not a single person would be able to pass the Eastern Mountain. However, he wouldn't do that. Going all out right now would only benefit others. Only an idiot would do that. Lu Tianmu and the others weren't bragging. The most important function of the so-called 5 Great Pass Masters was to eliminate the weaker participants, at least half of them, and not to let them fight to the death with their peers. Of course, they couldn't be beaten down, otherwise it would be too shameful. The 5 Pass Lords' strength was like the face of the Supreme Tournament. After a day, almost all of the experts that Luin and the others saw as passable had passed. The remaining people were just there to make up the numbers. At least, that was what they thought. And at least half of these people had been eliminated. At the Eastern Mountain Pass, Luin looked up. At this moment, the person closest to the prime clear lineage was Yuhua Mavis. Not only was she the number 1 in the Eastern Mountain Pass, but she was also the number 1 in the entire Sovereign Tournament. Countless people looked at Yuhua Mavis. At the central pass on Mount Supreme, the prime clear lineage opened his eyes and looked down. Yuhua Mavis was rushing over. Outside Mount Supreme, Qin Mavis was nervous. The Mavis family dominated the universe and feared no one. Even the Hall of Honor had to give them face. Xianxia, the successor of the Mavis family, had never feared the Hall of Honor's number 1 method. However, this time's number 1 method was different because he controlled the ancestral qi of the 3 sons. In the era of the 3 sons' ancestral qi, everything else was empty. No one could surpass a progenitor in the same realm, which meant that no one could surpass the 3 sons' ancestral qi. There were 3 progenitors in the same realm, and whether it was in theory or in reality, no one could surpass them. Yuhua Mavis and the prime clear lineage exchanged glances before leaping out and quickly passing by. The prime clear lineage didn't make a move. Qin Mavis heaved a sigh of relief, as did many others. The prime clear lineage didn't plan on stopping everyone, which was good. Yuhua Mavis passed by the prime clear lineage, but suddenly stopped and looked back. Everyone is curious. Who can your 3rd ancestral qi turn into? Although there aren't many progenitors in history, there are very few who can stand on the same level as progenitor Chen. Or could it be that all 3 ancestral qis are progenitor Chen? The prime clear lineage calmly closed his eyes. If you want to know, then force me to use my 3rd ancestral qi. However, the prime clear lineage's voice changed at this point. It was still calm, but his voice echoed throughout Mount Supreme. In the sovereign tournament, no one can force me to use my 3rd ancestral qi. No one can force me to use my full strength. Yuhua Mavis' gaze trembled. How arrogant. On Mount Supreme, everyone's expression changed. Some were gloomy, some were excited, and some were disdainful. The prime clear lineage's words included everyone. No one could force him to use his full strength. He was too arrogant. Try to force me to use my full strength. Actually, I'm also very bored, the prime clear lineage said calmly. The screen was being filmed by people outside Mount Supreme, so no sound could be recorded. However, the prime clear lineage's voice was too loud, and it rushed out of Mount Supreme's range. Everyone outside Mount Supreme heard it clearly. The entire Mount Supreme was in an uproar. Everyone outside Mount Supreme, including those in the universe, was astonished. This was the first Supreme tournament. It was unclear what would happen in the future, but from the ancient times until now, there had never been so many talented youngsters participating in the tournament. Facing these people, the prime clear lineage actually used a single word to describe them: boring. This was disregard. Many people in the universe were furious and cursed the prime clear lineage's arrogance. For example, the Great Eastern Alliance, the Interverse's various powers, and the Sixth Mainland all supported people who were considered to be unrivaled in their generation, yet the prime clear lineage ignored them. Of course, there were also many people who cheered. They supported the Hall of Honor and the prime clear lineage. The more arrogant the prime clear lineage was, the more confidence they felt. On Mount Supreme, Lu Tianmu and the others paused and looked at the prime clear lineage. Back in the mountain and sea realm, the prime clear lineage had revealed the power of the 3 sons' ancestral qi. They had indeed been powerless, but the prime clear lineage hadn't been as arrogant as he was now. Anyone who had interacted with the prime clear lineage knew that he wasn't an arrogant person. Everything he said was from his heart. He was truly bored. He was lonely, and it was lonely at the top. Bukong took a deep breath, and his face sank. Even as someone from the Daosor's 3 skies, he had never been so arrogant. Just wait. Ziyi's face sank. She really wished that this person had been in the cosmic sea back then. She wanted to see if he would still be so arrogant. Yao Xian looked up. Humans were still so arrogant. However, the ancestral qi of the 3 sons was indeed troublesome. Lu Yin stretched his neck. How ruthless, directly provoking everyone. It seemed that the prime clear lineage was truly bored. Was the strength that they had displayed not enough for him to notice? He thought back to progenitor Chen's unrivaled glory, and how the prime clear lineage had been able to invite 2 progenitors of the same realm to battle. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Looking at the current prime clear, Lu Yin seemed to see 3 indistinct figures standing tall. 3 progenitors were high up in the sky, waiting for him to challenge them. This era was too boring, and no one could name this era after themselves. Only by crossing this hurdle would one be able to create their own era. In the distant past, progenitor Chen had represented an era, the symbol progenitor had represented an era, progenitor Wusheng had represented an era, and so on. Progenitors were unrivaled in their generation, and they each represented an era. It had been a very long time since someone like that had appeared. Luyin took a deep breath. He wanted this era to have the surname Lu. A clamorous roar came from below, and Luyin turned around to see that the competitors had finally gathered and were charging over. It wasn't just the eastern peak, the competitors from the other 3 peaks were also frantically trying to break through. It was likely that they had been provoked by the prime clear lineage, but everyone's eyes had turned red, and they were determined to break through. Determination was one thing, but the results were another. As Luyin released his domain and enveloped the entire mountain pass, hundreds of competitors who had rushed over were sent flying back. Only a few managed to hold on, but they were forced to half-squat on the ground. Luyin continued to lean against the wall and watch them with interest. Those people were pale, and they panted heavily as they exchanged glances with Luyin. At that moment, more and more competitors rushed over from behind. Luyin's eyes narrowed, and his domain crashed down. It was as if the world had turned upside down, and most of the competitors were sent flying back like the previous batch, landing at the foot of the mountain. Of the few who had withstood the domain's first attack, a few were unable to withstand the second attack and were sent flying back. Only one person managed to advance with great difficulty, and that was Xianxia. Xianxia was surrounded by a whirlpool of water. This was a battle technique that she had obtained from the 3 realms' 6 Daos trial zones, Water God's Robe. Xianxia was an explorer who was very close to becoming a cruiser, and she had relied on the Water God's Robe to break through Luyin's domain. There were not many people with her strength, and with her strength, she should have been able to break through from the very beginning. At the checkpoint, the contestants who had barely withstood the second round of domain bombardment hurriedly rushed to the back of the checkpoint. That was because batch after batch of contestants were rushing up from the foot of the mountain. Every batch of contestants would trigger a domain bombardment. They could withstand 1 or 2 domain bombardments, but they couldn't guarantee that they could withstand 3. With a whoosh, the mountain trembled as the domains continued to bombard the contestants, sending them flying back one after another. It was a spectacular sight. She relied on her musical battle technique to break through the domain attacks and pass. She looked back at Luyin. Luyin returned her gaze. It had been a long time since they had last met. She had a complicated expression on her face. She still remembered their battle in Astral 10's Sand Ocean, and it had been then that this man had comprehended battle force. Back then, the two of them hadn't been that far apart in power, but now, they couldn't even withstand a casual domain attack. This person had reached a height that she couldn't even imagine. When the 6th mainland had invaded, the entire Soul Dream tribe had been captured, and Elder Crimson Moon had said that this person had saved them. Luyin was indebted to the Soul Dream tribe. "Thank you," Xiyu said. Luyin smiled. "Good luck." Xiyu nodded, but then her face suddenly paled. "Be careful." On the mountain peak, Tongzhan rushed out, his star energy forming a sword that condensed in his palm. He thrust it towards Luyin, and Elder Tong's seal appeared behind him as a martial seal appeared on the back of his hand. Tongzhan had been waiting all this time for this exact moment. He knew that his sneak attack wouldn't succeed under the domain, but he had still rushed out just for this one attack. At the same time, a woman rushed out from nearby. It was the same woman who had almost killed Kaze, but Luyin had stopped her. She had thought that Luyin would target her, so she had waited for this moment just like Tongzhan. However, she wasn't here to kill Luyin, she just wanted to pass the trial. The two of them had coincidentally rushed out at the same time, their strength far surpassing the other contestants. When Xiyu shouted for them to be careful, Tongzhan was already very close to Luyin. He was so close that he could instantly cross over, but even so, the distance between them had become like the distance between heaven and earth. Tongzhan could only watch as he was frozen in the void. The sword in his hand had only traveled a meter when it was also frozen in the void, unable to move. Luyin's domain had completely trapped him. At the same time, the woman was also trapped. Luyin looked at Tongzhan. I spared your life in the Daosor sex ruins, but you're still unrepentant. He then casually waved his hand, causing Tong Zhan to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying towards the foot of the mountain. Tong Zhan's organs had already been destroyed in midair, and he was definitely dead. Luyin didn't care about him at all as he looked at the woman. The woman shouted, "I'm from the Neoverse Jade Great Realm." You dash before she could finish her sentence, Luyin tossed her to the foot of the mountain. Jade Great World? Luyin hated being threatened the most. Originally, he just wanted to teach that woman a lesson and then let her go. Unfortunately, she didn't have eyes. Since she dared to threaten him, she wouldn't be able to pass. The entire sovereign tournament was now divided into two parts, Luyin, Bukong, Ji, and Yaoxian. The four pass lords separated the participants and formed a barrier. Looking from the starry sky, one group of people was heading towards the central pass, while the other group was charging towards the four passes without any regard for their own safety, vainly trying to win by sheer numbers. Unfortunately, quantity could not make up for quality. Lu Yin's domain, the infinite sourcebox array, Ziyi's vitality, and Yao Xian's spiritual force. 4. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The great force isolated half of the participants, and a large group of people crashed to the foot of the mountain. To them, the remaining people were of no value, and they could choose to let them go or not. The ones that were truly worth their attention were the group that had already charged past them and were heading towards the prime clear. Luyin raised his head and watched silently, constantly releasing his domain. He no longer paid any attention to the people below. At the highest point, Emergence Mavis was the first to charge past the prime clear. Not long after she charged past the central pass, her body disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already on a giant platform. The platform was a fault of Mount Supreme. There were 3 such faults in Mount Supreme. The Heaven's Emergence Mavis appeared on the 3rd fault, which was also the largest one. Above it was the 2nd fault, the 1st fault, and the last one was the peak. Emergence Mavis looked around her. The fault was huge, and she couldn't see the end of it. It wasn't a platform made of rocks, but rather a variety of environments, such as forests, seas, magma, gales, sand, and so on. The place where she had appeared was a pile of rocks that took up about 1/10,000th of the entire fault. The pile of rocks was like a forest of rocks, and every one of them was very sharp. They covered an area of about 10,000 meters, and outside of the pile of rocks was sand that was separated by a barrier of light that could be seen with the naked eye. This was a stage. This was what the participants would face next. As long as they passed through the 5 checkpoints, they would appear in the various stages in order. Only one person could pass through each stage, and the number of participants would be determined by the number of participants who passed through each checkpoint. This was a free-for-all. Luyin and the other 5 pass masters had to participate as well, and no one was an exception. Emergence Mavis was the first to reach the stage. The next person to pass through the prime clear checkpoint would appear in another stage, and so on and so forth. Once all the stages were occupied, the next person would start from the beginning and appear in Emergence Mavis stage. This free-for-all relied not only on strength, but also on luck. Whoever encountered prime clear and the others would be unlucky. Many people passed through Lu Yin's checkpoints and saw the stages on the screens. Some of the smarter ones immediately began to calculate. There were at most 100 top-tier experts in the entire Supreme Tournament, which meant that as long as one passed through the central checkpoint after the 100th place, the chances of encountering an absolute expert would be much lower. The best scenario was between 500 and 10,000, which meant that it was almost impossible to encounter a true absolute expert. As they thought about this, some people sped up while others slowed down. In reality, the probability of encountering an absolute expert was very low. Everyone stared at Prime Clear. His attitude would determine the number of participants. If he was like Luyin and the others, then half of the participants would remain, but if he showed no mercy, then the number of participants would sharply decrease. More and more people approached the central checkpoint. Prime Clear quietly floated in the air with 3 streams of energy coiling around his body. He looked like a deity, and everyone who saw him felt flustered. The sky was still dark, but this darkness suited some people, such as DFA and Hidden Weep. DFA was the Bloodburn realm's realmling and possessed the bloodline of the ghost raccoon, which allowed him to see through everything. Hidden Weep was similar to DFA, but Hidden Weep's power came from the burial garden, and not from her bloodline. DFA broke through from the southern mountain peak, and no one saw him. No one stopped him, and he was allowed to leave. He was also the closest to Prime Clear at this point. DFA did not hesitate and directly broke through. Prime Clear's gaze turned cold, and the 3 streams of energy coiled around his body. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The streams began to twist, and then a stream of energy whizzed past and smashed towards DFA. Those who had participated in the Mountain and Sea Realm's 5 Scions of the Stars were familiar with this. Prime Clear had used this same stream of energy to suppress many people. Only Corpse Ghost had been able to force out the true power of his 3 sons' ancestral chi. Otherwise, even Xianxia and the others might not have been able to force it out. In Prime Clear's eyes, DFA was not strong enough to use the 3 sons' ancestral chi's true power. DFA had expected Prime Clear to stop him. After all, he was from the 6th mainland. However, he did not care. The ghost raccoon bloodline could penetrate everything, including attacks. Unless he took the initiative to attack and allowed himself to be caught, it would not be easy for others to hit him. However, when the stream of energy descended, DFA suddenly felt a sense of danger. He subconsciously dodged, but it was already too late. The stream of energy slammed into his shoulder, numbing half of his body. His body fell to the foot of the mountain like a rock. DFA stabilized himself in midair with difficulty and looked at Prime Clear in shock. How could this be? Prime Clear floated in midair and looked down at DFA. He waved his hand, and the stream of energy slammed towards DFA. It was a very simple attack, but it made many people wary. Half of DFA's body was numb, and he kept dodging. At the same time, Xianxia Old Man's imprint appeared. He was an expert with the heavenly imprint. When the imprint appeared, DFA's battle prowess surged. However, he did not fight Prime Clear's stream of energy head-on. He only wanted to break through. Prime Clear had wanted to experience the strength of the 6th mainland's experts for a long time. When the 6th mainland had invaded, he had wanted to participate, but he had been stopped by the general situation. Now, he wanted to stop the 6th mainland from entering. Everyone had their own standpoints. Ziyi was from the 6th mainland's Dowsource 3 skies, and they would not intercept any of the 6th mainland's participants. Yao Xian was from the Astral Beast Domain's Celestial Beast Empire, and the Celestial Beast Empire had always been enemies with the human domain. Thus, it was understandable that they would not intercept any of the 6th mainland's participants. However, it did not matter. As the Hall of Honor's #1 disciple, his duty was to stop the 6th mainland's experts. This was not only an explanation for his own status, but also for the entire 5th mainland. The Hall of Honor needed to make their stance clear. The stream of energy whizzed towards DFA, speeding up and tearing through the void. DFA wanted to break through, but the stream of energy blocked his path. However, the flaw of this stream of energy was that it could not lock onto an enemy. Back in the Mountain and Sea Realm, even Ku Lei and the others had been able to dodge it. No one could fight against this stream of energy head-on, but dodging it was still possible. DFA wanted to use his speed to avoid it. Suddenly, everything in front of him started flowing backwards. DFA's pupils shrank as he saw the pass getting further and further away. He even saw Mount Supreme, and with a thump, his body was pushed down to the foot of the mountain by an enormous pressure. DFA did not know what was happening, but the others saw it. It was a secret technique. Prime Clear had used a secret technique. Secret technique, exile. This was one of the Hall of Honor's secret techniques. It could unconditionally banish an enemy, and only Xianxia had been able to break through it. The only exception was the Giant Emperor, who could not be banished too far away. DFA had been thrown out by the exile secret technique. Many of the 6th mainland's experts had ugly expressions. Prime Clear had used a secret technique so quickly just to deal with DFA. Prime Clear's stance was clear: he did not want the 6th mainland's experts to participate. He wanted to stop all of the 6th mainland's experts by himself. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. Thank you. End of chapter. At the Eastern Mountain Pass, Luin already knew that this would be the outcome. The Prime Clear represented the Hall of Honor, and if even he was indifferent to the Sixth Mainland, then those who were loyal to the Hall of Honor would be disappointed. After all, the Sixth Mainland had caused the Fifth Mainland too much blood debt. If the Prime Clear truly went all out to intercept the Sixth Mainland, then those from the Sixth Mainland would be in danger. At the Western Mountain Pass, Zi frowned. Was he targeting the Sixth Mainland? Fortunately, he had to use a secret technique to deal with DFA, which proved that this person's strength was not as unbeatable as the legends claimed. Trying to preserve his strength while intercepting the Sixth Mainland's experts was a joke. DFA had been banished and thrown to the foot of the mountain, but that did not mean that he had withdrawn from the competition. He could still continue. It was not as difficult as it had been in the beginning, and the guardian of the Southern Mountain Pass was the Sixth Mainland's Bukong. Hold on. DFA rubbed his head and stood up. He looked around, but the environment did not seem right. This was not the Southern Mountain Pass. He looked up at the screen, and his expression changed. This was not the Southern Mountain Pass, but rather the Eastern Mountain Pass, and the guardian was Luin. DFA had not expected to be thrown to the Eastern Mountain Pass, and the others were stunned as well. What was the Prime Clear trying to do? Luin was also puzzled, but when he thought about it, it made sense. Compared to the other three mountains, his chances of intercepting DFA were higher. DFA cursed his bad luck. He and Luin were old friends, and they had exchanged blows in the Daosor sect's ruins. It was he who had thrown Luin towards Shangrong's Wutian, which had almost caused DFA to be dismembered. They had exchanged blows once or twice after that, and DFA was even more fearful of Luin than he was of the Prime Clear. Quiet Weep reached the central pass and successfully broke through. She then appeared in the arena beside Feather Mavis. The Prime Clear did not intercept her. Behind Quiet Weep was Star Devourer. This astral beast had broken through Bukong with Yao Xian's help and was now facing the Prime Clear. After being intercepted by Bukong, Star Devourer seemed to have become smarter. It shrunk its body and quickly charged over. It had seen the Prime Clear's banishment technique, and even though it looked down on humans, it was still wary of secret techniques. Star Devourer's body size, so it had to shrink. The Prime Clear did not intercept it, and it simply watched as Star Devourer charged over. The competitors from the Astral Beast domain relaxed. Xiaoshi and the Spirit Palace both made it through at the same time. The Prime Clear one didn't stop them. Behind him was Nan Yanfei. He had also arrived. Shangqing looked over. Nan Yanfei was speechless. He had already been scared witless during Lu Yin's trial, so he would definitely be intercepted in this trial. Countless people were watching, and Nan Yanfei could not retreat. If he stopped, it would mean that he was terrified. He was a realmling, so he could not admit defeat, not even if he had to die. Left with no other choice, Nan Yanfei suddenly charged towards the pass. Nan Yanfei sighed inwardly. As expected, he was stopped. At the same time as Nan Yanfei, Invisible Light also tried to break through. Invisible Light easily passed, but Nan Yanfei was intercepted. To the west of the Chaos Flow Zone, in the higher realm, the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were furious, and they cursed at the Prime Clear branch. However, many of them remained calm. The enmity between the Sixth and Fifth Mainlands was too deep. It was understandable that the Prime Clear lineage would target them. Now, it all depended on whether or not the participants would be able to pass. Fortunately, the Prime Clear one wasn't as godly as the rumors had first stated, and he wasn't as intimidating as Luin. After all, the scene of Luin defeating the Junior Arrow Saint had left a deep impression on everyone. A stream of air smashed towards Nan Yanfei, who continuously dodged as he tried to break through. Although the stream could not lock onto him, it was very fast and could travel through the void, always blocking his path. Hey, it's unrealistic for you to try and stop all of us from the Sixth Mainland by yourself, Nan Yanfei threatened. The Prime Clear branch's gaze was cold, and he did not move. As he controlled the stream of air to attack Nan Yanfei. Behind him, Lu Tianmu and Maiden Xian arrived. Lu Tianmu easily passed, but Maiden Xian was also obstructed by a stream of air. She narrowed her eyes as two streams of air appeared. Bai Ling arrived, and a third stream of air descended from the prime clear branch. The prime clear branch was able to stop 3 experts by itself. This was the pride of the prime clear branch. However, many people felt that it was impossible to stop the prime clear branch. Even if 3 streams of air could stop the 3 experts, what if another expert from the 6th mainland arrived? What could they do? The secret banishment technique could not be used indefinitely. Jianru arrived, but he did not choose to break through. Instead, he slashed at the prime clear branch. The sword came from the book, and the sword returned to the book. Everyone looked at the prime clear branch. There were 4 realmling experts from the 6th mainland. How could he fight alone? Luyin looked up. Progenitor Chen was about to appear. On the 3rd fault, Yuhua Mavis looked up at the screen, her eyes filled with anticipation. How big of a commotion would Progenitor Chen cause when he appeared? This was not the mountain and sea realm, but the sovereign tournament that was being broadcasted to the entire universe. Progenitor Chen was about to appear before everyone. Outside the sovereign tournament, Mu'en straightened his back. Come out, the 5th mainland's once unrivaled powerhouse, the invincible Progenitor Chen. The sword chi swept past the prime clear branch, but it did not harm him in the slightest. Because it was distorted by a stream of air, 2 streams of air appeared in front of him. Only 1 stream of air appeared at the critical point of the pass. If they could break through it, they would pass. The 3 streams of air turned into 1, and Nan Yanfei and the rest subconsciously paused as they stared vigilantly. I hope you can force out the 2nd chi stream, otherwise it'll be too boring. As soon as he finished speaking, the chi stream in front of the 4 of them started to transform into a person, a nose, and eyes. In the end, it turned into a handsome yet cold man. The moment the man finished transforming, Nan Yanfei and the rest felt their hair stand on end. They felt as if they were facing a monster. Yuhua Mavis, Xia Zhouyo, and the others all had solemn expressions. Progenitor Chen had appeared at the same time. Progenitors were unrivaled powerhouses. Who dared to say that they could match a progenitor of the same generation? This was especially true for Progenitor Chen, who was known as the unrivaled powerhouse since ancient times. The moment Progenitor Chen appeared, the outcome was already decided. Black illusory flames burned, and Progenitor Chen's figure flickered as he appeared in front of Nan Yanfei and struck out with a palm. Nan Yanfei's imprint illuminated the Xianxia old man, and he attacked with all his strength. He roared as his Taotai bloodline was pushed to its limits. He felt a sense of danger. With a boom, the earth trembled as Nan Yanfei's attack split open a mountain peak. He was incomparably powerful. Anyone who could become a realmling was extraordinary. However, no matter how powerful his attack was, it was meaningless to Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen's palm landed on Nan Yanfei's chest, and blood spurted out from Nan Yanfei's back. Nan Yanfei was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the foot of the mountain. Immediately after, Progenitor Chen slammed his palm towards the sword scholar who had attacked the prime clear branch. Distance was meaningless to him. The sword scholar slashed out with his sword, which swept past Progenitor Chen. Sword chi tore through the sky and spread out horizontally, creating a crack in the sky. Progenitor Chen slammed his palm onto the sword scholar's hilt and sent the sword flying. Illusory flames burned and instantly enveloped the sword scholar. The sword scholar's pupils shrank, and the sword chi around him blossomed with brilliance. However, before he could dispel the flames, he was sent flying to the foot of the mountain. His fate was exactly the same as Nan Yanfei's. Progenitor Chen's next target was Bai Ling. Bai Ling's hair stood on end. How was this possible? She didn't even think about it and immediately retreated. However, Progenitor Chen's figure appeared, and his eyes were cold and emotionless. Bai Ling's face paled, and a feeling of being unable to resist welled up in her heart. Suddenly, Progenitor Chen disappeared. Behind him, Xianxia attacked the prime clear branch. She didn't retreat, and Progenitor Chen appeared behind her and struck out with his palm. No one could block Progenitor Chen's palm. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and she similarly raised her right palm to strike the prime clear branch, completely ignoring her rear. Xianxia's speed was very fast, but the prime clear branch's body was surrounded by qi, and her attack was completely useless. Behind her, Progenitor Chen's palm descended. Suddenly, Progenitor Chen's movements paused, and the chi around the prime clear branch's body also paused. Xianxia's attack missed, and her body rushed forward due to inertia. She actually passed the test. Bai Ling's eyes widened, and she also rushed forward, passing the test. In just an instant, the two girls both passed the test. Everyone looked at the prime clear branch, not understanding what happened in that instant. Outside the supreme mountain, Mu'en felt strange. Could it be that the 3 young ancestral chi was flawed? The prime clear branch had just displayed its might, using progenitor Chen's power to instantly eliminate 2 realmling branch experts. Yet, an unforeseen event occurred, making everyone unable to understand. At the central pass, the prime clear branch's expression sank. He swept his gaze towards Bukong, then towards Ji Yi, and finally towards Xianxia. Just who was it? Just now, someone used an extremely powerful spiritual attack on him, forcibly dragging him into an irreversible illusion. If it wasn't for progenitor Chen's power, he wouldn't have sunk into it in just an instant. Even he couldn't resist such an illusion. Just who was it? The prime clear branch's expression turned solemn, and he continuously recalled all the experts who specialized in spiritual force. Finally, he looked at Xianxia. Was it him? The Celestial Beast clan specialized in spiritual force, and they even surpassed the Day-Night clan. The prime clear branch couldn't be sure that Xianxia had no reason to help the 6th mainland, but aside from him, no one else could unleash an illusion attack that even the prime clear branch couldn't reverse. On the eastern mountain peak, Luyin relaxed, but his expression turned ugly. It had only been an instant, as expected of progenitor Chen's power. Fortunately, Xianxia had passed, which could be considered as returning the favor. The prime clear branch didn't know who had acted, but some people did, such as Tai Yixin, Qing Guangshan, and the others from the home of the gods. They had seen Lu Yin's rune lines envelop the prime clear branch for an instant, and although they didn't know what had happened, they felt that the prime clear branch's sudden change might be related to Lu Yin. Xianxia also knew that he was too sensitive when it came to spiritual force. The spiritual force that Lu Yin had unleashed in that instant had shocked him. A human could actually possess such powerful spiritual force, and Xiaoxian's opinion of Lu Yin completely changed. This person wasn't easy to deal with, and the state tutor's mission would be difficult. Lu Yin's physical strength, domain, and spiritual force were all terrifying. Xiaoxian felt many gazes converge on him, especially those from the prime clear branch. He raised his head and met the prime clear branch's gaze. Had this fellow misunderstood something? Even though Xianxia and Bai Ling had passed through the central checkpoint, no one dared to underestimate the prime clear branch. The prime clear branch had instantly defeated 2 realmling powerhouses, and this was only the first stream of energy. The prime clear branch had 3 streams of energy surrounding his body. 3 progenitors. Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Regardless of whether one admitted it or not, ever since the illusory ancestor Qin appeared, the prime clear lineage had been virtually invincible. Even the cultivators of the 6th continent were unable to find fault with it. If you want to pass, then I'll let you pass. The higher you climb, the harder you fall, Shang said calmly. He looked at Bukong, Ji Yi, and Xiaoxian calmly. His thoughts had changed. Bukong's face was gloomy. This fellow's thoughts were exactly the same as his. He was willing to let so many experts pass because he wanted to defeat those people on a higher stage. As for this Shangqing, he also wanted to do the same. Fine, let's see who is stronger. Although progenitor Qin was invincible, he was just a stream of air without any intelligence. Intelligence was the foundation of a human being. It was just a humanoid monster with no intelligence. He was not afraid of such a thing. If the prime clear was able to transform into the intelligent ancestor Qin, there would be no need for the others to fight. The reason why everyone held on to the hope of fighting against him was because even if he could borrow ancestor Qin's strength, he wouldn't be able to borrow ancestor Qin's wisdom. A body without intelligence was far from the power of ancestor Qin when he was in the same realm. Of course, even if that was the case, it was still extremely difficult to fight against ancestor Qin who had no intelligence. Moreover, the prime clear could conjure more than one ancestor Qin. That was the most despairing thing. Just like what Shangqing had said, if they wanted to go over, then let them go. the result would be the same. However, not all cultivators from the 6th mainland could go there. Only those who were close to the strength of a realmling would be allowed to pass, which allowed the 6th mainland's members to breathe a sigh of relief. The Prime Clear had absolute confidence in becoming the sole sovereign. Since that was the case, there was no difference in defeating those people first or later. He would just trample them one by one. As long as he defeated all of the participants from the 6th mainland, he would be able to answer to the 5th mainland. The excitement that had just risen was instantly extinguished. Many people felt that it was a pity that the Prime Clear lineage was no longer targeting the experts of the 6th mainland. There was already nothing to see on his side. The illusory ancestor once again transformed into a stream of air, eliminating a portion of the competitors. Everyone shifted their gazes back to the eastern peak because DFA was about to make a breakthrough there. DFA was tossed towards the eastern mountain peak by the Prime Clear, and everyone was curious as to whether Luin would let him pass. Based on the previous situation, DFA should have been able to continue living, but some people had dug up the old grudges between DFA and Luin, and even the old grudges from the Dowsor sect's ruins had been spread. Most people had never even heard of the Dowsor sect, and they only knew that these two had a grudge against each other, which was enough for them. The little arrow saint had a grudge against Luin, and his miserable state had caused many to shiver. Was it now DFA's turn? DFA was also apprehensive of Luin, but it wasn't that great. His ghostly raccoon bloodline could basically guarantee his safety, and he would be fine as long as he didn't make a move against this person. He just wanted to break through. Luin stood at the eastern mountain pass, sweeping through batch after batch of competitors. Hundreds of thousands of people had already been eliminated, but there were still hundreds of thousands more who wanted to pass. DFA was very close to that group of people. He passed through one cultivator after another and headed towards the entrance. He stared coldly at Luin before shifting his gaze to Xianxia. He was filled with hatred. He would definitely not be exiled again. As for the illusory ancestor Chen, fear flashed across his eyes. This was the biggest problem. Once the Xianxia illusory ancestor Chen attacked him, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to break through. The biggest possibility was that he would end up like Jianru and Nan Yanfei. Their ending wouldn't be good. As he thought about it, DFA had already passed by most of the contestants and was very close to the checkpoint. Countless people were nervous and excited, as any realmling's appearance would excite them. With a whoosh, DFA passed by many of the contestants and charged towards the entrance. He didn't even look at Luin, as he didn't plan on fighting. This person wouldn't be able to hinder him. Luin raised his brows in an arrogant manner. His eyes turned into runes as he stared at DFA. At the same time, he raised a hand and struck out with a palm. DFA saw Luin raise his hand out of the corner of his eye, and he sneered. He sped up. You want to stop me? Let's see if you can hit me first. DFA's ghostly raccoon bloodline could pierce through anything. Of course, given enough time, an expert like Luin could think of a way to break through it. He had been targeted by Xiaoshi during the battle at the Cosmic Sea, but it was impossible for her to break through his ghostly raccoon bloodline in such a short time. Suddenly, DFA tripped over something. He looked down, and his expression changed drastically. Tripped? How could this be? He could pierce through rocks, so how could he have tripped over a rock? Not too far away, Luin stared at DFA and used the true scripture of Aeon evolution to weaken his rune lines. DFA's ghostly raccoon bloodline allowed him to pierce through anything, and with such an increase in power, his rune lines had naturally increased as well. Luin, on the other hand, had directly weakened his rune lines to reduce the ghostly raccoon bloodline's boost to DFA. DFA's ability to pierce through anything was naturally weakened. By the time DFA realized this, it was already too late. He only had time to cast an imprint on old man Xianxia before Lu Yin's palm descended. It was an empty palm, and DFA was sent flying, crashing into half of the mountain peak. His entire body slammed into the foot of the mountain, leaving behind a scarlet trail of blood in the air. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. This was too fast. This was DFA, the 6th mainland's realmling. Another palm strike, just like the little arrow saint, had defeated him in a single strike. On Mount Supreme, many of the contestants felt a chill run down their spines. Ziyi stared at Luin. He had actually sent out another palm strike. Just how much power did this person possess? Up above, the contestants who were rushing towards the central pass were all stunned. Who had said that this person had become the pass master because of his background? DFA had even used a secret technique to expel the Prime Clear Branch's experts, but he had been defeated by a single palm strike. This was too terrifying. Many of the 6th Mainland's cultivators had ugly expressions. On the eastern mountain peak, Luin withdrew his hand. DFA had been too careless, and he had thought that his ghostly raccoon bloodline would be able to ignore any attacks. Did he really think that there was no way to deal with him? Rune lines were the nemesis of everything, and any form that affected the universe would be reflected by rune lines. The Aeon Evolution True Scripture was equivalent to the most fundamental attack. However, even if DFA had been prepared, it was still useless. In the entire Sovereign Tournament, there were no more than 15 people who could withstand Lu Yin's palm strike. DFA was not one of them, even if he had broken through to the Enlighter realm or was a realmling. The difference was too great. The Sovereign Tournament had already been going on for more than a day, and many experts had been eliminated. 4 of the 6th Mainland's realmlings had been eliminated. Luin had eliminated 2, and the Prime Clear Branch had eliminated 2. The realmlings were existences that could rival the 10 arbiters, and the 6th Mainland had once viewed them as invincible existences that could suppress the 5th Mainland's peers. However, 4 of them had already been eliminated before the Sovereign Tournament had even officially begun, which was a huge insult to the 6th Mainland. Aside from the realmlings, many of the 6th Mainland's participants had also died. After all, they had committed too many crimes in the 5th Mainland, and they would be targeted no matter where they went. Even so, there was still a group of peak experts who managed to break through the 5 checkpoints and appear on the 3rd layer. When all of the participants appeared on the 3rd layer, the Sovereign Tournament would officially begin. Breaking through the 5 checkpoints was only a ticket to the tournament. Another day passed, and the universe was very calm as everyone watched the Sovereign Tournament. Some people had broken through the central checkpoint, while others had been eliminated. Luin leaned against the wall and watched quietly. Their mission for the 4 checkpoints had already been completed. Those who should have broken through had already done so, and those who had not could forget about doing so. Now, they were just waiting for the Sovereign Tournament to officially begin. At the base of Mount Supreme, millions of people were bustling about as they looked up enviously. They were all losers. One after another, names disappeared from Mount Supreme. Coco was rather busy. She wanted to treat people and give them injections, but unfortunately, no one paid her any attention. She was unlucky to have been caught up in the aftermath of a battle between experts. There were many unlucky people like her. On the 3rd layer, one figure after another appeared. There were already 100 people in Heaven's Emergence Mavis's arena. There were both men and women, and all of them had depressed expressions on their faces. Only one person could pass through each arena. Needless to say, it would definitely be Heaven's Emergence Mavis. Their path to the Sovereign Tournament had come to an end. In the entire Sovereign Tournament, there were at most a few dozen people who could be considered true experts. On the 3rd layer, there were more than 10,000 arenas, and running into an expert was truly unlucky. Kay's, on the other hand, was very unlucky. The arena he was in was a short forest. There were close to 100 people fighting for a spot in this arena. He thought that he had already finished, because the little white silkworm had appeared in the same arena. Kay's had seen the little white silkworm before. Back when the Eyeless clan had invaded the Outerverse, the little white silkworm had appeared, and she had even fought against Lan Si. She was a participant who could be considered an expert, and she was second only to the realmling Xianxia in the Black Blood realm. Kay's was also confident that he could fight against Xianxia. The invasion of the 6th Mainland by the monsters had caused Xiao Bai's temperament to change. He no longer wanted to compete with Xianxia, but his power had not decreased at all. Instead, he was becoming stronger just like the others. Kay's was helpless. The Sovereign Tournament had ended. How unlucky. There was one more person in this arena, and Xiaohua. He was also helpless, and he looked at Kay's and sighed. They were not the only ones who were unlucky. The Sword Sex Long Yun, the Royal Frost Continent's Che Han, and Northline Flowzone's off fan were even more unlucky. There were less than 100 people in each arena, but the three of them had already met each other. Their greatest opponents were the 10 arbiters, so it was impossible for them to pass. There were more than 10,000 arenas, but there were not many that could attract the attention of the crowd. The serious sect was more unlucky. Yan Kuan, who was ranked third on the inner court rankings, had met Wang Yi from the technocracy. To be honest, Yan Kuan was panicking. Just like Wang Yi, he had come from the northern mountain and had personally seen Yao Gu collapse at the foot of the mountain. He could not understand what had happened, and no one had clearly seen how Wang Yi had attacked. There were more than 10,000 arenas, so how could he have met Wang Yi? The serious sect's second disciple, Mu Ziying, was not having a good time either because he had met the Star Devourer. After the giant beast had broken through the prime clear stage, it had returned to its original size. Its enormous body had occupied half of the arena, and it had squeezed the remaining 100 people to the other half. It was very tyrannical. Mu Ziying was also speechless. There had been so many experts surrounding the southern mountain, but this fellow was still unharmed. The rest of them had definitely surrounded the Star Devourer, but would it be of any use? Even if he used his toes to think, it would be useless. Mu Ziying's sovereign tournament had come to an end. When the last person fell to the foot of the mountain, no one else attempted to break through. The true sovereign tournament had begun. No one was an exception, and even the 5 pass masters had to participate in the sovereign tournament. This was an elimination round. Xianxia continued to hover in the air, looking down at the 4 people below. Luyin turned around and headed towards the central pass. At the same time, Bukong, Zi, and Yao Xian all headed towards the central pass as well. Everyone was nervous, and all eyes were on the 5. Would a huge battle break out? It was obvious that they were overthinking things, as no one was stupid enough to fight. The 4 reached the central pass at almost the same time, and they weren't too far away from Xianxia. Yao Xian looked at Luyin with interest and a strange expression. This person's tamed beast was something that the state tutor wanted, and he had thought that it wouldn't be difficult. However, Lu Yin's spiritual force had made him realize that it wasn't that simple. Although Yao Xian was confident that his spiritual force could suppress Lu Yin, it wasn't going to be easy. Bukong stared at Xianxia. He was young and proud, and even the invasion of those monsters hadn't changed him much. He believed that he could definitely become a progenitor in the future. Xianxia was the opponent that he was most interested in, as he wanted to fight against progenitor Chen. I hope that your 3 young ancestral qi is as powerful as the legends say, Bukong said as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia shifted his gaze away from Yao Xian and looked at Bukong. I hope that you guys can force out my 3rd qi flow. You're saying this again. If you lose in the end, you'll lose a great deal of face. You'll lose the face of your Hall of Honor, said Yao Xian with a smile. His appearance was devilishly handsome, and many women's hearts were moved when they saw him. He gave off a strange charm. Xianxia looked at him. Why are you helping the 6th mainland? Yao Xian's eyes narrowed. This person really did think that he was the one who had taken action. Bukong raised his brows and looked at Yao Xian strangely. Help the 6th mainland? Did that count as helping them? This so-called sole sovereign was too stingy and wouldn't amount to much. Ziyi stared at Luyin the entire time. She still remembered how Luyin had ignored the origin qi. You've improved a lot. If you're willing, I can ask the blood ancestor to take you in as a disciple. Xianxia and the others looked at Ziyi in surprise, and then at Luyin. Luyin shrugged. Then I'll have to let you down. I know my limits, and I don't have the honor of being a progenitor's disciple. You don't know what's good for you, Ziyi said coldly. Xianxia looked at Luyin. With your strength, you have a chance to reach the top 10. Work hard, as this is the Hall of Honor's method. Luyin frowned. He was quite displeased with the high and mighty tone of Xianxia. Yao Xian laughed heartily. The first solution? Look at everyone's attitude. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Xianxia was calm. I'm just speaking the truth. You will see despair. Nonsense. Your cultivation system isn't even complete. How can you be in despair? Bukong snorted coldly. He passed by the prime clear and headed towards the peak. Luin shook his head and rushed over as well. Ziyi stared at Luin the entire time, as if he was the most important person in her eyes. She followed him. Yao Xian's lips curled up as he approached Xianxia. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I didn't attack just now. Xianxia's expression changed as he stared at him. It wasn't you? Yao Xian smiled and rushed over. Xianxia looked at Yao Xian's back and was shocked. It wasn't him? Then who could it be? Even he was unable to resist falling into an illusion. Such an illusion combat skill was the specialty of the Heavenly Fae. Who else could it be? Xianxia suddenly thought of the Day-Night clan. In the Fifth Mainland, the Day-Night clan was the most proficient in spiritual force. It was just like how the Sword Sect was the most proficient in swordsmanship. The Day-Night clan's Night's End, daybreak was a technique that had been used by the Day King for an entire era. The Day-Night clan? Xianxia looked towards the fault zone. The descendant of the Day King who could use Night's End, daybreak, seemed to have arrived. Could it be her? At this moment, the most nervous people were the competitors within the fault zone. The 5 main gates had arrived, and whichever arena they entered would be unlucky. Everyone was nervous and held their breaths. Wukong's figure disappeared and reappeared above an ocean surrounded by more than 100 people. This arena was located above the ocean, and there was no land, only the ocean. In the distance, there were many arenas separated by a screen of light, but they all belonged to the same ocean. When they saw Wukong appear, nearly 100 people wailed. It was over, there was no more hope. Wukong had arrived, so he would definitely be the only victor. Not too far away, Lulu Mavis covered her head. It was over. This was the sovereign tournament, and it had been such a great opportunity. That bitch Grandini had definitely surpassed her. Lu Yin's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in a dark cave that was also surrounded by a few hundred people. When they saw Luin appear, they were all speechless. It was over, and the sovereign tournament was completely over. In the crowd, a rock rocked back and forth, and when it saw Luin appear, it fell to the ground. Master, it's not that this disciple didn't live up to expectations, but that the enemy was just too cunning. He was the little mountain god, and he had thought that he would definitely win in this arena, especially since it was suitable for him to fight. Now, everything was over, and he did not think that he could defeat Luin. He had been confident that he could provoke Luin before the sovereign tournament, but after seeing how the little arrow saint and DFA had ended up, he felt that he would be lucky if he did not get destroyed. Ziyi's arena did not have any experts, nor did it have any cultivators with special backgrounds. Huang Wang's arena was where Yao Xian had appeared. He had actually been prepared to release his Emperor Butterfly Grass to expel the star energy and then use the Azure Dragon to fight steadily. He should have been able to win, but when he saw Yao Xian appear, he silently recalled his Emperor Butterfly Grass. What was there to play? There was nothing to play with, and it would be good enough if he didn't destroy the Emperor Butterfly Grass and the Azure Dragon. The unluckiest of them all was Mo Jianshao of the 6th Mainland. This expert of the Mo clan had originally thought that he would definitely win and participate in the upcoming Supreme Tournament. However, the moment the Prime Clear appeared, his heart turned cold. His path to the Supreme Tournament had come to an end. The true Sovereign Tournament would only begin after the 5th stage. There were no referees or anyone controlling the pace of the competition. It was as if Mount Supreme was the one controlling the competition. Everyone waited quietly. It was not that they did not want to attack, but rather that they could not move. They were bound by an invisible force, and it was as if they were involuntarily thrown into various arenas. When Xianxia appeared on the 3rd stage, everyone was able to move. The true competition was about to begin. There was no doubt that the famous powerhouses were the first to be surrounded, especially those on the top 10 predicted rankings and the 5 most famous past masters. They were surrounded by nearly 100 people at the same time. Luin was the same. Nearly 100 people attacked him at the same time, using all sorts of battle techniques and attacking methods. It was as if 100 flowers were blooming. Unfortunately, numbers were meaningless against him. As he released his domain, half of the people collapsed to the ground, and the rest could only barely hold on. Their attacks were immediately suppressed. A round stone smashed towards him at lightning speed, piercing through the void. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, as he had long since noticed this stone. It was not because of its rune lines, but because it was a stone. Even an idiot would know that something was amiss if a stone was allowed to participate in the competition. This particular stone was quite famous. It was the little mountain god, a genius from the beast tamer's flow zone who had been sealed in ice for 1,000 years. The little mountain god was not affected by Lu Yin's domain, and it continued smashing towards Lu Yin like a real stone. Along the way, a cultivator was accidentally swept up by the wind, and his body was instantly pulverized. Although the stone was small, it possessed the strength of 1,000,000 mountains. It was a disciple that the beast tamer's flow zone had carefully nurtured, and it was also the successor of the mountain god. Lu Yin was curious about the 1,000,000 mountains, and he raised a hand to grab the round stone. Just as Lu Yin was about to grab the little mountain god, the round stone suddenly transformed into a humanoid form. It was still covered in stone, and it was about the size of a palm. It had a nose and eyes, and it slipped through the gaps between Lu Yin's fingers and punched towards his face. Its enormous strength caused the void to explode. "You were careless." The little mountain god had used all of his strength in this punch, which had a power level of over 300,000. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin, the 10 arbiters, or any of the other top experts, none of them would be able to easily block this attack. The little mountain god was confident that this punch would stun Lu Yin, and once that happened, he would have a chance at victory. Lu Yin calmly stared at the little mountain god that was punching towards his face. The little mountain god sensed that something was amiss, but he still punched out without hesitation. The punch was supposed to hit Lu Yin's nose, as he wanted to use the enormous strength of this punch to stun Lu Yin. After all, this was the strength of 1,000,000 mountains. However, the punch was still some distance away from Lu Yin. The little mountain god was clearly right in front of Lu Yin, and the punch was enough to land, but that distance seemed unreachable. At some point in time, 726 stars had appeared around Lu Yin's body. Speed was meaningless in his eyes, and the little mountain god's sneak attack wasn't even considered fast. With a single punch, Lu Yin was forced to retreat, always maintaining a certain distance from the little mountain god. To Lu Yin, this was a game, but to the little mountain god, this was his only chance. There was a thump as Lu Yin flicked his finger and sent the little mountain god flying. At the same time, the stars exploded. The remaining contestants who were still standing fell to the ground, all of them unable to fight. Lu Yin hadn't used too much strength, or they wouldn't have survived. The little mountain god crashed into the wall of the cave, causing it to cave in. Its body was covered in stone, and not only had it tamed 1,000,000 mountains, but it had also learned the petrification technique that had been specially prepared for this purpose. Even so, Lu Yin's attack had still almost caused it to spit out blood. Lu Yin was shocked, it hadn't fallen? The little mountain god pulled itself out of the wall and hovered in the air, staring at Lu Yin with vigilance. "What, you still want to fight?" Lu Yin was amused. The little mountain god was the direct disciple of one of the 8 great flow zones, the beast tamer's flow zone's divine Great Hall's mountain god's personal disciple. This person's status was very important, and Lu Yin didn't mind saying a few more words. The little mountain god gritted his teeth. "I still have a chance." The entire cave shook as stone after stone was peeled off and flew towards the little mountain god. These stones were from Mount Supreme, and they were made from taika, which made them extremely hard. Stone after stone covered the little mountain god's body, and it visibly grew in size, 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, and eventually 1,000 meters. It was like a stone giant that looked down at Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin raised his brows. Based on the number of rune lines, the little mountain god was no weaker than Night King Jinwu. It was no wonder why it had the confidence to compete with the 10 arbiters. Unfortunately, Lu Yin was still a step too late. With Night King Jinwu's strength, he would have definitely broken through to the Enlighter realm if he was still alive. Even if he hadn't broken through, his strength would have increased, and Lanci, Obscurus, and the others. The little mountain god had been one step behind the 10 arbiters. In the outerverse, he still couldn't compare to the 10 arbiters in terms of strength. He still wasn't aware of the disparity between them. Petrification technique, the little mountain god growled. The stones on his body trembled, and his enormous body rapidly shrank as if they were melting. The smaller they became, the more rune lines they could produce. Luyin was shocked. Was he absorbing stones? There was such a technique? Interesting. The little mountain god eventually shrank to 5 meters tall and could not shrink any further. At this moment, his rune lines had caught up to Lan Si, who had broken through to the Enlighter realm, and he was now on par with the 10 arbiters. With a whoosh, the little mountain god attacked Luyin with a palm. Luyin looked up. Not a bad battle technique, but it's a pity that your path has come to an end. He didn't seem to move, but the little mountain god's 5-meter-tall body was sent flying and crashed into the cave wall, causing it to cave in. The little mountain god's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as rocks continuously fell from his body. Finally, he reverted to a round stone that rolled to the ground. This was the emptiness palm, and Luyin had used it to defeat the little mountain god. The little mountain god's strength was not bad, and he could be considered one of the top 100, no, top 50, or even top 30, but he had been unlucky. Outside Mount Supreme, the people from the Beast Tamer's flow zone sighed, as they had still been defeated by Luyin. There was nothing they could do about it. In the Beast Tamer's flow zone, in the Divine Grade Hall, the mountain god was helpless. When the little mountain god had first met Luyin, he had still held on to some hope, but he had still been defeated in the end. He stared at the screen, hoping that Luyin would not be too harsh on the little mountain god. Within Mount Supreme's cave, the little mountain god wobbled as he tried to fly up, but it was no use. The round stone surface was already starting to crack. Luyin looked down at him. Remember, if I can suppress you now, I can suppress you forever. The little mountain god gritted his teeth, but he didn't retort. In this situation, he was still very tactful. Luyin was the victor without any suspense, and he looked up at the screen. At this moment, many of the battlefields on the screen were particularly eye-catching, and his was one of them. Other than that, the most popular battlefields were Sirius Sex Yen Kuan against Wang Yi, 7 Quartz Yu Qin against Arbiter Lu Tianmu, and Sirius Sex Mu Ziying against the Astral Beast Domain Star Devourer. Just like Luyin, when the match started and everyone was able to move, they all attacked Wang Yi. Luyin hadn't seen the beginning of the battle, and when he looked up at the screen, he only saw Yen Kuan fall while Wang Yi remained in his original position. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This Wang Yi had caught his attention, not only because of his strength, but also because of his surname. The primeval surnames were a mystery to the Fifth Mainland. Even with his current background and status, he didn't dare to investigate recklessly. After all, he himself had a primeval surname. The fact that it could cause the entire Fifth Mainland to be disgusted showed that it was no small matter. The technocracy actually had people with the primeval surname. Could it be that the primeval surnames all came from the technocracy? Then, was his background also related to the technocracy? On the other side of the arena, Sword Chi swept out and caused the competitors to fall one by one. No one was able to stand under Lu Tianmu's Sword Chi. Only Yu Qin remained standing 100 meters away from Lu Tianmu with a solemn expression. She looked like a black rose, and the bottom of her feet was covered in a thick layer of ice. Only Yu Qin was left in the arena to fight against Lu Tianmu. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. As a descendant of the Yu family from the 7 Quartz, Yu Qin's strength was disappointing. In just a few moments, blood flowed from her abdomen, and the blade in her hand broke. She had no choice but to be defeated. Many in the Neoverse were in an uproar. Was the 7 Quartz descendant really that weak? First, Ku-Lei had been sent flying by the Star Devourer's tail, and now, Yu Qin had been defeated by someone from the Innerverse. The 7 Quartz had truly declined. Luyin looked at Yu Qin, who had fallen to the ground unwillingly, and shook his head. The Yu family's true descendant was Zhou Yi'er, and the Yu family's secret technique was in her hands. That woman was the true descendant of the 7 Quartz, and she should be the most well-hidden descendant of the 7 Quartz. No, wait. Luyin suddenly thought of Undying Yushan. If he really wasn't dead, then he was the most well-hidden. Even his own family's elders did not know what he was up to. Undying Yushan had always been a thorn in Lu Yin's side. The more time passed, the more likely it was that he was still alive. He had also guessed that the spiritual force that he had absorbed from Luyin Zishan's body might have something to do with Undying Yushan. Of course, this was just a guess. Within a small bush, a little girl who looked to be about 10 years old raised her head to look at the screen. Around her, there were contestants lying on the ground. She had won. She was the only victor among the 100 contestants. She was Zhou Yi. When she saw Yu Qin's unresigned expression, she muttered to herself, "There's no need to think too much. This is fate." In another arena, Yu Weep looked up at the screen and then lowered her head again. No one knew what she was thinking. Mu Ziying had been defeated without any suspense. Even though he had the innate gift of wood transformation and had extremely high defenses that were on par with the 10 arbiters, he had still encountered the Star Devourer. Everyone had attacked him, but they had all been crushed in the end. Nearly half of them had been reduced to a puddle of blood. Mu Ziying had been lucky and had not died, but he had been half crippled. Mo Xianxia had encountered the Prime Clear, and there was no suspense. The flow of energy had not transformed into Progenitor Chen, and all the other participants had been eliminated. Lulu Mavis, Kuang Wang, Long Yun, and the others had all been defeated without any suspense. Michelle had also been defeated by the Xiaoya King. She looked up at the screen and glanced at Wen before looking at Luyin. They had once been classmates, but now, the gap between them was so great that it was almost invisible. There was one person who had been defeated that Luyin had not expected, Shuade Knight. She had actually been defeated, which was something that Luyin had not expected. There were no famous powerhouses among the 100 people in her arena, and she had even grasped Night's End, Daybreak. Even Night King Zhenwu had been caught off guard by her technique. Her illusions could even affect 300,000 to 400,000 enlighters, but she had still been defeated in the end. The person who had defeated her had a very strange name, 007. That was the name of that participant. Luyin looked at 007 and narrowed his eyes. This person was only a hunter, but he actually had the ability to defeat Night's End, Daybreak. How had he done it? Shuade Knight was not famous, but she was very famous to some people, such as the Day-Night clan. Only Night Queen Yanqing from the entire Day-Night clan had been qualified to participate, the rest had not. In the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, many Day-Night clan members were in an uproar. Shuade Knight had actually been defeated. Night King Dijiang was astonished as he looked at 007. This person had not been exhausted to death by Night's End, Daybreak. The universe was vast, and there were indeed many geniuses with innate gifts. Night's End, Daybreak had defeated an entire era. To 007, defeating Shuade Knight was not a big deal. He remained calm as he looked up at the screen, but no one knew who he was looking at. There were more than 10,000 arenas in the third fault zone, and each arena had about 100 participants. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This meant that only 1 million people had passed through the 5 checkpoints, which was not even half of the total number of participants. After the third arena, there were only 10,000 participants left. The battles on the third fault zone lasted for a full 5 days before ending. Luyin and the rest could quickly defeat the remaining 100 participants, but there were more than 10,000 arenas, and there were not even 100 with top-tier experts. The remaining participants could only compete slowly. Some arenas did not just compete on strength, but also on intelligence, background, and various schemes, threats, as well as the exchange of benefits. It took a full 5 days before the final victor was decided. In some arenas, the only victor was not necessarily the strongest. However, these people were not within the scope of most people's observation. Only a few dozen people would appear on the screens and be seen by everyone in the universe. The further the competition went, the higher the chances of being exposed. One figure after another disappeared from the third fault zone and reappeared on the second. There were 200 arenas here, which was 50 times less than the third fault zone's 10,000 arenas. The number of participants in each arena was also reduced to 50. 50 people was still an exaggerated number. Almost everyone who could reach this point was an elite. Even the luckiest person would not be able to reach this point without strength. Up until now, the Supreme Tournament had not yet begun for many people, and these people were just there to serve as a foil. When they reached the second fault zone, everyone looked around as soon as they appeared. There were only 200 arenas here, and there were not many top-tier experts who had been eliminated from the third fault zone. In other words, the chances of encountering a top-tier expert had greatly increased. When they looked around, many people were instantly saddened. Xianxia's face twitched, and beside him, Xianxia looked over with a smile that sent chills down his spine. He swallowed his saliva and sighed silently. His luck had run out, and he had actually met the past lord. In another arena, Lan Baobao wanted to cry. She had met Xianxia. Xianxia still looked like a deity. 3 streams of energy circled around his body as he floated in the air. The dozens of people around him were stunned. They had never imagined that they would meet Xianxia. Of course, there were also people who were very happy. They were not very strong, and they had mostly relied on luck to reach this point. Rather than someone else eliminating them, meeting Xianxia gave them more face. At the very least, they could tell the outside world that they had been eliminated by Xianxia. Who was Xianxia? He was the number 1 person in the Hall of Honor, a true paragon. Being eliminated by him would give them a lot of face, and it would not be embarrassing at all. Even further away, a fatty looked around anxiously. Skinny bro, where are you?" Beside him, a cultivator stared blankly. Skinny bro? Was this guy crazy? The fatty was one of the 6th Mainland's green transformation duo, Fat Bro. Across from him stood Tian Ho. Tian Ho was extremely famous, and everyone around him was staring at him. As for the green transformation duo, they were just passers-by. The same scene was happening in another arena. Skinny Bro was frantically calling out for Fat Bro, but he could not find him no matter how hard he tried. If there was anyone on the 2nd fault zone who felt the most grief, it would be Sharon. He looked at Luin in a daze. Why was this bastard here? Luin had not expected to meet Sharon either. What a coincidence. When he thought about the harmonious interactions between the two, Luin missed those days. They had been classmates, very good classmates at that. End of chapter. When he thought about his classmates, Luin missed them even more, and he couldn't help but smile. He thought that his smile was friendly, but in Karen's eyes, it was the smile of a demon, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Nothing good ever came out of running into this bastard. It's over. The Supreme Tournament is coming to an end. It's over. What's with Karen's expression? Why does he look like he's seen a ghost? Is he that scared? The older he got, the more cowardly he became. The Supreme Tournament was related to the glory of many people, as well as the interests of many powers. But to the vast majority of the universe, the Supreme Tournament only allowed them to know who the powerhouses were and who the young paragons were. It also allowed them to witness the growth of these people. However, some people were different, and they were the bookmakers who had set up the bets for the Supreme Tournament. After the battle on the 3rd layer ended, an ancient family from the Beast Tamer's flow zone was caught in a bloodbath. Before the tournament, this ancient family had acted as the bookmakers and set the odds for Little Mountain God's performance. This family was connected to the Divine Grade Hall, and they knew of Little Mountain God's strength. Thus, they had high expectations for him. When Little Mountain God was eliminated in the 3rd layer, they had to pay an exorbitant sum of money. In the end, they even lost their entire family. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of going back on their word, but the consequences would have been even more severe. They didn't even know who had participated in the bets, and they had attracted the attention of enlighters as soon as they tried to go back on their word. After that, multiple enlighters had attacked them, and the Divine Grade Hall, 1st Grade Hall, 2nd Grade Hall, and even the surrounding 1st Grade Flow Zone and Day-Night Flow Zone had all come to collect their debts. An ancient family had collapsed just like that. Even if they could survive this crisis, it would be very difficult for them to recover. And this was just one corner of the universe. The universe was too vast, and there were 72 weaves in the outerverse. Every weave had its own young geniuses participating in the Supreme Tournament, and there were naturally large powers within each weave who had set up bets. Some people won, while others lost. Once upon a time, these bookmakers had always been confident in setting the odds, but the Supreme Tournament was different from what they had experienced before. The young geniuses and absolute experts that they were confident in were nothing more than passers-by in the Supreme Tournament. If they were unlucky, they could easily be eliminated. On the other hand, those who wanted to try their luck and bet on these geniuses losing made a lot of money. It wasn't just the outer verse, but also the various large flow zones of the inner verse, the various regions of the cosmic sea, and even the neoverse. Just the battle of the third fault had caused thousands of bankers in the universe to lose everything. And this was just the beginning. The real big bets were not on the random passers-by who could be easily eliminated by the shockwaves of the battle, but rather on the famous experts. For example, the banker who had set the odds for Luin to enter the top 3 at 1 to 10. Aside from setting the odds for Luin, he had also set the odds for Bukong, Zi, Yaoxian, and so on. Almost all of the famous experts had been eliminated. No one knew who the biggest banker was. Many people were guessing, but no one had an accurate answer. When everyone arrived at the second fault, a woman walked out from the starry sky. She looked at the unassuming spacecraft in front of her. "I've finally found it." On the second layer of Mount Supreme, the competition began once again as the binding force disappeared. It was just like what they had encountered in the third layer. It was a battle royale of 50 people. Everyone had joined forces to attack the most famous experts, such as Xianxia and Luin. Luin watched as everyone attacked him. Stars revolved around his body before exploding. The Sirius technique was the core technique of the Sirius sect, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. There were experts from the sixth mainland, as well as those from the cosmic sea and the neoverse, but only a few were still standing. The rest had all collapsed. This included Sharon. Luin didn't take special care of him. He was going to be eliminated anyway, so it didn't matter if it was sooner or later. Sharon endured the pain in his chest and stared helplessly at Luin. The difference between them was too great. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Sharon had been stronger than Luin at the start. Luin had threatened Sharon to protect him in the trial zones, but now, Sharon couldn't even withstand a single attack from Luin. Not far away, 2 cultivators from the sixth mainland appeared. Blood dripped from their mouths as they stared at Luin and charged out at the same time. Behind Luin, a young woman from the neoverse also attacked. Star energy surged around Lu Yin's body, and the 3 were sent flying, unable to get up again. Lu Yin's battle royale ended very easily. Lan Baobao's battle ended as well, as most people gave up against the Prime Clear. Most of the arenas were filled with intense battles, and the most exciting battles were between the Crying Lady and Bukong. No one had expected the Crying Lady to meet Bukong here. The Crying Lady was the Hall of Honor's second disciple. She was powerful and had mastered a secret technique. She had even reached the highest stage in the mountain and sea realm, but she had lost to Xia Jiuyou. On the other hand, Bukong was from the Daosource 3 skies. Their battle attracted a lot of attention, overshadowing Xu Jing's battle with Wu Tai-bai and Suzhou's battle with Drunkard. Bukong looked at the Crying Lady strangely, his eyes filled with confusion. He had just eliminated the others, but he had been attacked by this woman. Heartless sorrow for autumn, he only heard these 4 words, and then he fell into a trap. In Bukong's limited cultivation career, this was the first time he had been hit without even realizing it. The Crying Lady wore a half-red, half-white mask, and layers of ripples spread out from her body. Her innate gift was hypnosis. Bukong hurriedly dodged and was on high alert. This woman was very difficult to deal with. In the end, the ripples enveloped Bukong, and he was immediately hit. At that moment, he heard the words "heartless sorrow" again. Bukong's body could not withstand the pressure, and he slammed into the ground. There was a loud boom as his entire body collapsed. The Crying Lady stood in midair and looked down at him from above. Countless people who saw this scene were excited. The Hall of Honor's second disciple was truly invincible. Luin looked at the screen. He did not understand the Crying Lady's heartless sorrow, but after such a long time, he had some ideas about this battle technique. It was impossible for Bukong to see through it in such a short time, so it all depended on how he would break through it. In the higher realm, the cultivators of the sixth mainland were nervous. They could not understand what was happening, and they had not seen the Crying Lady attack. Bukong had collapsed just like that. Could he have been defeated? He was one of the Daosource 3 skies, the future leader of the sixth mainland. Bukong slowly stood up and patted the dirt off his body. He looked up at the Crying Lady. He still could not understand how that attack had appeared, but it did not matter. The crying lady stood in midair as hypnotic ripples spread out from beneath her feet. They descended layer by layer and enveloped the entire arena. Bukong raised his hand, and the ripples descended at a speed visible to the naked eye until they touched him. The ripples should have enveloped Bukong, but in the next moment, they distorted and finally shattered. The crying lady had an innate hypnotic gift, while Bukong's innate gift was disintegration. He had forcefully disintegrated the crying lady's hypnosis technique. This was a difference in power, and the crying lady was still a bit weaker than him. "I'm very curious about what you look like under that mask," Bukong said calmly as he waved his hand. The crying lady was about to move when she suddenly froze. "Not good, a sourcebox array." Bukong appeared in front of the crying lady and reached out to grab her mask. The crying lady was frozen in the void, and she could not move. However, one of her hands was pointed in front of her, and Bukong appeared directly in front of her. Bukong's hand had already touched the mask, but his body was suddenly flung away and slammed into the barrier that had isolated the arena. Secret technique, exile. This was one of the Hall of Honor's inherited secret techniques, and even Bukong could not reverse it. The crying lady took the opportunity to break free from the sourcebox array and charged towards Bukong. Heartless, Autumn's sorrow. Bukong raised his hand, and he did not seem to disintegrate anything. However, the void collapsed, and the space between him and the crying lady was completely shattered. The crying lady's eyes narrowed, and she hurriedly retreated. Bukong sneered. "I guessed it. Your so-called battle technique is transmitted through sound." When I heard those words, I was already tricked. "It's a pretty good battle technique, but it's a pity that once someone guesses it, you'll be finished. All you need to do is prevent sound from transmitting." He then pointed his hand at the crying lady and closed his fingers. Star energy was pulled up like a curtain, and the crying lady's star energy was completely suppressed. Even her speed was restricted. This was the suppression that a boundless advanced lockbreaker could exert on an expert of the same level. Bukong's control of star energy had reached the level of a world realm cultivator, and even the crying lady had to endure the pain of being suppressed. He did not need to use any battle technique to attack. Bukong had used the star energy of a world realm cultivator to disrupt the star energy in the crying lady's body. Even if he could not heavily injure her, he could still make it so that she could not retaliate. Bukong took advantage of this opportunity to rapidly approach her. He raised his hand and slammed down with a single palm. The crying lady watched as Bukong's palm descended, but she did not attempt to dodge. With a bang, the two of them were sent flying, blood splattering across the air. The crying lady was not the only one affected, as Bukong was the same. His face was pale as he stared at the crying lady in shock. The Hall of Honor's inherited secret technique, punishment. It was known as the most disgusting secret technique, and it could perfectly reflect any damage that the user had suffered back onto the enemy. Bukong's palm strike had landed on the crying lady, but it had also landed on himself. Heartless Autumn's sorrow. The crying lady had been prepared for this moment, and she had taken Bukong's attack head-on. She wanted to win, and this was her only chance. She had risked her heavy injuries in order to attack Bukong while he was under the effects of punishment. No matter how strong he was, she was confident that she would be able to defeat him once she attacked. However, the crying lady had still underestimated Bukong. He was the youngest member of the Daosaur's Three Skies, but he was also the smartest. He had been able to see through the crying lady's sorrow's principles and weaknesses, so how could the crying lady defeat him so easily? The crying lady's heartless Autumn's sorrow had hit Bukong, and her plan had come to fruition. However, the result was different from what she had expected. Bukong had learned many secret techniques from the secret progenitor, including the Great Reincarnation Technique and the Resurrection Technique. The moment he had been heavily injured by punishment, he had immediately used the Resurrection Technique. By the time the crying lady's attack landed, he had already recovered. The heartless Autumn's sorrow had the power to heavily injure an enlighter with a power level of 300,000, but it was meaningless against Bukong, who was at his peak. "No one has ever used so many secret techniques against me. You're also the first person from the fifth mainland to injure me. It's over." Bukong's voice rang out in the crying lady's ears. He then raised his hand and slapped her. His palm contained the innate gift of disintegration. If she was struck, even if she did not die, she would be heavily injured. Beneath her mask, Tearful Lady's expression was calm, and her eyes were filled with determination. She raised her hand and slapped at Fukong as well. Fukong's expression changed, and his palm changed direction to attack the void instead. Tearful Lady did not use her secret technique at the last moment, and the two pulled apart. You want to fight me to the death? Fukong looked at Tearful Lady with interest. Tearful Lady's gaze turned cold. So what? Fukong couldn't help but laugh. Woman, you've forgotten that you're using a secret technique. Secret techniques can't be used indefinitely. How many times can your body withstand my attacks? If you used a secret technique to injure me this time, then the next attack will only be greater. Tearful Lady fell silent, as this was the truth. Whether it was against Fukong or Xiaojiao, her weakness was too obvious, and she did not have any effective attack methods. Although Heartless Sorrow of Autumn was a battle technique that was very difficult to break, its attack power was not very strong. As the Hall of Honor's second disciple, she had spent most of her energy on mastering her secret techniques. Because of this, she could easily surpass Xu Jing and all of the other elite geniuses in the Hall of Honor. However, once someone could withstand her secret technique, her advantage would vanish. It seems like you really think that you can use your secret technique to fight me. Your innate gift is not bad, and you have many secret techniques, as well as unbeatable battle techniques. If you're not up against me, then you'd be able to put up a fight against anyone. What a pity. Fukong sneered. You won't have the chance to fight me with your secret technique. Do you know how lockbreakers fight? Especially boundless advanced lockbreakers. Tearful Lady frowned and stared at Fukong. Fukong's words were heard by many. Boundless advanced lockbreakers? Most people did not know this, as boundless advanced lockbreakers were too rare to encounter, especially those who could control sourceboxes and arrays. Lockbreakers have a great advantage over ordinary people, and that's their control over star energy. Star energy is a cultivator's weapon. Are you sure you can wield your own weapon? Fukong teased her, and the air began to stir. The dust on the ground began to move despite the lack of wind. This was not wind, but rather star energy. Fukong was controlling the star energy in the area. Lei Nu's expression changed as the star energy within her body became chaotic. This had happened before, but this time, she didn't even have time to react. The star energy within her body exploded out, and she couldn't withstand the sudden change. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Everyone else could only see the shockwaves, which were visible to the naked eye. The star energy within the Tearful Lady's body was completely expelled from her body. Countless people were dumbfounded. How could this be? In another arena, Wu Dan was shocked. There was actually someone from the Sixth Mainland who had such abnormal control over star energy, and it was not easy to achieve such a feat. Although star energy was the same type of energy, once it was absorbed and transformed into a person's unique strength, it would be different. A boundless advanced lockbreaker could suppress another person's star energy, but it would not be easy to completely control another person's star energy. This person's sensitivity towards star energy was terrifying, as he'd been able to figure out the characteristics of the Tearful Lady's star energy in such a short amount of time. Wait, that's the Tearful Lady, so she's not weak. No, how did she do it in such a short amount of time? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. If this person was really that terrifying, was there anyone in the Supreme Tournament who could be his opponent? The Tear Lady was not weak, and even though she was not a lockbreaker, her control over her own star energy was not weak. He must have done something. It wasn't just Wu Dan, as Xiaoshi, Xian knew, and Luyin were all confused. Luyin believed that his control over star energy was very strong, and he had mastered more than one sourcebox array. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He could easily suppress an enemy's star energy, even if they were a powerhouse with a higher realm than him. However, dispersing the star energy within someone else's body was a completely different matter. It was easy to defeat someone, but it was difficult to make someone submit willingly. But Bukong had done it. How had he done it? Outside of Mount Supreme, the older experts from the 5th and 6th mainlands were all confused. There were powerful lockbreakers among them, but it was not easy for them to achieve this unless the gap between them was too great. No one understood how Bukong had done it, but he had instantly turned the tearful lady into an ordinary person. Countless people looked at him with intense reverence. In the second arena, the tearful lady was half kneeling on the ground, fresh blood dripping down her mask. She had been completely suppressed by Bukong, and she had even been turned into an ordinary person. Bukong's lips curled up, and he looked up at the screens. One by one, he saw dazed faces looking up. He did not need to guess to know that they were all looking up at him. This was the feeling. He was one of the Daosor's three skies, and not only was he the future sky of the sixth mainland, but he was also the future sky of the fifth mainland. Who could turn an enlighter, the second strongest person in the Hall of Honor, into an ordinary person? He could, and he could do it with a wave of his hand. To these people, this was the power of a god. Luyin quietly looked at Bukong. This guy was truly terrifying. Luyin had clearly seen that Bukong had broken through the tearful lady's heartless sorrow in just a few moves. Luyin, on the other hand, had spent quite some time thinking about it. Bukong's battle talent was terrifying, and his ability to instantly disperse the star energy within someone else's body was also terrifying. Luyin could not figure out how Bukong had done it, or why he had done it. However, one thing was certain, the moment Bukong had turned the tearful lady into an ordinary person, he had become one of the favorites to win the Supreme Tournament. This was the power of the Daosor's three skies. Bukong's battle with the tearful lady had been rather long, and the results of many of the battles had already been decided. For example, the sixth mainland's corpse picker had been defeated by Xianxia. This person was not weak and was second only to the Realmlings, but he had not been able to retaliate against Xianxia. Xianxia had also been defeated in the same arena as the corpse picker, and he had been instantly knocked out. He had not even been able to move. Fengshan had been defeated by Wu Dan. This senior was unwilling to accept this, but the difference between them was too great. Lu Xiaoyun, Avery, Han Chong, and the others had all been defeated. These people were not weak, and they were definitely elites in the entire universe. However, none of them had the ability to take another step forward in the Supreme Tournament. Avery was ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings, and he was known as the Young War King. He had been predicted to be ranked very high in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone's bets, but he had still been defeated here. His defeat had caused several families in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone to suffer, and the bets had collapsed. The one who had defeated him was Xiao Bai, and it had been very easy. The battle that had attracted everyone's attention was between Xu Jing and Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai was also one of the sixth mainland's Daosor's three skies. This Daosor's three skies rarely revealed his strength in front of others, and Lu Yin's deepest impression of him was the battle within the Daosor's Sect's ruined furnace. This person had forced Knight King Jinwu to use the Arrow Progenitor's battle technique, which had almost burned Lu Yin to death. Of the Daosor's three skies, this person was the only one who did not reveal his strength. Even so, he was still ranked 7th on the top 10 rankings because he was from one of the Daosor's three skies. Bukong had displayed his unparalleled strength, and everyone was curious about Wu Taibai's power level. Xu Jing was the Hall of Honor's third technique. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He had once fought on the Cosmic Sea's general appointment platform and had attacked Bukong. He was not weak, and even if he could not compare to Lei Nu, he was still one of the top contenders in the Supreme Tournament. However, his battle with Wu Taibai was stifling. No matter what battle technique or innate gift he used, he could not even touch Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai seemed to be playing a game as he dodged Xu Jing's attacks by a hair's breadth each time. Xu Jing felt as if he was just a hair's breadth away from hitting Wu Taibai. Lu Yin's face darkened as he watched such a stifling battle. This was a complete and utter suppression. Unlike Bukong's suppression of Lei Nu, Wu Taibai was relying on his vision and battle experience. He did not use any earth-shattering power and merely dodged. This was the simplest form of dodging, but it forced Xu Jing to be helpless, and even the range of his own attacks was shrinking. He had been toyed with by Wu Taibai. Anyone who could become the Hall of Honor's third technique was naturally not weak, but at this moment, his battle felt like a child meeting an adult. A straight line tore through the void and shot into the distance. Xu Jing retracted his hand, and Wu Taibai appeared beside him. Xu Jing could not see him attack, but Xu Jing's arm was naturally caught in his palm. Let me experience this so-called punishment secret technique. Wu Taibai's feet tapped lightly, and his body rapidly retreated in a straight line. He was still holding on to a severed arm. Xu Jing's arm had been torn off. Xu Jing's forehead dripped with sweat. Punishment secret technique. Wu Taibai's expression changed as an intense pain appeared in his right arm, as if his entire arm was about to be torn apart. This was a punishment secret technique that could perfectly reflect an enemy's attack. However, the pain only lasted for a short while before it ended, because Xu Jing had collapsed. He had not even been able to fully display his technique. Wu Taibai tossed his arm away and suddenly looked up at the screen. He looked at Xianxia. Only progenitor Chen could bring him true passion in battle. If Bukong's victory over Lei Nu had been shocking, then Wu Taibai's victory over Xu Jing had been strangely calm. It gave people the feeling that he should have won, even though he really should have won. Lu Ying couldn't understand Wu Taibai. He couldn't understand his movement technique or battle technique, nor could he see it clearly. In another corner, Wang Yi stared at Wu Taibai with a confused expression. Had he sensed wrongly? This person had given him a familiar feeling. Wasn't he from the Sixth Mainland? Why did he give off such a feeling? That shouldn't be the case. Outside Mount Supreme, Muin's expression did not look too good. The Hall of Honor's second and third disciples had both been defeated so miserably that it had benefited others. Especially those from the Sixth Mainland. Even though the first disciple, Xianxia, was still recognized as the only sovereign on the surface, the other two disciples' defeats were also a form of humiliation. Right, there was also Lu Ying. Muin looked at Lu Ying. This person was the Hall of Honor's fourth disciple. If two of the Hall of Honor's disciples entered the top 10, and one of them was a sovereign, then they would be able to wash away their humiliation. Muin immediately gave the order to spread the news that Lu Ying was the fourth disciple. He wanted to portray Lu Ying as someone who had been nurtured by the Hall of Honor, and not as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. That status was not worth mentioning. Even though the process was incomprehensible, the results were as everyone had expected. Xu Jing's defeat was within reason. Thank you, brothers, for your support. End of chapter. Lu Ying looked at the other screens, and suddenly, his expression changed. He saw Sujiu lying on the ground, and in front of him was Drunkard. Drunkard was drunk as usual, but Sujiu had been defeated. Lu Ying had been so focused on Wu Taibai and Xu Jing's battle that he hadn't noticed Sujiu's battle with Drunkard. Sujiu was a disciple of the Seven Courts of family, and he had even mastered the scattered star chess. He shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Among the 10 arbiters, Lu Tianmu, Wen Sansi, Lan Si, Ling Gong, Obscure Light, and Long he had all fought before, so Lu Ying knew their limits. However, he still did not know what abilities this woman had. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, this woman had disappeared and never appeared again. He had investigated Drunkard a while ago, but he hadn't been able to find anything. This woman had easily defeated Sujiu without even wrinkling her clothes. She seemed very troublesome. Many people had the same thoughts as Lu Ying. Although Sujiu wasn't a top expert, the Su family had given him a lot of resources to participate in the tournament. His strength had increased greatly, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to rank in the top 30. Even so, he had been defeated so quickly, which made others wary of Drunkard. More than half of the people in the second layer were gone, and there was a higher chance of experts meeting. Lu Ying and the rest paid attention to some people, but there were others that they didn't notice. In one arena, Wen Qian'er stared ahead in fear. A small bug was crawling on the ground, but it had instantly pierced through nearly 100 people. Blood flowed out of her abdomen, and pain spread throughout her body. This bug was the 100 lineages, and it had been the talk of the tournament. However, no one had been able to find it after the tournament began, and no one knew where it was. Hua Xiao had been defeated. As the third disciple of the Sirius sect, his power level was close to that of the 10 arbiters. His name had spread throughout the cosmic sea, and he had been given the title of King Xiao. When he had arrived at the second layer, everyone had been watching him and attacking him. He was one of the top 30 experts in the tournament. However, no one had expected that he would be defeated by a vicious sound. His eardrums were torn, and he was bleeding from his orifices. If his opponent hadn't been merciful, he would have died. Hua Xiao bitterly looked at the man sitting in front of him. This person was either from the 6th mainland or the 5th mainland, and he wasn't even from the Neoverse. Since when were there so many unknown experts hidden in the universe? Ku Lei was also defeated by Bai Ling originally. With Ku Lei's strength, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to lose, but because of Devouring Star's heavy injuries, he could only display 50% of his strength at most. Facing Bai Ling, who was originally on the same level, it was normal for him to lose. No matter how unwilling he was, a loss was a loss. Ku Wei was overjoyed. His luck was very good, and he had not encountered any experts. He had become the victor on the second layer. This wasn't what made him the happiest. What made him the happiest was watching Ku Lei lose. That kind of excitement made him want to sing loudly. Out of the 200 arenas, half of them had already decided the outcome. Usually, it was easier to determine the winner in the arenas with top experts, while it was harder to determine the winner in those arenas where the strength of the participants was about the same. Lu Yin looked around, and his gaze eventually landed on one of the arenas where he saw a familiar face, Tian Ho. He knew that Tian Ho was participating in the Supreme Tournament, but he didn't expect to meet his match. In a field at the corner of the second fault zone, dozens of people were lying on the ground, unable to continue the competition. Only a dozen or so people were trembling as they looked at Tian Ho, and then at the fatty in the distance. What the hell? Where did this fatty come from? He's too good at taking hits. Tian Ho's body was a vortex, a strange life form that nobody could attack. Thus, after the first round of attacks had been ineffective, they all turned to attack the fatty, as his size was quite intimidating. However, the fatty didn't seem to be injured at all. Instead, he reflected their attacks like a ball, instantly killing dozens of participants. Brother Skinny, Fat Bro got fatter today. I'm going to show my power. You and I will meet in the finals, the fatty roared before glaring at the surrounding participants and viciously ramming into them. No matter what kind of attack or innate gift they were all meaningless to the fatty. His only goal was to ram into them. He knocked down 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and so on. The rest of the participants were so frightened that they hurriedly fled to the back of Tian Ho. Tian Ho suddenly attacked. Phantom soul palms covered the sky, and in an instant, the remaining participants all fell to the ground. The fatty wasn't affected, and he viciously rammed into Tian Ho. With a thump, the fatty crashed to the ground, unable to even touch Tian Ho. Tian Ho looked down at the fatty from above as countless phantom soul palms descended. This palm technique was similar to the shockwave palm in that the more palm images there were, the more powerful it would be. Countless phantom soul palms landed on the fatty's body, and no one would be able to withstand it. Tian Ho and the fatty were both cruisers, and in a battle between peers, Tian Ho was practically unbeatable. However, the fatty was also unbeatable, as Tian Ho's attacks were completely useless against him. His huge body was like a ball, and he was fine as long as he was hit. The fatty turned around and shouted, "Fat Bro is invincible. Hit me, hit me. Hit me if you can." Many people who saw this scene were speechless. This guy's skin was really thick. Lu Yin looked at Tian Ho seriously. He hadn't forgotten that Tian Ho's innate gift was devouring, which could devour physical bodies, items, battle techniques, and even the 5 senses and willpower of living beings. Back then, Lu Yin's willpower had been devoured, and he had been enveloped by boundless fear. This was the most terrifying aspect of a life form like Tian Ho. Legend had it that one of the sword sect's headmasters had been devoured by Tian Ho, and this life form would become very terrifying once it developed. The moment Tian Ho faced the fatty, anyone who knew of his existence, it was over, and the fatty's 5 senses and willpower had been devoured. However, in the next moment, something that overturned their worldview occurred. The fatty roared as if he had gone mad, and a middle-aged man dressed in green robes appeared behind him. He held a wooden staff and was slovenly dressed. It was Imprint. As soon as Imprint appeared, the fatty slapped Tian Ho's body with both hands and sent him flying. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. What the hell? Lu Yin was stunned as well. Had he hit him? Tian Ho was a vortex, a strange life form. How had he hit him? This wasn't the first time Luin had seen the Xian transformation duo. Susan had been rather apprehensive of these two and had said that they weren't simple. Back then, Luin hadn't had the time to pay attention to these two and had only felt that they were stupid. However, what had just happened left him dumbfounded. The fatty had defeated Tian Ho with a single strike. He was on the second fault, and he could see the rune lines of Tian Ho's body. Tian Ho's rune lines had plummeted under the fatty's attack, and the spinning vortex had almost stopped. This was a vortex. Tian Ho was a legendary life form with extremely high damage tolerance, but he had still been defeated in a single strike. Luin looked at the fatty seriously. The moment the imprint had appeared, the fatty's rune lines had increased to a very powerful level. This was no longer a question of whether the imprint was simple or not, the fatty and the skinny one were both experts. In the distance, Wang Yi's expression changed for the first time, not because of how strong the fatty was, but because of that battle technique. How do they know that? Tian Ho had not become a legend for nothing. Even the sword sect master who had grasped the 13 swords had been devoured. The word legend was built on the fear of the human domain. There were very few in the human domain who could defeat a Tian Ho of the same generation. The more Tian Ho grew, the more damage the vortex could withstand. The fatty's ability to defeat a Tian Ho in a single strike was too shocking. The astral beast domain was the most shocked. They knew that Tian Ho wasn't the strongest in this sovereign tournament, but he definitely wasn't weak in terms of damage tolerance. No matter who he faced, he would be able to take a few hits. On the second level, the skinny one cheered, fat bro, you won. Fat bro, you've gotten fatter." The fatty seemed to have heard the skinny one's words, and he grew excited. "Fatter? Really fatter? Skinny bro, you must have lost weight." "Fat bro, I heard you. We'll be brothers forever." Skinny bro, fat bro, everyone was speechless. Were these two idiots crazy? Speechless awkwardness lingered in the crowd as they silently watched the fat and skinny figures flatter each other. The topic of conversation never strayed away from the topic of fat and skinny. In any case, every sentence they spoke contained that word. "How disgusting. You'll die from being fat." Some cursed inwardly. Tian Ho's defeat caused some of the smaller bets in outer space to crumble. These bets were placed after the areas had been allocated, and they didn't make predictions. They didn't have the ability to predict, but they still knew a little more than the average person. Many people didn't know about Tian Ho's legend, and these small bets took advantage of this to try and make money. They raised the odds of Tian Ho's loss so high that others would place bets. No one had expected Tian Ho to actually lose. On a planet, berserk star energy descended and destroyed an entire family. Only an elder within the family survived. The elder looked up at a screen in the distance and howled, "If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have opened the bets. How could this be? How could Tian Ho lose?" High in the sky, a man coldly stared down. "If you can't afford to pay, then die." He then pressed down with a single hand, and with a boom, the entire family turned into a sea of flames. As the sovereign tournament progressed, such situations would only increase. 9 out of 10 bets lost, and it wasn't just the gamblers. The bookmakers had the highest chance of winning, as they controlled the bets and knew much more than the average person. However, the sovereign tournament had long since surpassed their region and their foresight. This tournament that involved 2 continents was also a gamble for the bookmakers, and since it was a gamble, there was always the possibility of losing. At that moment, countless people in the universe cursed the fatty, and countless others cursed him. In the Neoverse, in the Glory Realm, Zen Elder quietly watched the screen and then looked at the fatty. "This battle technique isn't simple. It looks a little familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before." On Long Sky Island, the Elysian Heavenly Master was also watching the screen. The top 10 in the Sovereign Tournament had to accept the reward. Since ancient times, 10 people from the 5th mainland would attempt it every once in a while, but very few would actually succeed. Those who succeeded were considered the same type of people as the Elysian Heavenly Master. Throughout history, the top 10 in this tournament were definitely the strongest, as they included 2 continents. In the cosmic ocean, the sky was pitch black, and the dark seawater was churning. An ancient and dilapidated warship swayed with the seawater, occasionally being swept up into the sky and occasionally landing on the surface of the sea. The warship was very old, as if it couldn't withstand the erosion of the waves. However, it had existed for a very, very long time. This warship was one of the 4 great legions of the cosmic ocean, and it was the Legion. Armies had existed in the cosmic sea for a very long time. Even though Leon's armada was known as the leader of the 4 great regiments, in terms of history, it had only been established slightly earlier than the Mastiff Regiment, and it was far inferior to the armies and the longevity regiments. On the dilapidated warship, many pairs of unyielding eyes looked at the light screen. Their faces could not be seen, but through their gazes, they could see that all of them were unafraid of death, seemingly numb but with deep emotions hidden in their eyes. Everyone knew that this was a group of veterans, but no one knew where they had come from, who they served, or what they were waiting for. The human domain's darkest prison was also located in the cosmic sea, and it was called Kuan Swamp. Kuan Swamp was an endless swamp that could swallow even a hunter. This was the human domain's largest and deepest prison. There were no cells in Kuan Swamp, and there were only chains that imprisoned prisoners within the swamp. The chains were extremely tough, and even enlighters would find it difficult to break through them. 3,000 chains imprisoned 3,000 of the human domain's greatest villains. This was the darkest place in the human domain. These villains had committed crimes that were enough to warrant the death penalty, but they also did not have the ability to bear the death penalty. Xianxia was one of them. In the dark Kuan Swamp, the only ruler was the Hell Master. He was Kuan's only master, and he had protected the place for tens of thousands of years, sometimes sleeping and sometimes waking up. When he woke up, his only source of joy was watching movies, television dramas, and all sorts of strange theories and news. This was also the only source of joy for Kuan Swamp's 3,000 villains. The Hell Master's joy was their joy. At this moment, the entire Kuan Swamp was watching the screen, watching the youths compete. Loud laughter spread throughout the entire Kuan Swamp. This fatty is interesting. Ha ha ha, his battle techniques are interesting as well. He's suitable for my Kuan Swamp, ha 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 ha. Why Hell Master, please lower your voice. Some of the prisoners can't take it anymore, and they'll be killed by your laughter. A trembling voice was heard. If they die, then they die. It'll make room for newcomers. After so many years, those who deserve to die are still alive, and those who don't deserve to die are all dead. There's nothing new, the Hell Master said loudly, shaking the entire Kuan Swamp. But Lord T's father can't take it either, the voice said fearfully. The Hell Master immediately stopped laughing. Ahem, let's go take a look. Don't die. Yes, sir. A huge pig rushed into the depths of Kuan Swamp. That's right, it was a pig. It was an ordinary pig, but it wasn't ordinary at all. It could travel through millions of miles of Kuan Swamp. It was one of the vice overlords of Kuan Swamp, known as Lord Pig. Lord Pig was 1,000 meters long and a few hundred meters tall, but even so, it was only the size of a domain lord's toe. Looking at the screen, the Hell Overlord looked at one of the arenas. You're representing Kuan Zhe, so don't lose too badly. In the Outerverse, on Xenu Star, countless people were looking at Luin with reverence. They only had eyes for him. It was the same for Earth. Only the young man was looking around, looking at this and that. This space is really lively. If you have time, bring Dad here to take a look. In the distance, a burly man stared at the young man. The young man's eyes drifted over. His eyebrows twitched, and he smiled. The burly man was furious. That's the brat who insulted Prince Lu last time. Brothers, beat him up. Beat him up. The young man was speechless. Again? This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. That's it. With that, he disappeared. In the Outerverse, in Ironblood Wee's Ironblood Fort, Elder Nuha and the others were also watching the screen. The Astral Beast domain was participating, so their borders were naturally stable. Elder Nuha sighed as he watched the various arenas being filled with intense battles. How long has it been? Even I'm not Lu Yin's opponent now. He can't even enter the top 10 of the predicted rankings. This generation of youths is truly terrifying. Not too far away. Night Queen Qiuyu watched the screen with a complicated expression as she stared at Night Queen Yanqing. When Luyin had subverted the day-night flow zone, she had been trapped in Iron Blood Weave and had remained there until now. She hated Luyin, but there was nothing she could do about it. Even the entire day-night clan could not do anything to him. She could only hope that Night Queen Yanqing would be able to live up to her expectations and not embarrass the day-night clan. After 10 consecutive days, the competition on the second fault finally ended. The final match attracted the attention of countless people in the universe, not because it was exciting, but because it was too slow. Several people of similar strength had fought a battle of wits and courage, and they had even competed in terms of background strength. It was precisely because of them that the competition had dragged on for 10 days. However, they had successfully revealed the power behind them to countless people in the universe, even though it was not a very good reputation. For some people, the start of the Sovereign Tournament was when they passed the 5th stage, but for others, it was only at this moment that the Sovereign Tournament officially began. This was because what followed was not a free-for-all, but a one-on-one duel. There were only 100 participants left, and the one-on-one battles were held on the first fault. From this moment onwards, every battle would be held individually, and not at the same time. Any participant who could make it to the first location was qualified to receive this treatment. One had to know that even Avery, who was ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings, had been defeated. The 6th mainland's Little Arrow Saint, the 5th mainland's Ku Lei, and even the Hall of Honor's 2nd and 3rd ranked Xu Jing had been defeated. Regardless of whether it was strength or luck, anyone who could come to the first layer to fight deserved this honor. Although it took time, it was precisely because of this that the Sovereign Tournament could be displayed. The purpose of the Sovereign Tournament was not only to determine the top 10, but also to encourage the two mainlands and let them know what direction to work towards. This was also the hope of the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors. The 6th mainland would definitely be occupied in the future, and the 3 ancestors did not wish for the 6th mainland's will to be destroyed. The Sovereign Tournament was a way to boost morale. No matter what the reason was, after 10 days, the one-on-one Supreme Tournament had finally begun under the eyes of the public. 2 figures disappeared and reappeared on the first fault. Countless gazes gathered on them. The 2 who appeared on the first fault were immediately nervous. One had to know that at this moment, they were in the entire universe. Countless people were looking at them. Among them were their family, friends, old friends, enemies, and even people with various motives. Everyone was scrutinizing them. Any small detail would be magnified countless times. In the first few rounds, they had only been explorers and had not attracted much attention. At this moment, however, everyone in the universe was watching them. The only fortunate thing was that they were both explorers, so they had not met any experts. "Brother, I'm Asan from the Cosmic Sea's Thousand Islands. It's fate that we met during the Sovereign Tournament. May I know your name?" an explorer asked in a refined manner. Although he appeared natural and unrestrained, one could still see the nervousness in his eyes. He wanted to behave appropriately as much as possible. After all, he was facing the eyes of the entire universe. "No. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." It did not matter if he was willing or not. Of all the screens in the universe, the one in the center would definitely be a close-up of him. When he thought about it, he panicked and swallowed his saliva. Across from him, the man seemed even more nervous. I'm Qianzhou." Asan's eyes lit up. This guy was even more nervous, and this name sounded so pathetic. Asan was definitely going to win. "I'm from the Neoverse." Qianzhou swallowed hard and was rather speechless. Why was he in the first round? His reputation in the Neoverse was terrible, and there were people trying to capture him wherever he went. It was really embarrassing to be exposed so openly. "Neoverse? You're from the Neoverse?" Asan was stunned, and his heart sank. Qianzhou nodded. Asan's eyes twitched. This was troublesome. The Neoverse was where the human domain's experts gathered the most, and anyone who could come from the Neoverse to participate in the Interverse tournament had to have some skill. Asan had thought that Qianzhou was easy to bully, but this was going to be troublesome. While the two of them were scheming, the outside world was in an uproar. "Hurry up and fight. What are you waiting for? Fight." You're too slow. We need to see clearly, and we need to see a lot of space. Hurry up and finish this. It's best if we perish together and shorten the time. There was no time limit for the Supreme Tournament, and no one rushed the two of them even if they continued to delay. However, they both knew that the entire universe's attention was focused on them, and this kind of psychological pressure was very great. Brother, sorry for the offense. Asan took the initiative to attack first. Asan was not weak, and he was able to cultivate to the Explorer realm. He could be ranked in the top 60 of the top 100 rankings, but his attack missed, and his vision went blank. Where was that annoying fellow? There was a thump, and Asan was punched in the face. He was stunned, and before he could even react, dozens of punches landed on him, knocking him out. Xianxia's battle technique, the Shadowless Origin Hands. This was a technique that he specialized in stealing, no, borrowing, things. Today, he had displayed his might and used it with a reverse step to instantly kill his opponent. Many people in the universe were shocked, as they could not tell that this guy had some skill. Xianxia had not expected things to go so smoothly either. He felt that he might not be weak, and he might even be an expert. On the second fault, Xiaobai was jumping. Amazing. You're asking for a beating. You didn't embarrass me. Blackie nodded. Not bad, not bad. The only highlight of the first battle was Xianxia's footwork battle technique, which made many people's eyes light up. Even Elder Chan and the Sage Heavenly Master were shocked. It was not that he was fast, but rather that his footwork battle technique was very strange. He was clearly moving forward, but he was moving backward. In the Neoverse, many people felt a chill after watching Xianxia's battle. Fortunately, they had not pursued him too fiercely, as this guy was quite powerful. Many people gritted their teeth and sighed inwardly, as they could not get back what they had lost. On the second fault, Xiaobai was jumping and cheering for Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, she appeared on the first fault. She looked around in confusion, and then a figure appeared in front of her. On the second fault, Luin pursed his lips when he saw the figure in front of Xiaobai. Why was it him? Xiaobai's journey in the Supreme Tournament had come to an end. In the universe, in front of countless screens, many people sighed. This girl's journey had come to an end. Xiaobai and Blackie were very likable. Although they liked to cause trouble, many people liked them, and they hoped that they could leave. However, the person who had appeared in front of Xiaobai was Xiaojiuyo, and she was destined to be unable to continue. End of chapter. When she saw that it was Xiaojiuyo, Xiaobai was disgusted, and she looked at him with disdain. Ugly. She then raised her hand. I withdraw. Her words were clear and resounding, and they were very pleasant to the ears. No one was surprised, and many even relaxed, afraid that Xiaobai would be injured by Xiaojiuyo. At the second fault, Xiaohei nodded solemnly. That's right. Master is teaching, so don't try to be brave. In the Neoverse, on Everlasting Island, the Elysian Celestial Master was having a headache. This generation's descendant was unreliable. Xiaojiuyo was very calm, and he did not even care about Xiaobai's taunts. He had just arrived at the first fault and then returned to the second without making a single move. There were no more heavyweights participating in the following battles. Qing Longlong, who was ranked third on the top 100 rankings, encountered the 6th mainland's Brahma Realm Realmling. This Realmling had used his reincarnation technique to render Qing Longlong helpless. The secret technique was too powerful, and the gap between Qing Longlong and the Realmling was huge. Song Mu encountered Sirius Sex Xiaoji and was easily defeated. He could not even withstand a single Sirius palm. Yaoji was still a true disciple of Sirius sect, and even though he was much weaker than Luin and was constantly bullied, he was still more than enough to deal with someone like Song Mu. Song Mu was a cruiser, but the gap between him and Yaoji was still too great. Tubo encountered the sword in the stone and suffered a crushing defeat. Xiaohei encountered Tollwielder, but like Xiaobai, he did not make a single move. He did not fight, and before he left, he said, ugly. Battles unfolded one after another under the watchful eyes of the entire universe. Some were quick, while others were slow. Another day quickly passed. On the second day, Luin was bored. Two figures appeared on the first fault, which roused his spirits and excited countless spectators. Lancy faced Weathered Mavis. This was a battle between the 10 arbiters and the geniuses of the Neoverse, and regardless of whether it was the 5th mainland or the 6th mainland, everyone was focused on it. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, Lancy had been a spectator like Luine, but his true strength was definitely not weak. Now, Lancy had also broken through to the Enlighter realm, and the 10 arbiters were no weaker than anyone else. On the first fault, the two faced each other. Lancy looked at Feather Mavis with a grave expression. This woman was the one who had knocked Luine off the highest stage with 7 punches. At that time, he had already lost to Luine. Ascension Mavis also held Lancy in high regard. In the past, she had not cared about the 10 arbiters, but after the battle in the mountain and sea realm, she had witnessed the 10 arbiters' strength. Ming Guang, Ling Gong, Wen Sansi, and Lu Tianmu were all strong enough to fight against them. Luine, on the other hand, had been recognized by the Hall of Honor as someone who surpassed her. She would not underestimate any of the 10 arbiters. I heard that Luine obtained his emptiness palm from you. You're also the first arbiter to exchange blows with him, Feather Mavis said. Lancy replied, he learned it himself. I didn't teach him. Ascension Mavis' gaze turned serious. A very powerful palm technique, but it's a pity that it's useless against me. As soon as she finished speaking, the grass beneath her feet began to spread in all directions. Lancy did not waste any time and immediately attacked. An invisible emptiness palm descended. Weathered Mavis had faced emptiness palm before. Even though Lancy had broken through to the Enlighter realm, the power of his emptiness palm was about the same as Lu Yin's attack on the highest stage. It was limited, and it would be a threat to anyone, but not Weathered Mavis. Just as she had said, although the emptiness palm was fast and invisible, it could not break through her defenses. The green grass in front of her seemed weak, but the emptiness palm could only scatter some of it. It was not enough to break through her defenses. She raised her hand, and a giant green fist smashed down at Lancy. Each fist contained the same power that had knocked Luine off the golden stage. Lancy was not Luine. Although his physical strength was great and his stacked stacks were powerful, he was not as strong as Luine. Against the green fists, his defenses were not as strong as Lu Yin's, and he was smashed to the ground. Immediately after, more than 10 green fists smashed down. Weathered Mavis did not hold back. Against the 10 arbiters, holding back would be disrespectful, and she would not underestimate them. Lancy was defeated. He was defeated cleanly. His most effective attack was his emptiness palm, but it was completely useless against Weathered Mavis. Breaking through to the Enlighter realm had only slightly increased the power of his emptiness palm. At most, he had lost the weakness of inertia. However, against an expert who could ignore his emptiness palm, no matter what he did, it would be useless. Weathered Mavis had not underestimated him, and the power she had used against him surpassed what she had used against Luine on the highest stage of the mountain and sea realm. Lancy coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared bitterly at the Starfall Sea. His overlaying stacks and emptiness palm had been learned at Mount Xianxia Dojo, and he had not learned the follow-up techniques to the emptiness palm. If not for the Starfall Sea being isolated, his strength would not have been so weak. Without the follow-up techniques to the emptiness palm, and without the Mount Xianxia Dojo to improve his overlaying stacks, he was much weaker than the other 10 arbiters. Even if he learned other battle techniques, he would not be able to deal with the supreme battle in time. He was basically using the same strength as the previous 10 arbiters, and his improvement was not obvious. His defeat was within his expectations. In the second layer, Luine shook his head. Why was Lancy still using emptiness palm? His innate gift was that he could not feel pain, and this innate gift was very useful against experts at the same level as him. If not for his innate gift, Luine would have lost to him. However, it was useless against an expert like Emergence Mavis, who could easily crush him. Luine was slightly disappointed in Lancy, as his strength was not worthy of being one of the current 10 arbiters. It was not just Luine, many people were disappointed in Lancy as well. Emergence Mavis asked, "Do you only have emptiness palm as your attacks?" Lancy did not have anything to say, but he did not give up. Since he could not return to Mount Zhongshan Dojo, he had to think of a way to learn more powerful palm techniques that could complement his emptiness palm and improve his overlaying stacks. Since no one could help him, he had to think of a way to help himself. In the universe, countless people were watching their screens. They had not been able to see how powerful Emergence Mavis had been during the previous battle, and they had only seen Lan Si's powerlessness. Even those in the inner verse were disappointed in Lan Si. They felt that ever since he had been defeated by Lu Yin, this 10 arbiters had not performed particularly well. The Divine Fist no longer lived up to its name. After Lan Si's defeat, Xiao Luo encountered Emptiness Palm. When Xiao Jiuyo saw Xiao Luo appear, his entire demeanor changed, and he became abnormally focused. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the first layer. Xiao Luo was not weak, but there was still a large gap between him and Emptiness Palm. Even though Lu Yin felt that Xiao Luo was somewhat unpredictable, he did not think that he was a threat to Emptiness Palm. Emptiness Palm seemed to want to crush Xiao Luo, and he quickly approached Xiao Luo. He raised his hand and used the Great Reincarnation technique, but Xiao Luo avoided it. He had been able to avoid Xiao Jiuyo during the Sovereign Tournament, and even if he was not Emptiness Palm's opponent, he could still dodge a few times. However, when he could not avoid Emptiness Palm, he actually stopped in place. "You're a boundless advanced lockbreaker, right? Why don't we compete in star energy control?" Emptiness Palm was about to attack again, but when he heard Xiao Luo's words, he laughed and looked at Xiao Luo arrogantly. "You want to compete in star energy control with me?" Xiao Luo nodded. "I'm very curious as to how you managed to expel the star energy from Tear Lady's body. I won't retaliate because I definitely won't be able to beat you. If you're willing, then let's compete in star energy control. If you're unwilling, then I won't force you." Emptiness Palm sneered. "Fine, I'll compete with you." He then raised his hand, gathering star energy, and blasted Xiao Luo. This was a pure bombardment of star energy. Xiao Luo's gaze trembled, and he similarly raised his hand, gathering star energy, and blasted it back at Emptiness Palm. The two waves of star energy clashed in the air. This was the most direct collision of star energy, and there were no other types of energy mixed in. This was a competition of star energy control and penetration of the opponent's star energy. Once a person reached the world realm in terms of star energy control, not only would they be able to control their own star energy, but they would also be able to see through their opponent's star energy. An area of star energy, an area of the world, would be able to see things differently from an ordinary person. Emptiness Palm had thought that he would be able to easily suppress Xiao Luo, but he discovered that Xiao Luo had actually blocked his star energy attack. Emptiness Palm's star energy control was unable to affect Xiao Luo in the slightest. This person had clearly reached the world realm in terms of star energy control. Xiao Luo was not a boundless advanced lockbreaker, but his star energy control had also reached the world realm. This surprised many people, and when the two waves of star energy collided, they actually managed to penetrate each other. Emptiness Palm frowned, and he became much more serious. However, he was still unable to easily suppress his opponent's star energy, which surprised him even more. Since when were there so many geniuses on the Fifth Mainland? Every single one of them had reached the world realm in terms of star energy control. Once these people had enough lockbreaking experience, they would be able to come into contact with sourcebox arrays. Any lockbreaker who had reached the world realm in terms of star energy control could be considered a future origin array master. It wasn't just Emptiness Palm, even Lu Yin and the others were astonished. Only Xiao Jiuyo was not surprised. If Xiao Luo's star energy control had not reached the world realm, then he would not have been able to dodge Emptiness Palm's attack. In the Neoverse lockbreaker world, Xiaoming stared at his screen in astonishment. This kid's star energy control is very skillful. He's very talented. In the Seven Courts, on the Summer Blade continent, the Xia family's patriarch, Xia Yi, narrowed his eyes. The flaw of the 9 clones technique had been exposed. This Xiao Luo was clearly just one of the clones, but he had resisted Xiao Jiuyo. With this level of star energy control, it was possible that the Lockbreaker Society would help him. Xia Yi had heard about the Ku family's situation. Xiaoming had interfered and forced the Ku family to release Ku Wei, which was all thanks to Lu Yin. Xiao Luo and Lu Yin's relationship was not simple, and Xiao Luo had even blocked Xia Jiuyo during the sovereign tournament. Xia Yi definitely would not follow in Kupu's footsteps and allow Xiao Luo to be taken away by the Lockbreaker Society. This kid had participated in the sovereign tournament because he wanted to use this platform to attract the attention of the Lockbreaker Society. Xia Yi's guess was correct, as Xiao Luo had never thought of obtaining a good ranking in the sovereign tournament. He had only wanted to reveal his star energy control so that he could use the Lockbreaker Society to resist Xia Jiuyo. This was something that Xia Yi had learned from Luin. Concealing one's strength and biding one's time was useless. Xia Yi had discovered that Luin was still the smart one. He had used his background and borrowed the strength of others to protect himself. Otherwise, how could a nobody from the Outerverse have survived under the threat of the Day-Night clan? Xiao Luo had already succeeded in competing with Bukong in terms of star energy control. Just as he was about to admit defeat, his expression suddenly changed, and he stared at the star energy that he had released. What was this? Across from him, Bukong saw the change in Xiao Luo's expression, and his eyes narrowed as a trace of killing intent flashed through them. I concede, Xiao Luo suddenly said. Across from him, Bukong's eyes widened, and his star energy increased as he attacked Xiao Luo without holding back. Xiao Luo's expression was indifferent as he vanished. Star energy whizzed past where Xiao Luo had been standing, shattering the void, but it didn't cause any harm to him. Clenching his fists, he was a step too late. On the second level, Xia Jiuyo heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Bukong. This guy had almost killed Xiao Luo earlier. Once Xiao Luo died, he would be injured as well. He had seen Xiao Luo's expression, and it seemed like something had happened between the two of them. As he considered this, he looked over at Xiao Luo, who was in the second layer. Coincidentally, Xiao Luo was also looking over at him. His gaze was deep, and he said something. Xiao Luo's voice was only transmitted to Luin, and he was stunned as he looked at Bukong. No wonder this guy was able to expel the star energy from Tear Lady's body. Bukong had been staring at Xiao Luo the entire time, and when he saw him speak to Luin, his expression changed completely. He had been careless, but it wasn't really careless. It had just been a habit, and this person had actually seen through his trick. It wasn't strange for someone who had reached the level of world level in star energy to be able to see through his tricks. Bukong looked at Xiao Luo and then back at Luin. He was afraid that these two would say something to others, but thankfully, they hadn't. At this moment, Lu Yin's gaze swept over Bukong. He didn't have time to meet Lu Yin's eyes. Luin smiled and then looked at the first fault. Bukong was filled with hatred. His methods had been seen through. In all honesty, Luin had never expected that Bukong's research into sourcebox arrays would have reached such a level. Bukong's usage of sourcebox arrays reminded him of a saying, there was no such thing as a useless talent, only a useless person. Battle after battle continued. Luin really wanted to see Drunkard's battle, but unfortunately, her opponent was just an explorer, so he couldn't see anything of value. Night Queen Yanqing, Taishan, Lonely Little Fool, Xin Nu, and all the other experts had joined the battle, but their opponents were not strong. Mira appeared at the first fault. This Red Lotus Witchbow had been Lu Yin's guide. If not for her, Lu Yin's trajectory might have been different. Mira was still as seductive as ever. She walked barefoot through the air, and her opponent was a Void Wanderer from the Astral Beast domain. Luin was shocked when he saw the Void Wanderers. Even though the Void Wanderers were ranked 9th on the Heavenly Beasts list, that was only because of their innate gifts and their endless numbers. A single Void Wanderer could be easily killed. Of course, there were also powerhouses like the Void Wanderer Patriarch who could trap the Third Night King. Since this Void Wanderer had been sent to participate in the competition, it should not be weak. Reality proved that this Void Wanderer named Su Ling was not weak, but it was not that powerful either. Mira had been suppressing the Void Wanderer the entire time, but she had not been able to land a single hit. The Void Wanderer had fled too quickly, and even Mira's void-destroying attacks had been useless. In the end, she had been ambushed by the Void Wanderer, and her star energy had been nearly depleted. This battle lasted for 3 full days. Quite a few people started cursing at the Void Wanderer for being too cowardly. Mira would slip away as soon as it attacked, and regardless of whether it was an innate battle technique or a normal attack, as long as it involved star energy, it would immediately slip away. It was extremely fast, faster than anyone else. Void wanderers could travel through the void, so Mira could not find them at all. It could be said that Mira had been beaten rather sullenly, and her defeat was even more unjust. She had been dragged to her death. Even though Mira had been defeated, her beauty and natural talent had stunned a large number of people. In particular, many people from the Sixth Mainland were looking at her with burning gazes. Mira was beautiful to begin with, and she was filled with a strange allure. No one cared about the results of this battle, and many people had their eyes on her. Luin looked deeply at the timid Su Ling. This void wanderer seemed very strange, as it traveled through a different void from other void wanderers. Otherwise, Mira would have been able to break through it with her cruiser strength. Where had it traveled to? Luin could not tell. The life forms of the astral beast domain looked down on humans because they had the right to be arrogant. For example, the celestial beast clan was born as a hunter, so how could they possibly look down on humans? However, humans' greatest strength was their comprehension. Throughout history, how many progenitors had appeared in the astral beast domain? How many had appeared in the human domain? The next person to step onto the stage was someone Luin was familiar with. Luin had seen him once before, Old 16, the successor of the Sixth Mainland's Lingtong clan. He was someone who liked to slap people and curry favor with Su San. His opponent was Hui Santong. When he saw Hui Santong appear, Old 16's fate was sealed. Old 16's strength was not weak, but it was impossible for him to be Hui Santong's opponent. The result was as expected, and Old 16 was tragically defeated. Dark Void stepped up, and his opponent was undoubtedly Star Sibyl. Feng Lu entered the battle. This celestial foothill ice phoenix attracted the attention of countless people. It was truly too beautiful, and everyone wanted to take it as a mount. However, this celestial foothill ice phoenix's luck was really bad. Xianxia was its opponent. When Feng Lu saw that her opponent was the Prime Clear, her entire body, no, her entire phoenix, felt unwell. The Prime Clear was very calm, and no matter who her opponent was, it did not affect her state of mind. She was still like a deity, and it made people panic. Before the battle had even begun, the Prime Clear had already weakened. The tricolored light ferociously swept towards the Prime Clear. Feng Lu attacked, but she was defeated in less than half a minute. The celestial ice phoenix was large and slow, so it could not avoid the airflow. Its icy cold and tricolored light had no effect on the airflow, and not only could it not attack the Prime Clear, it could not even defend itself. It was knocked unconscious by the airflow. This battle made it clear to everyone that when fighting the Prime Clear, one had to be small and fast. Otherwise, no matter how strong one was, they would still be unlucky. There were only a few people who were as unlucky as Feng Lu, and most people would not encounter an expert like the Prime Clear, who was already predicted to be in the top 10. For example, Lily Rose had won without a hitch. Dao Bo, Yi Xingchen, the Sixth Mainland's Changbai Gongzi, and Autumn Frost Qing had all won without a hitch. There were also a few lucky Lemeters who had won because their opponents were also Lemeters. Nong Zitian hoped that he would be so lucky, but unfortunately, the heavens were not on his side. His opponent was Xianxia. The Seven Courts was very famous in the Sixth Mainland, and although Xianxia was not the most powerful descendant of the Seven Courts, she was still the only descendant of the Shi family. She was on the various experts' rankings before the tournament, and she had received quite a bit of attention. Firstly, it was because of her status, and secondly, it was because of her attire, which was very eye-catching. She could be considered to have taken responsibility for her figure in this tournament. Even if others had figures, they would hide them, but she was completely exposed. Nong Zitian considered himself to be an honest person, and he usually liked to sneak a peek at beautiful women. Occasionally, he would let his imagination run wild, but meeting such a woman in a tournament was not a good idea. Xianxia was only wearing revealing clothes because of the Shi family's Ligu body-strengthening battle technique. She was still a little conservative. When she saw Nong Zitian staring at her, Xianxia felt uncomfortable. Her white bones pierced through her skin and transformed into armor. She held a white bone spike in her hand and pointed it at Nong Zitian. "Come, let me see the Sixth Mainland's imprint." Nong Zitian blinked and swallowed hard. He silently raised his hand. I admit defeat. Xianxia was stunned. So straightforward? Many people from the sixth mainland were stunned, and then they began to curse him. Xianxia did not care. He adhered to the Nong family style, which was to be cautious. If he was lucky, he could fight, but if he was unlucky, he would immediately retreat. This was what the patriarch had taught him. The Nong family had a glorious tradition, and when he became rich like the patriarch, he would get back at them. Outside of Mount Supreme, the sixth mainland's older experts looked at Xianxia strangely. Madame Red sneered. This brat knows how to seek luck and avoid disaster. Xianxia's face twitched, but he was not angry. That was how Xianxia was, and it did not matter. Xianxia felt that her victory was inexplicable. Luyin thought back to when he and Xianxia had been hiding from Blood Luni, and he was not surprised by Xianxia's decision. If Xianxia had taken out his hoe in such a situation, that would have been amazing. Unfortunately, the Supreme Tournament did not allow the use of external power vessels. Fatty bro, I'm going. You have to cheer for me. A loud howl rang out from the first layer. The skinny youth was shouting towards the second layer. On the second layer, many people looked at the fatty strangely as he shouted. These two were crazy. A figure appeared in front of the skinny youth, and his expression was somewhat sluggish as if he could not believe his eyes. It was Ling Quebec. When he saw Ling Ke face the skinny youth, Lu Yin's expression changed. He felt as if he had just gotten his revenge. Back then, this brat had created some sort of support group, but Big Pow, Little Pow, and Lulu had even pulled him in to cheer for him, which had embarrassed Lu Yin. Now, Ling Ke was facing the skinny youth, who was even more embarrassing. Ling Ke's expression was rather interesting, and he was stunned as he watched the skinny youth and the fatty cheer for each other. He felt extremely disgusted, as if he had just swallowed a dead fly. This was the entire universe's stage, and countless people from both mainlands were watching. How could he have encountered such a situation? Ling Ke considered himself to be very thick-skinned, but he was nothing compared to these two. As he watched the fat and skinny duo cheer for each other, Ling Ke could not take it anymore, and he viciously slashed at the skinny youth with his K's mighty slash. Bang! The skinny youth was struck by the K's mighty slash, and he was forced back several steps. He turned around and glared at Ling Quebec. You sneak attacked me. Despicable. Ling Ke was stunned. He wasn't injured? As he thought about it, he slashed out with his K's mighty slash once again. The void froze as thunder exploded, accompanied by boundless heat, and he viciously slashed out. This attack was the strongest attack that Ling Ke could unleash without using his soul-splitting battle technique. The skinny youth used his arms to block the attack, and there was a loud bang as thunder tore through the void and spread out in all directions, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The K's mighty slash's strongest attack was still unable to injure the skinny youth. On the second level, Ling Gong's expression turned grave. She was well aware of the K's mighty slash's power, and it was useless against it. Ling Ke was in danger in this battle. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. The skinny youth's rune lines were increasing, especially when his imprint appeared behind him. Ling Ke could sense it as well, and he split into three that surrounded the skinny youth. He then raised his K's mighty slash and viciously slashed down. The skinny youth stretched out his hand, and his two hands performed a strange technique that neutralized the three attacks. There was a loud bang as the K's mighty slash shattered. The skinny youth closed his palms together and viciously glared at Ling Quebec. He then charged forward, raised his hand, and slammed down with his palm. Secret technique, reincarnation. Ling Ke's body dissipated, and the skinny man turned to attack the other Ling Ke, who also dissipated. Ling Ke pulled away from the skinny man and said, I admit defeat. The skinny man's movements paused, and then he was overjoyed. He turned to the second layer and said, Fatty, did you see that? I won, I won. On the second layer, the fatty cheered, Brother Skinny, we're the strongest. Brother Skinny, I'm proud of you. Did you lose weight? Ha 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 ha, Brother Fat, did you get fatter? Ha 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 ha. Ling Ke's mouth was wide open, as if he had been struck dumb. He had actually been defeated by such an idiot. He was the Lingling clan's god. This chapter is currently being updated, so please refresh later. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, please register as a member first. If you register as a member, you'll be able to use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is about the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue reading the next chapter. Please save this page so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author, Lin Yu and Jiang Yan, best son-in-law Lin Yu and Jiang Yan, best son-in-law Lin Yu and Jiang Yan. Summary: before Master left, he left Wen Tian with one of the sect's most important life-saving mantras. He said that if he cultivated diligently, there would be miraculous results. P.S. All of the techniques, mantras, secret techniques, and so on in this book came from the sect's secret collection. Those who do not inherit it should not cultivate it. Remember. Be careful, be careful. New August 1st Chinese website best son-in-law Lin Yu and Jiang Yan address /book/18/18289/book/18/18289/ Try reading the contents. Chapter 1, Watching Yourself Being Cremated. I'm sorry, we've done our best. Prepare for your funeral. The doctor's voice was very soft, but Lin Yu heard it clearly from his bed. Perhaps a person's hearing would become especially sensitive before they died, especially his mother's cries, which were especially sharp. Lin Yu was not the first person to sacrifice his life for a just cause, but he did not regret it. He only felt that he had let his mother down. His father had died early, and his mother had single-handedly raised him. Who knew how much hardship she had suffered? Now that he had entered Qinghai City's People's Hospital with excellent results, his life with his mother was about to become brighter. Who knew that such an accident? Damned heavens! Lin Yu cursed in a low voice. His eyelids couldn't hold on any longer and he slowly closed them. My son! A mournful cry suddenly woke Lin Yu up. He opened his eyes and realized that he was standing at the end of the bed while his mother was crying loudly on the bed. Mom, why are you crying? Aren't I here perfectly fine? Lin Yu was overjoyed, thinking that she had miraculously recovered. She reached out to pat her mother, only to find that her hand had actually passed through her mother's body. His mother did not react at all. She was still crying on the bed. Lin Yu's expression changed. He raised his head and saw that he was still lying on the bed. His face was dry and green. Obviously, he was no longer alive. I'm dead? Lin Yu lowered her head and looked at herself standing at the end of the bed. She realized that her body was a little pale and slightly transparent. Lin Yu was shocked. It turned out that people really did have souls after death. The new 8th lunar month was released on the Chinese website. No matter what he said or did, his mother would not feel it. With the help of the nurse, his mother endured the pain and put on Lin Yu's shroud. Then, the nurse moved his body into the funeral car. His mother followed him into the car and sat beside his body. She gripped his hand tightly as tears flowed from her red and swollen eyes. Don't worry. I'll go down to accompany you once I'm done with my business here. To her, her son was her everything. Now that her son was dead, there was no meaning for her to live in this world. Lin Yu panicked when he heard that his mother wanted to commit suicide. He imitated the scene in the movies and lay on the corpse. However, it was useless. Every time he sat up, only his soul was left. The car soon arrived at the crematorium. After paying the fee, the staff put on a simple makeup for Lin Yu and gave his mother a number plate. Then, the crematorium staff pushed Lin Yu's body to the crematorium. No. Lin Yu collapsed the moment the crematorium staff pushed his body into the crematorium. As his body burned, Lin Yu felt that his consciousness was weakening. There were countless faint light spots on his body that were dispersing in all directions. His soul was also slowly fading away. At the same time, another world began to flash in front of his eyes. All he could see was endless darkness, mixed with red flames and shrill screams. Hell! This was the first thought that flashed through Lin Yu's consciousness. A strong sense of fear engulfed him in an instant. His soul subconsciously bumped around in the air. The light spots continued to float out of his soul at a faster and faster speed. The world of hell in his eyes became clearer and clearer. He could hear a mysterious and hoarse voice calling out to him from below. At this time, Lin Yu's body in the crematorium was almost burned to ashes. A jasper-colored pendant in the ashes suddenly glowed brightly in the fire. This was left to Lin Yu by his grandfather when he passed away. He had been wearing it since he was young. When he was wearing the shroud, his mother deliberately did not take it off. The pendant glowed brighter and brighter. Then, it broke with a bang. A wisp of dark green light rushed out of the pendant and attached itself to Lin Yu's soul. Then, an old voice sounded in his mind. "I'm your ancestor saint. From today onwards, you're my successor. You'll receive my medical skills. You'll help others and yourself." Then, the voice dissipated. A huge amount of information suddenly flooded Lin Yu's mind. Medical skills, cultivation techniques, and some of his ancestors' travel experiences all rushed into Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu felt very excited with the information in his mind. It was as if he had opened the door to a new world. But this excitement disappeared in a flash. What was the use of receiving the inheritance of the secret skill? He was already a dead man who was about to go to hell. As this thought flashed through his mind, a memory related to the soul return technique suddenly popped up in Lin Yu's mind. The memory showed that through the soul return technique, a person whose soul had not dispersed after death could be reborn. However, Lin Yu's physical body had already turned into ashes in the fire. Fortunately, there was also a record of the soul return technique for a damaged physical body. When the physical body is destroyed, turn into a ghost. Find a living body and attach to it. Lin Yu took a deep breath. It meant that if his physical body was damaged and he wanted to be reborn, he could only turn into a ghost through the soul return technique and find someone else's physical body to possess. One had to know that in the human consciousness, ghosts were the embodiment of evil. Moreover, if he possessed someone else's body, wouldn't it be equivalent to taking away their life? While he was hesitating, Lin Yu's soul had become fainter and fainter. All that was left was an illusion. The voice beside his ear was also becoming clearer. Lin Yu clenched his teeth. Looking at the corpses that were being pushed into the cremation hall, he suddenly had an idea. If dead people couldn't do it, then living dead people should work, right? A few minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the largest vegetative care center in Qinghai City. Many vegetative people had no consciousness and would never wake up. They were only alive with their bodies. Lin Yu believed that if he chose to possess this kind of person, it wouldn't be considered as killing people. Xian81 Chinese network update fastest mobile phone, // At first, Lin Yu went from ward to ward to ward in search of a suitable body. However, he realized that his consciousness was fainter and fainter. Soon, it would disappear completely. The call from hell was also getting more and more urgent. Lin Yu didn't have time to think. He targeted a male vegetative person in his 20s and chanted the soul return technique. Suddenly, he turned into a wisp of white smoke and dived into the body. "You can't escape." At the same time, the call beside his ear suddenly turned into a shrill scream. Then, Lin Yu lost all consciousness. When Lin Yu woke up again, he only felt that the strong light was blinding. It took him a while to adjust to it. He lowered his head and saw that he was lying in the ward. Success! Lin Yu was so excited that he almost screamed. He sat up abruptly and looked at his new body. He couldn't wait to tear off the needle in his hand. Then, he jumped off the bed. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, his body staggered and fell to the ground. Perhaps because he had been lying down for a long time, the young man's muscles were slightly atrophied. Lin Yu staggered to get up. He looked up at the calendar on the wall and realized that it was already the next day. He touched the bed and the wall. Feeling the cold temperature from his hands, he felt like he was in a dream. He had just died yesterday. He didn't expect to be revived today. After moving a little and adapting to his new body, he couldn't wait to rush out of the hospital. There was only one thing in his mind now, and that was to see his mother. At this time, the bun shop was crowded with people. More than a dozen gangsters were clamoring for Lin Yu's mother to return the money. In order to perform the surgery for Lin Yu's mother was forced to borrow more than 100,000 yuan from loan sharks. After knowing that Lin Yu was dead, the gangsters couldn't wait to collect the debt. "Don't worry. I will sell the shop in a few days. I will return the money to you when I get it. Please leave first." Lin Yu's mother begged with red and swollen eyes. She hoped that they could send them away quickly. Her son had just passed away. She didn't want him to leave in peace. F***ck, how much is your broken shop worth? Your son is dead. Once we leave, who will we ask for money if you run away? The leading gangster with yellow hair cursed. Don't worry. I definitely won't run away. When I get enough money, I will return it to you immediately. No matter what, we must get the money today. The gangster wouldn't give up. But I really don't have any money now. You also know that I spent all my money in order to treat my son. Lin Yu's mother was heartbroken. There was a trace of pleading in her hoarse voice. It's okay if you don't have money. How about this? You transfer the ownership of your broken house to us. Consider it as paying off the debt. The gangster rolled his eyes and said his real purpose. Lin Yu's mother was slightly stunned. The house was left by Lin Yu's grandfather. Although it was a little old, it was in a good location. According to the current housing price in Shanghai, it could be sold for at least 2 or 3 million yuan. They were simply robbing. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. But now that her son was dead, her home was gone. What was the point of keeping the house? Once she paid off the debt, she could leave with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's mother nodded in despair. Just when she was about to agree, an angry shout came from outside the door. No. Our house is worth at least a few million yuan. You are robbing. Then, Lin Yu wrote his new body and rushed in. F***cku. Where did this bastard come from? It's none of your business. The gangster was furious. Seeing the hospital gown on Lin Yu, he thought that Lin Yu was a lunatic who came out of nowhere. He rushed over and slapped him. Lin Yu dodged instinctively and pushed him. The yellow-haired man was sent flying 5 to 6 meters away. He drew an arc in the air and fell on the table with a bang. Kill him for me. The gangster covered his chest and screamed twice. Then he gave the order. More than 10 gangsters rushed up immediately. They surrounded Lin Yu and punched and kicked him. Lin Yu quickly raised his hand to fight back. Then there was a scream in the bun shop. The gangster screamed again and again. More than 10 gangsters rushed up together, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Yu's clothes. Lin Yu's punches and kicks hit them as if they were hit by a car. They were in so much pain that they couldn't get up with one punch. Lin Yu was also shocked. It was said that a person possessed by a ghost was very strong. He didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, these people's movements were very slow in his eyes. It was easy to dodge. Call the police. Call the police. The gangster was frightened by the scene in front of him. He had seen people who were good at fighting, but he had never seen someone who was so good at fighting. He was simply inhuman. Hearing that they were going to call the police, Lin Yu's mother rushed over and grabbed Lin Yu's hand. She said anxiously, "Young man, they are going to call the police. Hurry up and leave. I will take care of this." "Mom, what are you saying? How can I leave you alone?" Lin Yu was so happy that he was about to cry. It was great that he was still alive and could see his mother. Hearing how he called her, his mother was stunned. She looked at him blankly. Looking at his mother's eyes, Lin Yu suddenly realized that he was alive, but in a different body. His mother didn't recognize him at all. "I'm sorry, Auntie. Seeing you reminded me of my mother, so I couldn't help but blurt it out. Please don't mind." Lin Yu was afraid that his mother would be frightened by his real identity, so he quickly made up a lie. "It's okay, young man. Hurry up and leave. We can't implicate you in our family's affairs," Lin Yu's mother said while pushing him out. Lin Yu didn't answer. He picked up the chopsticks on the table and threw them at the gangster. With a bang, the chopsticks nailed the phone that the gangster had just pressed 110 to the wall. The gangster was so scared that his face turned pale. The chopsticks on the wall were only 1 centimeter away from his ear. If there was a slight deviation, it would be his head that was nailed to the wall. "Help! Murder! Help!" The gangster was so scared that he immediately screamed. His voice was full of grievance. They owed him money first. Stop yelling. I will pay the money for Auntie Qin. Lin Yu said coldly. Since he was resurrected, he should pay the debt by himself. Young man, how can you do that? This is the first time we have met. How can I let you pay the money for me? Lin Yu's mother looked at Lin Yu doubtfully. She didn't know why, but this young man gave her a feeling of déjà vu. She wasn't surprised that Lin Yu knew her surname. Many netizens knew that her son had sacrificed his life for a just cause. Her name and contact information were also exposed. Many kind-hearted people wanted to send her son off, but she rejected them all. Alright, that's what you said. Give us the money then. The gangster didn't care why Lin Yu was paying the money for others. As long as he could get the money, his task would be completed. Give me 3 days, Lin Yu said. The gangster was speechless. Lin Yu said it so arrogantly. He thought that he could take out the money immediately. Why? You don't believe me? Lin Yu frowned when he saw that the gangster didn't speak. His tone was cold. I believe you, I believe you. But big brother, you have to tell me your name. The gangster couldn't help but shiver when he saw Lin Yu's cold eyes. Name? Yes, he left in a hurry this morning. He didn't even have time to see this person's name. Don't worry. I will do what I promised you. So, 3 days later, here, you just have to come. I will pay you back with interest. The reason why Lin Yu was so confident was because of this body of his. He thought that since he could live in the nursery center, no matter how ordinary this young man's family was, he could at least take out 100 or 200,000 yuan. He would use it first and return it when he made money. After seeing Lin Yu's skills, the gangster didn't dare to say anything more. He was about to nod and agree, but suddenly, he looked outside the store in a daze. It seemed that he was attracted by something. Lin Yu also looked outside curiously. He saw a red BMW X5 at the door. When the door opened, a pair of fair and slender legs stepped out. Then, a tall beauty in a white bohemian dress got out of the car. /book/18/18289/ The beauty in the long dress stroked her long black hair and took off her sunglasses. Her fair skin and delicate face were simply amazing. The gangster and his subordinates were stunned. Lin Yu couldn't help but be attracted. This beauty's appearance and temperament were really superb. The beauty in the long dress looked up at the bun shop, frowned slightly, and then walked in quickly. /book/18/18289/ Beauty, do you want to buy some buns? What kind of filling do you want? Lin Yu couldn't help but blurt out. He used to help his mother sell buns, so it had become a conditioned reflex when he saw people. What did you call me? The beauty in the long dress glanced at him coldly and said in a displeased tone. Beauty. Lin Yu felt that there was no problem with the way he called her, but he couldn't help but be a little confused. It was the first time that he had seen someone who didn't want to listen to him when he called her a beauty. The beauty in the long dress looked at him and said coldly, well, He Jiarong, you have been in a coma for 2 months. You don't even recognize your own wife. /book/18/18289/ Try reading the contents. At this point, more than half of the arena had been filled, but there were still a small number of people who had yet to fight. The next opponent was Spirit Palace. Unsurprisingly, their opponent did not even have the strength to fight back, and even an imprint was useless. Contestant 007, who had defeated Shuadai Knight, also stepped up and won easily. Although few people had relied on luck in this place, there were still very few top-tier experts who could catch his eye. Lu Tang appeared, and this graduate from Astral 2 faced Bai Qian. Lu Yin had not expected Bai Qian to come as well, and he was filled with curiosity about her. She had been the first to discover Qingyu, the first to leave Earth, and the first to head to the Neoverse. Bai Shui had a very high opinion of her. Lu Yin had forgotten about her, but he had met her in the Astral Alliance plane. She was not weak, and she had once been a student of Astral 1 as well. This match was equivalent to a battle between Astral 1 and Astral 2. However, it ended very quickly. Lu Tang was not weak, and his domain battle technique was sharp and decisive, but he was instantly frozen by Bai Qian. Bai Qian did not even move a single step. The gap between them was huge. The result was within Lu Yin's expectations. Bai Qian's strength had surprised even him, and he was becoming more and more curious about her experiences. The number of people on the second fault had decreased by nearly half. The losers were sent to the third fault, while the victors remained on the second fault. More than half a month had passed since the first duel. Some people in the universe had become rich because of betting, while others had lost because of it. Some people had placed their hopes on them, but they had been defeated in the end. Some people had not been favored, but they had won. Luck still played a role here. Whether it was Xiao Luo, Lan Si, Feng Lu, Sleeping Prince, Blackie, or Xiao Bai, they had all been unlucky. Wendy Yushan was no exception, as she had met Zi. Anyone who had met one of the Daosor's three skies was the unluckiest. Wendy Yushan had long since reached the peak of the cruiser realm and was only one step away from becoming a hunter. She had once been in the top 30 of the top 100 rankings, but because she had the Yu secret art, she could now reach the top 10 or even top 5. The number 1 on the top 100 rankings, Summer, had been fused with Bai Xia Jiuyo. The number 2, Tai Yuan Jun, had been unable to recover from the setback of the mountain and sea realm. The number 3, Qing Long Long, had been defeated by the 6th mainland's Fan realm's Realmling, Fan Shun. Avery and Song Mu had both been defeated. The entire top 10 of the top 100 rankings had been wiped out, leaving only Sister Lung. Wendy Yushan had the strength of someone in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings, but her ranking had not increased. No one was optimistic about her chances, including Lu Yin. However, when the battle began, Wendy Yushan's strength stunned countless people. Her sword had pierced through the life Genesis Qi. Not only Zi, but even Lu Yin was surprised. He was well aware of the power of Zi's Genesis energy. She had relied on it to easily become one of the Daosor's three skies, and her Genesis astral shield was unbreakable. However, Wendy Yushan, who was not even a hunter, had managed to break through her defenses. Zi stared at Wendy Yushan's sword in confusion. There wasn't anything special about it, and it didn't contain any strange power. So why was it able to tear through Genesis Qi? She didn't understand. The people from the 6th mainland did not understand either, especially those from the 6th mainland's Daosor sect. Genesis Qi was one of the 6th mainland's Daosor sect's unique techniques, and only the Daosor's three skies could successfully cultivate it. This showed how much the 6th mainland valued and respected Genesis Qi, but now, it had been broken through by a mere cruiser. There was a loud bang. Although Wendy Yushan could tear through the Genesis Qi, the gap between her and Ji was too great. Ji had shattered her sword with a single finger. With a wave of her hand, Ji sent the Genesis Qi whizzing out, forcing Wendy Yushan back. Blood trickled from the corner of Wendy Yushan's mouth, and she gripped her broken sword as she looked at Zi. How did you do it? Zi barked. Wendy Yushan's long hair fluttered onto her broken sword, and a few strands were cut off. She felt helpless and unwilling. I admit defeat. Zi stared at Wendy Yushan and barked, Speak. How did you do it? She reached out to grab Wendy Yushan. However, Wendy Yushan's figure suddenly appeared above the third layer. Zi turned to look at the third layer, and for some reason, she looked at Lu Yin, who happened to be looking at her as well. Was it him? Was he the one who made that woman break through Genesis Qi? Zi could only think of Lu Yin, as he was the only one who could ignore Genesis Qi. If it was really this person who had allowed others to break through the Genesis Qi barrier, he would be his greatest enemy in life. Zi's gaze was icy as she met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin was confused. Why was this woman looking at him? Could she have misunderstood something? He was also very curious as to how Wendy Yushan had broken through Genesis Qi. If Genesis Qi was so easy to break through, then Zi would not have been one of the Daosor's three skies. Moreover, the gap between their realms was so great. Life was such a strange thing. Lu Yin had used his spiritual force to deal with the Prime Clear One in order to help devotee, but the Prime Clear One had misunderstood Yao Xian. And now, he had been misunderstood by Zi. Nearly half of the people in the second layer were left, and there was only one battle left. Many looked at Xiao Bai, their eyes filled with sympathy. There were only two people who had yet to fight, Xiao Bai and Yao Xian. This unlucky child, Ku Wei gloated. His luck had been very good, and he had not faced any strong opponents along the way. Xianzou's eyes were filled with sympathy. Gu Shaoer also felt that his luck was not bad. Of course, he was even stronger. He had always been brooding over the fact that he had not been ranked in the top 10, but he had always believed that he could definitely enter the top 10. They were not the only ones with such confidence. Wu Dan, Cursewind, Bai Ling, and the others were the most confident of them all. The fish on top of Shiqi's head was still the most confident. How can a group of two-legged beasts and four-legged beasts compare to Lord Fish? Lord Fish will teach you a few moves and you'll be able to settle them. The fish kept patting Shiqi's head. Shiqi's luck was not bad, as she had met a melder with heaven-defying luck and won. It was truly amazing for a melder to reach this stage. Not far away, Taishan looked at the fish on top of Shiqi's head strangely. He blinked. This fish could speak? Was it from the astral beast domain? Hey, what are you looking at, ugly two-legged beast? The fish glared at Taishan as it flapped its fins and jumped around. Taishan blinked. A two-legged beast? Ha, it's a stupid two-legged beast. Why aren't you kowtowing when you see Lord Fish? If Lord Fish is happy, it can reward you with anything, and you'll be rich. You can break through your realm, face your origin tribulation, marry the ancestor's daughter, and walk to the peak of your life. Your life will be splendid, and you might even reach the progenitor realm, the fish shouted. Taishan was stunned. He was stunned by the fish's words. On the other side, Wu Taibai spoke up, I can marry the ancestor's daughter. Isn't the age difference a little too great? The fish turned around and glared at Wu Taibai. Idiot. You'll marry an old woman and walk to the peak of your life. Life is life, don't be confused by appearances. Impudent. You're just a fish, yet you dare to speak to us gods like that. Qing Guangshan growled and looked at Shiqi threateningly. Shiqi was flustered, as she had not been the one to say that. The fish turned around and glared at Qing Guangshan. Tui. Get lost, you damn two-legged beast. You think two-legged beasts like you can call themselves gods? Hurry up and come over here and be Lord Fish's mount for 10 million years. Then, Lord Fish might forgive you. Not too far away, Qing Jiyu pursed his lips, as he had seen this scene again. That fish was too good at causing trouble, and he did not dare to turn around. That fish had attracted too many enemies for Shiqi, and he did not know where it had gotten its confidence from. At that moment, Xiao Bai and Yao Xian had already appeared on the first level. Xiao Bai did not hesitate, and he immediately imprinted and charged towards Yao Xian. He had charged up from the northern mountain peak, and the pass master was Yao Xian. Xiao Bai had sensed Yao Xian's spiritual force fusing with Mount Supreme's tide. Even though the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were all in good condition for the sake of imprinting, Yao Xian's spiritual force still caused Xiao Bai to panic, and he felt powerless. Xiao Bai was from the Black Blood Realm's Eyeless clan, which possessed the bloodline of the Eyeless Silkworm, one of the unparalleled bloodlines. No matter how injured they were, they could break out of their cocoons and be reborn perfectly. This was similar to the secret progenitor realm's resurrection technique, and the Eyeless Silkworm bloodline's greatest characteristic was that it could transform. Every time it underwent a transformation, its strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Xiao Bai was one of the Eyeless clan's top disciples, and he believed that he could fight against the Black Blood Realm's realmling, Shang Rong. His strength was infinitely close to that of a realmling, and he could be considered one of the top-ranked experts in this year's sovereign tournament. On the first level, Xiao Bai was getting closer and closer to Yao Xian. Yao Xian's lips curled up in a devilish smile. Xiao Bai was only 5 meters away from him. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Finally, Yao Xian crossed the distance and charged into the distance. Everyone looked at the little white silkworm strangely. They could only watch as the little white silkworm attacked the air for no reason. Many people's expressions changed. It was being completely controlled. Yao Xian was controlling it with his spiritual force. At this moment, Bu Kong, Zi, Wu Taibai, and the others all turned solemn. To be able to control another person's spiritual force with spiritual force, one had to have a considerable gap in strength. Xiao Bai was infinitely close to being a realmling, but even he was being controlled. Yao Xian's spiritual force was unfathomable. Lu Ying frowned, as this heavenly Yao Crown Prince's spiritual force was a little terrifying. With a thud, Xiaobai fell to the ground, unable to resist at all. From start to finish, Yao Xian had not moved a single step, and he was still smiling in a way that made people feel uneasy. However, this heavenly Yao Crown Prince's devilishly handsome appearance attracted many girls, and even Ling Kei's fan club couldn't help but cheer for him. In the western region of Chaos Flow Zone, in the higher realm, the sixth mainland, everyone who saw this scene was speechless. The disdain and contempt he once held for the fifth mainland, as well as the arrogance he once held, had gradually disappeared. Xiaobai was an expert in the sixth mainland, and he was second only to a realm Ling, but he had been played like an idiot. The little arrow saint, Tong Zhan, Mo Jiangxiao, and the others had all been defeated. It was not that the fifth mainland did not have any experts, but rather that they were good at hiding. Regardless of whether they had invaded the fifth mainland's human domain or the astral beast domain, they had not encountered anyone like Yao Xian or the Prime Clear. The fifth mainland was becoming more and more mysterious. After only one day of rest, the second round of one-on-one matches began. Perhaps it was too sudden, or perhaps his luck had changed. Lonely Waiter was the first to appear on the first chasm. He was the first to appear in the second round of the one-on-one matches. In front of Gu Xiao'er, a figure appeared. He floated in the air, surrounded by 3 streams of air. He looked like a deity. Many people were speechless. His luck was really bad. Lu Ying rolled his eyes at the unlucky kid. Gu Xiao'er stared blankly at the indifferent Shangqing in front of him, feeling as if he had stepped on dog shit. How could he encounter something like this? There were over 100 people competing, 50 matches, and he actually met Shangqing. He was too unlucky. An angry roar rang out from the smoke-gulping mountain range. That bastard. He must have gone to a brothel before the competition and lost all his luck to those women. I'll skin him alive when he comes back. No matter what, the result would not change. Gu Xiao'er raised his head in grief and indignation. Who arranged this? Do you have any enmity with my smoke-gulping mountain range? Is there a grudge? On the other side, the Prime Clear One attacked. Not long after, Gu Xiao'er was defeated and appeared at the location of the second fault. As for Shangqing, he remained at the first fault. Although the first fault zone wasn't as big as the third fault zone, it was still quite large. As the first victor, Shangqing appeared at the edge of the arena. There weren't any barriers of light around them. There was only a barrier of light in front of the arena. Immediately afterward, Yi Xingchen appeared on the first level, and his opponent was Fan Shun. Yi Xingchen, Lu Ying, Mu Rong, and Ling Kei were known as the 4 unequaled Lemeters, but when he had been a Lemeter, he had always been in the Cosmic Sea. It was only during the Sixth Mainland's invasion and the battle in the Cosmic Sea that Lu Ying had met this person. Yi Xingchen's innate talent was starfall, so he wasn't weak. However, the gap between him and the Brahma Realm's Realmlings was simply too great. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or battle prowess, they weren't even on the same level. In the end, Yi Xingchen was defeated without any suspense. One by one, familiar and unfamiliar experts ascended the first chasm. The victors remained, while the losers retreated. This was the highest stage in the universe. Autumn Frost Qing had lost to Qiushi, Lily Rose had lost to someone called Zhu, and Qianzhou had lost to Tai Yishan. No matter how miraculous reverse step was, Tai Yishan had weakened the rune lines, which was enough to make his reverse step ordinary. Daobo had lost to Lu Tianmu, and Lu Xiaoqiu had lost to Yao Xian. This battle had attracted a lot of attention. After all, it was the 13 swords. However, Lu Xiaoqiu did not use his 13 swords at all. Yao Xian smiled. I want to see Lu Tianmu's 13 swords, not yours. With just one sentence, Lu Xiaoqiu collapsed. Yao Xian's spirit was unfathomable. Lu Xiaoqiu, Lu Yin's greatest opponent during the Astral Combat Tournament and one of the 10 Arbiters candidates, hadn't been able to cause even a ripple in the Supreme Tournament. On the first layer, the Little Leaf King had also been defeated by Quiet Weep. His battle technique, shifting stars and leaves, was very powerful, and it was enough to transform his opponent's star energy into fallen leaves. However, Quiet Weep was able to ignore the other party's attacks. The Little Leaf King's battle techniques were unable to affect him at all. No matter who it was, the Little Leaf King would be able to put up a fight. The only exception was Hidden Cry. At this stage of the competition, there were still people who could rely on luck to get past this stage. For example, Kuwei had encountered a Lemmeter, but the amount of luck he could rely on was constantly decreasing. The Supreme Being competition was only for the sake of determining the top 10. After the top 10, it was meaningless, and there was no way one could enter the top 10 just by relying on luck. Even entering the top 20 was impossible. Yao Ji was in a miserable state, as he had encountered Emergence Mavis. As the fourth disciple of Sirius sect, even if he knew that he was no match for Mavis, he still had to grit his teeth and fight. Otherwise, he would be finished when he returned to the sect. Of course, on the first layer, he was also miserably knocked unconscious by a single punch. There were only 50 matches, and every few matches, there would be an interesting battle. After Yao Ji and Emergence Mavis battle ended, Bai Ling was next up, and her opponent was Zhou Yi'er. Many people were unfamiliar with Zhou Yi'er and did not know who she was. Only a small number of people knew that she was from the Yu court, which was a branch of the Seven Courts Yu family. The Innerverse and Outerverse both believed that the Yu court was a branch of the Yu family, but in reality, Lu Yin knew that the Yu court was the true Yu family of the Seven Courts. At the foot of the mountain, Yu Qin looked at Zhou Yi'er on the screen with a complicated expression. On the surface, she was the successor of the Yu family, but the true successor was this girl who looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. The first layer was located at the foot of the highest peak of Mount Supreme, and it could be considered very close to the highest point. Zhou Yi'er looked up at the peak, and the Yu Court's elder's warning flashed through her mind. There were too many experts in the sovereign tournament, and even if she hid her strength and grasped the Yu secret symbol, it would be impossible for her to enter the top 10. The elder had wanted her to give up on the competition in consideration of the bigger picture and prevent the news of the Yu Court's secret technique from spreading. Although she was the princess of the Yu Court, she was only a vessel for the Yu secret symbol. Zhou Yi'er was unwilling to accept this. She had sacrificed too much for the Yu secret symbol, and she could not even decide her own marriage. Why should she? She wanted to try and climb the highest peak. She did not want to be the only sovereign, she just wanted to enter the top 10. Although it was an extravagant hope, entering the top 10 was good enough. She really wanted to try. On the other side, Bai Ling did not care about Zhou Yi'er at all. After all, she was just an explorer. Strange lines coiled around Zhou Yi'er, but she still looked like a little girl and looked at the lines pitifully. Many people could not bear to see her like this. On the second layer, Lu Xiaoqiu frowned. He was engaged to Zhou Yi'er, and although he was unwilling, she was still his fiancée. Lu Xiaoqiu clenched his fists as he watched Bai Ling's attack descend. In the Innerverse, the Yu Court, the Neoverse, and the Yu family were all watching this scene. The strange lines exploded, and Bai Ling's attack was enough to make even an enlighter with a power level of 300,000 feel apprehensive. Many people were nervous, as they were afraid that Zhou Yi'er would be killed. After Bai Ling released her attack, she no longer cared. However, pillars formed from star energy mysteriously appeared around her. This was the quadrangular dragon lock array. Bai Ling was shocked. She's not dead? When the four sides combined, they formed the court. The quadrangular dragon lock array was an inherited battle technique of the Yu court, but it was also a battle technique of the Yu family. Bai Ling snorted, and more strange lines appeared around her. As long as there was sound, she could use it to her advantage. However, these lines were unable to penetrate the quadrangular dragon lock array. This was the power of an enlighter. Bai Ling's pupils shrank when Zhou Yi'er appeared in front of her. Her 12-year-old appearance suddenly transformed into that of an adult woman. She was beautiful beyond compare, and she looked like a black rose with thorns. She raised a hand, and star energy formed a sword that slashed out. Bai Ling did not have time to react, and her arm was stabbed. Zhou Yi'er was not an explorer, but an enlighter. She was not the same age as Lu Xiaoqiu either, as she was from the same generation as the 10 arbiters. She was the true successor of the Yu family. When Zhou Yi'er revealed her true strength, it shocked countless people. The cultivators from the 6th mainland were at a loss. What about that little girl? They had all been worried about that little girl. In the Innerverse, in the Sword Sect, Lu Qianjua's face sank. Yo secret art, time concealment. What a Yo court. In the Neoverse, in the Great Styx, the Yu family's patriarch, Yu Kurson, was furious. The Yu family had split up to hide the time concealment technique, but now, it had been destroyed at Yo Year's hands. Yo Year had actually revealed her secret technique. How interesting. Was she so confident that she could enter the top 10? Lu Xiaoqiu was stunned. What was going on? Yo Year had changed, and the strength she displayed now completely surpassed his. What was going on? Lu Tianmu's gaze turned cold. What a Yo court. Their sword sect had been played. Regardless of how the outside world reacted, Yo Year had displayed shocking sword techniques, and this sword technique had come from Lu Qianjue. The Yo court and the sword sect were connected by marriage, and they were protected by the sword sect. Yo Year had been personally taught by Lu Qianjue in the past, which was considered a show of goodwill from the sword sect towards the Yo court. At this moment, the might of Yo Year's sword technique erupted, and even Bai Ling was caught off guard. Although she did not possess an invincible sword technique like the 13 swords, Yo Year's sword technique combined with the Yu family's attack was completely different from the sword sect's. It was strange, unpredictable, and exceptionally sharp. Bai Ling was furious, as she had been deceived. This woman was very strong, and her sword technique was something that even Bai Ling could not dodge. As she thought about it, Bai Ling unleashed her imprint, and her power-level sword. A strange bell rang out, and it was the spirit summoning bell. Bai Ling had once used this technique to turn thousands of people into idiots. It was a spiritual force battle technique. Yo Year immediately retreated from the quadrangular dragon lock array, and the spirit summoning bell was unable to bypass the array. Bai Ling's eyes widened, and her gaze turned cold. She raised a hand, and her voice materialized into various shapes that bombarded the array. The void distorted upwards and finally exploded. Cracks appeared on the array. Although Yo Year was also an enlighter, the 5th mainland was at a disadvantage against the 6th mainland. Furthermore, Bai Ling had her imprint and martial imprint. With a loud explosion, the quadrangular dragon lock array shattered. A terrifying sound wave swept out, as Bai Ling wanted to turn Yo Year into an idiot to vent her anger. In Yo court, a middle-aged woman sighed. So what if she had exposed the Yo secret symbol? Against a true expert, a secret technique would not be able to change anything. Everyone else also had their own secret techniques, but it was impossible for them to enter the top 10. They couldn't even deal with a realmling. She had to consider the Yo court's escape route. The Yo court could no longer protect the sword sect, and the sword sect would definitely act against them. On Mount Supreme, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Yo Year had already used her full strength, but she was still not Bai Ling's opponent. Logically speaking, the battle should have ended, and Yo Year's fate should have been miserable. However, for some reason, Lu Yin felt that Yo Year would not be defeated so easily. The memory of him possessing her was still fresh in his mind. This Yo Year was extremely shrewd, and since she had made a move, she should not be defeated so easily. Suddenly, Lu Yin was shocked to see Yo Year's rune lines explode. At the first layer, Bai Ling's sound wave swept out, but it was blocked by a blood-red lotus. Yo Year stood atop the lotus, and her entire body surged with blood energy. Even her clothes had turned bright red, and they had changed from black roses to blood-red roses. No one had expected such a shocking turn of events. Even the Yo court's master, Madame Yu, and the Yu family's master, Yu Kurson, were at a loss, as they did not know what Yo Year had just used. In front of the screen, no one knew what battle technique Yo Year had just used, as it had never been seen before. Even Elder Chan did not know. That blood-red lotus easily blocked Bai Ling's attack. Yo Year's gaze was emotionless as she raised a hand. Kill Heart Lotus, descend. The blood-colored lotus beneath her feet transformed into a phantom that whizzed towards Bai Ling. Bai Ling was stunned. She lowered her head and saw a blood-red lotus imprint on her chest. Then, it suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Bai Ling's eyes changed and her face turned pale. The light in her eyes gradually disappeared. Finally, she fell to the ground, dead. Everyone fell silent as they stared blankly. The 6th mainland's realmling, Bai Ling, had died just like that? Her death was inexplicable. Xianxing's expression turned grave as he stared at Bai Ling's corpse. That blood-colored lotus had killed her. The blood-colored lotus was not an external object, but rather Yo Year's battle technique. She had used it to reverse the battle and even kill Bai Ling. At this moment, Yo Year caused countless people to be speechless. Bai Ling had caused too many deaths in the Starfall Sea, and she had shouldered a great debt of blood. Many people from the Fifth Mainland were happy about her death, but they could not understand Yo Year's methods. The more unknown something was, the more terrifying it was. Bai Ling was a realmling, but she had died so inexplicably. Yo Year caused everyone to shiver, especially when she had the appearance of an 11 or 12-year-old. On the first level, Yo Year retracted her hand. She had not expected the Kill Heart Lotus to be so powerful, but this was even better. Her lips curled up as she stepped on the blood-red lotus, exuding a strange charm. She looked at Xianxia and the others, who had won, and then looked up to compete for the sole autarka's position. Luyin frowned. This woman's battle technique was definitely not ordinary. If he was not wrong, it was definitely a progenitor battle technique, just like Knight King Zhenwu's arrow progenitor battle technique. However, it was even more sinister and terrifying. Was this the Yu family's inherited battle technique? It should not be, or else Yu Qin would not have lost so miserably. However, it was hard to say, as Yu Qin was definitely not the Yu family's true descendant. Yo Year was the true descendant of the Yu family, and she had the Yo secret symbol. No matter who it was, everyone was now on high alert against Yo Year. In the Neoverse, Yu Kurson looked at the screen with a complicated expression. At this moment, most of the screen's close-up was focused on Yo Year. This was the Yu family's true peak descendant. The 7 courts advanced and retreated together, but because of progenitor Chen's tomb, the competition between them was not small. Yo Year's appearance caused the other families to feel uneasy, especially that murderous Heart Lotus. Yo Year and Bai Ling's battle pushed the atmosphere to an even higher level. Although no one could understand what was going on, it did not stop the Fifth Mainland from cheering. After all, the one who had died was the Sixth Mainland's realmling. The Sixth Mainland, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. The next battle was between Yin Feifei and Su Ling. It was supposed to be an interesting battle, but Yo Year had stolen the limelight. Many people were still staring at Yo Year. In the end, Su Ling won. He was well aware of Yin Feifei's strength. She was ranked second in the Serious Sex Inner Circle rankings. Yao Ji was ranked 4th, and she was ranked 1st. She was not weak, but she was unable to meet Su Ling. In the end, he was defeated by Su Ling's sneak attack. Luyin was very curious as to why Yin Feifei was unable to touch Su Ling. She was a disciple of the Serious sect and had mastered the Serious technique. Speed did not have much of an effect on her, and Su Ling was not very fast either. Outside Mount Supreme, Wuda was depressed. He had thought that he would be able to broadcast the entire tournament, but now, he found that he could not understand anything. At first, everything went smoothly. He focused on describing how the 5 past lords had defended the stages, and who had passed and who had not. This was clearly a scene that everyone could see, but it had been misinterpreted. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. His description was vivid, and he even interspersed some people's grievances. It was very exciting. However, when the 100-person battle royale began, his broadcast did not go as smoothly. Many people's attacks were incomprehensible, such as Yao Xian, Tai Yishan, the 6th Mainland Ziyi, Wu Taibai, and so on. When it came to the one-on-one battles, he was even more confused. The battles that he wanted to record and report as news were definitely the ones that everyone was paying attention to. However, he did not know how to describe the experts that everyone was paying attention to because he could not understand them. The moment Yo Year's blood-red lotus appeared, he was stunned. How was he supposed to report this? Yun Yin was also vexed, as she was even worse than Wuda. Wuda was a graduate of Astral One, so he had a decent foundation and ability. His strength wasn't too bad, and he could understand a little bit of what was going on. However, Yun Yin was different. She couldn't understand what was going on at all, and she couldn't even see how fast her opponent was moving. Most people in front of their screens could not understand either, but that did not stop them from cheering. The next match was between Cursewind and Luyin. A giant blue lion stomped on the ground and let out a roar. Across from him, Luin had a calm expression. He had not expected to meet Curse Wind, and it was truly a small world. If he had been more focused during the 5 stages, this lion would not have been able to reach this stage. Luin had allowed Cursewind to come up, but in the end, he had sent him down. Cursewind was also depressed, as he really did not want to meet Luin. At first, he had the courage to fight Luin, but as the matches went on, his confidence began to fade. He could not forget about the little arrow saint's miserable state. When he saw Luyin smirk, Cursewind's left eye was filled with wind, and his right eye was filled with fire. They both swept out with extreme heat, turning the air red. It was as if a sun had been brought to Mount Supreme. Even the foot of the mountain could feel the heat. Bone-corroding wind and soul-burning fire, these were the terrifying innate gifts of Cursewind. His strength was comparable to that of the 10 Arbiters, and whether it was in terms of his powerful physique or his terrifying star energy, Lan Si was the closest to him. In Lu Yin's eyes, Cursewind and Lan Si's rune lines were about the same. He subconsciously glanced at Lan Si. Faced with the descending flames that seemed capable of incinerating the heavens and engulfing everything in its path, Lu Yin did not move. In front of him, a gap appeared in the raging flames that connected Lu Yin to Cursewind. It was an emptiness palm that pierced through the flames and violently struck Cursewind's body. Cursewind had been prepared for Lu Yin's emptiness palm, but even so, it was useless. The emptiness palm was an unreasonable attack. Cursewind either had to dodge or face it head-on. Cursewind did not have the speed to dodge, and it did not have the ability to transform into a metamorphosis mavis to face it head-on. There was a loud bang, and the giant blue lion's body was pierced through. A terrifying shockwave gushed out from his back, and blood splattered everywhere. The flames and wind dispersed, and the area in front of Lu Yin was cleared. In the distance, Cursewind's giant body collapsed with a boom. Many in the astral beast domain were shocked. Lu Yin had defeated Cursewind with a single strike, just like the little arrow saint. This was the power of Lu Yin's emptiness palm. How many people in the Sovereign Tournament could withstand it? Without using an innate gift or a secret technique, Lu Yin had shown countless people his invincible might with just a single emptiness palm. Cursewind was not weak, and he had the strength to fight against anyone. He was on par with the 10 Arbiters, but Lu Yin had already surpassed that level. He had followed his master's orders to become the champion. In the distance, Xianxia stared at Lu Yin's right palm with a shocked expression. He was rarely surprised, but Lu Yin's improvement was inconceivable. Shanhai Mountain, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The battle in the lower realm was still vivid in his mind. This person had only been able to withstand 7 of Metamorphosis's punches, but the power of that palm just now had far exceeded that. Perhaps even Metamorphosis Mavis would not have been able to withstand it unscathed. It was no wonder that he had been able to throw Metamorphosis Mavis out, and it was no wonder that he had been recognized as the Pass Lord. Metamorphosis Mavis was excited, as this was exactly what she wanted to face. If Lu Yin was just a little stronger, she would be able to unleash her full power without restraint. Let's see how many punches you can take, or how many punches you can take. Cursewind was heavily injured and on the verge of death. His body was sent to the skeleton outside Mount Supreme. Lu Yin appeared not far from Xianxia and the rest. The next match was between 2 lucky explorers. One was from the Neoverse, and the other was from the 6th mainland. Outside Mount Supreme, Cursewind was rescued from the skeleton. Zixue, is that the human who defeated Tian Ho in the Tournament of the Strongest? His improvement is too fast. That's right. Even 300,000 enlighters would find it difficult to injure Cursewind's body, but he was penetrated by a single palm strike. If he had been a little more off course, his organs would have been gone, and he would have died without a doubt. He was lucky. His name is Lu Yin, and he's the current Outerverse master of the human domain. Back when the Innerverse and Outerverse were separated, Iron Blood Weave was unable to break through because of him. He was also the one who rescued Wangwen from Cursewind. Humans always produce unbelievable geniuses. I hope he's not the next progenitor Chen. The Crown Prince should eliminate him. Impossible. A progenitor hasn't appeared in many years. What do you think the top 10 of the Tournament of the Supreme Tournament means? A progenitor will appear sooner or later. Not far from Luin, Taishan looked at him. Has anyone ever told you that your improvement is so fast that it makes people panic? The moment he said that, Jiushi, Feather Mavis, Yu Qi, Lu Tianmu, Shangqing, and Yao Xian all looked over. There was a lot of information about Luin, and the most obvious was that he had cultivated for less than 14 years. He had gone from an ordinary person to such a high level, which made people panic. Even Shangqing couldn't understand it. Luin shrugged. That's what a genius is. Taishan praised, indeed, you're the genius. Luin smiled. Was he showing off just now? Not really, as his goal was to become the champion. However, even with the strength that he had displayed so far, he still wouldn't be able to enter the top 10. No, he might be able to enter, but he might not be able to enter the top 5. The only prime that was recognized by the majority was still Shangqing, and that was something that couldn't be changed. The outcome of the battle had finally been decided. The cultivators of the 6th mainland had won. Soon, 2 more people appeared in the arena. Luin was shocked. Wu Taibai had appeared, and his opponent was one of the blue transformation duo, the Fatty. Up until now, there had rarely been a match between the 6th mainland's experts. This match had attracted a lot of attention, and the Fatty's performance was not weak. However, his opponent was Wu Taibai. The Dao Source 3 skies were the heavens of the 6th mainland's younger generation, and naturally, they were also the heavens of the blue transformation duo. When the Fatty saw Wu Taibai standing in front of him, he immediately asked, "Can I admit defeat?" Wu Taibai smiled. Sure. This was the prestige of the Dao Source 3 skies in the 6th mainland. Even admitting defeat was allowed, and the reverence for the Dao Source 3 skies was deeply ingrained in some people's bones. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll update in the afternoon. Thank you. End of chapter. After conceding, the Fatty turned to look at the second layer with an indignant expression. Skinny bro, I'll take a step back first. You have to work hard. From the second layer, the skinny youth shouted, Fat bro, I'll work hard. Skinny bro, you have to slim down. Fat bro, you'll definitely get fatter. Skinny bro, fat bro. Ziyi looked away. How embarrassing. Bukong's mouth twitched. Everyone from the 6th mainland subconsciously wanted to cover their faces. This was too embarrassing. How could these 2 things have appeared, and they just had to reach the stage? They would rather the fat and skinny duo not reach the stage. Wu Taibai appeared not too far away from Luin and smiled at him. Luin replied, I've always felt that your name was very strange. Wu Taibai smiled. Is that so? It's meaningful. Meaningful? Luin had only asked casually, but he had not expected there to be a meaning behind it. Wu Taibai smiled. You'll know in the future, or perhaps you'll never know. How can I know about your private matters? Luin was puzzled. Wu Taibai did not say anything else and instead looked at the arena. At this moment, a giant shadow loomed over everyone as the Star Devourer appeared. Its opponent was an explorer from the 6th mainland. I concede, the 6th mainland cultivator said without hesitation. The next few matches were not very interesting until Star Sibyl appeared. Many people's expressions changed, as an expert from the predicted top 10 had appeared. Star Sibyl's opponent was Night Queen Yanqing. When they saw that it was Night Queen Yanqing, many people began discussing her, and many of them looked at Luin. Lu Yin's most sensational actions had been to topple the Day-Night Flow Zone and cause the Day-Night clan to collapse. Even in the Sovereign Tournament, only Night Queen Yanqing had participated, and Arbiter Zhenwu had been defeated. This incident had shaken even the Neoverse. The Day-Night clan's strength was not only known to the Innerverse and Outerverse, but also to the Cosmic Sea and Neoverse. They were truly a colossus, but they had been toppled by a single youth. This was an event that would be recorded in history. Night Queen Yanqing remained calm. Ever since that incident, her entire personality had changed, and she had become very quiet. Actually, aside from the grudges between them, Luin also felt some admiration for Night Queen Yanqing. This woman had her own pride and self-respect, and even when faced with ridicule, she still dared to endure it. She had been like this back on planet Pyrolite, and now, she was on the highest stage in the universe, facing countless people from 2 different mainlands. she was still the same. The Day-Night clan had been overthrown, and many other powers had abandoned them. The Sun family, the Blaze realm, the Sylvan Dragon clan, and the Frost Moon sect had once followed the Day-Night clan's lead, but now, they no longer interacted with the Day-Night clan. The more domineering and powerful they had been in the past, the more obstacles they would encounter after their downfall. Under such circumstances, Night Queen Xianxia had dared to participate in the tournament, which meant that the psychological pressure she had to endure was not something that the average person could withstand. On the first vault, Night Queen Xianxia and Starsibyl faced each other. "I really admire you for being able to shoulder the dignity of the Day-Night clan," Starsibyl said as she looked at Night Queen Xianxia, her tone full of praise. She had come into contact with too many people, but there were only a few whom she admired. Night Queen Xianxia stared at Starsibyl, and her eyes immediately turned purple. Her innate gift, violet eyes, allowed her to petrify. Starsibyl's figure gradually disappeared from where she had been standing. Night Queen Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly looked up. Starsibyl's figure descended, and a green pattern covered Night Queen Xianxia's body. This was 7-lined battle force, and at the same time, the Night King's body appeared. In the distance, Luin was astonished that Night Queen Xianxia had actually reached 7-lined battle force. This was a huge improvement, but it was a pity. Night Queen Xianxia had indeed improved greatly. With her 7-lined battle force and the Night King's body, she could fight against the top heirs of the 6th Mainland's Imprinter clans. The Day-Night clan had poured all of their resources into nurturing her, allowing her to hold her own. Unfortunately, she had still been defeated. Against Starsibyl, even if Night King Zhenwu was revived, it would still be difficult for him to win, let alone her. Starsibyl remained silent, but her strength was definitely not weak, especially since she had even grasped the 9 clones technique. Just like Xiao Jiuyo, she had fused with an unknown number of Starsibyls, and her strength was unfathomable. In the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, many Day-Night clan members sighed. Had they still been defeated even after reaching this stage? Fortunately, Zhuo Day-Night and Zhanlong Day-Night had both been defeated, and Night Queen Xianxia had made it the furthest. At this moment, there were less than 20 people who had yet to fight. Luin looked around, and the person he was most concerned about was still Wang Yi. In the next 3 matches, Maiden 007 had won all 3 of them. Maiden had defeated one of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's 5 heroes, Qing Jiyu. Qing Jiyu was a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and his technique was to dissolve his opponent's star energy. Unfortunately, he had met Maiden, who was a boundless advanced lockbreaker. As for number 007's opponent, it was Little White God from the Home of the Gods. This girl's comprehension of the Aeon Evolution true scripture had reached the spiritual realm, which made Luin sigh in amazement. Unfortunately, her attacks were unable to harm number 007. However, this battle allowed everyone to see number 007's battle technique. It was called the soldier style, and it was a spear battle technique that seemed simple, but was extremely deadly. Following Goddess Xiaobai was Qing Guangshan, who was also from the Home of the Gods. These youths who called themselves gods had a common nickname in the outside world, lunatics. Qing Guangshan's opponent was Drunkard. In all honesty, Drunkard was the one who had the least presence among the 10 arbiters. Even though the Warlord and the Undying Bird were too old to compete, their presence was still more prominent than Drunkard's. This woman only knew how to drink. She hugged a barrel of wine all day and was afraid that someone would steal it from her. Qing Guangshan looked at Drunkard, who was dressed extravagantly and hugging a barrel of wine. Qing Guangshan frowned. "Woman, I don't want to fight. Admit defeat." In the distance, Tai Yixing spoke up. "Do it. Don't underestimate her. She's one of the 10 arbiters, idiot." Qing Guangshan's frown deepened, and his eyes turned into runes as he stared at Drunkard. Weakening. The rune lines on Drunkard's body were weakened by a layer. Qing Guangshan raised his hand, and all sorts of strange weapons appeared out of nowhere and viciously attacked Drunkard. The Home of the Gods was known as a god because of the Aeon Evolution scripture's ability to weaken an enemy's strength and also because they could create something out of nothing. Although Luin had also cultivated the Aeon Evolution scripture, he had no idea how to create something out of nothing. When he saw Qing Guangshan mysteriously conjure up so many weapons, even if the Sovereign Tournament prohibited external objects, it was useless. Those were all conjured by Qing Guangshan. All sorts of weapons surrounded Drunkard and tore through the void in an instant. They were extremely powerful and could rival Lan Si's emptiness palm. Drunkard truly deserved his title as an expert from the home of the gods. Jiuhao burped and looked up at Qing Guangshan. With a thud, the wine barrel fell to the ground. The attacks from the surrounding weapons all fell at the same time, but strangely, they all went toward the wine barrel. In the end, they all disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and confused. What had just happened? In the distance, Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he watched this scene in shock. What had just happened? The profound creation realm. Nearby, maidservant's expression turned serious. On the other side, Wukong looked up, his eyes filled with shock. Profound creation realm star energy control. Xiaoshir's expression turned solemn. Someone had actually reached the profound creation realm at such a young age. How had he done it? There was no lack of boundless advanced lockbreakers present, and some of them had even mastered sourcebox arrays. Even so, none of them had thought that they could comprehend star energy control to the profound creation realm at such a young age. That was another realm altogether. No one had expected that someone who could control star energy to the profound creation realm would appear in the sovereign tournament. Drunkard had surpassed all of her peers. Some people had reached the pinnacle of strength, some had reached the pinnacle of spiritual force, and some had reached the pinnacle of domains. Drunkard had reached the pinnacle of star energy control. Drunkard's actions not only shocked Lu Yin and the others, but also many of the older experts from both continents. The lockbreakers in particular all stared at her with sparkling eyes. Her star energy control had reached the profound creation realm, which meant that she was a natural-born lockbreaker and definitely a king amongst lockbreakers. What level was this woman at? In the Neoverse, Xiaoming immediately had someone check Drunkard's lockbreaking level, but the result was none. This woman was not a lockbreaker. Xiaoming stared at the screen. Wasn't she a lockbreaker? What a pity. Reaching the profound creation realm at such a young age was such a pity that she was not a lockbreaker. Only a portion of the audience understood Drunkard's actions. Most of them did not, but that did not stop them from being dumbfounded. Even Qing Guangshan was dumbfounded. Creating something out of nothing was the key to the home of the gods calling itself a god. However, the woman in front of him was able to absorb all of his attacks into a wine barrel. This seemed more like something only a god could do. What the hell, who was a god? Drunkard burped again. Want a drink? Qing Guangshan gulped. How did you do it? Drunkard grinned. Drink, and I'll tell you. Qing Guangshan blinked. Alright, I'll drink. He was too curious. Drunkard lifted the barrel and threw it over. Qing Guangshan raised his hand to catch it, but Tai Yixing shouted from a distance, "Be careful." Qing Guangshan did not react in time. The barrel seemed to weigh millions of pounds, and he was knocked unconscious. Drunkard pouted. I can't catch it. You're not worthy of drinking my wine. She then staggered towards Qing Guangshan to retrieve the barrel. The Supreme Tournament was a gathering of the universe's most powerful youths. No one was willing to give up on a spot in the top 10. One after another, seemingly ordinary powerhouses had appeared, but they had hidden their strengths well. Yo Year was one of them, and so was Drunkard. Who would have thought that someone who had always been a bystander would be able to surpass everyone in a certain aspect? He was the undisputed strongest. After Drunkard, it was Hui Santong's turn to fight. His opponent was Xiaoqing. This battle had originally been the focus of everyone's attention, but many people had been distracted by Drunkard, so they did not pay much attention to this battle. Hui Santong was a descendant of the Seven Quartz Hui family, and he was considered one of the top experts in the Supreme Tournament. However, he was still not Xiaoqing's opponent. Others might not know, but Lu Ying knew that Xiaoqing was the true realmling of the martial immortal realm, not the sword scholar. Regardless of whether it was Hui Santong's golden meteor battle technique or the secret art of Hui, they could not defeat Xiaoqing's azure silk sword technique. Even though they had known each other for a long time, they had not seen each other often enough, so Lu Ying had never seen Xiaoqing's true strength. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll update in the afternoon. Thank you. It had to be said that today's Cyan silk sword technique had broadened his horizons. Hui Santong had tried his best to avoid it, but in the end, he had been defeated by the Cyan silk sword. However, there had been something strange about this battle. Hui Santong had been too weak, just like how Lan Si had been when he had faced Winged Mavis. The next opponent was Skinny Bro, one of the Cyan twin heroes. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he started shouting and yelling, echoing the fatty who had already been defeated. His opponent was also from the 6th mainland, and it was Prince Changbai, who had fought against Luyin before. Prince Changbai had an expression of disgust. He was old acquaintances with the Cyan twin heroes, and they were both from the secret progenitor realm's fan domain. However, one was from the Cyan realm, while the other was from the Baihang realm. He had always looked down on the Cyan twin heroes, but it was only during the sovereign tournament that he realized that these two were so powerful that they seemed to be cheats. On the second level, Hui Santong looked at Xiaoqing on the first level with an unwilling expression. He had not been defeated by that sword technique, but by something else. That woman was not simple. Xiaoqing seemed to sense something, and she looked at Hui Santong with a smile. Hui Santong shifted his gaze to the battle between Prince Changbai and Skinny. In this battle, Prince Changbai had used everything he could, including innate gifts, imprints, battle techniques, and secret techniques, but he had still lost to Skinny in the end. Skinny's defense was unexpectedly strong, and the battle technique in his palm had easily disintegrated Prince Changbai's innate gifts and battle techniques. The fatty had similar strength, but unfortunately, he had met Wu Taibai. Prince Changbai had been punched in the face by Skinny, and he had been defeated sullenly. It seemed that in every single round, the final match would be a heavyweight. In the previous round, the final match had been between Xiao Bai and Yao Xian. Although it had ended quickly, Yao Xian's strength had been revealed. In this round, the final match was between Tollwielder and Wang Yi. Tollwielder was the top descendant of the 6th mainland's war martial realm smithing family. He was also a realmling, and he looked down on his peers. Lu Yin's greatest impression of him was that he liked Wendy Yushan. Originally, Tollwielder's reputation had been at the forefront of the 6th mainland's realmlings. Unfortunately, ever since the Tollwielder's ancestor had died, the blacksmithing family had declined, and Tollwielder had gradually faded from the public eye. Even so, he was still a realmling. Looking at Wang Yi across from him, the weapon wielder clenched his fists. Yao Gu's miserable scene was still fresh in his mind. He had also rushed over from the northern mountain peak and was not far from Wang Yi. Even he couldn't see this person's attack clearly. This battle bodes ill rather than well. Wang Yi's gaze was unfocused. It was as if he was facing Li Zimo. He just stood there and did not make a move. No one knew what he was thinking. Soon after, the weapon wielder took action, his imprint appearing. It was no longer the weapon wielder, but rather the world imprinter, as well as the only 9th level weapon refiner in the forging family. A martial imprint appeared. He raised his hand, the side of his palm hacking out towards Wang Yi. In an instant, heaven and earth were split apart, as if the starry sky was going to be cut apart. He had not been able to see Wang Yi attack Yao Gu, so he knew that he only had one chance to attack. If he missed it, his fate would not be much better than Yao Gu's. If even the Void Thunder Beast could not avoid this attack, then there was no need to mention him. The single palm that could split apart heaven and earth landed on the first, second, and third faults. Many people's weapons trembled as if they were responding to the weapon wielder. Wendy Yushan looked at the first fault. Back in the Daosor sect's ruins, she had felt the same way when she had faced the weapon wielder for the first time. The weapon wielder had used her sword to kill an enemy, and she would never forget that scene for the rest of her life. At this moment, the weapon wielder's control over his weapon was astonishing. Across from him, Wang Yi's eyes regained their vigor as he watched the weapon wielder tear apart the void. He lightly tapped his foot and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the weapon wielder. The weapon wielder's movement stopped, and his body crashed to the ground. He had been defeated. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. That speed had surpassed anyone he had ever seen, and it left him speechless. The attack's power was also abnormally terrifying. That was a battle technique that had imitated something with a palm, and it had directly severed the weapon wielder's meridians. From the moment the weapon wielder had made his move, Lu Yin had been watching Wang Yi. He had even used the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to be able to see clearly. In the entire Sovereign Tournament, there were probably no more than 10 people who could clearly see Wang Yi's moves. This person was quite terrifying. On the other side, Wu Taibai stared at Wang Yi in shock. Shang Qing's eyes narrowed, and he became much more serious. Up until now, aside from Shang Qing, who was publicly recognized as an unbeatable sovereign, there were only a few people who could truly shock everyone: Lu Yin's strength, Yao Xian's spiritual force, Jiu Hao's star energy control, and Wang Yi's attack speed. This person made everyone wary. The second round of the one-on-one matches ended, and a loud boom rang out, attracting everyone's attention. At the top of Mount Supreme, a giant statue that was tens of thousands of meters tall suddenly rose up. It had no face, and its facial features were not sculpted. The statue was in the shape of a single hand suppressing all living beings, with one hand pressing down and the other behind its back. It was an invincible posture. Beside the statue's feet, 10 stairways extended down to the bottom of Mount Supreme. That position was second only to the peak, and one could use the stairways to ascend. The 10 stairways represented 10 people, and only 10 people could use the stairways to ascend to the top of Mount Supreme. Those 10 people were the top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament. As for the statue without features, it was left for the sole sovereign. Whoever was the strongest would have the statue's appearance, standing above all living beings and invincible in the universe. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the incomparably large statue with burning gazes. How many chances did a person have to stand at the peak and become the sole sovereign? The entire universe could see it. At this moment, even Shang Qing was somewhat hot-blooded. It wouldn't be long before that statue took on his appearance. Following the statue's appearance, a new wave of bets appeared in the universe. Everyone was guessing who the sole sovereign was and who the top 10 would be. At the foot of Mount Supreme, Yao Gu came to his senses and looked up. The statue was very far away from him. On the third layer, Sujiu was helpless. He was the dignified successor of the 7 courts Su family. He possessed the best resources and comprehended secret arts, but in the end, he didn't even have the chance to touch the statue. Ku Lei gritted his teeth. No matter how hard he tried, he was still getting further and further away from that position. The tearful woman was very calm. As the second choice, her defeat would easily cause some people to criticize her. However, a defeat was a defeat, and there was nothing she could say. On the second layer, Xiao Luo's expression was calm. He was also guessing who the statue would take on. Myra's gaze was complicated. Arbiter Wen hoped to enter the top 10. Nong Zitian's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly at the statue. How great would it be if it was him? He would bring glory to his ancestors. That damned woman from the 5th continent. Ling Kei's gaze was filled with extreme envy. If the statue was him, there would be no need to hire a support group. Countless beauties would join them. What a beautiful scene that would be. Sleeping Prince was sleeping. There were 50 people on the first layer, and there were 5 more people to decide who would ascend to the bottom of the stairway and fight for the top 10 spots. The solution had already appeared, and that was the third round of the competition. There would be 10 three-person battles. In the competition, strength was one aspect, and luck was another. Luck was illusory and seemingly formless, but it was very important. Lu Yin remembered that someone had once told him that if he could enter the top 10 of the Supremes, then whether or not he would be able to obtain any other opportunities would depend on luck. Luck was one of the criteria for the Supreme's trials. Lu Yin was very curious as to what kind of opportunities would make luck so important. Of the remaining 50 people on the first layer, some had better luck, and some were even Lemeters, which was especially eye-catching. Sigue was a Lemeter, and he had come from a small island in the cosmic sea. He was very diligent in his cultivation, and his luck was especially good. In the extreme environment of the cosmic sea, even the cultivation sect he had joined had been destroyed. He had survived and then arrived in the Innerverse. When the Supremes tournament started, he had joined in the fun and signed up. Actually, with his strength, he was considered outstanding among his peers. If not for the start of the Supremes tournament, he had planned to challenge an expert near the bottom of the top 100 rankings. He had thought that with his strength, he would be able to make a name for himself in the Supremes tournament, but when the competition started, he was stunned. What kind of freak was this? There were as many explorers as there were dogs, and cruisers were everywhere. Hunters were everywhere, and there were even enlighters flying around. At that moment, Sigue felt like he had made a mistake by participating in the competition, especially when he saw an archer from the 6th mainland fly over his head. That miserable scene had left him with a shadow in his heart. He had originally planned to withdraw from the competition, but the pass master called Luin did not stop him. Many people had already passed, and Sigue had given it a try. He had been planning to withdraw from the competition, but who would have thought that he would make it all the way to the first layer? He was a Lemiter. Even if he could not see them, Sigue could still feel countless gazes focused on him. There was envy, jealousy, and all sorts of other emotions. Actually, he was under a lot of pressure, as he was surrounded by monsters. After a day of rest, the third round of the Supremes tournament began. Sigue's eyes flashed, and he appeared in a distant arena. There was a young man in front of him, and his eyes were timid. He looked like an easy target to bully. Although he did not know how this person had gotten here, Sigue felt that he had a good chance of winning. Hello, the young man said. Sigue smiled. He was still a stutterer, which made him even easier to deal with. However, another figure appeared and sent him into the abyss. 3-3 a three-person battle royale? There were 50 people in the competition, with 10 three-person battles and 10 one-on-one battles. Sigue had never thought that he would be so unlucky as to be one of the participants in the three-person battle royale. His opponent was not just that timid fellow. Burp. There was a drunken burp, and Sigue was completely dumbfounded. One of the Innerverse 10 arbiters, drunkard? How could he deal with such a freak? He was just a Lemiter, so didn't he know what was going on? Asking him to compete with drunkard was a joke. On the other side, the little stutterer was also dumbfounded. SS drunkard? The first round was a three-person battle royale, the little stutterer, Sigue, and drunkard. Xianxia was half drunk, as she had always been like this. Little stutterer's face was gloomy, as it had not been easy for him to reach this stage. In the previous round, his opponent had been one of the Lockbreaker Society's 5 luminaries, Casanova. Casanova was a top expert on the top 100 rankings, and Little Stutterer had only managed to defeat him after much difficulty. Casanova was someone who was qualified to compete for the 5 astral children in the mountain and sea realm. Although he was not very strong, he was still ranked at the top of the top 100 rankings. Little Stutterer had thought that his luck would continue, but he had run into Xianxia. Little Stutterer looked to the side and despaired. This Lemiter could not even coordinate with him. Also, how had a Lemiter gotten here? Admit defeat. Sigue was very straightforward. He felt that this was a man's responsibility, and he had to be flexible. Little Stutterer was speechless. Admit. Before he could finish speaking, he had returned to his original position at the first level, while Xianxia had appeared below a staircase. As long as he followed the staircase, he would reach the top and become one of the top 10. Admitting defeat against Xianxia was not shameful. Little Stutterer was stunned, as he had not even considered admitting defeat. Although he would definitely lose, he did not dare to do so, as he would be beaten to death by his master. What he wanted to say was, be serious, not admit defeat. To the side, Kuwei looked at Little Stutterer sympathetically. Bro, you're so unlucky to run into Xianxia. Little Stutterer looked at him. Ben. Kuwei was furious. You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. It's always been. Little Stutterer finished his sentence. Kuwei did not hear him. He appeared in the arena, and a familiar voice sounded out. Hey, two-legged beast, come over here and be Lord Fish's mount. Lord Fish is in a good mood to guide you, and you'll definitely become an ancestor one day. Kuwei turned around and saw a fish. He subconsciously asked, do you like chili powder? The fish was furious, and it fiercely slapped its fins. Stupid two-legged beast, Lord Fish is giving you a chance. Two-legged beast, you changed? The fish stared at Kuwei and carefully sized him up. You've become bigger. Others did not understand, but Kuwei did. He stared at the fish as if he had seen a ghost. It couldn't be. Her eyes were too sharp. Your face has become bigger and uglier. Lord Fish doesn't want it. Stay away from Lord Fish, said the fish disdainfully. Kuwei was furious. Xianxia felt wronged. I'm sorry. Don't be angry. At this moment, another figure appeared. Kuwei and Xianxia both looked over at the same time, and a bolt of lightning flashed past. The two of them looked at each other, their faces pale. Wang Yi, why is it him? In the distance, Luin pursed his lips. Kuwei was rather unlucky. It was one thing for the three of them to engage in a chaotic battle, but he had actually run into Wang Yi. However, it was not bad that he was able to make it this far. Wang Yi's appearance had decided the outcome of the match. There was no suspense at all. Only the fish disagreed. Hey, you two-legged beast, Lord Fish sees that your bones are quite unique. Hurry up and become Lord Fish's mount. If Lord Fish is in a good mood, he can teach you how to become an ancestor. Xianxia hurriedly covered the fish's mouth. Don't say anything else. This is the sovereign tournament, and there are no restrictions on life and death. Don't provoke them. Kuwei carefully distanced himself from Xianxia. That despicable fish could say anything, and he was afraid of being implicated. Wait, why didn't he admit defeat? Kuwei's eyes lit up. Against this fellow, even if he transformed into the tomb-protecting giant, he would still lose. He quickly admitted defeat, as he had just seen Yao Gu and the tool wielder's fates. I admit defeat, Xianxia said bluntly, as she was afraid that the fish would say something else. The fish was furious and continuously flapped its fins. Kuwei hurriedly said, I admit defeat. Wang Yi immediately appeared at the bottom of one of the stairways. Very quickly, 3 more figures appeared in the arena. 2 of them were explorers from the 6th mainland and 1 from the Neoverse. The last one was one of the Cyan twin heroes, the Thin Man. When he saw the chaotic battle between the 3 of them, Luin was certain that the matches were not randomly assigned. Of the 50 people remaining on the first layer, there were a dozen or so who were clearly much weaker than the others. They had all relied on luck to reach the stage. In the 2 3-person battles that had just ended, the 4 people who had been eliminated belonged to these dozen or so people. This was an intentional elimination of some people. This was especially true for this group, as one of the Cyan twin heroes, the Thin Man, could easily eliminate the other 2. However, the Thin Man himself was not a top-tier expert. This match ended very quickly, and in the next moment, Xianxia appeared in the arena. When he saw Xianxia, the rest of the people subconsciously tensed up. It was not a good thing for anyone to encounter Xianxia. Even if Luin was confident that he could fight against Xianxia, he would still consume a lot of his energy. The giant star devourer appeared in the arena, and it was Xianxia's opponent. This was a 3-person battle, and the other person was Xianxia. When Xianxia appeared in the arena, she wanted to cry but had no tears. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, she had been the first to witness the true might of the 3 suns' ancestral qi. On the highest stage, Xianxia had used 2 strands of ancestral qi to transform into progenitor Qin. She still could not forget that invincible display. Even a hunter like Xianxia was not someone she could deal with, let alone an enlighter like Xianxia. Surpassing realms to challenge progenitors was easy, and any genius was just an ordinary person in front of progenitor Qin. While Xianxia was considering whether or not she should just admit defeat, on the other side, the Star Devourer's giant body was already pressing down on Xianxia. When it had broken through the 5th checkpoint, Star Devourer had cleverly chosen not to provoke Xianxia. Instead, it had shrunk its body and successfully passed the checkpoint. Even if it looked down on humans, it was not confident that it could fight against someone who could use a progenitor as a fighter. However, in this match, it had no choice but to go all out. Star Devourer's appearance was like a mix of a wolf and tiger. It had 6 eyes on its forehead, and every time it opened one of them, its power would explosively increase. At this moment, it opened 4 of its eyes and fiercely pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia easily dodged, and a stream of air whizzed past, smashing towards Star Devourer. The stream of air was dispersed by Star Devourer. Although Xianxing's stream of air was unsolvable and could be dispersed, it would quickly condense again. However, it was of no threat to Star Devourer at this moment. Xianxing frowned slightly. Above its head, Star Devourer's giant tail slammed down, and the void was immediately distorted by its power. This power was not inferior to Emergence Mavis. Emergence Mavis represented the pinnacle of human strength, while Star Devourer represented the pinnacle of giant beast strength. Humans had natural limitations, but Star Devourer did not. It could even devour planets. Xianxing dodged the attack once again, and its giant tail slammed onto the ground, causing the ground to split open. Xianxia was pushed back by the wave of air, and looked over in shock. This power made her think of Corpse Ghost. Back then, Corpse Ghost relied on the third transformation of the Corpse King and Death Chi to challenge everyone on the golden stage without losing out. That power was so strong that it left everyone speechless. Star Devourer's current power was probably not much weaker than Corpse Ghost's. With a roar, Star Devourer suddenly opened its fifth eye and raised its right claw to slap Xianxing. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This claw's power was infinitely close to Corpse Ghost's. Even he only had this level of power, and Emergence Mavis had long since surpassed it. Emergence Mavis' expression turned solemn. This strange lifeform truly deserved its reputation as the strongest giant beast. It only had 5 eyes, but its power had already surpassed hers. However, her Mavis bloodline's usage of power was not something that Star Devourer could compare to. She glanced at Lu Yin as she thought about it. This person's emptiness palm was not something that Star Devourer could match. Just power alone depended on how one used it. Xianxia could not interfere, and she kept retreating. However, Star Devourer did not attack her, and its eyes only focused on Xianxing. Xianxing's stream of air was useless against Star Devourer, and everyone watched on nervously. It was time for Progenitor Chen to appear. Not long after, Xianxing stood tall in the sky, and the stream of air that had been attacking Star Devourer gradually changed into a human form. Star Devourer was not stupid. Although it was not smart, it was still very sensitive to danger. When it saw the stream of air transform, it raised its claw and swatted at it. There was a loud bang, and the ground trembled as a deep claw print sank into the ground. In front of the screen, countless people watched nervously. Star Devourer stared at the ground, its originally indifferent gaze suddenly filled with pain. Blood spurted out as a sword light flashed from below, piercing through Star Devourer's right claw. A figure leapt up, it was Progenitor Chen. Star Devourer roared in pain as its huge tail viciously lashed out. High up in the sky, Xianxing was indifferent as 2 streams of air revolved around her, making her look like a deity. Below, Progenitor Chen, who had transformed from the stream of air, slashed down with his sword. There were no traces of battle techniques, and there were no superfluous movements. It was just a single slash, and his figure disappeared while the sword light remained in place. Star Devourer's huge tail lashed out, but half of it was broken. No matter how powerful it was useless. In the distance, Lu Yin gradually clenched his right hand. Progenitor Chen, this was. Progenitor Chen. Back on the golden stage, everyone had been helpless against the Corpse Ghost, but Progenitor Chen had appeared and used his sword to block the Corpse Ghost. In the end, he had even cut off the Corpse Ghost's arm. The Corpse Ghost was not an expert of the same generation, and there was no expert in the Neo-Human Alliance who could reach the 3rd transformation of the Corpse King realm. Moreover, Progenitor Chen had fused with death energy. Yuhua Mavis, Xia Jiuyo, and the others had not been inferior to the top experts of the younger generation in the long river of history. In the end, even their combined forces had not been a match for the Corpse Ghost, but Progenitor Chen had blocked it with a single slash. This was Progenitor Chen, the invincible Progenitor Chen. At this moment, no matter how strong Star Devourer was, it was like a child in front of Progenitor Chen. Its right claw and tail had been severely injured, and Star Devourer did not dare to attack. Only those who were close enough could understand how terrifying Star Devourer was. His strength was enough to cause one to collapse, but those who were watching from the outside could not sense it. All they could see was Xianxing's godlike appearance. Outside Mount Supreme, atop a white skeleton. That's the human Progenitor Chen. No matter what era he was in, Progenitor Chen was invincible among his peers. Who could defeat him in the same era? Unless another progenitor intervened. It's useless. Legend has it that during the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands, progenitor Qin used the 9 clones technique to fight against 9 progenitors. He was unparalleled. That's why he's known as the only paragon, unless someone can surpass progenitor Qin in the same era. He has more than 1 progenitor Qin clones. The other gigantic beasts fell silent when they heard that. Star Devourer was a strange life form. It could swallow planets, and it was extremely strong. It was unshakable, but it was powerless in front of progenitor Qin. On the first level, Xianxia gulped and looked at progenitor Qin in fear. Her eyes were shining. That was the invincible progenitor Qin. How sad must it have been for those who had been born in the same era as him. Progenitor Qin didn't have any fancy battle techniques. Just his blade alone was enough to make the Star Devourer not dare to act rashly. The Star Devourer stared at progenitor Qin with its 5 eyes. Finally, it opened its 6th eye, and a strange aura swept out in all directions. In the distance, Zi, Bukong, Wu Taibai, and the others from the 6th mainland paled. The 6th mainland's cultivators were naturally suppressed by the 5th mainland's cultivators, and this suppression was unsolvable. Just now, the Star Devourer had given them the same feeling. Even though it was from the 5th mainland, it had a similar suppressive effect. What was going on? The Star Devourer's 6 eyes opened, and the heavens and earth shook. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in an arc. It roared towards the sky, and even Mount Supreme trembled. An unparalleled power spread out along with Mount Supreme, causing the surrounding planets to crack open. One after another, the older generation experts walked out to defend themselves with shocked expressions. This was the first battle that affected the surroundings. The Star Devourer displayed its strength to its heart's content. It was truly invincible, and no one could resist it in terms of strength. It had reached a certain peak. Even the Prime Clear was shocked. This power wasn't something that humans could contend against. Blade light flashed, and the Star Devourer's voice came to an abrupt end. Its 6 eyes blinked, and then it crashed to the ground. The illusory progenitor Qin stood tall in the sky, his blade pointed outside of Mount Supreme. Everyone who saw it felt a chill. Progenitor Qin had killed the Star Devourer in 1 strike. Blood flowed down the Star Devourer's neck, dyeing the ground red. Its enormous body immediately shrank. The Star Devourer had been defeated. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Even he couldn't see progenitor Qin's blade light clearly. He could only see a terrifying amount of rune lines flash past before the Star Devourer collapsed. The Star Devourer didn't even have the chance to display its strength. Progenitor Qin was invincible. This was recorded in history, but the 6th mainlands. History didn't even dare to record it. Everyone was speechless. This included Yu Hua and the others. When they had fought on the golden stage, they had thought that they had seen progenitor Qin's bottom line. However, at the same time, progenitor Qin had left them in despair. His bottom line hadn't been exposed at all. The Prime Clear had also fallen into Silver's trap, which was why they had almost been captured. This also showed the corpse ghost's strength, as it was able to catch Ancestor Qin off guard. In terms of strength, the Star Devourer was truly invincible, but in terms of strength, it couldn't even compare to the corpse ghost. He didn't even have the chance to display his strength. So what if his strength was invincible? He still couldn't block Ancestor Qin's blade. Yao Xian's eyelids twitched as he stared at Ancestor Qin, who was gradually turning into a stream of air. Then, he looked at Xianxia, thinking about how to deal with him. No matter how arrogant they were, no one dared to say that they could face Ancestor Qin at the same time. That was an unsolvable problem. Perhaps it would be better to directly attack the Prime Clear One himself, but this Prime Clear One wasn't that easy to defeat. After all, it was the Hall of Honor's #1 method. Only then did the crowd realize that the only supreme being they believed to be on the surface was merely relying on the 3 Suns' ancestral Chi's combat skills. No one knew exactly how strong he was. His talent, secret techniques, physical strength, and everything else were unknown to them. This discovery sent chills down the spines of the remaining contestants. When he looked at Xianxia again, he saw 3 streams of Qi revolving around him. Indeed, he looked like a deity. Lu Yin exhaled. If he wanted to defeat the prime clear lineage, he would have to defeat progenitor Chen, who was from the same generation as him. This was truly difficult, as that was progenitor Chen. Outside Mount Supreme, Mu'en smiled. That was the Hall of Honor's #1 method, no matter who it was. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Whether it was the Six Mainlands or anyone else, they were all confident that those who cultivated the Three Suns' ancestral chi were invincible in the universe. Even if this invincibility was built on someone else's head, so what? They were still invincible. At this moment, the most awkward person was Xianxia, and many people looked at her. Star Devourer had already been defeated, and he had almost been killed. Now, his body had shrunk and returned to his original position. He was lying there with serious injuries, and she was the only one left to fight the Prime Clear One. The Prime Clear One glanced over, and a stream of energy gradually left his body. Xianxia helplessly said, "I admit defeat." No one mocked her, as this was how it should be. If she was smart enough to admit defeat, she could even shorten the competition. No one blamed Xianxia, as it was already good enough for her to admit defeat against the Prime Clear One. The Prime Clear One appeared at the bottom of a staircase, separated from Drunkard and Wang Yi. Many people's expressions changed. Perhaps if they won now, they wouldn't have to face the three of them. They all hoped that it would be their turn as soon as possible. An apprehensive girl appeared in the arena. She was only an explorer from the cosmic sea, and opposite her, Xiaojioyo appeared. When she saw Xiaojioyo, her face paled. This person was a super expert who was ranked 5th on the top 10 rankings. Although the top 10 rankings predictions might not be accurate, anyone who was ranked in the top 10 was not someone she could fight against. The girl was helpless, as it seemed that her good luck had come to an end. On the other side, another man appeared, and many people were interested in him. This man was numbered 007. His name was strange, but he was not weak. Lu Yin was especially interested in this man, as someone who had defeated Zhuo Day Night was enough to pique his interest. It should be known that Zhuo Day Night's end, Daybreak, had even affected Night King Jinwu, and Zhuo Day Night's power had been much weaker than it was now. However, this number 007 had been able to defeat the current Zhuo Day Night, which meant that he was a hunter, which was enough to rival Night King Jinwu. This person was not from the 6th mainland or the Neoverse, which piqued Lu Yin's interest. Xiaojioyo was naturally interested in this number 007 as well. This person had an iron-blooded aura, and it was obvious that he was a soldier. His gaze was emotionless, and when he looked at Xiaojioyo, it was as if he was looking at an enemy. He held a spear in his hand, which was a standard weapon used by many armies. Many people could tell that this number 007 was a soldier, and his name might have been a military name as well. However, if a soldier could fight his way to this stage and was still quite young, what kind of army could nurture such a person? Xiaojioyo did not think too much about it, and his gaze swept past the two before he raised his hand. Netherforge palm. The girl was caught off guard and struck by the palm. Her body froze, and her vitality gradually faded away. Number 007's eyes were sharp as he leapt forward and thrust his spear at Xiaojioyo. He was charging forward alone, but he carried the feeling of an entire army. With his spear in hand, it was as if thousands of soldiers were ready to die for him. Xiaojioyo did not move. His innate gift, Echo, caused a second attack from the Netherforge palm, and this time, it struck number 007 without any obstruction. Number 007's expression did not change. Even though he had been struck and half of his body was frozen and numb, his spear continued to press forward. His gaze did not waver, and his weapon remained resolute. In the distance, Lu Yin vaguely understood how Zhuo Day Night had been defeated. This person was not very strong and could not even compare to Night King Jinwu. At most, he could be considered close to the 10 Arbiters level. However, his willpower was rarely seen, and it surpassed Night King Jinwu's and most of the 10 Arbiters. It was even possible that he had surpassed Lu Yin. A soldier who faced death with equanimity had an unshakable willpower, even in the face of an illusion. This chapter is not finished. Please continue reading. Coupled with the fact that his strength had already surpassed Zhuo Day Night's, it was normal for him to defeat her. Unfortunately, his opponent was Xiaojioyo. Willpower could only last until victory in a battle of equal power, and it was useless against an expert who far surpassed him. The spear stopped less than a centimeter in front of Xianxia and remained motionless. Number 007 had been frozen, and the Netherforge palm's power could not be underestimated. Back then, the Tear Lady had also been defeated by it. Since he had won, Xianxia did not kill him. He dissolved the Netherforge palm from number 007 and the girl, saving their lives. "Where are you from?" Xianxia asked number 007. Number 007 did not say a word as he reappeared in his original position. Xianxia, on the other hand, appeared at the bottom of a staircase. With an invincible powerhouse like Progenitor Chen in front of him, Xianxia, the true successor of Progenitor Chen and the inheritor of the 9 clones technique, did not cause much of a shock. After all, his opponent was not strong. Luyin wanted to see who was next, but his figure disappeared and reappeared in the arena. It was his turn. When they saw Luyin appear in the arena, quite a few people in the distance were shocked. Many had stern gazes, while others panicked, afraid that they would run into him. A short man appeared in front of Luyin, and the two looked at each other. The man immediately raised his hand. "I admit defeat." Luyin was speechless. The other person had not even appeared yet. This guy had broken the record for the fastest surrender in the Supreme Tournament. "Brother, is this necessary?" someone asked. The short man's expression turned ugly. "I saw that guy from the 6th mainland get killed with my own eyes. I don't want to die." Luyin raised his brows and took a closer look. He had a vague impression of this person. When Tong Zhan had attacked him, this person seemed to have been there as well. Seeing Tong Zhan get killed at such close range had left a huge psychological trauma. As long as cultivators like them carefully thought back, they would be able to recall a certain scene from that time. The short man admitted defeat, and a third participant appeared next to him. It was also a 3-person battle, but unfortunately, it was now a one-on-one. Green light flashed, and the ground was covered in verdant grass that swayed gently. This scene was very familiar. Heaven's Emergence Mavis had appeared. When they saw that it was Heaven's Emergence Mavis, countless people, whether they were on Mount Supreme, outside of Mount Supreme, or in front of the screens, straightened their backs and watched seriously. The heavyweight battle had begun. Luyin's expression changed, but then he smiled. He had not expected to meet her so soon. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Back on the highest stage of the mountain and sea realm, he had been defeated by Heaven's Emergence Mavis in 7 punches. At that moment, his heart had been filled with helplessness and unwillingness, as he had lost to this woman in terms of strength. After breaking through to the Hunter realm, what he wanted to do the most was compete with this woman again. Since she had defeated him in 7 punches, then he would return the favor with 7 punches. Across from him, Heaven's Emergence Mavis had not expected to meet Luyin so soon, but this was exactly what she had wanted. She had been very uncomfortable when Luyin had tossed her aside during her breakthrough, and now, they were face to face. "Do you still remember what you said before the battle?" She looked at Luyin seriously, her eyes filled with excitement and battle intent. Luyin's lips curled up. "Yes. How many punches do you want me to take? Or are you confident that you can take a few punches from me?" Ascension Mavis provoked. Everyone stared at this scene, and many of them swallowed their saliva. "Thank you, brothers, for your support." End of chapter. Lulu was nervous, both of them were close to her. Of course, she hoped that her sister would win, but Luyin couldn't lose too badly either. She was part of the Mavis family, and she knew how terrifying the Treeheart's successor was. Luyin didn't understand what it meant to have infinite strength, so he was bound to lose. In the Neoverse, the Mavis family lived on the back of the ancestral turtle. At this moment, many of them were watching a screen. Sister Yuhua is going to show them what true strength is. Those monsters from the astral beast domain only know how to use brute force. We Mavis family are the true representatives of strength. Sister Yuhua isn't just strong, she's our Treeheart's successor. That Luyin isn't weak either. I heard that he took 7 punches from Sister Yuhua in the mountain and sea realm. He's considered very strong among humans, but he's unlucky to run into Sister Yuhua again. His path has come to an end. Sister Yuhua, go for it. Show them your true strength and let them know what true strength is. The powers in the Neoverse knew the Mavis family the best. When they saw that Lu Yin's opponent was Yuhua, no one thought that he had a chance. Even if he was recognized as the Pass Lord and could heavily injure the junior Arrow Saint, it didn't matter. The Mavis family's true strength had yet to be revealed. On Everlasting Island, the Elysian Celestial Master was calm. This was the start of the true sovereign battle. In the Glory Realm, Elder Chan watched with a smile. Kid, let's see how strong you really are. On the first layer of Mount Supreme, Lu Yin faced Yuhua and raised his hand, clenching 3 fingers together. 7 punches. Ascension Mavis raised an eyebrow. You intend to take 7 more punches from me? Lu Yin smiled, I hope you can take 7 of them. Ascension Mavis' face sank. Alright, 7 punches. Let's see how strong you are. Back in the mountain and sea realm, Lu Yin had taken 4 of her punches with his own strength. The last 3 punches had been augmented by battle force and overlaying stacks. In terms of pure strength, he could only take 4 punches. Of course, that wasn't Yuhua's full strength. If she had used her full strength on the first punch, Lu Yin definitely wouldn't have been able to take it. At this moment, he didn't intend to erupt with his full strength. With a light tap of his foot, he threw a punch at Ascension Mavis. Ascension Mavis's gaze sharpened as she similarly raised her fist. This was a battle of strength. Bang! With a loud bang, the space around the 2 of them cracked, and the ground shattered. The 2 of them sank into the ground at the same time. Huge waves of chi swept out in all directions, pushing the space apart. Looking from the foot of Mount Supreme, it looked like a wave was spreading out. Then, countless spatial cracks were torn apart. It was extremely shocking. This scene didn't just shock the people on Mount Supreme, it also shocked countless people in front of the screens. Even if they weren't there personally, they could feel how terrifying this power was. Just the first punch alone had already surpassed the strength of Yuhua's 7th punch on the golden stage, and this was just the starting point. Back when Yuhua Mavis had punched Lu Yin, each of her punches had been slightly stronger than Lu Yin's. She had been able to suppress him without causing him any serious injuries. Her control over her strength had reached the pinnacle. However, at this moment, Lu Yin did not bother with such thoughts, he simply did not move his fate-san. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. This was because he believed that Yuhua Mavis would be able to withstand the strongest punch of a normal person. The power of this punch was terrifying. The first layer of Mount Supreme cracked open. Yuhua Mavis' right fist was red, and her fist collided with Lu Yin's. Lu Yin smiled, 2nd punch, continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his fate-san. At this moment, all of his fate-san had fused into his heart. With a slight shift, a terrifying power descended, and the 2 fists that were clearly touching each other once again exerted strength. The same scene happened again, and Mount Supreme trembled as shockwaves swept out in all directions, piercing through the void and tearing open cracks. It was like a thunderclap that struck fear into many people. Yuhua Mavis took a few steps back and waved her right hand, sending the remaining force towards the remaining participants on the first layer. The remaining participants were separated by the screens, and the remaining force ruthlessly slammed into them. Although it did not shatter, the force still traveled through the air and caused everyone's hearts to tremble. A few explorers started bleeding from their orifices, unable to withstand the force. They looked at Lu Yin and Yuhua Mavis as if they were looking at monsters. Lu Yin raised his right fist, this was his current strength. After breaking through to the hunter realm, his strength had increased tremendously, and he was now able to go head-to-head with the 3rd Transformation Corps King Ghoul. This ghoul was the same one that had beaten Yuhua Mavis and the others to a pulp. If that's all you have, then I'm very disappointed, Lu Yin said as he looked at Yuhua Mavis. Who in the universe could say such words to the Mavis family? Throughout history, there were very few who could. Even progenitors could not underestimate the Mavis family's strength. Outside Mount Supreme, Qing Mavis' face sank. My Mavis family's Treeheart descendant has not appeared for a long time. She's really been underestimated. Not far away, Muin's expression changed. The descendant of the Treeheart descendant. Yes, the one below was the descendant of the Mavis family's Treeheart descendant, not an ordinary Mavis. She possessed a different type of power. The Mavis family had a battle technique called infinite strength. Everyone thought that the Mavis family's strength came from this battle technique, and the truth was that the Mavis family did indeed possess such a battle technique that could increase one's strength. However, this battle technique had not been created for ordinary Mavis family members, but specifically for the descendant of the Treeheart descendant. This was a battle technique unique to the descendant of the Treeheart descendant. On the first layer, Ascension Mavis took a deep breath and moved her fists. There were traces of blood on them. She had used all of her strength just now, just like how she had used all of her strength to deal with the corpse ghosts. She had used all of her strength as a human. However, she was no ordinary human. She was the descendant of the Mavis family's Treeheart descendant, born from a divine tree. She was both human and not human at the same time. Actually, that Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King was very lucky, Yuhua Mavis said calmly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? The Mavis family has a battle technique called limitless strength, the Ascension Mavis said to Lu Yin. Back then, you used this battle technique to fight the corpses, but it seems like you lost. It's useless if you want to use it to compete with me in terms of strength. Yuhua Mavis wiped the blood off her right fist. That's why I said that the Corpse King was lucky. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Her words were too obvious, she hadn't even used that battle technique back then. No matter who it is. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. In the Neoverse history, the descendants of the Mavis family's Treeheart had rarely used infinite strength. There were almost no records of them using it, so there were very few occasions when they could use it. Lu Yin, you're enough to go down in history as the first human in modern times to use infinite strength. Let me remind you, don't treat me like a human in the next moment. Yuhua Mavis' expression was calm, but her expression became gentle and sincere as she spoke. Lu Yin felt a sense of foreboding as he stared at Yuhua Mavis, recalling the ghost monkey's words. In the monkey's limited memories, the descendants of the Mavis family's Treeheart had never been defeated. The Mavis family was very mysterious. The monkey had been created by progenitor Wushang, which showed just how influential the Mavis family was. The descendants of the Mavis family's Treeheart were truly invincible among their peers. If he had wanted to, he could have immediately taken action. Whether it was his spiritual force or his domain, he could have attacked Yuanhua Mavis and prevented her from using her so-called limitless strength battle technique. However, he did not do so. Today, he was going to suppress the Mavis family in terms of strength. Yuhua Mavis clasped her hands together in a praying position. When he saw her like this, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Anyone who did such a thing would easily cause others to feel apprehensive, and only the heavens knew what they were praying for. In this universe, praying meant that one could borrow some sort of power. The deepest impression he had of the Fireplume family was the battle at Night King Planet. The Fireplume family had been in such a state, and they had forcefully broken through Night King Zhenwu's innate gift. Yuhua Mavis' body glowed with a green light, and soon after, branches and leaves bloomed beneath her feet and lifted her up. Green leaves bloomed one after another, and even though they were clearly just leaves and not flowers, they were more beautiful than flowers at this moment. The branches and leaves wrapped around Yuhua Mavis as she rushed into space, illuminating the entirety of Mount Supreme and the sky as well as the countless people in front of the screen. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Ascension Mavis was like a tree spirit, beautiful and pure. It was different from the Prime Clear's celestial and godlike appearance. She was more like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. Although she was high up, she appeared so intimate. Even through the light screen, countless people could feel that Ascension Mavis had cleansed their souls. Yuhua Mavis was originally beautiful, and wherever she went, flowers bloomed. Now, she seemed even more pure and untainted. Lu Yin was stunned by this scene, and he felt that if he took action now, he would ruin this beautiful scene and become a sinner. Suddenly, Yuhua Mavis opened her eyes, and the green leaves that had wrapped around her body and illuminated the sky gradually disappeared. They condensed on her forehead, forming a symbol of a green leaf that flickered with a faint green light. Yuhua Mavis landed on the ground, and her gaze became unfamiliar. She looked at Lu Yin strangely, as if she was looking at an ant. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Yuhua Mavis said indifferently. Seeing her state, the Prime Clear's expression turned serious. As the #1 disciple of the Hall of Honor, he had a deep understanding of the universe's history, including the Mavis family. Unlimited strength was a battle technique that had been created specifically for the Treeheart's successor. Once used, a person would no longer be a person. If Yuhua Mavis was considered human before and represented the pinnacle of human strength, then she could no longer be considered human at this moment. He didn't know the specifics, but he knew that it was mentioned in the records. In the entire Supreme Tournament, the Star Devourer was the one who was truly unrivaled in strength. His 6 eyes could shake the heavens and shake the earth, and it truly affected those outside Mount Supreme. However, strength was only one aspect, and it was useless if one couldn't use it. Yuhua Mavis obviously wouldn't be unable to use her strength, and neither would Luyin. End of chapter. Luyin stared at Yuhua and saw a terrifying number of rune lines. The current Yuhua Mavis was far more powerful than before. Could she not be considered a human? This was interesting. With that thought in mind, he suddenly rushed forward. Third punch. Ascension Mavis looked up with an expressionless face. She lifted her right fist and punched out. There was nothing fancy about it, it was just a simple punch. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, this punch was exceptionally terrifying. He took a deep breath and released all the strength in his body. Bang! A loud sound wave that could be seen with the naked eye destroyed everything in its path. Even the participants on the first layer paled as they looked on in horror. That loud sound had almost caused their hearts to stop beating. On the second, third, and even the foot of the mountain, there were people who had fainted from the sound wave. Although the void was not torn apart, this power still spread through the void to the space outside of Mount Supreme, causing many planets to tremble. This was just pure strength. It was as if the Devourer had opened all 6 eyes and affected the outside world. The only difference was that the Devourer had only released his aura to affect the outside world. On the other hand, Lu Yin and Yuhua Mavis were facing off against each other. In terms of strength, they were still inferior to the Devourer. The two did not give in to each other at all. The air around them reversed, dust flew everywhere, and pebbles were crushed at an extremely fast speed. Although Yuhua Mavis was expressionless, her heart was shaken. She had never thought that Lu Yin would be able to match her in terms of strength. She had used an unlimited amount of strength and borrowed the advantage of her birth, which was equivalent to cheating. How did this man cultivate? How could there be a human who could match her in terms of strength? In terms of realm, she was still a level above this man. If this man was also an enlighter, then she would definitely lose in terms of true strength. Without another word, the two retreated at the same time before charging forward for the 4th punch. Lu Yin hadn't just relied on brute strength for this punch. He hadn't expected Metamorphosis to have such a battle technique hidden up her sleeves. She was simply inhuman, and it was impossible for him to win with brute strength alone. However, it was also impossible for Metamorphosis to win with brute strength alone. Pure strength ended with the 3rd punch. On the 4th punch, purplish-red lines appeared on Lu Yin's body. Red striped battle force had appeared, it was 9-lined battle force. On the other side, the green leaf symbol on the winged Mavis's forehead flickered, and leaves appeared on the surface of her body once more. She ferociously charged towards Lu Yin and punched out. Lu Yin raised a brow. The Heaven's Emergence Mavis in front of him was no longer just a Heaven's Emergence Mavis. He could vaguely see a tree, a towering tree with branches drooping down as if protecting her. At this moment, his opponent was not the Heaven's Emergence Mavis, but that tree. You don't want to look at humans? Lu Yin's tightly clenched right fist trembled for a moment. It wasn't obvious, and most people wouldn't be able to see it. However, Levitating Mavis could see that it was the overlaying stacks technique. Lu Yin's punch contained both 9-lined battle force and the overlaying stacks technique. But it didn't matter. She had also used a battle technique with unlimited strength in this punch. Bang, an even louder collision sound rang out. The competitors on the first level were already prepared. Many of them covered their ears and watched in shock. In front of the light screen, many people were startled. Chi waves spread out like a tide, but neither of them took half a step back. It was as if they were tied again. However, only a few people could see that this was just the beginning. Levitating Mavis had blocked Lu Yin's punch that contained both strength and battle force, but Lu Yin had also blocked Levitating Mavis' punch that contained unlimited strength. In the next moment, Lu Yin's overlaying stacks exploded forth, layer after layer forming a terrifying aftershock. The green leaf on Levitating Mavis' forehead shone even more brilliantly, and she looked more and more like a tree in Lu Yin's eyes. That tree slowly appeared, as if it was an imprint. That's right, it was an imprint. Lu Yin stared at the faintly discernible divine tree behind Levitating Mavis in shock. Wasn't that an imprint? Unlike the cultivators from the Sixth Mainland, who imprinted powerhouses, Levitating Mavis had imprinted a tree. Even a tree could be imprinted? Lu Yin wasn't sure if the word imprint was correct. Perhaps it wasn't an imprint, but it looked very similar. This was the true manifestation of unlimited strength. Layers of overlaying stacks exploded forth, and with each layer, a loud sound rang out. The two of them sank deeper into the ground, and the sky was split into two by this punch. The more the overlaying stacks exploded, the more it became torn apart. The sound was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears, and even the sky darkened. At the first layer, many people wanted to escape. What the hell? Was this even a human? This wasn't a power they could contend against, and just a single glance was enough to make their hearts tremble. At the foot of Mount Supreme, countless people raised their heads and watched as the void was pushed apart, turning into ripples and tides. Layer by layer, the void was torn apart. Countless people were enveloped by the power of the two, and the pressure made it hard for them to breathe. One after another, the older generation experts appeared and looked at Mount Supreme. Whether it was the Fifth Mainland or the Sixth Mainland, the older generation experts all had solemn expressions. They had power that far surpassed the younger generation, but thinking back, could they compete with these people when they were in the same generation? It was completely impossible. Crack! The void was torn apart, then healed, then torn apart again. This cycle was endless. Lu Yin's overlaying stacks had a total of 250 stacks, and Emergence Mavis had forcefully endured up to 200 stacks. She took a step back, but as an even more terrifying overlaying stacks erupted, she was forced back several steps. Her entire body was flattened by Lu Yin's power, and in the end, she was sent flying. She twisted her body in midair, and the rest of the force was blasted into the distance. With one punch, the 10 seconds of battle finally ended. Emergence Mavis was sent flying 100 meters, her face pale as she gasped for breath. Lu Yin slowly rose into the air and returned to the first layer. His right fist was completely red. He hadn't expected Emergence Mavis to be able to withstand 250 stacks. That was 250 stacks. Even Lan Si, one of the 10 arbiters, who was famous for his overlaying stacks, couldn't reach that level. Even without strength, 250 stacks was enough for someone to become one of the 10 arbiters. There were less than 10 people in the entire Supreme competition who could withstand that punch. If it had been Lan Si, he wouldn't have been able to decide whether he lived or died. Drip. Drip. Fresh blood dripped down Emergence Mavis's fist. She had been injured. Her right fist had been shattered, and her bones had pierced through her skin. It was painful, but compared to this pain, she was more unwilling to lose to Lu Yin in terms of strength. She had even used her true strength, but she had still been defeated. This monster. For a long time, the Mavis family had been called monsters, and the descendants of the Tree Heart were called monsters by the descendants of the most powerful forces. No one had ever called anyone a monster, not even the Prime Clear. His invincibility was built on the foundation of Progenitor Chen. It was Progenitor Chen who was invincible, not the Prime Clear. Lu Yin was the first person Emergence Mavis had ever acknowledged as a monster. That one punch had left her speechless. Mount Supreme was silent. Everyone could tell that Heaven's Emergence Mavis had been defeated by that punch. Outside Mount Supreme, Qin Mavis had an ugly expression. The legend of the Mavis family's Treeheart's invincible strength had come to an end. She really wanted to ask the others what kind of monster Lu Yin was, and how could a human display such great strength. Muan was shocked. This result is very unexpected. The Star Devourer woke up. Progenitor Chen's attack hadn't killed it, only severely injuring it. It had seen the punch just now, and its battle intent had been ignited. It really wanted to find someone to compare strength with, but it had already been defeated. These two humans were definitely inferior to it in terms of true strength, and it was confident that it could suppress them. However, the way they used their strength had surprised it. One was as immovable as a mountain, while the other was using overlaying stacks. It really wanted to compete. 4 punches, Luine. You've won, Emergence Mavis said, her expression still indifferent as she looked at Luine coldly. Luine loosened his right hand and flexed his fingers. This woman was ruthless enough to shatter his fist. 4 punches is enough? She spoke indifferently. Before the match, you said that you wanted to see how many punches I could take. 4 punches, and a loss is a loss. However, I lost to you in terms of strength, and the Mavis family has more than just strength. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Then let's continue. I'm very curious about your Mavis family's legendary innate gift, Rhythm of Life. The green leaf on Emergence Mavis' forehead gradually disappeared, transforming into a green light that wrapped around her right fist. Her shattered fist visibly recovered. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with apprehension. Was this healing? The Mavis family really knew how to do anything. He suddenly recalled the battle logs that he had seen before. When the 6th mainland had invaded the Outerverse, Moonlight Mavis had swallowed a fruit with a power level of 290,000 and blocked the 6th mainland's imprinter, Yanqing. This incident had left a deep impression on him, and it was also because of this that he felt an intense fear towards the Mavis family. He had originally thought that this so-called unlimited strength was the same as Moonlight Mavis swallowing a fruit, but the results were completely different. Just how many tricks did the Mavis family have? On the ground, verdant green grass spread out and condensed into one giant green fist after another that smashed towards Luine. At the same time, the grass coiled around Lu Yin's feet. Just as Emergence Mavis had said, she was going to use some other strength. She had lost in terms of strength, but she did not want to lose the match. Lu Yin's figure flickered as he continuously dodged the green fists. He glanced at Emergence Mavis, wanting to see what tricks she had up her sleeves. At the same time, he was also wary of her innate gift, so he did not look at her eyes. Someone once said that one could not look at the Mavis family's eyes when fighting. The so-called Rhythm of Life innate gift was activated through one's gaze. Lu Yin's vigilance wasn't wrong, as a verdant green light flashed across Yuanhua Mavis' eyes. However, the moment he said the words Rhythm of Life, Yuanhua Mavis no longer had any hopes of controlling him through normal means. Lu Yin had underestimated her too much. She was a Treeheart descendant, not an ordinary Mavis family member. The green fists smashed down one after another, each one glowing with a green light. Lu Yin easily dodged them all and moved his fingers, intending to end this battle. He used his full-strength empty palm, and even Emergence Mavis would find it difficult to block it. However, he did not realize that the world had already turned green. From the very beginning, green had been the main color of the battlefield, and it had originated from Emergence Mavis. When a pair of green eyes appeared, Lu Yin was stunned. This was the innate gift of the Mavis family, Vitality's rhythm. Not everyone had the qualifications to be controlled by the Mavis family, especially Yuhua Mavis. Back then, the 10 Marquis had been controlled for a short period of time, and he had almost damaged the Spirit Palace. However, at that time, Yuhua Mavis had not used her green light that could affect the entire world. Now, she was using her full strength, and her green eyes completely enveloped Lu Yin. Yuhua's eyes went blank. She raised her hands, causing the grass to grow wildly and transform into dozens of giant green fists that smashed towards Lu Yin. This was his only chance. Dozens of fists descended. Ku Wei shouted, "Seventh bro, be careful." The messenger girl's eyes trembled. Wang Yi's expression turned solemn. Shangqing was watching closely. In front of their screens, countless people's hearts were in their throats, especially those from the Outerverse, Great Eastern Alliance and Earthlings. They all held their breaths as they nervously watched the scene unfold. Just as the green fists were about to land, Lu Yin's eyes regained their luster. He clenched his right fist and punched out. His 9-lined battle force soared into the sky, accompanied by an explosion of overlaying stacks. Just the shockwaves from his punch shattered the green fists, which then pierced through the void and landed on Yuhua's body. Yuhua's pupils shrank, but she did not have time to react. She could only punch out with both fists, and the green clothes covering her arms were torn to shreds. She spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying off a cliff. The situation had changed too quickly, and no one had time to react. By the time they could see clearly, the result had already been decided. Yu Hua had fallen to the foot of the mountain, and her injuries were not light. Lu Yin had won. Mount Supreme was silent for a moment, but then many people cheered. They were from the Great Eastern Alliance, and they were cheering for their leader. "Seventh bro is amazing!" Ku Wei shouted excitedly. "Do you trash dare to compete with my seventh bro? Do you dare? Even the Mavis family has been defeated, and you trash still haven't knelt down yet." Not far away, Ling Gong looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Yu Hua's strength had been overwhelming, and she definitely had the ability to fight for the top 10. Few people present dared to say that they could beat Yu Hua, but she had been defeated. She had been defeated by the person who had been so frightened by her that he had not even dared to flee. Just how strong was this person now? What he had just displayed was definitely not his full strength. Shangqing's lips curled up into a smile. This was more like it. No matter how strong Lu Yin was, he would not be able to pose a threat to Shangqing. However, the Hall of Honor had two methods to enter the top 10, which meant that Shangqing had given the Fifth Mainland an explanation. Wang Yi sized up Lu Yin, showing interest for the first time. Yao Xian frowned. The mission was becoming more and more difficult. Kong was no longer surprised. His impression of Lu Yin was still stuck at the time when they had fought in the Cosmic Sea. At that time, Lu Yin had only been a minor character, but now, he was actually this powerful? No wonder he could become the Pass Lord. Ziyi's fingers twitched uncontrollably. This was going to be tricky. That person could ignore Genesis Chi, and coupled with the monstrous power he had just displayed, it would be very difficult for her to win. On the second level, Gu Shaoer was very pleased. "This is our bro, our best bro. Do you understand? We're old friends." At the foot of the mountain, Coco cheered loudly, "Brother Lu won, he won." Lulu Mavis had a complicated expression on her face. Even Sister Feather had lost? Back on Earth, Lu Yin should have been the weakest of them all. But now, he was the strongest, and the gap between them was huge. Sister Feather had stood at a height that Lu Yin could not even see, but now, she had been defeated. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Aside from the shock of Feather Mavis' defeat, it also caused many of the bets in the outside world to collapse, especially those who had placed bets at the last minute. Before the battle between Feather Mavis and Lu Yin, many of them liked to place bets on who would win or how long Lu Yin would last. However, very few people believed that Lu Yin would win. The main reason was that the Mavis family had accumulated their power in the universe for too long. Even if Lu Yin had become the Pass Lord, even if he had thrown Feather Mavis out, he still had not been able to break through this deterrence. Now that the results were out, many of the bets went bankrupt, but at the same time, many people became rich. On the first level, Lu Yin looked down at Feather Mavis, who had fallen to the foot of the mountain. He looked up and let out a long sigh. He had won. Back in the mountain and sea realm, he had been defeated by Feather Mavis' 7 punches. Those 7 punches had not been his full strength out of respect for Lulu, and it had been more like a guide. The sullenness, helplessness, and unwillingness that he had felt back then had all been released. As one of the 5 Pass Lords, he had been ranked 13th on the top 10 predicted list. On the surface, he did not seem to care, but how could he truly not care? Today, he had personally destroyed the top 10 predicted list by defeating Feather Mavis, who had been ranked 6th. He had defeated Feather Mavis, one of the top experts in the universe. He had cleared his name. Lu Yin's figure disappeared and then reappeared above the first level, at the bottom of a staircase. From here, he could see the remaining contestants on the first level, as well as Drunkard, Wang Yi, and Shangqing, who had already won. Xia Jiuyou stared at Lu Yin. His apprehension had not been wrong. This person was one of the greatest enemies in this competition. He understood Feather Mavis very well, and in terms of true strength, he felt that Feather Mavis surpassed the 6th Mainland's Dowsource 3 skies. Since Lu Yin had defeated Feather Mavis, he was second only to Shangqing in terms of threat. At the foot of Mount Supreme, Feather Mavis coughed up another mouthful of blood. She looked up with a bitter expression. She had actually been defeated. In history, the Mavis family's tree heart descendants had rarely been defeated. The only ones who had truly surpassed them were progenitor Chen and the symbol progenitor. And now, Luyin had appeared. Her body suddenly disappeared and reappeared, returning to the first fault, returning to her original position. Around her, many people had complicated expressions. Feather Mavis's strength was unfathomable, but she had still been defeated, which cast a shadow over many people's hearts. Xiaotao was afraid. As a cultivator who had relied on luck to reach the first level, she felt that she should be more tactful and admit defeat when facing an expert. She was already here, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. She was just an explorer, but if she encountered the Daosource Three Skies, then she would not have to be afraid. After all, they were all from the Sixth Mainland. At the very least, they should show mercy. Xiaotao glanced at Feather Mavis. This woman was really strong, and she had even coughed up blood from the impact. She had also been unable to withstand the sounds of the collisions, which had been too terrifying. Fortunately, she was not a match for Feather Mavis. The more she thought about it, the more relieved she felt. She patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she appeared in the arena. She looked around in a daze. Was it her turn now? When he saw Xiaotao appear in the arena, Luyin was certain that this competition had been deliberately arranged. Those who had reached this level by luck would all be eliminated, including Lingjia. Just as he thought of Lingjia, she appeared. Luyin was speechless. This round consisted of Lingjia, Xiaotao, and Yo Yeer. The three women made a show. Xiaotao's face paled when she saw Yo Yeer. How could it be her? In the previous round, Yo Yeer had used a blood-colored lotus to kill Bai Ling. Xiaotao would never forget that scene. She was from the Grand Martial realm, and Bai Ling was the realmling there. Now that her realmling had been killed, it was as if the sky had collapsed for Xiaotao. She was most afraid of Yo Yeer in the entire sovereign tournament, but she had never expected that her greatest fear would come true. Her opponent was Yo Yeer. Yo Yeer did not revert to her child appearance. Instead, she was like a blooming black rose, cold and noble. I admit defeat, Xiaotao stuttered as she looked at Yo Yeer in fear. No one was surprised, as they had all witnessed Xiaotao's strength. Everyone looked at Lingjia. Would she admit defeat? Lingjia had no intention of admitting defeat, and she stared at Yo Yeer warily. In terms of reputation, Lingjia far surpassed Yo Yeer. When Yo Yeer still had the appearance of a child, she had not even been able to enter the top 100 rankings and had been in the same generation as Lu Xiaoqiu. On the other hand, Lingjia was ranked 10th on the list. Who would have thought that Yo Yeer had been hiding her strength all this time? Her true strength was comparable to that of the 10 arbiters, and she had even killed the realmling, Bai Ling. This woman had hidden her strength well. At the foot of the stairway, Luyin frowned. Lingjia was not Yo Yeer's opponent. This woman was not restricted by the Yo secret technique, and she had displayed great strength. In particular, that blood-colored lotus was something that even Luyin could not understand. You can admit defeat, Yo Yeer said coldly. Lingjia's expression turned even colder, as her innate gift was ice crystal essence. Make your move. As soon as she spoke, ice crystal essence covered the entire arena as Yo Yeer's quadrangular dragon lock array was activated. Both ice crystal essence and the quadrangular dragon lock array were stunning. Lingjia had broken through to the hunter realm at some point, and her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, Yo Yeer's strength was even more terrifying. Not long after, Lingjia was completely trapped by the quadrangular dragon lock array. Even Bai Ling had been trapped by the array before, let alone Lingjia. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lingjia was about to be defeated. Although she was not weak and had the qualifications to challenge the 10 arbiters after breaking through to the hunter realm, she was still not strong enough to face Yo Yeer. At the foot of the stairway, Luyin kept an eye on Lingjia. Others might not know, but he was well aware that Lingjia had a hidden battle technique that had caused his heart to palpitate. It had shaken his fate's an, which was enough to raise Lingjia's strength to a whole new level. Trapped by the quadrangular dragon lock array, Lingjia was helpless. Just as Yo Yeer was about to defeat her, Lingjia's eyes suddenly changed, and her pupils turned white. An indescribable feeling as a strange image appeared behind her. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, this was it. Icefield, Heart Sutra. Leng Jia looked up, and an extreme chill accompanied the ice to freeze the quadrangular dragon lock array. In the distance, Yo Yeer was shocked. This woman was actually able to break through the quadrangular dragon lock array. This woman was not weak, and she did not want to waste any more time. A blood-colored radiance appeared, and a blood-colored lotus appeared beneath her feet. Murderous Heart Lotus, Descent. Everyone's expressions changed as they recalled Yo Yeer's battle with Bai Ling. She had clearly been at a disadvantage, but with the appearance of the Murderous Heart Lotus, she had been able to kill Bai Ling in a single blow and turn the situation around. That blood-colored lotus made everyone apprehensive. Shangqing, Wang Yi, Bu Kong, Zi, and the rest all stared at the Murderous Heart Lotus. Tai Yishan's expression changed. What a terrifying number of rune lines. Even he did not dare to face the Murderous Heart Lotus head-on. What kind of battle technique was this? At the foot of the stairway, Lu Yin's expression changed when he saw the Murderous Heart Lotus appear. Not good, Leng Jia definitely would not be able to block it. The lotus beneath Yo Yeer's feet transformed into a phantom that whizzed towards Leng Jia. Along the way, the frozen void and the dragonlock array all shattered. Leng Jia could only watch helplessly as the lotus appeared. Behind her, the phantom of the icy plains crumbled. Suddenly, a shout resounded through the area. Yo Yeer! Many were startled, and they looked up at the stairway. The person who had spoken was Lu Yin. Even Yo Yeer was startled, and she subconsciously stopped attacking the lotus and turned to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's face was gloomy as he stared at her coldly. There was a strong warning in his eyes. He was warning her not to kill Leng Jia. Leng Jia was the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 5th Imperial Squadron and his subordinate. Leng Jia was drenched in sweat, and when the lotus approached, she felt as if she had seen hell. She had never been so close to death before. Yo Yeer looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. No one knew what she was thinking, but at that moment, she thought of many things. In the end, the lotus disappeared. Admit defeat. Lu Yin relaxed, as Yo Yeer was still giving him face. On the other side, Leng Jia helplessly said, I admit defeat. Yo Yeer looked at Lu Yin again, and his gaze became much gentler. Thank you. Yo Yeer did not say anything. Her figure vanished, and when she reappeared, she was at the bottom of a stairway not too far away from Lu Yin. On the first level, Ku Wei continuously patted his chest, his face still a little pale. You scared Brother Wei to death. It wasn't just him, as many others had been startled by Lu Yin's sudden shout, including that fish. Too much, too much, too much. Lord Fish is so angry that it almost jumped into the river. Damn two-legged beast, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. The fish continuously patted its fins, causing Shi-Chi to feel wronged. Stop patting, it hurts. Nearby, Son of Light was very unhappy, and he glanced at Lu Yin. He had also been startled, and his heartbeat had sped up. That shout had been too sudden, and he had not been prepared for it at all. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat Lu Yin, he would have cursed him for being a bastard. Ling Gong's expression was ugly, as she had been startled and almost dropped her mask. She would definitely get her revenge sooner or later. Bu Kong appeared in the arena. Among the rest of the contestants, many of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Their hearts were filled with apprehension. Bu Kong was ranked second on the top 10 predicted list. He was publicly recognized as an expert who would definitely enter the top 10. Whoever was his opponent would be unlucky. Wu Dan appeared on the scene. Lu Yin's mind jolted when he saw Wu Dan. This genius from the lockbreaker world had grasped sourcebox arrays at such a young age. Even though Qiu Shi, Bu Kong, and Lu Yin himself had also grasped sourcebox arrays, he still felt that they were not as professional as this person. Of course, this was just a feeling. Or perhaps it could be said that they had surpassed the shock of being able to control sourceboxes in other aspects. As for Wu Dan, she only knew how to unlock sourceboxes. Lu Yin still remembered how he had declared that he would let everyone know what a lockbreaker battle was like back in the lockbreaker realm. This battle was still a 3-person free-for-all, and the third person to appear was a cruiser from the 6th mainland. Facing the Daosor's three skies, the sixth mainland's cultivator's bone-deep submission made him immediately attack Wu Dan without even considering the competition. Wu Dan's gaze turned cold. She raised her hand and aimed a palm at the sixth mainland's cultivator. Although the sixth mainland's cultivator was only a cruiser, with his imprint and god-vanquishing technique, his strength was comparable to Ling Jie's without her Icefield Heart Sutra. In other words, his strength was enough to reach the top 3 of the fifth mainland's human domain's top 100 rankings. However, such a person had been defeated by Wu Dan with a single palm strike from afar. There was no visible movement, only a gust of wind, and the cultivator fell to the ground. The only thing that surprised everyone was that there was no star energy left in the cultivator's body. This scene shocked quite a few people. Wu Dan was only a hunter, and she had broken through not too long ago. In terms of strength, she was not much stronger than the sixth mainland's cruiser who used god-vanquishing technique and an imprint. Her palm strike had also been gentle and powerless, but the result was still shocking. Bukong raised his head and looked at Wu Dan in shock. Interesting. That's correct. An attack using star energy. Not many people understood what Bukong was saying, as this involved one's control of star energy. Wu Dan's control of star energy was also at the level of a world realm cultivator like Bukong, Luyin, Xin Nu, and Xiaoshi. Although they were all at the world realm, it still depended on how they used their star energy. Clearly, Wu Dan's control of star energy was superior to the others. Luyin believed this to be the case because he knew that Bukong had a method to expel the star energy from Lei Nu's body. He knew this, but the others did not. When they saw Wu Dan expel the star energy from a cruiser's body with a single palm strike, they all felt like they had seen a ghost. The only one who did not care was Drunkard, as her control of star energy surpassed everyone else. The sixth mainland's Daosor's three skies. You're also a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Wu Dan looked at Bukong seriously. Bukong stared back at her. You too, and you've mastered sourcebox arrays. Wu Dan was apprehensive. I can expel that person's star energy, but I can't do anything to Lei Nu. I'm not as good as you in terms of star energy control. Bukong raised his brows. He knew exactly how Wu Dan had done it, and it was not just a simple control of star energy. So, are you going to admit defeat? Wu Dan replied seriously, I won't admit defeat. I want to see the difference between us. I know that I'm not as good as you in terms of star energy control, but this is my fighting style. Bukong frowned. Comparing star energy control? How could he possibly compare to this guy? At the bottom of the staircase, Luyin smiled. Through Xiao Luo, he knew that Bukong had relied on his sourcebox array to fuse his star energy into his opponent's star energy. He had relied on his sourcebox array's characteristics to forcefully expel his opponent's star energy. In other words, his control of star energy was not as terrifying as it seemed. Wu Dan was intimidated. In terms of star energy control, Bukong might not be Wu Dan's opponent. I don't have time to compete with you. Either you admit defeat, or I'll beat you until you admit defeat, Bukong threatened coldly. Wu Dan's expression turned ugly. As a lockbreaker, there are lockbreaker competitions. Are you afraid to accept my challenge, or do you not care about your status as a lockbreaker? Nonsense. Bukong's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Wu Dan. He used his power level as an enlighter to crush Wu Dan and hit her chest with a palm. Star energy gathered in front of Wu Dan, and she was able to draw upon Bukong's star energy. However, the absolute difference in power could not be made up for. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. She shouted in midair, Earthstar explosion. As soon as she finished speaking, an incomparable explosion erupted from the ground and surged towards the star energy. This was something that no one had expected. When had this happened? At the bottom of the staircase, Luyin was astonished. This was a sourcebox array. When had Wu Dan set it up? Even he had not noticed it. Any sourcebox array possessed extraordinary power, and Wu Dan's Earthstar explosion was no exception. It was not as simple as it seemed, and only Bukong had experienced it. This was a detonation of star energy. The universe was filled with star energy, and the Earthstar explosion was like a detonation of all that star energy. Once it was detonated, it would cause a chain reaction that would produce a power that far exceeded one's own strength. The Earthstar explosion's power level exceeded 300,000. It even caused Mount Supreme to tremble. In the entire Sovereign Tournament, aside from Lu Yin, only Wu Dan had been able to display a power level of 300,000 as a hunter. Lu Yin had relied on his own strength, while Wu Dan had relied on a sourcebox array that no one had discovered. Bukong was in a sorry state, and his face was gloomy. He had actually been tricked. This bastard must have set up a sourcebox array while they were talking. Otherwise, how could a sourcebox array have been set up so quickly? This was not the first time that Bukong had been in such a sorry state since the start of the Sovereign Tournament. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked into the distance, wanting to attack Wu Dan again. However, Wu Dan had already fallen to the ground. Her defenses could not withstand another attack from Bukong, as a single palm strike was enough to defeat her. Even though she had been defeated by Bukong in a single strike and did not seem to have much strength, she was the only one who had managed to make Bukong look so miserable. Before this, Xiao Luo, the Tear Girl, and the Star Devourer had not been able to do so. This was a battle between lockbreakers. A single mistake could lead to a complete loss. A sourcebox array was enough to turn the tide of a battle, and all of this was based on a sourcebox array that no one had discovered. Wu Dan had shown everyone what a battle between lockbreakers was like. Even though the battle had only been a single exchange, it had been enough. She had done as she had said, and she had shown everyone the power of a lockbreaker. In the current universe, who had just broken through to the Hunter realm could make Bukong look so miserable? Wu Dan had done it. Although this person was somewhat arrogant, her strength could not be underestimated. Lu Yin looked at Wu Dan, and the scene from when they had first met in the lockbreaker world appeared in his mind. He had indeed seen it for himself. At the very least, he could not set up a sourcebox array without anyone noticing. After all, there were quite a few boundless advanced lockbreakers present. In terms of lockbreaking ability, no one present could surpass Wu Dan. When he thought of this, he glanced at Drunkard. It was a pity that such a genius who had comprehended star energy control to the ultimate creation realm was unable to lockbreak. Bukong appeared at the foot of the staircase with an ugly expression on his face. He was a powerhouse from the 6th mainland's Daosource 3 skies, and he was confident that he could compete for the position of Soul Supreme, but he had actually been humiliated by a mere hunter. The most humiliating thing was that even though he was a boundless advanced lockbreaker and had mastered a sourcebox array, he had not been able to discover when his opponent had set up a sourcebox array. It was a great humiliation. What are you looking at? Bukong barked as he glared at the skinny youth in the distance. The skinny youth felt wronged. Do you want some cloves? Scram! Bukong barked. At this moment, a large wine barrel was thrown at him from the other side. Bukong subconsciously caught it and looked at Drunkard. Drunkard waved a hand. Take a sip and feel refreshed. Bukong snorted and casually tossed the barrel away. Drunkard's expression turned ugly, and he glared at Bukong. Little brother, you dare to throw my barrel away? I'll remember you. Bukong snorted again. Although Drunkard's star energy control had reached the ultimate creation realm, Bukong did not care. Star energy was the foundation of battle, but it was not the only thing that mattered. He had plenty of ways to deal with this woman. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Yin. I keep forgetting to ask you this, why does Ziyi care so much about you? Lu Yin glanced at Bukong. Pick up the barrel and drink it, and I'll tell you. Ha 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 ha, little brother, if Big Sis likes you, then why don't you drink some? Drunkard laughed, clearly enjoying Lu Yin's appearance. Bukong was infuriated. What a lunatic. He simply stopped talking and looked down. At this moment, there were already people competing in the arena, a cruiser from the Neoverse, a void wanderer from the Astral Beast domain, and Buried Garden's Quiet Weep. Back in the Mountain and Sea Realm's 5 Astral Children's competition, Quiet Weep had been one of them. Unfortunately, he had been defeated by Lu Yin and Ghost Monkey. In terms of power, Quiet Weep was extremely strong, and his untouchable nature made him very difficult to deal with. Lu Yin's deepest impression of him was that he had the same transparent nature as Progenitor Chen's clone, as well as his illusory flames. The second was his innate gift, which allowed him to even use the 13 swords. It was simply amazing, and this innate gift would only become more terrifying as one progressed. Perhaps one day, he would be able to unleash an ultimate move that could reverse the situation. When the cruiser from the Neoverse realized that his opponent was Quiet Weep, his face paled. Quiet Weep whistled in a desolate and lonely tone. Combined with the illusory flames around his body and the fact that most people could not see him, he was as frightening as he could be. Even though he did not have a horse, his appearance alone was terrifying. Spear, banner, illusory flames, and whistle all combined into one. In the eyes of many, he was like a walking horror movie. I surrender. The Neoverse cruiser from the Neoverse immediately surrendered, as he had heard of Buried Garden before. On the other side, the Void Wanderer called Su Ling was also frightened, but he was not afraid. He had exhausted his opponents in the past few matches, and his opponents would not be able to touch him anyway. With that thought, Su Ling flickered and disappeared through the void. This scene was not unfamiliar to anyone, and neither were the spectators in front of their screens or in the universe. Quite a few people cursed out loud. Su Ling's battle was the longest in the Sovereign Tournament, and some people did not even want to watch it anymore. They might not even finish it in 3 days. However, the results exceeded everyone's expectations, and even Yao Xian was stunned. Quiet Weep reached out and grabbed Su Ling. Su Ling was confused. What had happened? Where am I? Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned, especially Yun Feifei, Mira, and the others who had lost to Su Ling. Many people had lost to Su Ling in the Sovereign Tournament. Just the fact that Su Ling had been able to reach this stage meant that he had to have gone through a battle royale of 100 people. A battle royale of 50 people meant that he had lost more than 100 people. These people could not do anything about Weep's void travel, and they could not understand what was going on. Who would have thought that Quiet Weep would be able to? Su's illusory flame spread. Weep, I surrender. In fact, it was very afraid of death, very afraid of death. Yuchi casually tossed Su Ling aside. Her body disappeared and reappeared at the bottom of a staircase. Su Ling fell to the ground, panting heavily. He looked at Silent Sob as if he had seen a ghost. What happened? Why was this guy's Weep unknown? At the bottom of the stairway, Luyin was deep in thought, and those who understood Hidden Cry seemed to have thought of something as well. Quiet Weep was also transparent. Wasn't that the same as Hollow Spirit? The fact that he could catch the Hollow Spirit meant that the two of them had the same way of avoiding physical attacks. This Weep, might was, and Weep was Weep. This Void Spirit's combat strength wasn't high, and it had relied on this method to reach this stage. If its opponent wasn't Hidden Weep but someone else, it might have been able to advance further and participate in the next round, or even the one after that. Of S10S's battle. The next battle was the final battle of the 3. Fan Shun, the 6th mainland secret progenitor realm's Fan Realm's Realmling, appeared next. Bai Qian's face was covered with a veil, and she wielded a long sword. Her temperament was graceful, but she gave off an unapproachable aura. Bai Qian's appearance caused everyone's eyes to light up. Some women were born to attract attention. Although she was veiled, only half of her face could be seen, and it was enough to make people's imaginations run wild. In front of their screens, countless people looked at Bai Qian with excitement and infatuation. In a corner of the first layer, Starsibyl's eyes flashed as she looked at Bai Qian. The two of them had a deep relationship. She then looked at Luyin, who was at the bottom of the staircase, but no one knew what she was thinking. Soon after, a third figure appeared. It was one of the 10 arbiters, Su He. When he saw Su He appear, Lu Yin's face sank. This person was his enemy. If not for the fact that he was from the home of the gods, Su He might not have survived the battle in the mountain and sea realm. Of course, it was also possible that Su He had some hidden trump cards. After that battle, Su He had not appeared again, not even during the competition for the highest stage. Luyin had been paying attention to Su He, but it was a pity that this person had not come from the eastern mountain. Otherwise, his fate would not have been much better than the little arrow saints. In the distance, Taishan's face sank. In the eyes of the home of the gods, Su He and one of the Cosmic Sea's 4 great battalions were traitors to the home of the gods, and they had to be captured. Qing Guangshan, Xiao Bai, and the others gritted their teeth. This traitor still dares to participate in the competition openly. It's good that he's dead. On the first layer, Suhi smirked. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his narrow eyes looked at the two people in front of him with ridicule. He did not like troublesome matters, but once he encountered one, he would thoroughly resolve it. Bai Qian was not worth his attention, as she was just a cruiser. He had already broken through to the Enlighter realm, and even if he had not broken through, a cruiser was not qualified to challenge him. The one worth paying attention to was Fan Shun. The Sixth Mainland's realmlings were all comparable to the 10 arbiters of the Innerverse. Although they had more losses than victories, the War King had killed a realmling in the Daosor sect's ruins. During the Supreme Tournament, Lu Yin had also killed one. When he thought of this, Suhi's smile grew even wider, and he looked at Fan Shun as if he were prey. With a whoosh, a white sword flashed, accompanied by an extreme chill that froze the void. Bai Qian had attacked and slashed at Fan Shun. She and Suhi were both from the Fifth Mainland, so their enemy was naturally Fan Shun. Fan Shun quickly retreated. With his strength, he naturally did not fear Bai Qian, and he did not even need to pay attention to her attacks. However, he was wary of Suhi. Her narrow eyes caused his heart to turn cold, and he subconsciously used his innate gift. A towering tree appeared and blocked Bai Qian's attack as well as Suhi's gaze. Below the stairway, Lu Yin felt strange. Why was there another tree? The emergence mavis was a tree branch, and his own force field was also a tree. Bai Qian slashed at the tree, freezing half of it. The tree branches suddenly came to life and coiled around Bai Qian. Bai Qian flipped her sword around, but she was unable to cut through the tree branches. She decisively retreated and admitted defeat. She was only a cruiser, so how could she compete with the Sixth Mainland's realmlings? Fan Shun did not treat her as an opponent, as his only true opponent in this match was Suhi. The tree grew taller and coiled around Suhi as it transformed into several tree giants that stomped on the ground and charged forward. Each tree giant had the power of an enlighter, and with Fan Shun's innate gift, there seemed to be no end to these tree giants. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 of them. In front of their screens, countless people felt their scalps go numb. There were not many enlighters in the entire universe, and on average, there was not even one in each weave of the outerverse. This guy was actually mass-producing them. Suhi was also astonished, and she looked at Fan Shun with interest. Above her head, tree branches coiled around the tree. Suhi's eyes transformed into runes that swept past the tree and the tree giants that were attacking her. She leaped forward and swept past more than 10 tree giants, causing them to crumble where they stood. Fan Shun's pupils shrank. What was going on? He had not participated in the war against the Fifth Mainland, so he did not know much about the home of the gods, much less the power of the Aeon Evolution true scripture. In that instant, he felt his innate gift weaken, and it had been greatly weakened. In a corner of the first fault zone, Xianxia frowned. This person's cultivation of the Aeon Evolution true scripture was not inferior to his own. Xianxia had cultivated in the home of the gods, and the resources and environment there far surpassed Suhi's. This person's innate gift for the Aeon Evolution true scripture was extremely high. Suhi quickly approached Fan Shun and raised her hand. A blue bead appeared out of nowhere and was ruthlessly thrown at Fan Shun. Fan Shun was surprised. It was definitely a power vessel. He immediately retreated as a ball of blue light disappeared into the void, but he did not know what it was. Fan Shun shouted, "You cheated." Suhi sneered. Ignorant. Fan Shun looked at the other competitors and saw that they were not too surprised. His heart sank. What had this person just done? Create? At this moment, Ziyi spoke up. Let's compete. He didn't cheat. Fan Shun did not think too much about it. Suhi smiled as she created all sorts of strange weapons and attacked Fan Shun. Fan Shun kept dodging as these weapons contained power vessels, which made him feel extremely apprehensive. He now regretted not participating in the invasion of the Fifth Mainland's human domain. Otherwise, he would not have been so ignorant. However, it did not matter. Even if Suhi could create weapons or power vessels, Suhi would not be able to defeat Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he pressed his hands against the ground. Wood World. As soon as he spoke, large trees began to rise from the ground. A large tree appeared beneath Suhi's feet, and he leaped up, but his calves were entangled by the tree branches. He could not even break free from them, as these tree branches were unimaginably tough. Large trees appeared from all directions, their branches covering the sky and instantly transforming the entire arena into a forest. At the same time, the tree branches intertwined in the air and transformed into a giant hand that grabbed at Suhi. It was as if the sky itself was pressing down on him. Suhi was surrounded by tree branches, and there was even a giant hand above his head that blocked out the sun. When the people watching the screen saw this scene, they all felt despair. This was the power of a realmling. Suhi's eyes widened, and a bone-chilling coldness filled them. Visible ripples spread out in all directions, and any tree branch that came into contact with these ripples had their rune lines greatly weakened before they were finally shattered by Suhi's star energy. Suhi leaped up as the giant hand pressed down on him. There was a thump as Suhi was ruthlessly slammed into the ground. Countless tree branches transformed into a cage that burrowed deep into the ground, attempting to trap him. Suhi and Tai Yixing were extremely familiar with the true scripture of Aeon evolution, and they could form a defensive layer around their bodies. Once they entered the defensive layer, their power would be weakened. Fan Shun's tree branches had the tenacity and strength to trap an enlighter with a power level of 300,000, but when they touched Suhi, they would only be left with a power level of 200,000 at most. A mere 200,000 power level was like an itch to Suhi, and it was the same as not even hitting him. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. A new month has arrived, and Windborn will definitely continue to write. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. I promise to never stop writing. Fan Shun did not understand the Aeon derivation true scripture, but he could sense it through the tree branches. He discovered that Imperial Tutor was still able to resist, and the branches were constantly being crushed. He immediately created even more trees to wrap around Imperial Tutor. Tree after tree was crushed, and tree after tree was uprooted. This was a battle of attrition, and whoever could not hold on would lose. To Fu Kong and the other cultivators of the Sixth Mainland, this was a battle of attrition. They believed that Fan Shun still had the upper hand, but only those who understood the home of the gods and the Aeon derivation true scripture knew that Imperial Tutor did not suffer any losses at all. The longer this battle dragged on, the more miserable Fan Shun would be. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Beads of sweat dripped down Fan Shun's forehead as he continued to create tree branches in an attempt to bind Imperial Tutor, but to no avail. Underground, Imperial Tutor sat quietly as the surrounding tree branches were crushed the moment they entered the ripples. Finally, after half a day, Fan Shun stopped and panted heavily. Even though he had used his innate gift, he still needed star energy to activate it, and he had expended a considerable amount of star energy. In front of their screens, countless people looked down at the ground. Imperial Tutor soared into the sky. Countless people from the Fifth Mainland cheered. In the higher realm, the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland were deathly silent as they looked at Imperial Tutor as if they were looking at a monster. This guy had withstood Fan Shun's attacks for so long, yet he was still fine? Imperial Tutor raised his head and looked at Fan Shun. It's over. He then slowly formed a sword in his hand. The cultivators of the Sixth Mainland were stunned as he created another sword. There was a whoosh as the sword chi swept out, but it was blocked by a large tree. Imperial Tutor swept past the tree and stabbed at Fan Shun. A giant wooden giant appeared behind Fan Shun and wrapped around him. It clapped its hands together in an attempt to kill Imperial Tutor, but it was weakened by Imperial Tutor's Aeon derivation true scripture. The sword pierced Fan Shun's heart and pierced his body, causing blood to drip down the blade. Imperial Tutor did not have any powerful sword techniques, and he had only relied on the Aeon derivation true scripture. I know that you come from the secret progenitor realm and that you have a secret resurrection technique, but how many of my attacks can you withstand? Imperial Tutor smiled as his sword slowly disappeared, and another sword appeared in his hand as he stabbed out. Fan Shun's injuries visibly healed, but he was pierced through again by the sword. He could have dodged this sword, but he didn't. He raised his hand and grabbed Imperial Tutor's arm. Behind him, the wooden giant clapped its hands together again. Immediately after, huge wooden arms appeared one after another. 10, 100, 1,000, the arm slammed towards Imperial Tutor. Dihi was able to shatter the wooden arm, but she couldn't shatter Fan Shun's arm. Fan Shun's palm turned into wood, and his strength grew stronger and stronger. Wooden spikes appeared in the void and pierced towards Dihi. So he hurriedly retreated, but he was still one step too late. His abdomen was pierced by several spikes, and fresh blood flowed out. He was also a ruthless person. He created a rare treasure out of thin air and blasted it at Fan Shun at close range. The two of them were separated by a huge shockwave, and fresh blood splattered on the ground. Seeing such a tragic battle, many people were speechless. On the field, the giant tree disappeared. Fan Shun clutched his chest and panted heavily. He cast the resurrection spell again to contain his injuries. She stood up and glanced at her abdomen, frowning. She had actually been severely injured. She had underestimated the realmling of Brahma realm. The rumors that the 6th mainland's realmlings were on par with the 10 arbiters were not baseless. Fan Shun looked at Dihi and slapped the ground again. Giant trees appeared once more. He wanted to deal with this 10 arbiters. Dihi's long, narrow eyes opened, and she coldly glanced at Fan Shun. "Is your heart all right?" Fan Shun was puzzled, as he could not understand Dihi's words. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked down at his heart. His heartbeat was actually slowing down. This was not under his control, but rather a deterioration. His heart was deteriorating. What was going on? "What did you do?" Fan Shun barked. Dihi's lips curled up. "Do you want to die?" Fan Shun's face went pale. "What did you do?" It wasn't just him, the others did not know what Dihi had done either. Even Lu Tianmu, who was also one of the 10 arbiters, did not know anything about the spirit palace. Dihi was very mysterious. She had become one of the 10 arbiters by relying on the true scripture of Yin Flow. As for anything else, no one knew. Lu Yin stared at Fan Shun's heart, where the rune lines were continuously decreasing. If they completely disappeared, it would mean that Fan Shun's heart was useless, which meant that he would die. What had Dihi done? Was it related to those 2 swords? At this point in the competition, all of the hidden techniques had been revealed, and no one wanted to lose. Yo Year, Drunkard, Bukong, and even Dihi. No one could continue to hide. However, being exposed was one thing, and being able to understand was another. Dihi smiled and gestured for him to remain silent. "Don't talk too much. Be careful of your heart. It might explode." Fan Shun gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and the threat of death as he stared at Dihi. Dihi raised her hand, and a sword appeared. She casually slashed out, causing sword chi to cut through the void and land in front of Fan Shun. Everyone's hearts jumped, and they all looked at Fan Shun. This was especially true for Bukong, Zi, and the others. Fan Shun was the 6th mainland's realmling, and losing to Dihi would be too humiliating. As the sword chi approached, Fan Shun's hair had already been cut apart. He suddenly jumped up, and the sword chi swept past him, tearing the ground apart. Dihi was shocked. "You still have the strength to run? You really want to die?" She then rushed over and slashed out again. This time, the sword was much faster than the previous one. Dihi had calculated that Fan Shun would not be able to dodge it, and his heart would not be able to withstand it. However, the result surprised Dihi. Fan Shun actually dodged the attack once more. At the same time, more giants appeared in the surrounding area, and the sky was covered by tree branches once more. Dihi was shocked as she stared at Fan Shun's heart. How could this be? Suddenly, her pupils shrank. She saw rune lines near Fan Shun's heart, but they were not the weak rune lines that his heart had originally contained. Instead, they were the rune lines that had been added later. What had Fan Shun done to his own heart? The sky-covering tree branches wrapped around Dihi. Fan Shun's face paled, and his heart's function continued to deteriorate. Fortunately, his innate gift was wood, and he used wood to continue his heart's function, barely maintaining it. However, the immense pain was still there, and he was not confident that he could defeat Dihi while in this state. As he thought about it, he immediately used the secret resurrection technique on himself again. At the same time, an imprint appeared behind him. Fan Shun was the secret progenitor realm's fan realmling, so his imprint should be the same as the sword in the stone, which was the 3-inch-old man. Or perhaps it should be the same as the little arrow saint, which was the savage archer god. However, when Fan Shun's imprint appeared, many people from the Fifth Mainland felt their hair stand on end. It was an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. His appearance was kind, and his gaze was gentle, making him seem like an immortal. Regardless of whether it was the Fifth Mainland's younger or older powerhouses, they were all shaken, and many of them cursed out loud. Another celestial imprint. They were not foolish enough to think that Fan Shun, a realmling, would imprint a universe imprint or a world imprint. As a realmling, he would definitely imprint a celestial imprint powerhouse. How could the Sixth Mainland have so many celestial imprints? The secret progenitor realm already had 3. Those were celestial imprints, not cabbages. In the corner of the first vault, Ziyi looked at the imprint behind Fan Shun with a solemn expression. The Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect had 3 progenitors, 4 venerables, and 10 elders, and this person was one of the 4 venerables, known as the Medicine Immortal. Not all celestial imprints could become one of the 4 venerables, and the Medicine Immortal happened to be one of them. When the Medicine Immortal was imprinted, Fan Shun's expression improved significantly. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and a strange aura swept out in all directions. Secret subjugation technique. He wanted to defeat Imperial Tutor in one fell swoop. Imperial Tutor continuously dodged the tree giant's attacks, and she felt a headache coming on as Fan Shun's strength continued to increase. As expected of a realmling who was on par with them, it would not be easy to win. The ground cracked open as a towering tree rose from the ground and transformed into a towering tree giant that covered the entire first vault. Its height surpassed the sky stairway and was almost at the same level as the statue. It lowered its head to look at Imperial Tutor and then pressed down with one hand. On the 3 faults, including the foot of the mountain, many of the participants were overwhelmed with shock, as they felt like they were about to be crushed to death. Even Luin and the others were shrouded by the giant. This giant was the result of Fan Shun pushing his innate gift to its limits, and its battle power was so strong that it surpassed Imperial Tutor in terms of rune lines. Not only that, but Luin also felt that this tree giant was not just powerful in terms of battle power. In the arena, Imperial Tutor's eyes continuously flickered as the tree giant's shadow enveloped her. She was like an ant facing the heavens. Fan Shun stared at Imperial Tutor. He had to defeat this person with this attack. Imperial Tutor's eyes flickered wildly, and the runes that he transformed into also changed. In the distance, Xianxia stared at Imperial Tutor. The two of them had cultivated the Aeon Evolution true scripture to a similar degree, and if Imperial Tutor had any ability that could turn the tide of a battle, it would be the Aeon Evolution true scripture. Xianxia wanted to see if Imperial Tutor could do so. Luin also stared at Imperial Tutor. He was very concerned about whether this enemy of his would be defeated or defeated by the tree giant. In fact, he would rather have Imperial Tutor win. That way, there would be a chance for the two of them to meet in the next round. The tree giant's palm landed, and Imperial Tutor's eyes, which had been flickering wildly, froze. 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, but he did not dodge or counterattack. He simply stood there. The tree giant's palm landed. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Even Lu Yin's eyes widened. Imperial Tutor really had not dodged and had allowed the tree giant to attack. That palm had firmly taken the full brunt of the attack. At this moment, everyone was at a loss. Imperial Tutor did not even dodge? Fan Shun was also at a loss. Why was he not dodging? Unless he wanted to die. Only Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. Imperial Tutor had definitely reached the peak of the knowing denial realm. The Aeon Evolution true scripture was also divided into different realms that represented different levels of mastery. The first realm was eye-opening, which allowed one to see rune lines. Next was spiritual perception, which allowed one to weaken one's opponent's rune lines. The next realm was knowing denial, which allowed one to know how to negate certain things' influence on the universe. The simplest explanation for this was to ensure that a certain place or object in the universe was not affected by another object. If another object had the ability to affect that object or region, then that ability would be weakened or even completely disappear. This was different from weakening rune lines. This was based on certain objects and not based on one's own mastery of the Aeon Evolution true scripture to weaken one's opponent's rune lines. The tree giant's palm seemed extremely powerful, but when it landed on Imperial Tutor's body, it was like a breeze. Despite that, the tree giant's palm did not even leave a single speck of dust on the ground. This result confused everyone who saw it. Fan Shun's expression changed, and he cried out, "Impossible!" Bukong, Zi, and the rest were all shocked. Wang Yi frowned, and there was a trace of amazement in his eyes. This was the power that the symbol progenitor had created, and even he found it miraculous. Taishan's expression sank. Indeed, Feng He had used the land he was in as a reference to deny the tree giant's ability to affect that land. The tree giant's power had to be reduced to below the Lamita realm in order to not affect that land. Being at the Lamita realm was no different from not being able to attack Feng He at all. Taishan had also comprehended the knowing realm and could use it as a reference, but he could not do what Feng He had done and turn the tree giant into a cripple. This person's grasp of the Aeon Evolution true scripture was even greater than Taishan's. At the foot of the stairway, Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This was definitely the power of the true scripture of Aeon Evolution. What kind of technique had the rune ancestor created? It was so miraculous that it was terrifying, and no one could understand it. No one could understand what was happening. Bloody tears were still flowing from the corners of Feng He's eyes. Doing this had hurt him greatly, but it did not matter. A long sword slowly appeared in his hand, and his figure flashed as he stabbed at Fan Shun. Fan Shun barely dodged the attack and spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. He had been defeated. Feng He stood about 10 meters away from Fan Shun and wiped away his tears. He smiled. This battle was very difficult to win. No one dared to underestimate Feng He. Even Bukong and the rest looked at him with apprehension. This person's attack methods were strange and unpredictable, and humans were fearful of the unknown. Even if they were confident that they could defeat Feng He, even if they were far stronger than him, they did not dare to underestimate him. With his miraculous techniques, this person could turn defeat into victory in any situation. Feng He appeared at the bottom of the last of the 10 stairways. At this point, the battle between the three had ended. The winner ascended to the top while the loser retreated. All 10 stairways were occupied, and the winner of each subsequent battle would appear at the bottom of the last stairway. Their opponents had already been decided. Among all the victors, the one that the others wanted to meet the most was the skinny one. This guy was really lucky. He had fought his way to this point, but that was all he could do. The first 10 winners put a lot of pressure on the following contestants because 9 out of the 10 were quite powerful. Even Yo Yeer, who appeared to be the weakest among them, had an incomprehensible blood-colored lotus flower. Regardless of whether the others were mentally prepared or not, the next match was about to begin. What appeared on the battlefield was a ball of light. It was the Son of Light. His opponent, on the other hand, was invisible. At the foot of the stairway, Lu Yin was speechless. The Son of Light versus Obscurity, who had decided who would be his opponent? Don't tell me it's some kind of bad taste. The Son of Light was not familiar with invisible light. He had always stayed in the radiant world. That ball of light, that fellow looks down on you. Ku Wei shouted, wishing for the world to be in chaos. The Child of Light was puzzled. What did he mean? The guy in front of you is called Concealed Light, Xianxia shouted. The Son of Light looked at invisible light in a daze. There was such a name? But then again, this fellow had closed his eyes in a provocative manner, which disgusted the Child of Light. His battle technique, Explosion of Light, was an attack that deprived his opponent of their vision, but this fellow in front of him had no vision at all, which was equivalent to crippling him. The Son of Light's expression turned ugly, especially since his opponent was an enlighter. Right, he had heard of the Innerverse 10 Arbiters, Concealed Light. How had he met such a person? The light transformed into a spear that pierced towards Concealed Light. The Son of Light's strength was not bad, and he had been confident in challenging Lu Yin. Even though he had been beaten up, he was still strong enough to challenge the 10 Arbiters. Unfortunately, a challenge was just a challenge. There was still an insurmountable gap between him and the 10 Arbiters. Not to mention concealed light, he had no hope of winning against Xianxia. He had been easily defeated by concealed light without even opening his eyes, as the Son of Light's attack had already been predicted. The Son of Light fought in an abnormally sullen manner, as his attacks were almost transparent. He wanted to deprive his opponent of his vision, but his opponent did not even give him a chance to do so. The Son of Light felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. As for concealed light, the entire match was very calm. His body then appeared at the foot of a stairway, and not far from him was Imperial College. Many were stunned when they saw concealed light and Imperial College at the foot of the stairway. His opponent had been determined. There was only one stairway, and whoever won would ascend it. The winner would be one of the top 10 in the Autark tournament. At the foot of the stairway, Imperial College saw concealed light appear and was similarly stunned. She helplessly said, "Of the 20 spots in the Autark tournament, 7 of the 10 arbiters have taken up the spots. They're finally going to have an internal conflict." Her words reminded the rest of the crowd. Indeed, of the 10 arbiters of the Innerverse, aside from Sarati Phoenix and Warlord Xianxia, who were unable to participate due to their age, as well as Xianxia's defeat to Emergence Mavis, the rest of the 10 arbiters were all here. Even though it was a pity that Xianxia had lost, his opponent was Emergence Mavis. Aside from a select few, no one dared to say that they could win against Emergence Mavis, so they could only blame it on their bad luck. The Innerverse was already in an uproar. Every time one of the 10 arbiters was promoted, everyone would be excited because the 10 arbiters represented the Innerverse and Outerverse. Unfortunately, the 10 arbiters were about to fight for the top 10 spots in the Autark tournament. In the next match, when Xianxia appeared in the arena, his opponent was an explorer. When the explorer saw Xianxia, he collapsed. He was an enlighter, and his opponent was an enlighter. At this stage of the game, anyone who could become an enlighter was at the peak of the first layer. The enlighter immediately admitted defeat. Everyone looked down the stairway, wanting to see who Xianxia's opponent would be. Mira, Michelle, and the rest of the Wen family were praying that Xianxia would appear next to the skinny guy. Even if he wasn't, it would be fine for him to meet Zhou Yi, as those two seemed easier to deal with. However, things did not go as they wished. Xianxia appeared not far from Wang Yi, and his opponent for the top 10 was Wang Yi. Many people paled, as it was actually Wang Yi. Along the way, Xianxia had not met any particularly strong opponents. Wang Yi, on the other hand, had defeated one expert after another in an instant. The indescribable shock of defeating Yao Gu was still fresh in everyone's minds. The most classic battles of the Autark tournament had already appeared online. Videos of Wang Yi instantly defeating Yao Gu, Lu Yin fighting Emergence Mavis, and Xianxia fighting Star Devourer were all available online. Against Wang Yi, even though many people were confident in Xianxia's innate gift, they were still somewhat nervous. Xianxia, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. No one in the top 10 was easy to deal with, and whether it was Wang Yi or Xianxia, he was already prepared. Wang Yi was still the same. Even when his opponent was confirmed, his expression did not change, even if his opponent was an expert on the top 10 rankings. The two-person battle seemed to be less exciting than the three-person battle royale, and the next match ended very quickly. The winner was Zi. Her opponent was just a cruiser from the 6th mainland, and he admitted defeat right away. Quite a few spectators cursed, as they had hoped to see an intense battle instead of the Dowsource 3 Sky's might and suppression. The next battle began, and countless people blinked in front of their screens. Where was everyone? At this moment, there was only a participant called Zhu standing quietly in the arena. There was no one in front of him. Everyone was stunned. Was there a problem with the competition? At the bottom of the stairway, Lu Yin looked at the arena and saw 2 streams of rune lines. One was from Zhu, and the other was from an undetectable bug opposite him. If his guess was correct, that was a death bug called the 100 Lineages. Legend had it that death bugs were extremely rare and were born from the bodies of ancient progenitors. They were basically parasites, and while it sounded disgusting, not just any species could parasitize a progenitor's body. It was common knowledge in the astral beast domain that death bugs were not parasitic, but rather born. They were born from dead progenitors, and in the eyes of many astral beasts in the astral beast domain, they were the descendants of progenitors. Because of this, even though death bugs were rare, they were still ranked second on the celestial beast list, second only to the celestial beast tribe. Ever since the start of the sovereign tournament, this death bug had kept a low profile, but it had still attracted a lot of attention. For example, it had defeated Hua Xiao and Lily Rose. Luin had noticed it, but he had not seen how it had attacked. It had been too fast. In the cosmic sea, in Kuan Swamp, a pig was traveling at high speed, causing a loud rumble. It accidentally bumped into something and cried out, "Which blind thing dares to bump into Lord Pig? Do you want to change your chains?" This was Lord Pig, one of the vice lords of Kuan Swamp. Lord Pig's head turned red, and it grimaced in pain. It looked up and saw a toe right in front of it. This was what it had bumped into. When it saw the toe, Lord Pig's expression immediately changed, and it became obsequious and shameless. "So it's Lord Hellmaster's precious toe. This little pig has been impolite and actually bumped into Lord Hellmaster's precious toe. This little pig deserves to die, this little pig deserves to die. Shut up. Our elites are going to battle." The Hellmaster's voice boomed, shaking the entire Kuan Swamp. Lord Pig immediately shut up. At the same time, in Kuan Swamp, the 3,000 chains shook, and all of the imprisoned villains looked up to see a screen. "Watch this, Hellmaster. Watch how my Kuan Swamp elites win. Ha 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 ha." The Hellmaster's voice boomed. Lord Pig's neck shrank. "Lord Hellmaster, lower your voice. Some of the prisoners can't take it." "What does that have to do with me? Lord T's father isn't in good health." Cough, cough. "Then, damn it. Cheer for this Hellmaster." Within Kuan Swamp, the only source of entertainment for the 3,000 villains was to follow the Hellmaster, check out his gadget, read the news, and watch TV dramas. Today, they were watching the Sovereign Tournament. Cruel, mocking, and derisive gazes were fixed on the screen as they watched the juniors compete. Among them, a man with long hair and filthy clothes peered through his hair and stared at a person on the screen. His eyes shone brightly. "It's that little guy. He actually grew to this level." He was Shui Chuanxiao. In the blink of an eye, he had been imprisoned in Kuan Swamp for nearly 10 years. After 10,000 years, he would be reduced to a pile of bones in Kuan Swamp. On Mount Supreme, Zhezu stared at the little bug in front of him, full of vigilance. He had been born in Earth Swamp and had seen all sorts of evil people, as well as all sorts of punishments. Insect punishment was one of them. He had his own methods to deal with the insects. As he thought about it, he took out the black chain from his waist and smashed it onto the ground. He then wrapped the chain around his palm and approached the 100 lineages step by step. The 100 lineages was only the size of a fingernail. As the Zhe pawn approached, it seemed uneasy and began to tremble slightly. In the corner of the first fault, Yao Xian didn't seem to care at all, as if he wasn't worried about the 100 lineages at all. If it weren't for the fact that the dead insects were so rare, the Celestial Beast tribe might not have been number 1 on the Celestial Beast rankings. The Astral Beast domain situation would have changed, and even Yao Xian was afraid of the 100 lineages. The Zhe pawn stood 10 meters away from the 100 lineages and swung the chain in his hand. At the same time, he opened his mouth and roared. The sound waves formed a strange beast that covered the sky and pressed down on the 100 lineages. This was his innate gift, fiendish sound, which struck fear into many evil people in Earth Swamp. At this moment, a group of evil people in Earth Swamp gritted their teeth. In terms of strength, they far surpassed Earth Swamp. However, they were chained up and imprisoned in Earth Swamp, and they didn't dare to resist. They had to endure all sorts of punishments every day, and fiendish sound was one of them. When they saw fiendish sound appear on Mount Supreme, these evil people felt complicated. There was also a group of evil people who didn't care. They could ignore some punishments, but fiendish sound was an innate gift of a hunter. However, no matter who it was, seeing someone close to them appear on the universe's highest stage like Mount Supreme would cause their emotions to fluctuate. These evil people hoped that the Zhe pawn would win. That way, the Hellmaster would be happy, and they might even be able to avoid some punishments. The fiendish sound formed a beast that was like a malicious spirit descending. This was Zhe pawn's method of dealing with the insects. He knew that the insects were small, and some of them had strange innate gifts. Only by using fiendish sound to cover the entire area could he detect their location. Even if the 100 lineages were right in front of him, he wouldn't believe that the insect would obediently wait for him to attack. However, the results exceeded Zai Pan's expectations, and many people were stunned. The 100 lineages did not move, allowing the chains to smash down and the fiendish sound waves without a single movement. The Zai jailer's heart sank. The pitch-black chains formed a nebula in an attempt to bind his veins. This was the Kuan Zai's battle technique. No matter how big or small one was, they could be bound. This was a battle technique that every Kuan Zai jailer had to master. If they worked together, they would be even more powerful. The chain successfully bound the 100 veins. Then, the 100 veins opened its mouth and began to bite. With a cracking sound, the chain broke, and the crack expanded until it finally shattered. Zaizu's pupils constricted. How could this be? This was Kuan Zai's chain. Even though it wasn't a strange treasure, its hardness was extremely high. It actually broke with a single bite. A mocking look appeared in Yao Xian's eyes. It could even parasitize the body of a progenitor, and it was just a mere chain. The 100 meridians moved, its speed wasn't fast as it flew towards Zaizu. The Zaizu opened his mouth and roared. His fiendish voice became even more ghostly. His hair stood on end, looking extremely terrifying. It truly frightened many people in front of the light screen. This was Kuan Zai's jailer. However, his fiendish sound was useless against the 100 meridians. The 100 meridians did not obstruct it at all. They pierced through the fiendish sound and bit towards the Zai Pan. Zaizu felt his scalp go numb. This was clearly a small bug, but in his eyes, it was infinitely magnified. Its sharp teeth wanted to swallow him up, tear him apart, and crush his bones. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. Admit defeat. After all, Zaizu was Kuan Zai's jailer. He had a firm will and had seen many evil people. In the end, he reacted and admitted defeat. The 100 meridians landed on his shoulder and made a soft sound. The Zaizu did not dare to move. Being touched by the 100 meridians was like the arrival of a death god, and his entire body felt cold. Fortunately, the 100 meridians disappeared, and he returned to his original position. Countless people subconsciously looked towards the stairway, but the 100 meridians was too small and could not be seen. Soon, a wine barrel appeared on the various large screens in the universe. Drunkard burped as she appeared, and not far from her was the 100 meridians. In the top 10 battles, the 100 meridians' opponent was Drunkard. Luin looked at the 100 meridians. This bug seemed to be quite troublesome to deal with. Drunkard burped and looked at the 100 meridians in a daze. She grinned. A side dish. Many people were speechless. The 100 meridians trembled slightly, but she had not spoken since the beginning. No one knew if she did not know how to speak or if she disdained to speak. Soon, 2 figures appeared in the arena. When they saw these two, everyone's expressions changed. The main event was about to begin. Xianxia versus the Sword in the Stone. One was the eldest disciple of the 5th mainland Sirius sect from the Neoverse, while the other was the 6th mainland's realmling, the Sure Realm's realmling. Xianxia had another identity, she was one of the 5th mainland's 5 astral children. Even though the competition between the 5 astral children had always been a scam that had been set up to scheme against the Neo-Human Alliance, after so many years, the name of the 5 astral children had been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. That battle had not ended, but many people saw Xianxia as one of the 5 astral children, and she had faced off against Starsabil and Xianxia by herself. Xianxia, the 4 Ultimates Heavenly Maiden, was a true peak expert of the 5th mainland's younger generation. The Sword in the Stone was also a realmling of the 6th mainland, second only to the Dowsource 3 skies. Their battle excited countless people. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He was no stranger to the Sword in the Stone, but he was unfamiliar with Xianxia. It should be said that he was familiar with her, yet unfamiliar at the same time. This 4 Ultimates Heavenly Maiden had concealed themselves too deeply. Whether it was during the 6th mainland's invasion of the Cosmic Sea or the Mountain and Sea Realms competition for the 5 astral children, Luin felt that this woman had not used her full strength. At the very least, no one knew which of the 4 Ultimates she had. There was no exchange, and the battle immediately began. The sword in the stone sword chi swept towards Xiaoshi, and an endless amount of sword chi rained down. Lu Yin and Xiaoshi were no strangers to the cosmic sea. Hundreds of stars revolved around Xiaoshi's body, and the sword in the stone sword chi streaked across the stars and slashed towards her. At that moment, the stars exploded, and Xiaoshi raised her hand to block Sirius's palm. Stars appeared as her palm struck out, and the stars all exploded. The sword in the stone's eyes trembled, and he quickly retreated. However, there were stars revolving around him, and each one of them exploded with great power. They distorted the void and tore it apart, forming a crack that looked like a black hole that extended across the entire arena. And it continued to expand, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire Mount Supreme. The sword in the stone lifted the giant stone sword and easily blocked the power of the exploding stars. However, even though he was able to block it, his body was still forced back by the enormous force. He took one step back, then another. Xiaoshi's feet tapped lightly, and she flitted past many stars. She raised her hand, and the stars gathered to form a sword. Sirius's sword technique. The sword in the stone's eyes widened as he used the sky splitter sword force. With a bang, four enormous cracks extended along Mount Supreme, and the entire starry sky was cut apart. The clash between Sirius's sword technique and the sky-splitting sword aura formed the strongest sword technique attack so far, and its power was far beyond Dark Lotus's. If Dark Lotus had the sword technique of either of them, Fan Shun might have already been defeated. However, everyone was good at different things. Dark Lotus's sword technique wasn't proficient, but she had the scripture of Aeon evolution. Xiaoshi and the sword and the stone sword techniques were far superior to Dark Lotus's, but they didn't have the miraculous technique of the scripture of Aeon evolution. The clash of sword techniques made Lu Tianmu's fingers twitch. This was a battle she wanted to participate in. The four gigantic cracks in the void were still spreading, and Shi Zhongjin's entire body was pressed into the ground. The rocks around him were sent flying and turned into dust. Xiaoshi's heavenly star sword technique suppressed the sky splitter sword force, and the stars around them appeared again and exploded. The sword in the stone's imprint appeared. And a 3-inch-old man appeared. The next moment, a powerful aura turned into a whirlwind, and even Xiaoshi was pushed back. The sword in the stone leaped into the air, and the sword in the stone grabbed the hilt of the stone sword, and slashed out again. It was still the sky-splitting sword aura, but this sword was stronger than before. With the imprint's support, it made Xiaoshi's Sirius sword technique pale in comparison. Sirius's sword technique was worthy of being the ultimate technique of the Sirius sect, and it suppressed the sword in the stone. The 6th mainland's cultivators were already suppressing the 5th mainland's cultivators, and even under such circumstances, they could still defeat the sky-splitting sword aura. Sirius's sword technique completely suppressed the sky-splitting sword aura. Unfortunately, the 6th mainland's cultivators had too many tricks up their sleeves. The sword in the stone relied on the sky-splitting sword aura to stabilize his position as a realmling, and with the support of his imprint, Xiaoshi could not take this attack head-on. Her Sirius sword technique was inferior, but Sirius sword techniques, including the art of Sirius, were at most one of the ultimate techniques. The sky-splitting sword aura descended, and Xiaoshi stared at the sword in the stone 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 in the stone's eyes narrowed. Not good. This girl is a boundless advanced lockbreaker, and her control of star energy is extremely high. She can see through his sword technique. His sword technique relied on its power to suppress Sirius sword technique, but Xiaoshi herself could see through the sky-splitting sword aura. The sword in the stone in the stone in the stone in a futile attempt to retract his sword and swatted at Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi's eyes flashed, and she turned around with her back facing the sword in the stone 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 in the stone's direction. Countless people in front of their screens were confused, as they could not understand what was happening. At the bottom of the stairway, Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Sirius's secret technique, stellar transposition. The sword in the stone was momentarily at a loss. Xiaoshi had never used the star transposition secret technique during the battle in the cosmic sea, so the cultivators of the 6th mainland had no idea what it was. Even though the Supreme Tournament was about to begin, and they had gone out of their way to investigate the situation of the 5th mainland's great beings, they might not have been able to find out anything about it. The Neoverse was very mysterious even to the Innerverse and Outerverse, as well as the cosmic sea, not to mention the serious sect's secret techniques. Shi Zhongjian's body suddenly appeared at Xiaoshi's position, and his sword missed. Xiaoshi's palm should have hit an empty spot, but at that moment, it hit Shi Zhongjian's back. Shi Zhongjian's internal organs were shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed drastically, and he stepped forward with his right foot. He forcefully stabilized his body, and turned around to slash at Shi Zhongjian. However, in mid-air, his sword hilt was blocked by a white palm. With a flip of the palm, Xiaoshi used her right palm to slap Shi Zhongjian. With a bang, Shi Zhongjian was sent flying. The sword in the stone leapt forward to grab at the stone sword. Xiaoshi casually waved her hand, causing the star energy of the sword in the stone to suddenly become unstable. Xiaoshi's world-level control over the sword in the stone caused it to be unable to grab hold of the sword in the stone. Stars began to gather in Xiaoshi's left hand as she used serious sword arts. Swoosh! Sword key shot out, sending blood flying everywhere. Sword in the stone's abdomen was cut open and his entire body was thrown over a kilometer away before crashing heavily onto the ground. Everyone who saw this scene fell silent. That exchange had happened in a flash, and most people could not understand what had just happened. In the distance, Bukong, Zi, and the rest looked at Xiaoshi with serious expressions. This woman was indeed not simple. She had instantly injured the sword in the stone so severely that he could not even hold on to his own weapon. A cultivator who had lost his weapon had been thoroughly defeated. At the bottom of the stairway, Luin looked at Xiaoshi. It had begun, the four-extreme fairy had begun to bare her fangs. The first to suffer was the sword in the stone. The sword in the stone was definitely not weak. Skysplitter's sword force combined with the imprint had suppressed the serious sect's ultimate technique, serious sword techniques, but he had still lost miserably. Xiaoshi had originally been one of the 5 astral children. If not for Lu Yin's sudden appearance, either she or Yu Hua Mavis would have been the past master. Her strength was definitely within the top 10 of the sovereigns, and even the top 10 predicted her to be 9th. With a thump, the sword in the stone fell to the ground with a soft thud. Xiaoshi calmly looked at the sword in the stone, her expression unchanged. It was as if the previous battle had not affected her at all. In the distance, the sword in the stone stood up, his abdomen bleeding profusely. He immediately used a secret resurrection technique, and his injuries were quickly brought under control. He looked up at Xiaoshi with an unwilling gaze, but he did not attack again. There was no need to compete, the difference between them was obvious. He had not expected this woman to have hidden her strength so deeply. Back in the cosmic sea, Xiaoshi had not revealed such strength. Xiaoshi had used her absolute strength to crush the sword in the stone, and she appeared at the bottom of the stairway. Everyone had looked at her with fear, but when they saw her opponent, their gazes changed. They were filled with schadenfreude and sympathy, because her opponent was Xianxia. Xiaoshi against Xianxia. This was something that no one had expected. Luin was stunned. How was this possible? Even an idiot would know that these two were definitely within the top 10 of the sovereigns, and this competition was organized by the Hall of Honor. How could Xiaoshi face Xianxia in advance? Wasn't this purposely placing her outside of the top 10? Had Sirius offended the Hall of Honor? There were only 2 possibilities for Xiaoshi to appear in that position. First, the Sirius sect had offended the Hall of Honor and had been abandoned. Second, there was still room for negotiation in this competition. It was not that the next round would determine the top 10. Perhaps the loser still had a chance. Only then could such a situation occur. Luin knew that the 6th mainland had the 3rd progenitor, and the Hall of Honor had been pressured by the 3rd progenitor to hand over the Outerverse to the 6th mainland. There were also benefits involved in the battles between the top 10. For example, the Dowsource 3 skies would never engage in internal strife, and someone from the 5th mainland would definitely be sacrificed. However, that person would definitely not be Xiaoshi, as the Sirius sect was a colossus. He would rather believe that the battle for the top 10 was not that simple. He looked at Xiaoshi seriously, and he noticed that her expression was calm. Perhaps she had already known that this would happen. For some reason, he was very unhappy. The Supreme Martial Artist competition wasn't really fair. Those who had advanced by luck had all been eliminated in this round. There was someone controlling the competition behind the scenes. Xiaoxia was facing Xianxia. In his eyes, it was more like she had a guilty conscience, making others think that it was fair. This had been the case during the battle in the mountain and sea realm, as well as during the Supreme Martial Artist competition. His encounter with Heaven's Emergence Mavis had also been arranged. Perhaps those people had all thought that he would lose. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This time, he would not repeat his old mistakes during the battle in the mountain and sea realm. He raised his head and looked at the statue. Perhaps the Hall of Honor and the Sixth Mainland's third progenitor believed that the statue would most likely be Xianxia or one of the Daosor's three skies. Interesting. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. If the results were different from what they had expected, then he wondered what their expressions would be. Xiaoxia and the Sword and the Stone were a contest between the top experts of the Fifth and Sixth Mainland, and it was also a contest of sword techniques. When it came to sword techniques, regardless of whether it was the Fifth Mainland or the Sixth Mainland, there was a sect that could not be overlooked, the Sword Sect. Lu Tianmu's figure appeared in the arena. When they saw Lu Tianmu take action, even Xianxing's expression turned serious. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, Lu Tianmu was the only one who had managed to injure him. The 13th sword was indeed unfathomable, as the Sword Sect's 13 swords was a battle technique that was worthy of being called the Overlord of the Sword. However, Lu Tianmu's opponent was a cruiser from the Sixth Mainland. Many felt that it was a pity when they saw this person, as the results were already set in stone. Xianxia looked away, as this battle was a waste of time. Anyone who understood Lu Tianmu knew that this was a waste of time, but that Sixth Mainland cultivator was extremely excited. He had deliberately broken through to the cruiser realm for the sake of this sovereign tournament. Although he could not compare to the top heirs of the imprinter clans, he had still managed to reach this stage through sheer luck. Now, it was time for him to make a name for himself. He did not expect to defeat Lu Tianmu, as she was ranked 10th on the top 10 rankings. What he wanted to do was to fight for as long as possible so that more people could see him. It would be best if he could show that he was not afraid of dying for the sake of the Sixth Mainland. If that happened, he might even be taken in as a disciple by the three progenitors. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He looked at Lu Tianmu and raised a hand with a smile on his face. He tried his best to appear humble and gentle. If this woman fell in love with him at first sight, then it would be perfect. I am. He had only spoken 2 words when a sword flashed, and he collapsed before he could even finish speaking. Lu Tianmu did not even bother to look at him. In front of their screens, many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had ugly expressions on their faces. This was too embarrassing. Why waste time talking? Why not just attack? How could he even fight once? How embarrassing. Lu Tianmu's figure disappeared and reappeared at the bottom of a staircase. Countless people were stunned, but then they erupted into cheers. Regardless of whether it was the Sixth Mainland or the Fifth Mainland, the Astral Beast Domain, or the Technocracy's majestic city, everyone cheered because Lu Tianmu's opponent was Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been the most active and eye-catching person since the start of the Sovereign Tournament. He had defeated many opponents of high quality, and he was also one of the past masters. His battle with Yuhua Mavis had been especially satisfying for many. And now, Lu Tianmu's opponent was also Lu Yin, which made everyone even more excited. In the inner verse, atop Sword Mountain, many Sword Sect disciples were excited. Senior sister defeated Lu Yin. Defeat him. That bastard still dares to oppose our inner verse. Cut him down with the 13 swords. Senior sister is invincible. Senior sister, I love you. In the outer verse, countless people from the Great Eastern Alliance were excited. The Alliance Master is invincible. He defeated the 13 swords. He broke the legend of the 13 swords. The Alliance Master is the strongest. Alliance Master, I love you. Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu were both members of the 10 Arbiters and the most famous figures in the Fifth Mainland. On Mount Supreme, at the bottom of the staircase, Lu Yin looked at Lu Tianmu strangely. I never thought that the next round would be between the two of us. Lu Tianmu's expression was calm as he looked at Lu Yin. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Lu Yin nodded. I've admired the 13 swords for a long time as well. Below, Lu Xiaoqiu had a complicated expression. Lu Yin had been his opponent in the past, and even during the astral combat tournament, the invincible 13 swords had become famous. However, he had still been defeated by Lu Yin. Now, this person was going to fight against his senior sister. Would he be able to withstand the true 13 swords? The 13 swords were unfathomable. This battle was going to be exciting. At this point, there were only 4 matches left in this round. Aside from a cruiser who was trembling, the rest were all hunters and enlighters, and there was even a Dowsource 3 Skies cultivator. Many people looked towards the corner of the first fault, and their gazes towards the cruiser were filled with sympathy. However, that person had been worth it, as he had managed to stay on the highest stage for so long. In front of their screens, countless people stared at the arena, and soon, a figure appeared. It was Xianxia, the crown prince of the Celestial Beast Empire, the legendary strongest Astral Beast clan, and one of the 5 past lords of the Supreme Tournament. When they saw Xianxia appear in the next match, everyone grew excited. Regardless of whether it was the 5th mainland's human domain or the 6th mainland, everyone was curious about the Celestial Beast clan. This clan was filled with legends. They were born as hunters, and their food was spiritual force. It was rumored that once a celestial beast devoured spiritual force, they would never recover. This clan was extremely powerful and mysterious. The Hall of Honor was the supreme ruler of the 5th mainland's human domain, and the Celestial Beast clan was the ruler of the 5th mainland's Astral Beast domain. Xianxia's status in the Astral Beast domain was equivalent to that of the Prime Clear in the human domain. Xianxia was handsome and always had a smile on his face. He was no different from a human, and he attracted quite a number of women to cheer for him. These women were all humans. In terms of looks, he was the #1 male in the Supreme Tournament. Xianxia's opponent was Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia face Xianxia, Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Xianxia's chances of survival were slim. Xianxia was still as cold as ever, and aside from Lu Yin, she treated everyone else coldly. When Xianxia saw Xianxia appear, his eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. During his breakthrough, he had helped Xianxia block the Prime Clear once. Others might not know, but Xianxia definitely knew. Otherwise, he would not be looking at Lu Yin right now. This celestial beast was born to feed on spiritual force, and even the Day-Night clan could not compare to the Celestial Beast clan in terms of spiritual force control. Xianxia was in danger. Xianxia herself knew that she was in danger, as she had encountered many opponents ever since she had gained consciousness. Although the Stone Realm's Realmling was the sword in the stone, her strength was not any weaker than his, and she had experienced many battles. When she faced Xianxia, that bone-chilling feeling made her certain that she was no match for him. That person saved you once. Let's see if he can save you a second time, Xianxia said as he elegantly gestured for her to attack. You can make the first move. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony, and she stepped through the void to land in front of Xianxia. She then struck out with a life-form palm. Xianxia did not move from his spot as Xianxia's palm pierced through his body. She was shocked, but Xianxia still had a smile on his face. At the foot of the stairway, the Prime Clear had a solemn expression. The Celestial Beast clan's main body is spiritual force. This clan can have a physical body or not. Lu Yin was stunned. There was such a thing? In the entire Supreme Tournament, only Hidden Weep and Su Ling could ignore their opponent's attacks. However, both of them traveled through the void and had their main bodies. For example, Su Ling's main body had been caught by Hidden Weep and had been defeated. However, no one was like Xianxia, who did not have a physical body. If it doesn't have a physical body, then what are we looking at? Zi couldn't help but ask. She didn't know much about the Astral Beast domain. The 6th mainland also had powerful Astral Beast clans, but none of them had reached the level of the Celestial Beast clan. None of them were even close, as all of them had been tamed. It has a physical body. Essence, energy, and spirit. Zi was shocked. Essence, energy, and spirit had a physical body? This was a level that they couldn't even touch at the moment. It was said that only imprinters who specialized in essence, energy, and spirit could achieve this. She looked at Xianxia in shock. This astral beast's innate gift was too enviable, as it was born with such an ability. With essence, energy, and spirit materialized, all of Maiden Adept's attacks were useless against Xianxia, unless she used her essence to attack him. However, her essence, energy, and spirit weren't that strong. It could be said that she had no chance of winning against Xianxia. Even if she had become a boundless advanced lockbreaker and her control of star energy had reached the world realm, it was still useless. Xianxia didn't need to use star energy at all. Maiden Adept's continuous attacks were useless, so she finally used a secret technique, reincarnation. Xianxia dodged, and Maiden Adept's eyes trembled. It was useful. This secret technique had been created by a progenitor, so if it was useless, it could only mean that the Celestial Beast clan was too powerful. She retreated and waited for an opportunity to use the secret technique again. Suddenly, Xianxia soared into the sky, and his entire body transformed into a giant celestial beast. His essence, energy, and spirit had taken physical form, and he covered the entire area in the blink of an eye. He then aimed at Maiden Adept and let out a sharp whistle. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very sharp. However, the key point wasn't the sound, but rather the fact that this attack was made from Xianxia's essence, energy, and spirit. The whistle swept through the entire Mount Supreme, and many people fainted. They felt as if they were seeing a giant celestial beast crushing them. The world turned black, and everything in front of them turned black. A celestial beast was the ruler. Whether it was at the foot of Mount Supreme, the several faults, or the sky stairway, everyone, including Xianxia, was affected by the whistle. Skinny, one of the Cyan twin heroes, fainted. Xiaoshi's face paled, and Fenghe swayed. Even Lu Tianmu was shaken. It was as if Mount Supreme as a giant celestial beast's hand. The heavenly demon, Black, had become the master of this moment. The starry sky was distorted by the roar, and many spaceships exploded. Xianxia hadn't really made a move since the start of the sovereign competition. This time, his roar shocked everyone, making them realize just how terrifying a heavenly Yao was. In the field, Maid Messenger's face was deathly pale. She was half squatting on the ground and had almost fainted. She was the closest to Xianxia, and this roar almost caused her nerves to snap. Even if she didn't fall to the ground, she couldn't attack at this moment. Her body was trembling because of the impact to her essence, energy, and soul. It wasn't fear, but an instinctive reaction. The sound only lasted for an instant, and Xianxia appeared high up in the sky again. There was still a smile on his face, and he looked so elegant and charming. Xianxia landed on the ground and looked at the half-squatting maiden, who was barely able to hold herself together. He then turned to look at Luyin and raised his hand. His palm was aimed at Maiden, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. At the bottom of the stairway, Lu Yin's eyes widened and he turned slightly. Nightfall. In the arena, Xiaoxian's eyes lit up, and everything around him turned black. Lu Yin's knight's descent descended, but it instantly vanished. Lu Yin's expression changed, as some of his essence had been devoured by Xiaoxian. The essence that had been devoured by the celestial demon could never be recovered unless he started cultivating again. In other words, the essence that had been used by Nightfall was essentially gone, and Lu Yin could not recover it. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. If Lu Yin's essence had previously been equivalent to 10, then he was now only at 7. He could only cultivate again, and it was impossible for him to recover what he had lost. Lu Yin had suffered a hidden loss. Quite a few people had noticed the exchange between the two. Even though the sovereign tournament separated the spectators, there were still ways to influence other people's matches. This was the sovereign tournament, and there were no restrictions on life and death. The purpose of this tournament was to determine the strongest 10 people. If one was affected by others, they would lose, and they would not qualify to enter the top 10. Lu Yin could attack Xiaoxian, but Xiaoxian had also attacked everyone else. In the field, Xiaoxian lowered his hand, causing Lu Yin to suffer a hidden loss. He had already probed Lu Yin's spiritual force, and it was very strong. Lu Yin's spiritual force battle technique was also very powerful, but it still couldn't pose a threat to Xiaoxian. Furthermore, Xiaoxian had just devoured some of Lu Yin's spiritual force, which was delicious. "I admit defeat," Xian knew. Said. She had noticed the exchange between the two, and she stared coldly at Yao Xian. Yao Xian looked at her and smiled. "What's your relationship with him?" Xianxia did not reply. Lu Yin had suffered a hidden loss because of her, and she would find a way to take revenge herself. Xianxia's body disappeared, and she returned to the first layer's original location. Yao Xian also disappeared. Everyone looked down the staircase. Who would be facing Yao Xian? When Yao Xian's figure appeared, many sighed in relief, but some had ugly expressions, especially those from the Innerverse Zhou court and the Seven Court Zhou family. Yao Xian's opponent was Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had not expected Yao Xian to appear here. Against this heavenly Yao, even if she had the terrifying murderous heart lotus battle technique, she still did not feel confident. Yao Xian looked at her and smiled. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, and she looked up at the statue. She would not admit defeat so easily, and she had to enter the top 10. Otherwise, it would not be worth it to expose everything. In the next match, Ling Gong and Tai Yishan both appeared. When the crowd saw that these two were going to fight, they were shocked once again. There was going to be a good show to watch. Both Neoverse elites were facing off against one of the Innerverse 10 arbiters, and such a battle was always the most interesting. The Innerverse had always been unwilling to be suppressed by the Neoverse, but the Neoverse did not care about the Innerverse either. However, in the previous battles, Yuanhua Mavis had lost to Lu Yin, and the Scion of Light had lost to Concealed Light. Both Lu Yin and Concealed Light were 10 arbiters, and many of the Neoverse cultivators were furious. If another 10 arbiters won, how would they be able to maintain their lofty arrogance in front of the Innerverse? Tai Yishan was the top descendant of the home of the gods, and he called himself a god. His dignity would not allow him to be defeated. Go, home of the gods! Defeat the 10 arbiters, many shouted in front of the Neoverse screen. Although he's crazy, he's still a lunatic from our Neoverse. He's able to insta-kill a barbarian from the Innerverse. No matter how I look at it, that 10 arbiters from the Innerverse look more like a god. Look, that white guy. Xiao Bai face. Xiao Bai face him, kill him. Crazy. In the second layer, Ling Ke shouted, kill that lunatic. Don't go home if you lose. You can't even beat a lunatic. Ling Ke's voice was too loud, and Ling Gong seemed to have heard him as he glared fiercely at the second layer. Ling Ke immediately shrank back. Tai Yishan's fighting style was almost the same as Fu He's, and he had created all sorts of weapons. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Weapons blasted towards Ling Gong, who used a spear to open a path in an attempt to get close to Tai Yishan. However, Tai Yishan had created too many weapons, and he himself was extremely powerful. He also had the Aeon Evolution scripture, so even Ling Gong could not get close enough to unleash his spear's full power. Not long after, a bell tolled, and the Sky Palace descended. When they saw Ling Gong's innate gift, many people in front of the screen immediately knelt down. This was where the gods resided. In the Neoverse, many people in the home of the gods were dumbfounded. They had always called themselves gods, but at this moment, Ling Gong seemed even more like a god. He even had a sky palace. This is what it means to be a professional, a cultivator in the home of the gods muttered to himself. The sky palace did not only have a terrifying appearance, but it was also a combination of Ling Gong's 10 innate gifts. It had the power to suppress everything, and the various weapons that Tai Yishan had created were easily suppressed by the sky palace. Ling Gong stood above the sky palace, and the spear pressed down towards Tai Yishan. Tai Yishan's eyes narrowed. He had seen this innate gift more than once. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, the sky palace had been destroyed by Xia Jiuyou. It was not unsolvable, but Tai Yishan did not have the power to directly destroy the sky palace. As he thought about it, his eyes turned into runes that weakened the sky palace's rune lines. The sky palace's rune lines were weakened, but Ling Gong's were not. Her spear descended, piercing through the void and tearing through space to envelop Tai Yishan. Ripples appeared on the surface of Tai Yishan's body, and they were exactly the same as the ones that had appeared on Long He's body. This was something that could only be done when one's usage of the Aeon Evolution scripture had reached a certain level. The spear pierced through the ripples, and the rune lines were immediately weakened. Tai Yishan grabbed the tip of the spear with one hand, but he did not break it. Instead, he used the spear to pull Linggong towards him. Long he had used this method to isolate her opponent's attack, but Tai Yishan wanted to use this method to determine victory. Once Linggong was pulled into the ripples, her power would be greatly reduced. There was a thump as the Sky Palace rang out with a bell. Phantoms were born from the Sky Palace, and they charged towards Tai Yishan like celestial soldiers. Tai Yishan's eyes narrowed. This was possible? What the hell? Helpless, he let go of Linggong and quickly retreated, avoiding contact with the Sky Palace. However, Linggong did not give up on him and leapt into the ripples. Tai Yishan was shocked, but then he was overjoyed. As long as he could enter the ripples, he was confident that he could defeat this person. Seeing that Linggong had really entered the ripples, the rune lines immediately decreased. Tai Yishan grabbed Linggong's spear, and the tip of Linggong's spear pierced towards Tai Yishan's palm. Suddenly, strange rings appeared around them. They were created by Tai Yishan, and the rings were connected, trapping Linggong within. Even the direction of the spear's attack had changed. Tai Yishan sneered. It's over. With that, the rings lit up, forming a thunderbolt that connected the heavens and the earth. The thunderbolt surpassed Mount Supreme and spread towards the starry sky. In the end, it pierced through the starry sky and formed a black hole. Its power level was at least 350,000. With Linggong's weakened rune lines, there was no way it could block it. Tai Yishan was sure to win, but the intense pain in his abdomen made him feel incredulous. He turned around and saw Linggong behind him. The Lingling clan's battle technique, soul-splitting. The Lingling clan was one of the strongest clans in the Innerverse. Other than being able to absorb other people's innate gifts and combine them into one, they also had a powerful battle technique, soul-splitting. One could split into two, two could split into three, and with soul-splitting, one's power would increase by 3 times. It was equivalent to 3 identical people attacking. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, Linggong had not used soul-splitting, so Tai Yishan had overlooked this terrifying battle technique. End of chapter. At the foot of the stairway, Lu Yin sighed. Tai Yishan and Linggong were both his friends, but it was a pity that one of them would be eliminated. In reality, Lu Yin was more optimistic about Tai Yishan. Even he was a little apprehensive about the power that Feng He had displayed, and he could not figure out how she had dispelled Fan Shun's strongest attack. Tai Yishan might be able to do the same, but he had underestimated Linggong. How could White Knight, one of the 10 arbiters, be defeated so easily? Tai Yishan gripped his spear tightly as blood flowed down its body. A long blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. At the same time, 2 streams of blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Linggong's gaze turned cold. She had seen this person with Lu Yin outside Mount Supreme. She had not wanted to kill him because of Lu Yin, but now she could not. She spun her spear and pulled it back, thrusting it out once more. Her movements were smooth, and this spear was aimed at Tai Yishan's chest. If he was hit, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. This attack gave Tai Yishan a chance. As long as he pulled back his blade, he would have time to dodge. However, Tai Yishan did not, and he even smiled strangely. Linggong's heart sank, and she suddenly recalled the battle between Feng He and Fan Shun. This was bad. The spear struck Tai Yishan, but it immediately shattered. Tai Yishan's blade slashed down from Linggong's right shoulder to her left arm, leaving behind a large gash. This sudden turn of events confused many. At the foot of the stairway, Feng He's eyes flashed. This guy had reached the knowing realm. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Just like Feng He's strongest attack against Fan Shun, Linggong's spear had shattered. This was definitely the power of the next realm of the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. The Aeon Evolution True Scripture was too mystical, and Lu Yin would definitely go to the home of the gods to study it. Tai Yishan staggered back a few steps as blood flowed from his abdomen. He stared at Linggong, who had been injured even more heavily. He knew that she was Lu Yin's friend, but there was no other way. He could not give up on the sovereign tournament. However, he had held back, or else he would have slashed at her neck. Tai Yishan almost never attacked women, but this was the sovereign tournament. Countless people in the Innerverse became nervous. The Neoverse cheered, especially so in the home of the gods. Do you see that? This is the power of a god. Your attacks are useless. So this is the knowing denial realm. Tai Yishan is definitely not weaker than that traitor. I look forward to Tai Yishan getting rid of the traitors. In the Innerverse, the Lingling clan was completely silent. Those who saw this scene were not worried at all. The Lingling clan's soul clone could split into 3. On the first level of Mount Supreme, Ling Gong's heavily injured body disappeared. Tai Yishan's expression changed drastically. Not good. The Lingling clan could split into 3. This was troublesome. He immediately turned to look in the direction of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace had not disappeared, and Ling Gong slowly walked out with her spear raised. Tai Yishan felt bitter. He had already been severely injured and had no chance of winning against the uninjured Spirit Palace. Although the scripture of eternity evolution was powerful, the cost of using it once was too great. His eyes could no longer see clearly, and it should be the same for Zhuhe. Moreover, the Spirit Palace must have been on guard against his strength. The Heavenly Palace was magnificent, and the sound of the bell echoed. The Spirit Palace held a long spear and faced the Supreme God. Tai Yishan helplessly said, "I admit defeat." These 2 words made his heart tighten. The path of the supreme competition had come to an end. Countless people in the Neoverse were speechless. This was especially true for the home of the gods. They had been excited just a moment ago, but now, the contrast was so great that they were speechless. On the other hand, the people from the Innerverse grew excited. Out of the 20 autarchs, 6 of them were from the 10 arbiters, which was more than half. What did this mean? Description: this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The invincible 10 arbiters were still invincible even when placed on the highest stage of the universe. In front of their screens, many people looked down at the stairway, wanting to know who Ling Gong's opponent would be. Ling Gong's figure disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was met with a cold gaze. Xiaojiuyo. Her opponent for the top 10 was Xiaojiuyo. Many people in the Innerverse felt their hearts sink. It was actually Xiaojiuyo. They did not know about the 9 clones technique, and they only knew that Xiaojiuyo was ranked 5th on the predicted list. Ling Gong was not on the list, which meant that most people believed that Ling Gong was not Xiaojiuyo's opponent. When he saw that Ling Gong's opponent was Xiaojiuyo, Lu Yin's heart sank as well. Although he had suppressed Xiaojiuyo before the competition, no one knew the true strength of the 9 clones technique. He did not believe that the 9 clones technique was only used to increase one's realm. If that was the case, then Progenitor Chen would not have been invincible back then. Xiaojiuyo was one of the most well-hidden people in the supreme competition, and that was what Lu Yin had always believed. Fortunately, there was still one person who could understand the 9 clones technique, Star Sibyl. At this moment, Star Sibyl appeared in the arena, and her opponent was Wu Taibai. In the current universe, there were only 2 people who knew the 9 clones technique, Xiaojiuyo and Star Sibyl. Xiaojiuyo was Progenitor Chen's descendant, and everyone could accept that he had learned the 9 clones technique. However, no one knew how Star Sibyl had learned it. Still, it did not matter. Her opponent was Wu Taibai, one of the 6th mainland's Daosource 3 skies. If she wanted to win, she would have to use her true strength. Star Sibyl was not only famous in the Innerverse and Outerverse, but she was also famous in the Neoverse and the 6th mainland. Everyone wanted to know what methods she had. In the arena, Wu Taibai had a scholarly temperament, just like when Lu Yin had first met him. He was like an elegant young master. Across from him, Star Sibyl stared at Wu Taibai, her eyes twinkling. Wu Taibai smiled. "Have you divined anything?" Star Sibyl frowned and looked at Wu Taibai with a strange gaze. Finally, she was shocked. What was going on? She could not even divine this person's abilities. No, why was this happening? She had clearly divined this before. Of the Daosource 3 skies, Bukong and Zi had received the most attention. However, Wu Taibai was also from one of the 3 skies, so he should not have been overlooked. Star Sibyl had already divined Wu Taibai's abilities before the Autarch tournament. She had felt that although this person was very strong, he was still slightly weaker than Bukong, so she had not paid much attention to him. However, at this moment, when she was directly facing Wu Taibai, she could not divine anything at all, just like Lu Yin and Wang Yi. What was going on? Wu Taibai casually opened his fan. You want to know? It said that the 5th mainland Starsabil sect has a divination attack that can predict the enemy's movements. They also have a battle technique that can predict the enemy's next move. I'm looking forward to your divination. In front of their screens, many people looked at Starsabil in anticipation. Most people did not believe in divination, but the Starsabil sect had stood tall in the universe for so long, so they were clearly not scammers. The most famous example was when the Sea King had stolen pyrolite. It was when Xianxia who had asked for help, and the Starsabil sect had divined it. Starsabil's battles had always been studied, but no one had been able to figure out how she had divined. She could predict her opponent's movements without seeing the light, but that was only during battle. She could use her opponent's habits, breathing, battle techniques, and so on. Using a domain to calculate, it was not divination. Thus, it was impossible to predict a person's next move when they were not in battle. However, Starsabil could. Even more so. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Before the battle even began, she could predict where her opponent would attack. This was true divination. Predicting the enemy's movements was a battle technique that many people dreamed of. Watching Starsabil fight was a form of enjoyment for many people. However, Starsabil was not in the mood to let others watch, and her face gradually turned pale. Wu Taibai seemed refined and courteous, but the feeling he gave her was more terrifying than anyone else. This person was undefeatable. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Taibai did not seem anxious at all and continued to fan himself. Starsabil sighed and looked at Wu Taibai with a complicated expression. Wu Taibai was surprised. That's enough? Then I'm going to attack. Divine where I'll attack from. No need, I admit defeat, Starsabil said decisively. Wu Taibai was stunned. Admit defeat? He was not the only one, as everyone else was shocked. A powerhouse who cultivated the 9 clones technique and had the ability to divine had actually admitted defeat before the battle had even begun. This did not make sense. At the bottom of the stairway, Lu Yin frowned and was somewhat disappointed. He had some guesses about Wu Taibai's strength, so he had felt that Starsabil would not be his opponent. However, he had not expected her to be so decisive and not even fight. This had prevented him from seeing the true strength of the 9 clones technique. What a pity. However, this was also a different kind of divination. At least she had predicted the outcome. Sometimes, being able to predict the outcome was not necessarily a good thing. Without the ability to divine, she might have been able to give it a try. In the distance, Xiao Jirio's eyes narrowed as he looked at Wu Taibai with fear. He understood Starsabil very well. To be able to make her admit defeat, this Dao Source 3 Skies was definitely not as easy to deal with as one might imagine. Perhaps he was not any weaker than Bukong and Zi. Wu Taibai's figure disappeared and reappeared at the bottom of the stairway. Not far from him was Hidden Weep. Seeing Wu Taibai go up against Hidden Weep, many people were in an uproar. However, there was not much of a reaction, unlike when Xiaoshi had faced the Shangqing. Hidden Weep herself did not have much of a reaction either. Wu Taibai, on the other hand, was very interested in Hidden Weep and sized her up. The inheritor of progenitor Chen's power. There were only 2 people in the first layer who had not competed. One was a cruiser, and the other was Xiaoqing. The final match would be between them. At the bottom of the stairway, there was only one person without an opponent, and that person was Bukong. The crowd looked at Xiaoqing sympathetically, as she would definitely win the final match. After that, she would not have an opponent for the top 10. This was really bad luck. Bukong was one of the Dao Source 3 Skies, and Xiaoqing was also from the 6th mainland. Just like how the skinny person had faced Zi, these 2 matches had allowed the Dao Source 3 Skies to advance directly. This caused many people from the 5th mainland to be dissatisfied, and the internet was filled with curses. Xiaoqing appeared very calm. As a true realmling of the martial immortal realm, defeating a cruiser was easy for her. At the bottom of the stairway, Xiaoqing appeared and smiled at Bukong. Bukong frowned, as he was unfamiliar with Xiaoqing and did not pay her much attention. Aside from Wu Taibai and Zi, he did not place any of his peers in the 6th mainland in his eyes. The so-called realmlings who were second only to them were still far from them. At this point, the first layer of the competition had come to an end, and the top 20 of the Supreme competition had been decided. At the peak of Mount Supreme, beneath the giant statue, the 10 stairways had become the focus of the entire universe. As long as one could reach the peak through the stairways, they would be able to enter the top 10 of the Supreme competition and obtain that opportunity. Thank you, brothers, for your support. End of chapter. There were 2 people at the bottom of each staircase, and their opponents had been decided. When Xianxia was up against Wang Yi, Skinny was up against Ziyi, Drunkard was up against the 100 lineages, Xianxia was up against Qiushi, Lu Tianmu was up against Lu Yin, Yao Xian was up against Zhou Yi Linggong was up against Xia Jiuyou, Quiet Weep was up against Wu Taibai, and Little Blue was up against Zhu Kong. 10 staircases, 10 battles, and the winner would become one of the top 10 in Mount Supreme. Everyone had thought that the battles would be the same as before, one battle at a time. However, when the screen at the end of the staircase opened, everyone was shocked. The staircase had opened at the same time, which meant that all 10 battles could take place at the same time. Suddenly, the screen was divided into 10, and all 10 matches were shown on the screen. The opening of the screen at the end of the staircase meant that the path to the top of Mount Supreme had been opened. Everyone could climb the staircase now, or they could wait. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the previous battles, Wang Yi and Li Zimo hadn't fought for several days, and no one had urged them to do so now. At the bottom of the staircase, Lu Yin looked up. The battles could actually start at the same time. Were they trying to determine the top 10 as quickly as possible? If his guess was correct, then the top 10 might not be decided so easily, even if they reached the top of the mountain. As he thought about it, he subconsciously looked at Qiushi, but her expression was indifferent. She didn't even look at the staircase. At this time, the battle had already started on the screen. Yo Yi was the first to attack, using the 4 directions dragon-lock formation to trap Xianxia. A blood-colored lotus appeared beneath her feet, and she raised her hand, causing a phantom lotus to sweep through the void and rush towards Xianxia. She used her strongest attack against Xianxia, as she only had one chance. She knew that she didn't have enough spiritual force to withstand Xianxia's strength, and his roar had almost caused her to vomit blood. This was the first battle at the bottom of the staircase, and it attracted everyone's attention. Even Lu Yin was watching seriously. Within the 4 directions dragon-lock formation, Yao Xian didn't care about Yo Yi. His spiritual force wasn't strong enough, and fighting him would be suicide. He could ignore physical attacks. However, as the blood-colored lotus approached, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. His body subconsciously scattered, and he turned into palm-sized bats that flew off in all directions. The blood-colored phantom lotus landed, and it instantly disappeared. Yo Yi was disappointed. The palm-sized bats gradually fused together, and Yao Xian's expression turned ugly. He didn't think that Yo Yi would actually force him to split his body. He was a spiritual being, so he shouldn't be threatened. Yao Xian didn't realize that although the blood-colored lotus had disappeared, the traces of blood were still floating in the air, disappearing very slowly. When his body fused, he also fused with traces of blood. Only Lu Yin, Supreme Ishin, and a few others who cultivated the Ian evolution true scripture could see some of the rune lines entering Yao Xian's body. Yao Xian's essence, energy, and spirit surged. Just like how he dealt with the Maiden of Fairies, his roar enveloped Mount Supreme, directly destroying the dragon-locking formation of the 4 directions and attacking Yo Yi. Yo Yi's face was pale. She clenched her teeth, and blood flowed down her ears. She resisted the urge to faint and waved her hand. Yao Xian's expression changed drastically. Blood splashed out from his body, but it was not his own blood. He did not have any blood, only his essence, energy, and spirit. These blood splashes were tiny blood-colored lotuses. The traces of blood that Yao Xian had fused with turned into blood-colored lotuses that exploded from his body. Although he was not killed in one hit like Bai Ling, his essence was still injured, and he was forced back 100 meters. Yo Yi took the opportunity to set up the dragon-locking formation of the 4 directions again. She raised her hand, and her star energy transformed into a sword that slashed down. Yao Xian was enraged. He had actually been injured. This was the first time this had happened, and Yo Yi quickly approached him and slashed down with her sword. "You're courting death." Yao Xian's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Without any sound, a formless energy distorted the void, and it was as if the air itself had exploded. Yo Year was sent flying. Yo Year spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and the blood on her body quickly faded away. She fell down the mountain, landing at the foot of the mountain in an extremely miserable state. In the inner verse, everyone in the Yo court was shocked as they stared at the foot of the mountain where Yo Year had fallen. Madame Yu's face was pale. The strength that Yo Year had displayed surpassed that of any of the Yu family's successors. She had already surpassed the value of a marriage alliance. Yo Year's strength had been witnessed by everyone, but Yao Xian's strength was even more frightening. His strength was almost unfathomable, and his essence was invincible. With Yo Year's defeat, the first person to enter the top 10 was born, Yao Xian, the crown prince of the celestial beast empire. Yao Xian did not want others to think that he had it easy. Those blood-colored lotuses had injured him, and he was even more apprehensive. That woman could injure him, and her battle technique made his scalp go numb. He had wanted to kill her, but he did not know what the outcome would be. It would be best if he could kill her. He had fought against the human domain for so many years, but such a strange battle technique had never appeared before. Who had created it? Yao Xian and Yo Year's battle seemed to be the fastest, but there was another battle that was even faster. It was the battle between Brother Skinny and Zi. At the end of the stairway, the path to the peak opened, and Brother Skinny immediately admitted defeat. He looked like an idiot, but that did not mean that he was actually an idiot. He did not even think about fighting against the Daosaur's 3 skies, and Brother Fat had also surrendered when he met Wu Tai Bai. At this moment, Lu Yin did not have the time to look elsewhere. Lu Tianmu had already unsheathed his sword. The multiverse's screen split into 10, and one of them was Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu. When Lu Tianmu unsheathed her sword, at least half of the people in the universe looked over. Lu Tianmu was the inheritor of the 13 swords and the strongest disciple of the sword sect. She was also known as one of the strongest existences among the 10 arbiters. Her actions had not only shaken the innerverse and outerverse, but also the astral beast domain, the technocracy, and even the 6th mainland. Countless people in the Neoverse were also paying attention to her, as she was the only person who had managed to injure a prime clear expert in the mountain and sea realm. Lu Yin's reputation was even greater, as his battle with Yu Hua Mavis had pushed him to the peak. At this moment, Lu Yin was already one of the top experts in the eyes of countless people. If the top 10 rankings were rearranged, he would definitely enter the top 6. Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu's battle represented the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse Sword Sect. Their battle was like a battle between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse's various great powers. Almost everyone in the Innerverse and Outerverse was watching their battle. On Mount Supreme, at least half of the participants were also watching them. This isn't your first time fighting the 13 swords. My 13 swords is different from Xiaoqiu's. Lu Tianmu raised her sword and looked at Lu Yin. The sword's light was so bright that it illuminated the mountain peak. Lu Yin raised his head. I know. The 13 swords are the same, but the users are different. Lu Tianmu gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. I watched your tournament of the strongest, but I never thought that you would be standing in front of me today. Be careful, first sword of the 13 swords. As she spoke, her sword slashed down diagonally. The first sword of the 13 swords could shock even gods and ghosts. This familiar scene made Lu Yin feel as if he had traveled through time and space and arrived at the scene of the astral combat tournament. This was the first time he had met Lu Xiaoqiu and the first time he had encountered the 13 swords. It had been a long time since he had felt that kind of excitement that made every cell in his body tremble. Yu Hua Mavis had given him a cathartic release of power, while Lu Tianmu had made him feel a sharp sense of danger. This feeling was very comfortable. Bang! There was a loud explosion as a shockwave whizzed out and tore through the void. Lu Tianmu's first sword had been deflected by Lu Yin's middle finger, and Lu Tianmu's domain whizzed out in front of him as the second sword slashed out. Lu Yin deflected it again. It's useless. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing a huge force to tear through the void and descend in front of Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu's sword swept out and deflected the finger wind, and then his domain suddenly contracted. Man and sword became one, sword and domain became one, and then man and sword and domain became one. This was the fifth sword. This sword seemed to have descended from the heavens, and it instantly descended in front of Luin. All he could see was a trace of the sword's edge, and that trace of sharpness became the focus of countless people. Not just anyone could witness the 13 swords. At this moment, the mysterious veil of the 13 swords was unveiled to the entire universe. Only those who were directly under the sword's edge could feel how terrifying it was. In the distance, Yao Xian, Xianxia, Amukong, and the rest all looked over. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Now this is interesting. He then shifted the fatezen within his body, and a huge force filled his entire body. He flicked his finger again, but this time, the sword's edge was distorted. Lu Yin opened his palm and slashed at Lu Tianmu. This attack was definitely not inferior to the second punch that he had exchanged with Yuanhua Mavis. Yuanhua Mavis could use his body and strength to block it, but Lu Tianmu could not. However, the 13 swords were not just about offense. The sixth sword, defensive sword force. Lu Yin's palm slashed down, but it did not touch Lu Tianmu. The attack was completely blocked by the defensive sword force, but Lu Tianmu himself was sent flying by the enormous force. Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched out, causing the void to collapse and black cracks to appear. The vibrations in the air even affected the other competitors, and many of them felt stifled and almost couldn't breathe. A force comparable to Yuanhua Mavis' third punch descended. Lu Tianmu forcefully twisted his body, and the tip of his sword rotated. The light illuminated everyone and the statue on Mount Supreme, causing the screen of light to blur. The 10th sword. Star Slasher. Stars twinkled as sword chi filled the air. This attack was beautiful, but also deadly. Lu Yin's fist was forcefully torn apart by the sword chi, and the Star Slasher tore through the void and headed straight for Lu Yin. 9-lined battle force surged from Lu Yin's body, and he punched out once more. The Star Slasher was broken apart, and the wind from his fist blasted towards Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu's expression was calm, and his sword rotated once more. The 11th sword, Sword Splitter. Across from him, Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. He had encountered the 11th sword before. Back then, Quiet Weep had borrowed the 11th sword from someone named Lu Guai. At that time, Lu Yin had been forced to dodge the 11th sword, and he had even had to use a secret technique to do so. Lan Si had been injured by the 11th sword. Now that he was facing the 11th sword again, Lu Yin still could not see through it. However, that did not matter as he did not believe that the 11th sword could suppress his strength. Sword Splitter soared through the sky, ignoring the distance between them as it descended directly in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. Where had this sword come from? It wasn't just him. Even the Prime Clear One couldn't see where this sword was coming from. He only knew that when facing this sword, he had to either avoid it in advance or take it head-on. Yao Xian was astonished when he saw the 11th sword. The sword faction was called the King of Swords, and it was indeed true. Even in the human domain's new cosmos, there was no sword technique that could compare to the sword faction's 13 swords. Many cultivators from the 6th mainland were stunned. The 5th mainland actually had such a sword technique. Wang Yi's expression changed. Source Rend, it was such a sword technique. Interesting. If it had been in the past, Lu Yin would have had no way of dealing with the 11th sword, and he would have had to dodge it in advance. But now, there was no need for that. When one's strength reached a certain level, the power that was once unstoppable became so ordinary. Even though he did not understand this sword move, its power was not enough for him to dodge. Lu Yin raised his hand, his 9-lined battle force glowing red. He grabbed the 11th sword's sword chi with one hand and unleashed 150 stacks with an explosion of overlaying stacks. He growled and threw the 11th sword's sword chi towards the distant Xiaojiu under countless shocked gazes. In the distance, a similar battle had broken out at the foot of a staircase. Not everyone was attracted by the battle between Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu. The battle between the Spirit Palace and Xiaojiu was also ongoing. However, the Spirit Palace was being suppressed. Back in the mountain and sea realm, Xiaojiu had used the third form of the saber will to sever the Celestial Palace. That had exposed the Spirit Palace's trump cards. The Celestial Palace, the soul-splitting technique, and the spear technique were all part of Xianxia's calculations, which was why the Spirit Palace had been suppressed from the very beginning. Even if the Spirit Palace wanted to use the power of the Spirit Division to defeat Xianxia, it would be useless. Just as Xianxia was about to use the refined Netherworld palm to defeat Ling Gong, the 11th sword came from afar, which sent chills down his spine. He turned around and raised his hand to use 3 blade wills. His body was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the 11th sword, and his wrist went numb. He stared angrily into the distance and happened to meet Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin glanced at him coldly and then ignored him. He did it on purpose. Even though he was fighting Lu Tianmu, he still had the energy to look elsewhere. He had seen the Spirit Palace being suppressed by Xianxia. The 11th sword was his gift to Xianxia. Unfortunately, it could not change the outcome of the battle. The Spirit Palace would still be defeated. Ling Gong had also seen Lu Yin attack, and he snorted as he stared at Xianxia. This battle boded ill rather than well. More importantly, no one had seen the bottom line of the 9 clones, which was the most terrifying aspect. Lu Yin had taken the time to attack Xianxia, which not only angered Xianxia, but also Lu Tianmu. She had the time to look at others while fighting with her. She was looking down on her. With great difficulty, Lu Tianmu managed to deflect Lu Yin's fist wind with the 6th sword. Half of his body was numb, but in his anger, he did not hesitate to use the 12th sword. The 11th sword was named Origin Splitting, and the 12th sword was named Profound. Similarly, it was impossible to see through it, and similarly, it ignored spatial distance. However, its power was nearly twice as strong as the 11th sword. With the secret techniques that Lu Yin had grasped, he could have dodged or shifted his position. He could have done both at his current level, but he didn't. Everyone had their own way of fighting. From the moment he stepped on the path of cultivation to the first time he heard of the 13 swords, he had experienced a lot. Now that he was facing Lu Tianmu's 13 swords, he had experienced even more. With so many experiences and so many close shaves with his life, what he got was not dodging, but a real confrontation. He wanted to defeat the 13 swords head-on. The moment the 12th sword appeared, Lu Yin's mind was suddenly alerted. He subconsciously covered his entire body with 9-lined battle force and concentrated all of his strength before striking out with a palm. 250 stacks, emptiness palm. This palm was met with the 12th sword, Profound, that had appeared out of nowhere. Sparks of electricity flashed and shot out in all directions. Countless specks of light appeared in the void, each one capable of tearing through the void. A huge force swept through Supreme Mountain along with a strong gale. No one knew how strong this force was when it exploded, and no one knew where the sword chi specks had come from. They only knew that at this moment, everyone was affected. She was currently fighting with obscurity, and when the sword chi specks descended, the two of them hurriedly dodged. When Xianxia blocked the barrier and fearfully looked into the distance, 3 streams of chi revolved around Prime Clarity's body, isolating him from the aftershocks and sword chi specks. He looked into the distance in shock. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, even he had not been able to react to the 12th sword, but Lu Yin had actually taken it head-on. On the first level, Ku Wei was pale with fright, and he kept dodging. The fish on Chi-Chi's head cursed. Yu Hua Mavis stood in place, as the aftershocks were ineffective against her. This was Lu Yin's strongest emptiness palm, and she knew how powerful it was. Lu Yin's emptiness palm had beaten the Little Arrow Saint half to death, and even the Little Arrow Saint's resurrection technique had not been able to fully recover. This was the might of Lu Yin's emptiness palm, which was a combination of strength and overlaying stacks. It had forcefully clashed with the 12th sword of the 13 swords. The screen distorted. In the inner verse, atop Sword Mountain, Lu Qianjua's expression was solemn. Beside him, Elderly was aghast. There's almost no one in the same generation who can take the 12th sword head-on. This Lu Yin really is a freak. Elder Lianxin spoke up. There's almost no one in our sword sex history who's been able to comprehend the 12th sword. Even someone like that has appeared in this era. Lu Qianjue sighed. Times have changed. I was only 100 years old when I comprehended the 12th sword. If Tianmu had been born a generation earlier, our sword sect would definitely have been able to enter the Neoverse. Elderly was unwilling to accept this. Lu Qianjue shook his head. This was the most dazzling era in history after Progenitor Chen and the Talisman Progenitor. It would be perfect if another progenitor could appear. If Lu Tianmu hadn't been born in this era, he might not have had such strength. After all, there hadn't been a formcast model before. I just hope that Tianmu's 13th sword can defeat Luyin, Elder Lianxin said. The sword sect's hundreds of thousands of disciples watched on nervously. The 13 swords was their dream, and they could not afford to lose. In the outer verse, Madame Nalin's expression was calm, but her gaze was complicated. She had never thought that this day would come. The 13 swords had been invincible for so long that many people had grown numb to it. Now that they saw Luyin face the 12th sword head-on, many felt hopeful that he could break the legend of the 13 swords. Even some inner verse cultivators hoped that the legend of the 13 swords would be broken. On Mount Supreme, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was complicated. At the foot of the stairway, the 12th sword had finally been shattered, and Lu Yin's emptiness palm had also been exhausted. He had originally thought that his emptiness palm would be able to defeat the 12th sword, but unfortunately, it had not. On the other side, Lu Tianmu's face paled. Not even the Prime Clarity sword had been able to withstand the 12th sword head-on. Even the Prime Clarity sword had been injured by the 12th sword and had not been able to take it head-on, but Luyin had actually broken through it. This not only required extreme strength, but also timing. Aside from their power, the 11th and 12th swords' most unfathomable aspects were their ability to ignore space. Not everyone could dodge them. Being able to break through the 12th sword head-on meant that Lu Yin's strength was above the 12th sword. There was only one way to defeat him, the 13th sword. However, this depended on Luyin. Luyin could use the emptiness palm more than once. He could use it at any time, which meant that he could defeat Lu Tianmu at any time. This was because Lu Tianmu had no chance of facing the palm head-on. There were probably only a few people in the entire sovereign tournament who could say that they would be fine after facing the emptiness palm. Many people had thought of this, including Lu Tianmu herself. She looked at Luyin calmly. Luyin was also looking at her, wondering if he should let Lu Tianmu use the 13th sword. In truth, even if he wanted to completely defeat the 13th sword head-on, he was still a little apprehensive when facing it. This sword was different from the 11th and 12th, it was impossible to block. Even the Prime Clarity sword had been heavily injured by it. This sword had nothing to do with distance anymore. Moreover, this sword was not something that the Aeon Evolution True Scripture could weaken. Luyin could clash head-on with the Emergence Mavis because he could see her strength and weaken it. However, the 13th sword was different. In terms of absolute strength, Lu Tianmu was inferior to Heaven's Emergence Mavis. However, the 13th sword was truly unbreakable. Even if the Prime Clear's 3 sons' ancestral chi were to completely materialize, they would only be able to withstand the 13th sword. He didn't need to weaken Lu Tianmu's rune lines for the 12th sword, but he couldn't weaken the 13th sword at all. It was truly disgusting. After this, he still had to compete for the title of Prime. His master's orders were to win, so he had to win. If he took the 13th sword head-on and got injured, it would be a huge loss if Mr. Mu expelled him. The weakness of the 13th sword was that it was slow. The Prime Clarity sword had given Lu Tianmu time, but if Luyin hadn't been willing to give him time, he could have ended the competition with a single palm and become one of the top 10 without any injuries. At that moment, Luyin saw the Prime Clarity sword from the corner of his eye. He watched as the Prime Clarity sword walked up the stairway step by step, and Xiaoshi didn't stop him. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. He had guessed correctly, the top 10 were not so easily decided in the sovereign tournament. Xiaoshi's performance meant that she still had a chance. She didn't want to clash with the Prime Clarity sword, which meant that the loser could challenge the top 10 again. The Prime Clarity sword seemed to sense Lu Yin's gaze and looked over. His arrogant gaze carried a sense of transcendence, but there was also a hint of disdain. Even if Luyin had defeated the Emergence Mavis and broken through the 12th sword head-on, the Prime Clarity sword still didn't seem to place him in his eyes. He was the only Prime on the surface, and even Bu Kong and the others were suppressed by him. Luyin frowned when he saw the Prime Clarity sword's gaze, it was truly disgusting. He thought about it and then looked at Lu Tianmu. "Where's your 13th sword?" The moment he spoke, many turned solemn. The 13th sword was about to appear. The only ones who had truly seen the 13th sword were those who had participated in the battle between the 5 stellar scions of the mountain and sea realm. Only those people knew that the 13th sword was unfathomable, and they couldn't even understand it. Even the Prime Clarity sword, who was the strongest on the surface, had been injured by the 13th sword. Luin wasn't the only one who was smart. Xiaoxia hadn't fought the Prime Clarity sword, which made many people think of something. They naturally hoped that Lu Tianmu would use the 13th sword so that they could find out the trump card of the 13th sword. Lu Tianmu closed his eyes and emptied his mind. The only thing he couldn't let go of was his obsession with the sword. That was his emotions, and the 13th sword was the emotion sword. There were family, love, and friendship in this world, but she had never experienced any of those. However, she had her emotions, which were her obsession with the sword. As long as there were emotions, they could be transformed into swords. Back in the mountain and sea realm, she had barely been able to gain enlightenment of the emotion sword, which she had used to enter the Prime Clear lineage. Now, a year had passed, and she had gained even more enlightenment of the emotion sword. He opened his eyes, and a gentle breeze swept past his sword towards Luin, Mount Supreme, and everyone else. Everyone who was swept by the breeze had a strange feeling. It was as if their bodies were exposed to Lu Tianmu's sword, and that sword was hanging above everyone's heads. Xianxia stopped climbing the stairway to heaven and looked at Lu Tianmu solemnly. He was the only one who had withstood the 13th sword. Even now, he didn't know how to block it. The only thing he could do was to prevent Lu Tianmu from executing the 13th sword. Now that the 13th sword had been completed, it was too late for Luin to stop it. Lu Tianmu could bring the sword down at any time. The outcome of this battle would depend entirely on whether or not Luin could stand under this sword. He relied on the ancestral chi of the 3 sons, so he didn't need to do anything himself. What about Luin? How far could he go in the rest of the competition after being heavily injured by a single sword strike? What a pity. Luin stared intently at Lu Tianmu's sword, and his eyes transformed into runes as he tried to weaken the attack. However, it was useless. With his current level of control over the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, he was unable to weaken the 13th sword. If it had been Dihi or Taishan, they might have been able to do so. The 13th sword had already been completed, and when a cool breeze blew past his face, he knew that he could not stop it. The true scripture of Aeon Evolution could not be weakened, and the Yu secret art could not be transferred away. Even if the planned secret art could transfer him away, would it be of any use? If the 13th sword could be dodged, the legend of invincibility would not exist. Did he regret it? Maybe, or maybe he didn't regret it. He would have to receive the sword sooner or later. Even if Lu Tianmu didn't use the 13th sword during the sovereign battle, he would still have to endure it in the future. However, he was much stronger than Xianxia in one aspect, and that was his physical strength. If Xianxia could recover from a single sword strike, so could he. However, his battle prowess would definitely be affected. When he thought of this, he lowered his head and looked at his heart. Perhaps it was time to use this power that he had not been able to control, but that he should have. Under the gazes of countless people, as Lu Tianmu's sword fell, the 13th sword came to an end. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. Back in the battle of the mountain and sea realm, she had collapsed after the 13th sword strike, unable to continue fighting. But now, she was in a much better condition. So, what about Luin? At this thought, countless people looked at Luin. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, as he had personally experienced this sword attack. He could not see it, nor could he dodge it. It all depended on how severe Lu Yin's injuries were. Everyone stared at Luin, and even Luin stared at himself. Was it over? Is the 13th sword finished? Are you sure? Why couldn't he feel anything? Luin panicked and touched his neck, then his arms. There was nothing wrong with his body. He looked at Lu Tianmu in confusion. Lu Tianmu was also met with a confused look. She had finished her attack, and she was absolutely certain that the 13th sword had struck Lu Yin's heart. But what had happened? This person had no reaction at all. Was his heart fine? The two of them looked at each other blankly. One of them was sure that he was done, and the other was sure that he was fine. This was a contradiction. "You're done?" Luyin asked uncertainly. "Are you all right?" Lu Tianmu was confused. Luyin raised a brow. "Are you really done? Are you really okay?" Lu Tianmu asked as well. Ever since she had been born, she had always been high and mighty. She was the senior disciple of the sword sect and had mastered the 13 swords. Her innate talent was unparalleled, but she was one of the 10 arbiters and had the authority to kill countless people. She had never been as confused as she was now. Even when she had seen the true face of the ancestral chi of the 3 suns in the mountain and sea realm, she had not lost her composure. Lu Yin's condition had toppled her worldview. If even Lu Tianmu's worldview had been toppled, then there was no need to talk about the others. "Is the 13th sword done?" "No way." "Yes, Muju said so." "But why is Luyin fine? His clothes aren't even wrinkled. This doesn't make sense." "Bro, are you serious about talking about science at a time like this?" On Sword Mountain, Lu Qianjue was also at a loss. He was sure that the 13th sword was done, but why was Luyin completely fine? Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Xianxia stared at Luyin. "Is he really fine?" Taiyashan was certain that Luyin was fine, as his rune lines had not changed at all. After a moment of silence, Luyin looked at Lu Tianmu. "Where did you hit?" "My heart, to the left," Lu Tianmu answered. When Luyin heard Lu Tianmu's words, the first thing that came to mind was the black and white fog. Had the 13th sword hit that fog? He touched his heart, but there was no feeling. The 13th sword must have been swallowed. "What did you do?" Lu Tianmu was in disbelief. This had never happened in the sword sect's 13 swords since ancient times. Even a sect master who had been swallowed by Tian Ho had been severely injured by the 13th sword. Even such a strange life form would be severely injured, but this person was completely fine. Luyin raised a hand. "Your path to the sovereign tournament is over." He then struck out with an empty palm, sending Lu Tianmu off the mountain and onto the first layer of the mountain. He had not used his full strength, or else Lu Tianmu would have died. He did not want to fall out with the sword sect just yet. However, Lu Tianmu would definitely be heavily injured. After defeating Lu Tianmu, Luyin turned to Xianxia with a smile. He stepped onto the staircase and headed towards the peak. Xianxia and Luyin looked at each other in amazement. Lu Yin's defeat of Heaven's Emergence Mavis had not shocked Xianxia as much, but ignoring the 13 swords had shocked him greatly. This person's strength was a little uncertain, but it did not matter. No matter how strong Luyin was, he would not be Xianxia's match. Xianxia's confidence in looking down on those of the same generation had not changed. In another direction, a battle between Xianxia and Wang Yi had ended very quickly. Xianxia was ranked 12th on the predicted top 10, even above Luyin, because of his almost indestructible innate gift. However, this barrier had been broken by Wang Yi. With a soft sound, Wang Yi swept past Xianxia and smashed through the barrier. Not a bad defense. Wang Yi had not spoken from start to finish, but Xianxia's barrier had allowed him to speak. When they saw the barrier shatter, Mira, Michelle, and the Innerverse when family members' expressions changed. Xianxia had been defeated. Wang Yi did not attack Xianxia again. Instead, he walked towards the staircase step by step. Xianxia did not move either. He turned back to look at Wang Yi with an unprecedented shock in his eyes. He had seen an unparalleled battle technique, and it was an indescribable feeling. It felt like he should have been defeated. This person's surname was Wang, a king amongst cultivators. This battle technique made him feel like he was invincible. Even though Lu Yin had helped Ling Palace once, they had still been defeated by Xia Jiuyo in the end. The combination of the Netherforge Palm and the Echo innate gift was enough to defeat Ling Palace. During the battle at the Mountain and Sea Realm, Xia Jiuyo's Sky Palace had been destroyed by the third Blade Intent. Now, Xia Jiuyo was gradually revealing his terrifying side. The power of his Netherforge Palm was several times stronger than it had been during the battle at the Mountain and Sea Realm. Xia Jiuyo's 9 clones had fused with all but Xiao Luo, and he gradually revealed an invincible aura that even the Prime Clarity was impressed. Ling Palace was helpless as blood continuously flowed from his left leg. Behind him, the defeated Sky Palace gradually disappeared. The Lingling clan claims to have 10 innate gifts in one, but any one of them is enough to cultivate for a lifetime. 10 innate gifts in one might be advantageous to normal cultivators, but not to this kind of person. She was not disheartened, as the focus of the Lingling clan's 10 innate gifts lay in their unity. The further she progressed, the more powerful her innate gift would become. She had long since seen her future path. One day, her innate gift would not only create a single sky palace, but also a group of sky palaces. It could even create a celestial realm that the world had fabricated. One expert after another headed towards the staircase: Wang Yi, Zi, the Prime Clarity, Lu Yin, Yao Xian, and Xiao Jiuyou. There were only 8 people who had yet to decide a victor. Lu Yin walked towards the peak, step by step. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. He turned around and saw a beam of sword chi flying towards him. The 11th sword? Lu Yin subconsciously raised his hand, grabbed the 11th sword, and threw it towards Xiao Jiuyou. He stared into the distance, where Hidden Weep was surrounded by illusory black flames. He carried a banner on his back, and the book above his head was slowly flipping. The 11th sword had come from him, and he had borrowed another person's battle technique. Wu Taibai seemed to be very interested. At this moment, Xiao Jiuyou was in a bad mood. Lu Yin had subconsciously thrown the 11th sword at him, making it clear that Lu Yin wanted to be his enemy. There were no so-called one-on-one battles on the peak, and it seemed like this would be a chaotic battle. Even though Xiao Jiuyou had the 9 clones and believed that he could deal with anyone, he did not want to be targeted by an expert like this. However, Lu Yin had already targeted him, and there was nothing he could do about it. You can actually borrow another person's battle technique? That was the 11th sword. Can you lend me the 13th sword? I want to experience it as well. Wu Taibai was very interested. Hidden Weep's face was gloomy, and the book above his head flipped. He gripped his spear and stared at Wu Taibai. He had exchanged blows with this person several times, but he had not been able to gain the slightest advantage. He even felt like he was being suppressed, as if his technique that ignored physical bodies was being countered. You can continue to borrow other people's battle techniques. I won't stop you, Wu Taibai said. The black flames around Hidden Weep's body surged, and the banner disappeared. His entire person became the only black color in the world. His spear flickered with black light that transformed into the night sky and swept towards Wu Taibai. This was the Burial Garden's secret technique, Will. It greatly increased Hidden Weep's strength. Wu Taibai was shocked, and he raised his hand to send out a martial seal that collided with the tip of the spear. With a bang, he was sent flying. He was shocked that Hidden Weep had actually forced him back. The book above Hidden Weep's head flipped. There was an ancient powerhouse named Lu Guai. The 11th sword whistled out, and at the same time, Hidden Weep's entire body seemed to melt into the spear. A black dot appeared that caused everyone's scalps to go numb, and the entirety of Mount Supreme turned black. This spear surpassed the power of Hidden Weep's attack against Lu Yin in the mountain and sea realm. If Hidden Weep had possessed this spear's might, then Lu Yin would not have been able to block it. Wu Taibai did not dodge. He raised his right palm, and the martial ancestor's seal appeared behind him. A terrifying aura swept through Mount Supreme, causing countless people to almost kneel down. The martial ancestor was tyrannical, and he had created a secret technique called the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. The moment this seal appeared, it was as if the entire 6th mainland had been moved over and smashed towards Hidden Weep, ignoring spatial distance. It was extremely similar to the 11th and 12th swords of the 13 swords. The only difference was that when Wu Taibai used it, its might surpassed Lu Tianmu's 12th sword. The Seal of Mountains and Rivers collided with the tip of the spear, and black dots rapidly expanded, gradually enveloping the surroundings as the boundless black light swept towards the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. As a powerful storm swept past, the black light smashed towards the foot of the mountain like a meteor, causing countless people to scream in fear as they fled. Hidden Weep's spear shattered, but she did not give up. She used the 11th sword to attack Wu Taibai once more. Wu Taibai was currently facing the combined attacks of Lu Tianmu and Hidden Weep. When he saw the 11th sword descending, he raised his right hand and bent his fingers. Just like Lu Yin, he grabbed the 11th sword and threw it towards Xiao Jiuyou. Countless people were stunned. Lu Yin's strength surpassed levitating Mavis, so it was understandable that he could grab the 11th sword. How could Wu Taibai do the same? More importantly, why did he throw it at Xiaojiuyo? Xiaojiuyo was speechless as well, and he hurriedly dodged while staring at Wu Taibai. Did this guy have a grudge against him? Wu Taibai did not care about the 11th sword's trajectory. His figure tore through the void and appeared in front of Hidden Weep. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Hidden Weep's ability to ignore physical objects was very troublesome. It all depended on what Wu Taibai would do. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he stared at Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai appeared in front of Hidden Weep and slashed out with a single hand. Hidden Weep's entire left arm was severed and fell to the side, where it was burned by black flames. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There were rune lines in Wu Taibai's palm. What did he do? No one could understand what Wu Taibai had done, except for one person, Wang Yi. Wang Yi was astonished, as he had actually seen this technique here. Wu Taibai. So that's how it is. Hidden Weep had been defeated, and everyone familiar with Burial Garden was surprised. The cultivators of the 6th mainland cheered. No matter what, it was fine as long as the Dao Source 3 Skies had won. Wu Taibai's victory over Hidden Weep attracted many people's attention. However, just a moment ago, when Wang Yi had shattered Wen Sanxi's barrier, many people in the universe had turned to look at one person, Xiaoqing. They could not take their eyes off her, and more people were looking at her because she had been heavily injured. Lu Yin had not noticed that Xiaoqing had been heavily injured until Wu Taibai's victory. He had paid too much attention to Wu Taibai that he had forgotten about Xiaoqing. Little Qing was the true realmling of the 6th mainland's immortal martial realm, and her opponent was Bukong, one of the Dao Source 3 Skies. Most people thought that this battle was meaningless, just like how one of the Cyan transformation duo, the Thin Man, would fight against Ziyi. However, this battle that even the cultivators of the 6th mainland thought was meaningless was actually one-sided. At the bottom of the stairway, Bukong had blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. This woman had actually injured him. After Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu's battle, Xianxia headed towards the peak of the mountain. Naturally, Fei Kong headed towards the stairway, but he was stopped by Xiaoqing. It was normal for the 6th mainland's realmlings to challenge the Dao Source 3 Skies. Even though the Dao Source 3 Skies were extremely prestigious, it did not mean that no one dared to challenge them. After all, their prestige was built on their battles. Little Qing's battle was nothing in Bukong's eyes, but now it actually made him doubt his life. A boundless amount of star energy descended, and Xiaoqing giggled. You still want to implant a sourcebox array into my body? That's useless against me. She then curled up a strand of hair with her right hand and shot it out. Dozens of strands of hair shot into the air. Bukong's expression was grave. It was this move that had injured him. It looked like strands of hair, but each strand of hair had a martial imprint on it. This was inconceivable. Martial imprints had been created by the progenitor of martial as a shortcut for cultivators from the progenitor of martial territory to increase their strength. Just like the progenitor of blood territories' bloodlines and the progenitor of secret territories' secret techniques, every cultivator from the progenitor of martial cultivated a martial imprint, and everyone could only cultivate one martial imprint. This was common knowledge. However, Xiaoqing had actually wrapped each strand of hair with a martial imprint, causing the power of each strand of hair to explosively increase. A single strand of hair was enough to cause a realmling to feel apprehensive, but if dozens of strands of hair attacked together, even Bukong would be hit if he was careless, causing him to cough up blood. Most importantly, Xiaoqing had discovered his secret to dispersing star energy. The sourcebox array that he had grasped was called the immobilizing stake. As the name implied, it could immobilize anyone within a sourcebox array, just like how he had swept through many experts in a single strike during the battle at the Cosmic Sea. As his understanding of sourcebox arrays deepened, immobilizing stake was no longer limited to immobilizing people. Instead, it could be implanted into an enemy's body to immobilize their star energy and disperse it. This was the reason why he had been able to disperse the star energy in the crying lady's body with a single strike. In terms of star energy control, he was not as good as Wu Dan, but what he had achieved was even more shocking than Wu Dan's. He had relied on this sourcebox array, and now, Xiaoqing had actually seen through it. Atop the staircase, Luyin stopped and did not continue climbing. Instead, he looked at Xiaoqing seriously. She had actually seen through immobilizing Stake's secret to dispersing his enemy's star energy? He had only learned about it from Xiao Luo, but Xiaoqing had actually been able to see through it. He could only describe her as meticulous. As he watched Bu Kong continuously dodge Xiaoqing's attacks, Lu Yin's gaze deepened, and he recalled the time when they had explored the ruins of the Daosaur sect together. Although they had not interacted much, he had felt at that time that Mr. Bai and Xiaoqing were not simple people. One was Wu Tai Bai of the Daosaur's Three Skies, while the other was a realmling from the martial immortal realm. Now that he thought about it, Wu Tai Bai and Xiaoqing might have already confirmed each other's existence when they had exchanged a palm strike outside the sect. That palm strike was definitely not simple. Strands of hair attacked Bu Kong, and he raised his hand. His innate gift had been disintegrated, but it had been suppressed by his martial seals. Every strand of hair had a martial seal, which was inconceivable. Even the martial progenitor would have been shocked if he had seen it. Bu Kong was certain that the person with the deepest understanding of martial seals under the martial progenitor realm was definitely this woman. Even the imprinter from the martial progenitor realm had never heard of anyone who could use martial seals to such an extent, and Wu Tai Bai might not be able to do so either. Outside the black hole in the Starfall Sea, the martial progenitor looked at Mount Supreme with astonishment. His disciple was Wu Tai Bai, but at this moment, he rather admired Xiaoqing. This woman's use of his martial seals had reached perfection, and just this move alone had suppressed the secret progenitor's disciple to the point where he could not retaliate. The secret progenitor also looked at Mount Supreme and saw that Bu Kong was being suppressed. His expression did not change, and no one knew what he was thinking. Countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were stunned. A realmling had actually forced the Daosaur's Three Skies to retreat. This battle was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Bu Kong was finally enraged, and dozens of strands of hair tore through the void in front of him. He raised his hand and used the Great Reincarnation technique. Xiaoqing's use of martial seals directly suppressed Bu Kong's innate skill, decomposition, and any other movements. She had too many strands of hair, and each strand of hair represented a martial seal. The Great Reincarnation technique caused dozens of strands of hair to vanish into thin air. Bu Kong struck the void with one hand, causing layers of star energy to spread out and cover the entire area. Even if she knew how to disperse his star energy, it was useless if she could not block it. Xiaoqing looked around her. She was a lockbreaker herself, and although she had not reached the boundless advanced level and her control of star energy was not at the level of a world realm cultivator, she was still able to see through star energy. Bu Kong used his star energy in a futile attempt to invade her body and forcefully disperse the star energy. Xiaoqing was unable to stop him, so she tapped her hair and transformed it into a sword. Cyan Silk Sword. With a whoosh, the sword chi slashed out horizontally, breaking through the star energy and heading straight for Bu Kong. Bu Kong raised his hand and used his innate skill, decomposition. Although his innate skill had been suppressed by his martial seals, Xiaoqing's Cyan Silk Sword was similarly suppressed. Boundless star energy covered Xiaoqing in the blink of an eye, and the star energy within her body was no longer under her control. Bu Kong sneered. "It's over." He then waved his hand. Xiaoqing's eyes widened, and she charged straight at him. At the same time, the star energy within her body surged out and transformed into visible ripples that spread into the distance. Even Mount Supreme trembled. At this moment, Xiaoqing was less than 5 meters away from Bu Kong. Bu Kong arrogantly slapped at Xiaoqing. Great Reincarnation Technique. Without star energy, Xiaoqing was like an ant to Bu Kong, and he could easily slap her to death. Xiaoqing was only 3 meters away from Bu Kong. 2 meters. 1 meter. Suddenly, Bu Kong felt a sense of danger. Xiaoqing's long hair fluttered in front of him, and countless strands of hair viciously shot towards Bu Kong. Bu Kong's pupils shrank as he saw countless martial seals. If he was hit by this attack, his fate would be quite miserable. Subconsciously, the secret progenitor's imprint appeared behind Bu Kong, and a boundless aura swept out, causing Xiaoqing's hair to pause for a moment. That brief moment was enough for Bu Kong to escape. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape. That brief moment felt like an eternity to Bu Kong. Without even considering his speed, he had already carefully set up a sourcebox array around him. Even if he didn't escape, it would still be enough to trap Xiaoqing. However, despite all his calculations, Bukong had overlooked one thing: Xiaoqing had an innate gift called slow. When the first strand of hair struck Bukong, slow had already been planted, and Xiaoqing could control the timing of its eruption at any time. At that moment, the power of slow appeared, and Bukong's evasive movements became incomparably slow. He could only watch as the countless strands of hair bombarded his body. Martial seals exploded, and a terrifying force swept him off the mountain and down to the foot of the mountain. No one had expected Bukong to lose to a cultivator from the sixth mainland, even if this person was a realmling from the martial immortal realm. The sixth mainland's 3 progenitors were the 9 realms. Among the 9 realms, the martial immortal realm's realmlings were always ranked in the top 3. Jianru had been one of them, and Xiaoqing, who had defeated Jianru, was even more so. She even had the strength to make the Daosaur's 3 skies fear her. Even though Bukong had been knocked off the mountain because he had been careless, this was Mount Supreme, and there was no chance of a second chance. Since Xiaoqing had knocked Bukong off the mountain, she had won. Bukong crashed down at the foot of the mountain and spat out a mouthful of blood. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his entire body felt like it was being torn apart. However many strands of hair there were, that was how many martial seals there were. With so many martial seals exploding, and coming from a realmling from the martial immortal realm, their power was enough to tear someone like the little arrow saint to pieces. Even if Bukong could hold on and use his secret resurrection technique to heal himself, he would not be able to rush up the mountain in a short amount of time. He would need to rest for at least half a day. He raised his head to look at Xiaoqing. He had lost, he had actually lost. He had lost without using his secret technique. That woman had truly hidden her strength well. Anyone who encountered her innate gift for the first time would be doomed. Good, very good. Even if I win, I'll make sure you die a horrible death when we return to the upper realm. At the foot of the stairway, Xiaoqing exhaled and smiled. She had only been able to defeat Bukong because she had used a sneak attack. She had never revealed her innate gift, and now she had finally seen results. However, it would be difficult to win based on her innate gift. Xiaoqing raised her head and looked at the people standing on the staircase. Which one of them was easy to provoke? Atop the staircase, Luyin stared at Xiaoqing. She had been able to control so many martial seals, and Bukong's movements had been much slower at the end. This should be related to her. Was it an innate gift? Or was it a battle technique? Regardless, Bukong's defeat left many unable to react. Many of the major bets had also been affected by this battle, and many of them had simply disappeared with their money. Many of the sixth mainland's cultivators were speechless. The Daosaur's 3 skies had been defeated, and a part of their status had been taken away. Wu Taibai smiled at Xiaoqing. Congratulations. Xiaoqing thanked him and then looked at Luyin. Help me out. Let me stay up there for a while. Luyin laughed and looked at Ziyi. The Daosaur's 3 skies looked at Xiaoqing with malice. She, Bukong, and Wu Taibai were all members of the Daosaur's 3 skies, and this sovereign tournament was both a competition for opportunities and also a way for the 6th mainland to suppress the 5th mainland in the future. Bukong's strength was unquestionable, but he had been defeated by this woman in a sneak attack. This woman had been able to defeat Bukong with a sneak attack, but her strength was insufficient against others. This was going to be troublesome. Even further away, beneath a staircase, Coquettish He and Invisible Light were fighting. The two were both 10 arbiters, and they were both familiar and unfamiliar with each other. Their battle attracted the attention of many. Many people were even more curious about the battle between the 100 lineages and Drunkard. It was a little strange. Drunkard had used a single drop of wine to trap the 100 lineages. The 100 lineages were parasites on a progenitor's body, and they were invincible. Even Yao Xian was wary of them because the 100 lineages could gnaw away at spiritual force. Yao Xian was absolutely confident that anyone would have a headache against the 100 lineages. The 100 lineages not only had jaws that could gnaw away at anything, but they also had an unparalleled defense. In Yao Xian's opinion, the 100 lineages' defenses were comparable to Insansi's barrier. Yao Xian had fought the 100 lineages before the sovereign tournament, and it had been an extremely difficult fight. The main reason for that was because it was difficult to severely injure the 100 lineages. Even Yao Xian was wary of this fingernail-sized beetle. But now, the 100 lineages were trapped by a single drop of wine. Drunkard's eyes were hazy as he giggled. The 100 lineages was crazily weaving through the drops of wine. Wherever it went, the drops of wine would appear. Gradually, the drops of wine formed a maze in the air. No matter how the 100 lineages tried to weave through it, it was useless. Others found it novel, but those who could understand it were terrified. This was the arcane creation realm's star energy control. The 100 lineages seemed to be trapped within a drop of wine, but from its perspective, it was a world of its own. This was an incomparably terrifying scene, one that even Prime Clarity's expression changed. This didn't mean that Winehouse strength had surpassed Xianxia's, but rather that his level of star energy control was unimaginable, and it didn't seem like something a youngster could achieve. In this aspect, Winehouse completely suppressed everyone, including Xianxia. With the 100 lineages' ability to devour everything, it would definitely be able to break through that drop of wine if given enough time. However, Winehouse didn't give it that time. Under his careful guidance, the 100 lineages gradually descended the mountain until it reached the foot of the mountain. By the time the drop of wine disappeared, the 100 lineages had already been defeated. Winehouse hadn't defeated the 100 lineages. Instead, he had led it down the path of defeat. The 100 lineages was like a puppet that was controlled by Winehouse. Yao Xian's expression turned cold. There was actually such a method? What a pity. If the 100 lineages hadn't met Winehouse but someone else, even if their opponent had been Prime Clarity, it would have been able to put up a fight. At the very least, it wouldn't have lost so shamefully. A parasite was a parasite. It had no brains. Winehouse was still drunk, and he swayed as he walked towards the stairway. At this point, the only ones who had yet to emerge victorious were Invisible Light and Imperial Physician Feng He. Invisible Light's domain bombarded Imperial Physician Feng He, but it had been weakened by Imperial Physician Feng He's scripture of Aeon evolution. Just now, Invisible Light had used his Black Coffin secret technique, but it hadn't caused any damage to Imperial Physician Feng He. Imperial Physician Feng He had used a move that ignored Fan Shun's strongest attack. The Omniscient Universe Evolution True Scripture had disregarded the Black Coffin secret art. Secret arts were created by progenitors. The Black Coffin secret art originated from the 6th Mainland's old ancestor He. It was an extremely powerful killing secret art. However, such a secret art was ignored by the Omniscient Universe Evolution True Scripture. Progenitor realm experts were also divided into different levels. Old Ancestor He could only be considered as a progenitor realm expert of the 6th Mainland. In terms of strength, he might not even be as strong as the current 3 progenitors. As for the Omniscient Universe Evolution True Scripture, it came from the symbol Ancestor. He was a terrifying expert that history didn't dare to record. He was an unparalleled expert that attacked the 6th Mainland, and the 6th Mainland didn't dare to acknowledge his existence. In the minds of many, the symbol Ancestor was on par with Ancestor Chen. As for Old Ancestor he had died under Ancestor Chen. The Omniscient Universe Evolution True Scripture disregarded the Black Coffin secret art. All of Invisible Light's methods were useless. On the other hand, Imperial Physician Feng He could create many offensive weapons and even strange treasures. However, it was extremely difficult for Imperial Physician Feng He to win. Invisible Light's preemptive attacks made Imperial Physician Feng He unable to focus on anything. This was also the reason why the two had fought for such a long time without a result. One was almost invincible due to the Omniscient Universe Evolution True Scripture, while the other's preemptive attacks. Imperial Physician Feng He tried to approach Invisible Light, but he was unable to do so. During his battle with Fan Shun, Imperial Physician Feng He had revealed some of his abilities. Although no one was too clear about them, Invisible Light would not allow Imperial Physician Feng He to approach. "You're really cautious," Imperial Physician Feng said. His long hair draped over his shoulders as he stared at Invisible Light. Invisible Light had already opened his eyes, and his domain enveloped Mount Supreme. Above his head, an enormous force field took the form of his own image. He raised his hand and attacked. Imperial Physician Feng He frowned. "It's useless." Ripples appeared in front of him, and the force field's attack was immediately weakened. Invisible Light's domain was useless against Imperial Physician Feng He, but he did not give up and continued to attack. He wanted to exhaust Imperial Physician Feng He. Imperial Physician Feng He had been injured in his battle with Fan Shen, and he would not be able to gain an advantage in a battle of attrition. Lu Yin and the rest were no longer watching the two battle, as they had a clear understanding of their strength. Ziyi was the first to reach the summit. In the distance, there was a giant statue. She looked up, not knowing who this statue would eventually transform into. At this moment, Xianxia appeared in the distance and stood quietly in his original position. He also looked at the statue. Even with his temperament, he was somewhat impatient to have the statue transform into him. Yao Xian, Lu Yin, and the rest appeared one after another, all of them standing quietly in their original positions. At this moment, 9 people had appeared at the summit. There was only one person left. When Invisible Light and Imperial Physician Feng He decided their battle, the top 10 would be determined. There was no cover at the summit, and they could attack anyone they wanted. This was different from the previous battles, as this meant that the top 10 battles could be one-on-one or a chaotic battle. There was a whoosh, and a huge barrel of wine was thrown at Lu Yin. Lu Yin caught it, and the drunkard grinned. Drink. Lu Yin was amused. You're still drinking at a time like this? You're one of the top 10 in the supreme competition. The drunkard did not mind and tilted his head back to drink. Yao Xian smiled. It's not bad to be drunk. It won't hurt. The drunkard put down the barrel and looked at Yao Xian with a smile. Little brother, you're the one who sees things clearly. What, do you also have a past that you can't let go of? Yao Xian frowned. This woman had misunderstood. He had meant that being beaten up would not hurt. Why was he always misunderstood? Wu Taibai looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, how does the 13th sword feel? Lu Yin shrugged. I forgot. It's a pity that person can't borrow the 13th sword, Wu Taibai said regretfully. Lu Yin smiled. You might be able to feel it. Wu Taibai was stunned. Is that so? Deafmute bro, do you want to fight for first place? I can help you. Xiaoqing smiled brilliantly as she looked at Lu Yin. When she said this, a few people looked over. Ziyi frowned and stared coldly at Xiaoqing. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Xiaoqing provoked, what, you're not convinced? The Dao Source 3 skies are nothing special. Ziyi was furious. Xiaoqing turned back to Wu Taibai. Mr. Bai, I'm not targeting you. I can't beat you. Wu Taibai smiled. It doesn't matter. The Dao Source 3 skies have to be fought to get to the top. If you lose, then go down. Lu Yin looked at Xia Jiuyo. How many clones did you fuse with? The others looked over when they heard Lu Yin's question. Xia Jiuyo calmly replied, it's none of your business. Lu Yin asked, is Xiao Luo the only one left? Xia Jiuyo looked at Lu Yin. Xiao Luo and you were just classmates for a short period of time. The real reason you're stopping me from fusing with him is because you're afraid of the 9 clones combine. Xianxing's voice rang out from the distance. I really hope that the 9 clones combine so that I can witness Progenitor Chen's invincible battle technique. Unfortunately, the difference between you and Progenitor Chen is too great. Xia Jiuyo's gaze turned cold. It's enough to deal with you. Since you're so confident, then the 9 clones combine is indeed powerful. How about we eliminate this guy first? Xiaoqing smiled brilliantly. Xia Jiuyo stared at her, almost unable to resist stabbing her. She was clearly trying to drive a wedge between them. Lu Yin agreed. I agree. The 9 clones combine is Progenitor Chen's invincible battle technique. Who knows what special abilities the 9 clones combine will have. Don't let this guy steal first place. Leave him to me, Xianxing said calmly. Xiaoqing pouted. You're the one who should be surrounded the most. Yao Xian kept a close eye on Lu Yin, as he would not forget the state tutor's mission. Lu Yin was also on guard against Yao Xian, as this guy would definitely make a move against him. Amidst everyone's conversation, the result of the battle between Obscurer and Imperial Physician Fu He was finally decided. Imperial Physician Fu He had lost in the end, as Fan Shun had injured her greatly. She had not been able to outlast Obscurer. Obscurer ascended the staircase step by step and arrived at the peak. At this point, the top 10 had been revealed: Obscurer, Wang Yi, Zi, Drunkard, Shangqing, Lu Yin, Yao Xian, Xia Jiuyo, Wu Taibai, and Xiao Qing. 4 of the predicted top 10 had been defeated: Bukong, Yuhua Mavis, 100 Lineages, and Qiu Shi. It was already quite good that a single list could accurately predict 6 of the top 10. The Innerverse was more excited, as 3 of the top 10 were from the 10 Arbiters. However, only 2 from the Neoverse had made it into the top 10. The 6th mainland's rumored invincible Dowsource 3 skies only had 2, the Astral Beast domain had 1, and the Technocracy had 1 as well. All in all, the Innerverse 10 Arbiters had the same number of people as the 6th mainland, so how could they not be excited? The 10 Arbiters represented the Innerverse. This was only because 4 of the 10 Arbiters had lost in the previous round. Otherwise, even more people would have made it into the top 10. Throughout the universe, the 5th and 6th mainlands, countless people were watching the screens. The screens had now merged into one, and there was only one image: the arena beneath the statue at the peak of Mount Sovereign. That place represented the true highest stage in the universe. Even Lu Tianmu of the 10 Arbiters, Bukong of the Dowsource 3 skies, and Lu Tianmu of the Spirit Palace had not been able to ascend to this stage. Everyone was so nervous that they found it hard to breathe. The top 10 had been decided, and the next step was to fight for the Soul Prime. Who would make the statue reveal its face? The commoners were watching the show, but the bets were nervous. This was related to their fates. Lu Yin's entry into the top 10 had already caused some bets to close, and Bukong's defeat had also caused others to close as well. It could be said that this sovereign tournament had caused many bloodshed in the outside world. Many people's fates had been decided. Everyone thought that the next step would be to fight for the Soul Prime, and they were all guessing how they would do it. Above the peak and below the statue, incense sticks appeared behind the top 10 at the same time. The incense sticks were lit and began to burn, causing smoke to fill the air. Everyone was confused. Those who are still standing at the peak after the incense burn are ranked in the top 10, a loud voice boomed out. This voice had appeared once when the Sovereign Tournament had begun, and now, it was appearing for the second time. At the same time, below the peak, regardless of whether they were at the bottom of the stairway, the first, second, or third faults, everyone understood that this was a chance for them to charge to the peak and replace the top 10. Lu Yin took a deep breath, as he knew that it would not be so simple. The top 10 would need to obtain the rewards from the Sovereign Tournament, but this reward was not easy to obtain. Without absolute strength, one would need to have heaven-defying luck to obtain it. This meant that the top 10 could not be reached simply by fighting one's way up. The top 10 had to have strength that surpassed all others. The previous matches had also involved luck. If the 100 Lineages had not met Drunkard but someone else, the results might have been different. The Sovereign Tournament had to determine the top 10. An incense stick's worth of time? That was neither too long nor too short. Everyone looked down. These people wanted to replace them in the top 10, but the truly dangerous ones were the people beside them, as they were not forbidden from attacking the top 10. The peak was huge, and each person had their own direction. Everyone could see the excitement and anticipation in the eyes of the people below, but not everyone was attacked. For example, Shangqing, Wang Yi, Yao Xian, and Lu Yin were not even spared him a glance. They all had unfathomable strength. The Prime Clear lineage had the greatest reputation. The 2 words Ancestor Chen were sufficient to cause everyone to be speechless. Lu Yin's fights were the most exciting. Neither Heaven's Emergence Mavis nor Lu Tianmu were easy to deal with. After defeating these 2, almost no one dared to challenge him. Qiu Shi made her move. She hadn't fought with the Prime Clear lineage at all, as she had been waiting for this moment. How could she give up on the successor of the Sirius sect? Her target was Zi, and she directly faced the Dowsource 3 heavens. On the first level, Star Devourer opened his eyes and roared as he charged out. Yuhua Mavis raised her head as well. She would not give up on the opportunity to become one of the top 10 sovereigns. She leapt out and stared at Wu Taibai. This person had also thrown out the 11th sword just like Lu Yin, which had piqued her interest. At the second level, the weapon wielder rushed out. He had been defeated by Wang Yi and was unwilling to accept this. As for the third layer, Lan Zi walked out along with Xiao Bai. Not everyone dared to challenge those people at the peak of the mountain. Only a few people dared to make a move. At the foot of the mountain, Bukong raised his head and stared at little Qing. This slut had actually mounted a sneak attack on him. On the other side, the 100 lineages had finally finished eating the drop of wine, and it buzzed as it flew towards the peak. The first to rush to the peak was Xiaoshi, and her target was Ziyi. Regardless of past grudges, the entire universe was watching, and their standpoints were clear. Xiaoshi's targets were either Yao Xian from the Astral Beast domain or the Daosaur's 3 heavens from the 6th mainland. Ziyi was not surprised, as she did not know why the third ancestor would allow the sovereign competition to continue. This was clearly disadvantageous to the 6th mainland, but nothing could be changed now. 932 stars revolved and covered the entire peak. Not only Ziyi, but even Luyin, the prime clear lineage, and the rest were affected. Ziyi did not hold back either, and her life energy erupted and swept across the peak. The life energy collided with Sirius's energy on the peak, enveloping everyone else. Without seeing Ming Guang, Xiao Jiuyo, Little Qing, Jiu Hao, and Wu Taibai all retreated. At that moment, the prime clear lineage waved his hand, and a stream of air blasted towards Xiao Jiuyo. He had said before that he wanted to see the true power of the 9 clones. Xiao Jiuyo raised his blade and slashed out, tearing apart the stream of air. However, the streams of air fused together and continued to attack him. Below, Ascension Mavis rushed up, bending her right arm and punching out, shaking Mount Supreme. Her target was Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai immediately dodged, not taking the attack head-on. The wind from Ascension Mavis's punch swept past Wu Taibai and towards another direction, where Xiaoshi and Ziyi were fighting. The force of her punch was so great that the 2 girls were apprehensive, and they hurriedly dodged. A heaven-shaking roar resounded throughout Mount Supreme. The Star Devourer appeared, but its body had shrunk by a lot. Clearly, the battle with the Prime Clear had taught it a very deep lesson. Adding on the fact that it was hit by Bukong's great reincarnation technique, it fully understood that there were disadvantages to having a large body. The Star Devourer's eyes widened, and an enormous force formed a visible storm that pressed down on Luyin. It had long since been interested in Luyin. Luyin frowned. After defeating Ascension Mavis, Lu Tianmu, and the other experts, he had not expected anyone outside of the top 10 to make a move against him. The Star Devourer's strength shocked him. It was worthy of being the most powerful being in the Astral Beast domain. In terms of pure strength, Luyin had to admit that he was inferior. The Star Devourer's 4 eyes were already equivalent to the full strength of Lu Yin's Fatesan. Once it opened its 5th or 6th eyes, its strength would explosively increase. It was common sense to use one's strength to counter an enemy's weakness. The Prime Clear lineage had defeated the Star Devourer, not by strength, but by a terrifying blade. The might of that blade had caused one's scalp to go numb, and it represented progenitor Chen's unparalleled strength. Luyin knew that he could not use that blade, and he did not plan on clashing head-on with the Star Devourer. He chose to retreat in the face of the Star Devourer's attack. Competing in strength with a wild beast would be disgraceful if he won, but losing would be even more shameful. Luyin avoided the storm formed by the Star Devourer's attack and swept into the distance, enveloping most of the people on the mountain peak. Ziyi was furious. She had just been affected by Yuhua Mavis's fist wind, and now it was that wild beast again. Jiu Hao was also affected, and he sprinkled his wine as he absorbed the storm formed by the Star Devourer's attack. It was a mystical sight. With a bang, the mountain peak cracked open, and the Star Devourer opened its 5th eye. It roared at the sky and swung its giant tail at Luyin. Luyin raised a hand and used an empty palm to strike the Star Devourer's abdomen. This wolf-shaped creature had the softest abdomen, and the attack sent the Star Devourer flying off the mountain peak and down the sky stairway. Behind him, a cold light flashed, and he immediately dodged it. Xiao Jiuyo's blade intent swept past him, but before he could react, the scene in front of him changed. He was faced with Ziyi's Genesis Energy Sword. Luyin cursed inwardly, as he had been swapped by Xiaoshi's Stellar Shift. Ziyi had not expected Luyin to appear there, but it did not matter. Whether it Was Lu Yin or Xiaoshi? They were both enemies, and it would be better if it was Lu Yin instead. In the face of Ziyi's Genesis energy sword, Lu Yin raised a hand and covered it with his 9-lined battle force. With a bang, he forcefully blocked the attack, and the soles of his feet cracked open. He then struck out with his right hand, but it was still an empty palm. The empty palm struck the Origin Astral Protector covering Ziyi's body, and it sent her flying. Her organs shook violently, and she was overwhelmed by the power of the attack. There were not many people in the entire Sovereign Tournament who could ignore Lu Yin's empty palm. Even though Ziyi had used her Origin Astral Protector to defend herself, it had not been easy for her. Xiaoshi had swapped places with Lu Yin, and she herself had appeared at Lu Yin's previous position. She had calculated the timing perfectly, as the Star Devourer had been beaten back by Lu Yin. Swapping places with Lu Yin would allow her to take revenge for the Mountain and Sea Realm's inner Steel Realm. A woman's hatred could be hidden for a long time. However, she had underestimated Lu Yin's level of hatred. The Star Devourer had been beaten back, and Yao Xian's spiritual force bombardment welcomed her. Yao Xian had wanted to attack Lu Yin, but Xiaoshi had swapped places with him and taken Lu Yin's place. Yao Xian's spiritual force could be considered the strongest in the Sovereign Tournament. Even though Xiaoshi's spiritual force defense was not weak, she still almost fell when she took on Yao Xian's attacks, and her face paled. In the distance, Yao Xian was stunned. Why had she swapped places? Xiaoshi looked up and stared at Yao Xian. Stars gathered around her as serious sword technique slashed out. Yao Xian had thought that Xiaoshi would attack him, and Xiaoshi had indeed attacked him. However, the moment the serious sword technique descended, she used stellar transposition to switch places with Lu Yin. Lu Yin had just repelled Ziyi, but he had returned to his original position in the blink of an eye. He was very unhappy, as he felt as if he had been manipulated. Speaking of which, this stellar transposition was really convenient. The chaotic battle had only just begun, but the intense battle that had erupted caused countless people watching their screens to lose their voices. They had seen the strongest power and spiritual force, as well as the serious art, natural origin energy, secret techniques, and so on. Even the enlighters of the older generation might not have been able to hold on if they had been here. Without any light, even someone like Xiaoqing, who had not participated in the battle, was affected and had to think of a way to neutralize the shockwaves. Below the statue, at the summit of Mount Supreme, a giant bat phantom appeared and let out a terrifying screech at Lu Yin. Yao Xian attacked Lu Yin once again, but his spiritual force engulfed the entire summit. Lu Yin had seen Yao Xian's previous attack, and he had been on guard against him. When the bat phantom appeared behind Yao Xian, Lu Yin immediately set up an origin opening array. The array's purpose was to protect one's spiritual force and stabilize it like a boulder. Yao Xian had used his screech to deal with Maiden Adept, and not only had he defeated her, but he had also affected many others. Even Xiaoshi and the others had been momentarily stunned, as no one could ignore Yao Xian's spiritual force. In outer space, a wave spread out as the spiritual force took form. Mu'en and the others were stunned. How terrifying was the celestial Yao's bloodline? The battle on the mountain peak paused for a moment. Xiaoshi's stars, Ziyi's life Genesis Qi, and Feather Mavis Fist all paused for a moment. Everyone was enduring Yao Xian's spiritual energy bombardment. This was Yao Xian, the crown prince of the Celestial Beast Empire, who had single-handedly suppressed everyone else's attacks. However, Lu Yin wasn't affected at all. His origin opening array and his own spiritual force allowed him to ignore Yao Xian's howl. His body flickered, and he appeared in front of Yao Xian. Yao Xian looked on in shock as Lu Yin stretched out a hand. He didn't use Emptiness Palm, as Yao Xian had spiritual force, so Emptiness Palm would be ineffective against him. Lu Yin wanted a closer look, as he didn't believe that Yao Xian could ignore physical attacks. Lu Yin's hand pierced through Yao Xian's body, and when it came into contact with his body, the origin opening array trembled. This was an enormous spiritual force attack that had almost caused the array to collapse. Yao Xian's pupils shrank, and he stared at Lu Yin, who was less than half a meter away. How was this possible? This person had actually defended against his spiritual force attack. He had already overestimated Lu Yin's spiritual force, but it seemed that he had still underestimated him. Lu Yin's hand pierced through Yao Xian's body, but it was useless. He looked up and saw Day Knight's tribute. A formless spiritual force enveloped Xianxia, and the scene in front of him changed. He saw the familiar celestial beast empire and endless astral beasts. All of the beasts were kneeling before him, and in the distance, there was an incomparably large astral beast that was quietly sleeping. Was that Progenitor Wushang? Suddenly, Progenitor Wushang opened his eyes and slammed down with a claw, as if he wanted to crush Xianxia to pieces. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. I remember now. This is a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin, you've actually cultivated a Day-Night clan battle technique. He then vanished, and a giant bat appeared in the void and roared at the sky. Countless astral beasts from the celestial beast empire, including Progenitor Wushang, disappeared. At the peak, Lu Yin took several steps back, and his face paled. Day Knight's tribute had been defeated, and he had indeed dragged Xianxia into an illusion. However, this crown prince's spiritual force was too powerful, and Lu Yin had been forced to retreat without success. If Lu Yin's spiritual force was comparable to this crown prince's, then Day Knight's tribute would have been enough to heavily injure or even kill him. It wasn't that Day Knight's tribute was weak, but that Lu Yin's spiritual force was too weak. Yao had broken through Day Knight's tribute, but it hadn't been easy, and he had consumed a great deal of his spiritual force. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin and spiritual force attack. Lu Yin's tribute. You're the highest talents of all humans. He then opened mouth again, and released spiritual force waves. Lu Yin activated his origin array to continue his defense, but the others were not as lucky. The unluckiest one was Zi. She was affected by other people's battles. Xiaoshi dodged very quickly. Speed was meaningless against serious technique. She directly dodged Xianxia's spiritual attack. In the outside world, countless people were speechless as they watched the great battle on the summit. Any one of these attacks was enough to eliminate the peak experts that they looked up to and placed their hopes on. To be able to persevere in such a chaotic battle and become one of the top 10 was enough to convince everyone wholeheartedly. That was the true top 10. The Supreme Tournament wasn't a fair competition like in an ivory tower. Here, it was a place to decide who could move unhindered through the universe, who had been tempered by blood and fire. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin in bewilderment, as this person had been able to block his spiritual force attacks from beginning to end. As a human, Xianxia had never thought that someone in his generation would be able to block his spiritual force attacks. The unluckiest one was Tollwielder. He had charged to the summit and attacked Mingguang. He had almost been defeated by Wang Yi's attack, but he still wanted to try regardless of whether or not he could enter the top 10. However, as soon as he reached the summit, he was attacked by Xianxia's spiritual force attacks. He had just happened to pass by Lu Yin, so he had been directly attacked by Xianxia's spiritual force attacks just like Lu Yin, causing him to collapse. Just as Tollwielder collapsed, a shadow covered the area, and the Star Devourer appeared once again. This time, all 6 of its eyes were open, and an extremely powerful force distorted the void. Endless cracks spread out and affected everyone. Zi, Xiaoshi, and the others all tried to avoid it. It raised its legs high and viciously pressed down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was annoyed, and his gaze was serene. Day Knight's tribute. The scene before the Star Devourer's eyes changed. It saw many planets and excitedly rushed over to devour them, but these planets all transformed into Star Devourers that were even larger than itself. These Star Devourers tore at the Star Devourer. This was the first time the Star Devourer felt fear. In just a few moments, its body had been bitten into pieces, and its blood flowed into a river in outer space. With a howl, the Star Devourer's raised legs failed to land, and its body swayed as it fell to the ground. Xianxia knew that things were bad, and he raised a hand. A ball of spiritual force appeared in front of Lu Yin and then exploded. Divine burst, Xianxia growled. A chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he was just about to move away when his legs suddenly lost all strength. His vision blurred, and his origin opening array shattered. He felt dizzy, and he almost lost his footing. A giant bat appeared behind Xianxia once again, and this time, it whistled towards the entire summit. Lu Yin turned around, and his gaze turned cold. His body disappeared, and he reappeared near Zi and Xiaoshi through a teleportation array. Sirius's sword techniques clashed fiercely with the origin energy of life. The spiritual force whistle swept through the summit once again. The blood progenitor's seal appeared behind Zi, and Genesis Astral faced the spiritual force whistles. On the other side, Xiaoshi disappeared and swapped places with Yao Xian to avoid the spiritual force whistles. Lu Yin's icy gaze swept towards the bottom of the staircase. He could have used the planned secret art to avoid the attack, but at the critical moment, his rune lines had been weakened, and Tinghe had launched a sneak attack on him. When Tinghe saw Lu Yin's gaze, she beamed and said, "Take care." Facing a sneak attack in such a chaotic battle, especially one that had been weakened by rune lines, was equivalent to pushing Lu Yin to his death. Lu Yin had always wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Tinghe, but he had missed it in the mountain and sea realm. This time, he would deal with this calamity in one fell swoop. Yao Xian had swapped places with Xiaoshi, and he had to endure his own spiritual force attacks. This was not a problem, but the fact that Xiaoshi had swapped places with him made him rather unhappy. However, his most important opponent was still Lu Yin, as this person had been appointed by Imperial Tutor Skyminder. Even if he was the Celestial Beast Empire's crown prince, he did not want to disobey the Imperial Tutor. From the side, countless strands of hair tore through the void. Tiny martial imprints were imprinted on the strands of hair, and they swept towards Yao Xian. Yao Xian frowned and dodged to the side. There were too many strands of hair, and they came from Little Qing's attacks. She was attacking Starsabil, but Starsabil's divination technique prevented her from hitting her target. Many of her attacks missed and affected the others. When he saw Yao Xian dodge Little Qing's hair attacks multiple times, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Logically speaking, a spiritual body should be fine even if it stood still, so why would it intentionally dodge? If it had only been one time, it could have been explained as a subconscious reflex, but it was different if it was continuously dodging. Bukong finally reached the summit, and his bloodshot eyes stared straight at Little Qing. Little Qing was helpless, and she said to Starsabil, "Someone even more ruthless is coming. Go find someone else." Starsabil also saw Bukong, and a trace of fear flashed through her eyes. Bukong raised his hand and used the Great Reincarnation technique. At the same time, a terrifying aura swept out from the secret imprint progenitor, causing the distant Sirius stars to become unstable. No one had expected that such an intense battle would erupt at the summit. The Star Devourer stood up once more, and Lu Yin raised a brow. After receiving his day-night's tribute, the Star Devourer was still able to move. This beast was indeed a strange life form, and it was quite tenacious. After the previous lesson, the Star Devourer was much more cautious of Lu Yin, and it actually spoke up, "Human, let's compete in strength." Lu Yin was just about to speak when a towering tree appeared in the distance, enveloping the entire summit and even the statue. It then suddenly disappeared, and a green leaf appeared on Yuhua Mavis' forehead. This was a battle technique of the Mavis family, Infinite Strength. With a bang, Ascension Mavis threw a punch at Wu Taibai. It was quite violent. When Yuhua Mavis punched out, Wu Taibai had already used his secret technique, Seal of Mountains and Rivers. An incomparably huge force slammed into the Seal of Mountains and Rivers, causing clouds to swirl in all directions. Waves of energy surged out of the summit and out of Mount Supreme. Many of the planets surrounding Mount Supreme became unstable, and many spacecraft even disintegrated. At the base of Mount Supreme, a tidal wave of energy descended, and anyone below the Explorer realm immediately spat out blood. If Lu Yin and Yuhua Mavis were competing in terms of strength, then Wu Taibai and Yuhua Mavis were competing in terms of battle techniques. Limitless Strength was also a battle technique, and it swept up star energy that swept through the area. Even the other people fighting on the mountain peak were affected. Lu Yin waved his right hand. He was very familiar with this strength, but it was still a bit weaker than his own. It was even worse for the Star Devourer in front of him. The Star Devourer's body shrunk again, and it was now only a few meters tall. It viciously charged at Lu Yin with all 6 of its eyes wide open, causing the world to tremble. Unfortunately, Lu Yin did not plan on competing in strength with the Star Devourer. Although the beast was fast, it was not at a level where Lu Yin could not dodge it. He easily dodged the Star Devourer's attack, and his spiritual energy howl once again bombarded the summit. The howl reverberated throughout Mount Supreme, causing many to cover their ears and howl in pain. It then passed through the mountain and spread out into outer space. One enlighter after another tried to stop it. However, when an old man with a power level of 400,000 was shaken to the point of spitting out blood, the other enlighters paled. A group of youths were fighting fiercely. Did they need an emissary's help to quell the aftershocks? Yao Xian, Yu Hua Mavis, Star Devourer, Wu Tai Bai, and Luyin all displayed their strength, which affected the rest of the participants and ignited the supreme tournament. She no longer had the energy to ambush Luyin, as she was being pestered by Tai Yishan. The home of the gods had sworn to eliminate the traitors. Meng Guan made her move, and her target was Ziyi. The 5th mainland and the 6th mainland had a blood feud, and they both wanted to eliminate the 6th mainland's cultivators. In the west of Chaos Flow Zone, in the higher realm, countless cultivators from the 6th mainland were furious. They're actually ganging up on us. The 5th mainland is too shameless. They don't even dare to challenge the Tao Source 3 skies. How can the 3rd forefather agree? 3rd forefather, please step forward and suppress the 5th mainland. 3rd forefather, please suppress the 5th mainland. Ziyi was not the only one being ganged up on. Luyin was also surrounded, and Little Qing was also being attacked by Starsabil and Bukong. She was already in a precarious situation, and if not for Starsabil's misgivings, Little Qing would have been finished. In the Neoverse, in the Glory Realm, Elder Chan had a complicated expression. Ganging up on us? Isn't that fair? What a joke. It's normal to be ganged up on in that place. You need to have the ability to break out of the encirclement before you can fight for the opportunities there. Otherwise, you'll just die in vain. Many people did not understand this logic, and only Elder Chan, Heavenly Master Xianxia, and the 3rd forefather did. End of chapter 1307. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.